All right, look at this. Welcome to the Young Turks election, covering the 2024 election. Cenk Uygur, Michael Short. We've got an election spectacular for you guys.
Yeah, and the kickoff show. I mean, that's the pregame show. We watch so much football together, and I always say, well, who's watching the pregame show? We're on it now. This is fantastic.
This is it. Well, I mean, pregame in a sense, in another sense, go vote. We're in the middle of it right now. Right now. So wherever you are, and by the way, don't assume that you don't live in a swing state. Literally what I said in 2016, and everybody's like, no, don't worry about it. I live in Michigan. That's solidly blue. I live in Pennsylvania. That's solidly blue. Well, it didn't turn out that way. So, and by the way, this time around, you might be thinking, I live in Iowa. It's solidly red. Is it? Well, we're going to find out today. So, guys, this is an amazing election because, look, half the time you're not quite sure what's going to happen. But even then, I at least think I know, right, for whatever it's worth. And, I've been pretty decent at it so far. And half the time, you know what's going to happen. We all know what's going to happen, right? This time around, not only are we not sure, I don't think anyone really knows. I mean, people will say they know. Michael's about to tell you he knows. Okay, we're doing a little role reversal here today, okay? But given the lack of information, the lack of reliable data, and the amount of unlikely voters, I think it is very difficult to know. In fact, I'm going to give you my official prediction in a second. But actually, Michael, I want to start off by telling you guys what's going to happen today. Then I'm going to kick it to Michael for his official prediction, and then we'll walk through Senate, House a little bit, because it's not just Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump. And of course, there's ballot measures, and Michael's going to keep track of all that for us. Epic politics man in the House all day. And obviously, we're going to go through all night here, guys. It starts here, goes to damage report, goes to indisputable. Everybody go to tyt.com because not only are you going to get all the shows continuously on tyt.com, so it doesn't break the stream at all. But on top of that, you got to play the election game that we just played, and I'm going to give you the results of where I landed on the election, having played that game. Whoever wins, gets the closest to being right, is going to be declared the election champion of the world on air. Look, by the way, it could be a Trump guy. If the Trump guys come in and they predict Trump and Trump wins, then I'll be forced to do that. If it's Michael, I would be another notch in his championship belt. I don't know.
Of the world, though. I mean, mine has been mostly domestic. So
no, this is a big one. This is a big one. I mean, I remember the last time we did election champion of the world, it was in Brazil, but it's now moved to here. The Brazilians are amazing at it.
Oh, I mean, who picked Bolsonaro? Unbelievable.
Okay, so other things that are on the site is we've got a blog so that you are up to date on all the early voting results, exit polls. Is there long lines? Of course, that's like the classic election day story. Long lines in Pittsburgh, long lines in Ohio. We don't know what's going on. We're waiting for Cuyahoga County. Okay, so a lot of Cuyahoga County. Well, actually, these days, since Ohio is no longer a swing state, or is it?
Well, I tell you, Sherrod Brown is waiting for Cuyahoga County. There's no question about it.
And that is one of the most important Senate seats and Senate elections today. And whoever controls the Senate and the House, obviously, will make an enormous difference as to whether we pass any bills at all, or if the next 4 years or at least the next 2 years is going to be kind of a wasteland.
Well, or if Trump were to win, the defense is all in the House, especially for investigating, and the Senate is, that's where the Democrats would have to filibuster if that were the case if they lost it. So it's huge what's happening in these down ballot races that we're going to be looking at all day and all night.
Yeah, and so I'll give you a nightmare scenario here, so wake you up a little bit in the morning, okay? At least it's in the morning on the West Coast. They could easily win the Senate, right? The Democrats have to defend in Montana. The West Virginia seat is basically gone. So there goes 2 seats probably right out of the gate. And then, you got to see if you can pick up in North Carolina, et cetera, right? So is it possible that the Republicans win the Senate? Of course. Is it possible that the Republicans hold the House? Of course. And if Trump wins, they have everything. And imagine this squad with the House, the Senate, and the White House. So that's on the line today. Look, my opinion, we could, maybe disagree a little bit here, but is that if the Democrats have all three houses, it doesn't really matter. They'll barely pass anything. Okay, but if the Republicans have all three, oh boy, watch out. Buckle up, brace for impact. So let's see what happens. Okay, we're also trying to, of course, fund the show, make sure that we could do election nights like this. You're our main sponsor. We've got Aspiration, too. I love aspiration.com/TYT or TYT.com/aspiration. Check them out. They're awesome. I think you could do it either way. Okay, I'll double check on that. But I love good progressive companies that are trying to do right in the world. Okay, so, and you see it there. We're trying to, or there. We're trying to raise 100,000 by election day. Wait a minute, this is election day. Okay, so if you can help out, thank you. We appreciate it, and I love that we're connected to our audience and to our members, and not anyone else. So you guys make this show possible. Thank you for doing that, and you created this amazing show where we get to be honest and have real coverage here. So I have been, so now finally getting to the predictions. Finally, 7 minutes in. Okay, I have been leaning Trump. Of course, I despise Trump. I don't want him to win. We're very honest about that. We'll get more into that in a minute. But my intuition's been Trump until 4 days ago. 4 or 5 days ago, about 5 maybe. And still the numbers started to come in for Kamala Harris that were very positive. Now, is that determinative? Not necessarily. So I'll get to what my final conclusion is in a second. But Michael, let's start with you.
So my take on this, Cenk, similar to yours, although I came to it, I never was fully in with Trump winning this election. I spent a lot of time out there. I see his loyal minions that show up at his rallies, and I spend a good deal of time with them. One thing that I will always say about Donald Trump, if I am right, if we are right, is that he ran a terrible campaign from the standpoint of being somebody who needed to win people over. He played very, very well to his base, but he didn't need to, right? He needed to expand that base. That base lost him the election in 2020. Yes, he got a lot of votes. He did better than he did in 2016 in terms of raw numbers, but it wasn't enough. We're talking, as if it's all said and done, and I'm speaking in the hypothetical that you and I are both right, Cenk. And I think that Harris is going to win, and I think there are going to be some surprises. I think states are going to be closer because of ballot measures. I think in Arizona, 314, measure 1 in Florida. I think these are the types, and we'll get into that later tonight, types of things that get different parts of the electorate out and energized. And I think that Harris is proving, I don't think there's anybody, and I've said it before, who sits around and waits to see who Liz Cheney or Dick Cheney or Adam Kinzinger are going to vote for. But what I do think that does is it gives a permission slip to a lot of Republicans who don't want to vote for Donald Trump. And there are a lot. I think a lot of the undecided voters in this country are people that don't really want to vote for Donald Trump. They're Republicans who've never voted for Democrats. And I think a lot of them won't vote, but I think some of them will, and I think some of them will vote for Harris. The way that Iowa poll came out the other day makes me think that if you pull that out, if you extrapolate that and put it to the rest of the country, that Kamala Harris is going to win tonight. And I think there will be surprises. I think states will be closer that we don't expect to be close. And I think that there, I don't know that it'll be a result surprise, but I think we're not going to hear calls in some states where we hear them very quickly, Cenk.
Yeah. So that Iowa poll, of course, got everybody excited. And there's a couple of other data points that get people excited. North Carolina, I think, is a really important one. And in North Carolina, it appears that 50% of the votes are in, so that one is more clear. Michael, they say she's up 8 with 50% in, which is kind of a giant number because that's not a little bit in, that's a lot in. But what do they mean up by 8? Because of course we haven't counted the votes.
No, it means so they can track who has returned their early ballots and who has voted and what the profile of those voters are. So if Democrats are voting, if more Democrats have requested ballots and returned them, they go by those percentages. Different counties do it in slightly different ways in North Carolina, but for the most part, that's how it's done, and that's how they get those numbers. Again, it's only half the vote, but to have that much to make up on election day or the rest of the ballots that are coming in and provisional ballots, et cetera, means that there is a tougher hill to climb if you look at just those numbers. But I wouldn't look at just those numbers. I mean, I would say you have to look at past performance in that state. It's been a red state presidentially for a while, and you have to see that there is the North Carolina Republican Party is a very strong party. They've been able to change that state constitution. They've been able to challenge at the federal level different election laws there. This is a strong party. This is going to be closer than it looks right now. So that 8-point lead in mail-in ballots, I wouldn't fall for it just yet.
Yeah, and it's since you don't know how they actually voted, look, it could go in either direction, but some of the Republicans could have voted for Kamala Harris. She might even have a larger lead. Obviously, it could go in the opposite direction, and she could have a smaller lead than we expected. But there's tons of anecdotal evidence, and you take it any way you like, and I don't put too much stock in it, but of Republican women voting for Kamala Harris. And so how much is that going to happen? We don't know. The independent woman is clearer. Independent women in that Iowa poll that we keep talking about, 2-1 in favor of Kamala Harris. And that is an amazing sign for her if that poll is anywhere near accurate, okay? And also senior women, a category that Democrats don't necessarily win, or certainly don't win by these margins, 2-1 in Iowa for Kamala Harris. Senior women. Seniors vote more than anyone else.
And the other thing is that party switching in this election will almost certainly be more toward Harris's favor. I think you're going to see more Republicans voting for Harris, more independents voting for Harris, than you're going to see people switching parties the other way, Democrats voting for Trump. There will be some. There are registered Democrats who registered a long time ago as Democrats, but have voted Republican for a long time. You know, Dixville Notch last night, we always make in news and media, make a great hay over this little tiny town that votes at midnight every year. It's always good to have, everybody sends reporters up there. It's interesting. It was a 3-3 tie. They have 6 registered voters in Dixville Notch. They're all Republicans, and 5 of them voted for Ayotte for governor, who's the Republican there, former Senator Kelly Ayotte, and 3-3. So was the presidential. It just shows that the behavior. Don't look into that for anything other than what I'm saying. The behavior of voters this year is you can be a registered Republican and really not like Donald Trump. And you see it happen in 3 voters in New Hampshire. And that means it's going to happen in other places a lot today. And I think that's what has made polling this race very difficult. A lot of people don't, if they're Republicans and they've never voted for a Democrat, have a very hard time even telling a pollster that that's what they're going to do.
Yeah. So, guys, we keep focusing on that Iowa poll because Seltzer is a reliable pollster in the past. She's been terrific in Iowa, but she does get some things wrong, of course, as all pollsters do, but she's been more accurate than most. I'm going to give you one more fact about that, and then I want to get to the actual numbers that we're predicting, the actual states. So Biden, in one of those polls, when he was still in the race, so less than a year ago, was at -18 to Trump. Kamala Harris now in the last poll is +3. So that's in Iowa. So for all the people who said Biden should stay in the race, you're welcome. Biden would have gotten annihilated today. This would have been the most depressing day if you're a Democrat or you're against Donald Trump. There is almost no chance in the world Joe Biden would have won today. So, well, and by the way, he eventually, begrudgingly, did the right thing. And doing the right thing and withdrawing, he deserves credit for that. Thank you for stepping aside so that we could have a candidate that has a much, much better chance of winning.
But saying begrudgingly, there's not a president in the world who would step aside with anything in anything but a begrudging way. I don't think he deserves criticism for it. Maybe if you want to criticize how long it took him to get there. It's a silly hypothetical to say, well, Biden would have lost because we don't know. We don't know what this race would have looked like. Yeah. Okay, but the point is, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He's not the candidate. She's the candidate. He stepped aside, and she's closed whatever gap existed then. But there would have been a closing of the gap by Joe Biden too. It wouldn't have been as wide.
I don't think so.
Well, there would have been. And it doesn't matter. But I'm doing what I said is stupid to do, so let's not do it. But the point Cenk is making is that a lot of people as you get to the close of an election, people start deciding. They get off the fence. They start declaring what they're doing, and then, of course, today we all vote. So it's to see this close as it's closed, to see Trump hang on to a lot of his support. None of that is surprising because of the way this election played out. But I think seeing things close and seeing people decide in an election that has Donald Trump in it for the first time, I think we're seeing that in action. I think that's why I'm optimistic about Harris's chances today.
Yeah, and so look, I think that the only reason Trump's still in it is because of his populism. I've said a million times, I think it's fake populism, but that's what's kept him in it. And so, by the way, on the website, on tyt.com, we've got a petition for you guys to sign for basically a populist voting bloc that's going to demand the simplest things in the world that none of the politicians ever give us. And if they do give it to us, then we're going to say, yeah, we're voting for you. If Kamala Harris wins and she delivers on even a couple of those, they're fantastic. Results matter. The only things that matter, guys, is not who wins. It's the bills that they pass, because that affects your life. Otherwise, it's just an ego game, okay? And so you'll see it's super popular things like money out of politics, no more wars, don't let private equity buy residential homes, negotiate all drug prices, super popular things that both the right-wing populists and the left-wing populists agree to, the entire country agrees to, except our crooked politicians. So go check that out at tyt.com. Oh, by the way, today, if you sign up for membership through tyt.com, you're getting 20% off. So don't forget that. It's a good day to sign up through the website. And I mentioned the vote shirt. Definitely do it. This is our collaboration with Oaklandish, and they're super cool. And I was telling Michael before we got on there, I can't believe we did a collaboration with someone cool. They usually say no to us, but
right.
Okay, like, because we're not. I don't know about it. I won't speak for anyone else. I'm not that hip. Okay.
Did a collaboration with Gildan.
That's been our usual collaboration. Anyways, that's at shoptyt.com. All right. So, Michael. Can we bring up the map, guys? Can we, let's try to do this, okay?
Oh, yeah.
So, Michael, you're going to fill in the swing states here. So we're going to go one by one, okay?
We're moving, let's move east to west. Is that what we're going to do?
Sure, let's go east to west. Let's go North Carolina.
North Carolina, until I see that a Democrat can win in North Carolina, I'm going to put that in Trump's column.
Ooh, that's going red. So let's click red for North Carolina.
Prove me wrong.
Okay,
I mean, I'd love to be wrong about this one.
If you click on North Carolina, it'll turn red or blue. Okay. There you go. Click on it. Here we go. Click.
And
click. There you go. Okay. So that goes to Trump. All right. Let's go down to Georgia.
Then Georgia, I'm going to give to the Democrats.
You're going to give see, this is interesting because the polling seems to indicate that Georgia's red and North Carolina might be blue, but Michael's doing it in reverse. Okay.
I'm doing it in reverse because of the suburban and exurban parts of Georgia are much more populated, and that's where I think votes are going to switch or stay switched. I mean, I've also, Georgia has proven itself to me by not electing Herschel Walker and electing Raphael Warnock, by delivering for Trump in 2020, by electing 2 Democratic senators in runoffs in that state so that they have 2 Democratic senators. Stacey Abrams, the work she did doesn't go away because she is not at the forefront anymore in terms of registering voters there. I just think that Georgia has a better chance of going to the Democrats than North Carolina until I'm proven wrong.
All right, let's save the blue wall up north. Let's go to the west. Okay. So in this map, they already have Arizona click red, but that doesn't mean anything. Where are you going, Arizona? Red
I'm going to say that it stays red.
It stays red, so that stays as it is. Let's go to Nevada. Nevada's super tight as it gets. Ralston has it at a 0.3 advantage for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, and similar to that, until a few days ago, I was thinking that Nevada was going to go to Trump. But the organizing, I spoke to one person at the Culinary Workers Union in Nevada on Friday who said that they're seeing better turnout than they saw in 2020 from their people. So I'm going to give that to Harris. Prove me again, that was a blue state last time. Until it makes a real argument for change, I don't see it happening. So I'm going to go blue there.
So you're going blue in Nevada. Okay, that's a very good sign for Harris. We can see how this is going. So let's go to the blue wall. Let's start with Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, I mean, we don't even have to do this incrementally. I think that the Democrat is going to win the 3 Democratic. I think they're going to win all their home games. So.
Oh, wow. All right. He's going blue. Wisconsin,
blue,
Michigan,
Wisconsin,
Pennsylvania.
Exactly.
He's putting them all blue. Let's see what the count is once you do that. Go ahead. Click a blue on all 3 of those. Okay, there we go. Keep it going. Okay. And then let's do Pennsylvania.
And now that we don't have them, so yeah, there.
Pennsylvania is the tightest one of the 3, we think. And Michael's got it all the way up at 292 to 246 for Kamala Harris.
Yeah. And here's what I'm going to say. I believe that Florida is going to be a lot closer than is predicted. And if there is any kind of surprise, if North Carolina, for example, is called early, and we see that I'm wrong here, that you're right, and that the numbers in North Carolina are swinging that far, that means there's going to be a surprise someplace else in the country. There was a poll in Kansas that was closer than we thought last week. Iowa has had a close poll. There's going to be something, if you see this movement, there's going to be something we're not even talking about now that happens today.
Okay, Michael says 292 for Kamala Harris, and maybe a surprise pickup. Maybe we go beyond the swing states. That is a very optimistic call. I like it. It's bold. It's bold. I like it. Okay, so now let's go to my prediction. And by the way, play along at home. So we did a simplified version of this. How many swing states are they going to win? And then House and Senate seats on TYT.com. Again, whoever gets it the most accurate, declared election champion of the world on air. Okay, so, and if you're a Trump fan, oh man, how much would you like to be declared election champion of the world on the Young Turks? Yeah. Okay, especially if Trump wins, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so let's put up the map again. Yeah, there you go. A clean slate. I'll go one by one for myself too. Well, first, actually, come to me first. I want to be clear about this. My official prediction for this race is I don't know. And I'm going to stick with I don't know. It's something that I never, ever say because I just think that we don't have enough information. It's going to come down to unlikely voters. Trump has had an incredible surge in unlikely voters in 2016 and 2020. A, can he replicate it? B, are they still unlikely? Probably not, because they go into the polling at that point, right? But still, he surprised us way too many times to count them out and to count those voters out. And they're very animated. They get out to vote, and they do it religiously.
But
right?
They're now likely voters.
I get it.
That's what changes them.
At the same time, last time around in 2020, Biden had an 8-point lead in Michigan and Wisconsin. He won by 0.6 in those states. So did they? By the way, did they adjust too much? And if they did, is she going to landslide him? Anything is possible because now unlikely voters are going towards Democrats in 2022 and 2023. So with this giant question mark hanging out there, he's the more populist candidate. The populist candidate usually wins, but she's the change candidate according to the polling by a little bit. It fluctuates, but she won the change candidate. On the other hand, only 28% of the country thinks we're going in the right direction, which is almost a death knell for the incumbent party. So it's just too unclear. I'm saying I do not know, and it's among the reasons why I'm so intensely curious about what's going to happen today. And we're going to cover it all for you guys here. But since I have to enter into the sweepstakes on TYT.com to try to become the election champion of the world.
Can you first say I don't know again so I can hear you say it again?
You can rewind the tape all you want, Michael, at home. Okay, so, and by the way, predictions, guys, are based on information. They're not magic. So, all right, let's start out with the ones that, first of all, I'm confident about none of these. I'll make that clear. But I'll start with the ones that I think are more likely to be true, okay? Arizona, I've got as red, so keep it red, okay? So that one, I think, of all the ones, that's probably the most certain I am, but I'm not certain about that one either, okay? So then I go to Michigan and Wisconsin, and I say she holds that part of the blue wall. So the numbers lately from there look pretty good. She's got that surge of female voters that everybody's talking about. States that were already leaning blue and Biden had already won, and that historically are blue, she will then keep, right? Now, I'm on Georgia. I'm not seeing her winning any of the polls, so I'm going to keep Georgia red. I understand Michael's logic on it, that's the one that's flipped blue recently. but that's not what the numbers seem to indicate right now. And they do an excellent job of purging Democratic voters in Georgia, unfortunately. So that's Kemp's specialty, and he's been at it again. So I'm going to keep that one red. Now I'm left with the three that I went from uncertain to I have no freaking idea. But I'm going to go with what my gut says. I'm going to say Pennsylvania. No, I'm going to leave it. Hold on. Nevada. I'm going to go Nevada red. It's tied, but he's been winning it throughout. His pickup of extra Latino voters could prove critical in Nevada. That little gimmick he had that he doesn't intend to do at all of not taxing tips could help him in Nevada. It was very popular there. I think he squeaks out the victory in Nevada. So far, it's not looking good, right? So it comes down to Pennsylvania and North Carolina. And on Pennsylvania, the one I'm most unsure about, I went blue. And this is based on the latest polling, the latest information. If you'd asked me 5 days ago, I almost certainly would have said red, but I'm saying blue today. So let's hope that latest information is correct. And based on the same recent information, I've got North Carolina going blue. So if she picks up those unlikely women voters, she'll win North Carolina and Pennsylvania, I think. Now, you could say, hey, then why wouldn't she win Nevada? Why wouldn't she win Georgia? I don't know. Good points. Right? So yeah. If I knew, I'd tell you. And so if she picks up those unlikely voters, maybe she sweeps them all. And so, is that a landslide? Not really. We only have 7 swing states. I mean, even if you pick up one you didn't expect, Iowa, Florida, or for Trump, New Hampshire, it's still not a landslide. Nothing's a landslide.
No, nothing's a landslide. And we were talking last night, Cenk. One of the things I was telling Cenk is that you also have to look at the behavior of the campaigns in the waning days. And so Cenk just mentioned New Hampshire. J.D. Vance was in New Hampshire. Donald Trump went to New Mexico. Now you could say, okay, well, hey, they're just campaigning for president, trying to win as many votes as they can. He was at Madison Square Garden, and he was in Coachella, and he was in Denver. Those aren't places where he's going to win. He's getting the popular vote. But New Mexico made no sense to me. So what I did is I looked at it and I thought, that means that they're worried about other things. They're worried in the waning days of this campaign. Their internals are saying we gotta fish in another pond because we're not catching fish in whatever pond this is. And that could be North Carolina because there are good arguments to be made for it. And I'm just being conservative on North Carolina because I really need to see that change before I can say that it's even possible. And it could be Georgia, it could be Pennsylvania, it could be Wisconsin. We don't know. But the fact that they're worried tells me that things are not good and a lot of those in some of those states, and so I'm encouraged by that as well.
Yeah. So look, I'm going to do member shout outs, especially on tyt.com where you're getting 20% off today in a little bit. But to build on that, on the other hand, the Trump team seems so confident, or they did until 5 days ago. They were over the moon in their confidence. It reminded me a little bit of Hillary Clinton in 2016. I was like, whoa there, big guy. Even if, my intuition was leaning Trump 5 days ago, it was only leaning that way by a little bit, by a shred. And these guys were like high stepping at the 20. I'm like, you got 20 more yards to go. You're crazy, right? And so there's a lot of Don Beebes out there. We're ready to knock the ball away. So then Trump today, the maniac that he is, or yesterday, refers to Nancy Pelosi as the B word. Your number one problem is unlikely women voters getting mad enough at you to show up to vote. And you're going and calling the most successful female legislator, whether we like it or not, in the country, the B word. And then he said, he started fantasizing about putting Kamala Harris in the ring with Mike Tyson. Are you nuts? And the answer is yes, of course he's nuts. Right. Of course. Look, guys, the Democrats should be eternally embarrassed that they're not blowing this guy out. And we'll talk more about that as the day goes on.
Absurd, but okay.
It's not at all absurd.
Yeah,
this guy's a lunatic.
He is, but it's not a question of party.
They should have landslided him every single time.
Okay, well, we'll talk about it.
He's a syphilitic clown. If you can't put away a syphilitic clown.
Right, but there's also the political reality of how the country. Well, let's talk about that later. But how the makeup of the country, the tribalism of the country, and how certain things are identified with each party erroneously in many cases, and sadly in some cases. So it's not always about the person in this country as we've seen.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk about it more because I think that's only half the story. Okay, so my official prediction that I am forced into by my own network is 286 to 252 Kamala Harris with tons of fingers crossed. And the number one reason why I'm crossing those fingers is because 4 years with Donald Trump will be utter chaos, anarchy, pilfering, oligarchy amplified on steroids, putting his donors completely in charge of the government. Elon Musk will be in charge of domestic policy. Mary Madelson will be in charge of foreign policy. This is not how it's supposed to work.
RFK Jr. will be in charge of medical and health policy.
I mean, this is madness, guys. He went from drain the swamp to I'm just going to hand the government to my donors. Yeah. That is a hell of a turnaround, and one of the reasons that I'm picking Kamala Harris over him today, because I think he lost the thread. If he stayed on corruption, he stayed on populism, wasn't a lunatic, I think he would have won this election. But we don't know yet. Maybe he still wins it.
Of course,
all right.
I mean,
yeah. All right, guys, we're going to take our first break here real quick, a shorter break than usual today, and we're going to be joined by Ida Rodriguez. And did insulting Puerto Ricans at the last second make a huge difference? Well, she certainly thinks so. And certainly, I mean, she was going to vote Kamala Harris anyway, but I want to talk to her about the community. She was enraged by those comments, and she's not alone. With 420,000 Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania, I mean, just what a knuckle-headed move. Trump, if he loses, gave this election away in the last week. So, all right, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. All I ask of you going forward is keep fighting forward, okay? But we don't fight with arms and physical and any of that, right? We fight with love, we fight with peace, we fight with hope and belief and faith in one another. And we do that's right with knowledge and facts and truth and things that are real. Yeah. Objective reality matters. So much of our audience is scientists, teachers, engineers, data analysts, people who believe in objective reality, right? So thank you guys for believing in that. Thank you for believing in hope, and thank you for making it happen. I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
I really love what y'all do on the Young Turks, man, and it's a very refreshing, voice. Y'all don't lean to one side. I tell people all the time, if you want to go really hear what's going on honestly in our society, you should tune in to the Young Turks.
Thank you, Charlemagne. We appreciate that.
That's awesome. Really appreciate it, brother.
Tell me about the shirt you're wearing.
Pretty much speaks for itself. What's the penalty for treason? Death. Everything was phenomenal under Donald Trump, and now it's Obama calling the shots right now. It ain't Biden.
It's Obama calling the shots?
I believe so. None of this would be happening if they hadn't stolen the 2020 election from Trump and we the people.
If you could have an option of 4 years of Donald Trump as a dictator or 4 years of Joe Biden as a president, what would you choose?
Donald Trump.
right, back on the Young Turks selection coverage. Cenk Uygur, Michael Schur with you guys, and all these beautiful people. Anmol Malhotra, Kevin Young, 00083, Daniel C., George Blackman, Jason Kelly, Viking Dragon, Josiah DeRosa, and Kyle P. We appreciate all you guys. Thank you for hitting the join button below. You make a huge difference, allow us to do this honest programming, and it's an honor. We appreciate it. And you're our bosses. And for all the folks who signed up at the higher levels, thank you guys. That allows us to keep the number lower for people that are joining at the basic level. We never increase it during inflation, and it's because of people who signed up as premium, producer level, etc. You guys are amazing. Thank you for supporting the community and each other. Okay, so now let's bring in Ida Rodriguez. She's a frequent guest host of the Young Turks. She's a terrific comedian and also animated about this election. Ida, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you? That last promo was so scary. I was like, I was like, can I vote again?
No, don't.
Please don't.
I'm joking. I'm sorry. I can't even make jokes like that right now.
No, you can make any joke you like. Okay, nobody's getting canceled here. Okay, so Ida, look, let's keep it real. You were going to vote against Donald Trump anyway, but how mad did that Madison Square Garden rally make you?
You know what? Let me tell you something. This is where I know that I'm my grandmother's granddaughter. I have a lot of empathy for people, right? Even the ones who don't know better. I just thought that was a massive othering of people of color at the actual rally. So imagine the Puerto Ricans that were there, the Black people who were there, the Jewish people that were there, the Latinos, Latinx people that were there. They were being reminded, as Kendrick Lamar eloquently said, "You not like us." And so I was just thinking about how massively racist that is, that at that rally where there were so many white people, there were no jokes about them. It was the othering of the people that were even there in support of an agenda that is dangerous to them, to remind them in that very moment, "You not like us." And it was, of course, it was frustrating as a comedian where people are like, well, what kind of comedian are you when you're trying to censor other comics? I wasn't trying to censor that gentleman. That was not a good set. If you bombed amongst the racists with racist jokes that were hacky and they were, those are roast jokes that were probably said maybe 10, 15 years ago. A watermelon joke, bro, really? Come on now. Like that, I was just there like, I had an argument with a friend of mine, or so I thought was a friend who's a comedian, who told me that I was supposed to defend the comedian because he did what he was supposed to do. That's not what he was supposed to do because he was at a political rally. He was not at the Comedy Cellar. He was not at the Laugh Factory. He was at a political rally. Everything and anything that came from that podium was representative of the individual who was running. And that was their opportunity to say, hey, we're the good guys. This is what we're doing. You come over here. What Puerto Rican, what Black person who loves themselves, what Puerto Rican who loves themselves, what Latin person who loves themselves would be like, oh, these are my guys. And that was what made me say, wow, like in your face. You had to pick yourself up and drag yourself out of there if you were Puerto Rican after they just called your island, your home, garbage.
Yeah.
They can miss me with that.
So yeah, I had two things about that. One is there was no punchline in that joke. The insult was the punchline, right? Like, ha, Puerto Ricans are the worst. They're garbage. But why is that funny? I don't know why that's funny. Yeah. And so
that's why I just said it was a bad set, right? I mean, at its very core.
Right. And then the second thing was I noticed that Mr. Roast didn't roast MAGA or Trump or white people at all. Nope. Is that how a roast works, where you don't roast the people there, you only roast the people not there? I thought it was the other way around.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. The other thing is because we people are like, you can't take a joke. You make jokes about Puerto Ricans. I do make jokes about Puerto Ricans. I make jokes about everybody, but I don't ever punch down, right? The other thing is I am Puerto Rican. I am a Puerto Rican woman. And some of the jokes that I make are from the inside because I'm giving you a view into what it's like to be us. America has had a history of making improperly portraying Puerto Ricans from Hollywood to DC and everything in between, calling us all of the things. We were not even allowed to play ourselves in film until 1955. So when you say, why did we take this so personal? Why wouldn't we take it personal? It is stoking a wound that has been there for a very long time, where you've been dehumanizing us, sterilizing us, occupying our island, abusing our resources, taking us, raping us, doing all of enslaving us, and then saying that, why can't you just take the joke? It wasn't a good joke. There was a very good opportunity there for that person as a comedian to really do something. And it just wasn't done. Because even Donald Trump was like, I don't know this guy. I mean, we're not going to do anything with this guy. It was so counterproductive to anything that you're trying to do to build a career.
The opportunity was also there for the Trump campaign to really sort of put their foot down and say it in a much better way than Ida reminds us Trump and his campaign said it, to distance themselves. We're outraged by this. This guy's never going to work for us again. He's never going to appear to him. I mean, it was like, yeah, I don't know that guy. The Puerto Rican vote. Let's get into the sort of the boring politics of this for a second, Ida, because I was on the road for 29 straight days in 2020 covering the election, and I said to my cameraman, we need a break, right? We're not going home. We need a break. And I said, let's go to Puerto Rico. Let's see what's going on. They can't vote if they live in Puerto Rico, but the Puerto Ricans do impact elections. They have phone banks. They're calling relatives. They're calling Puerto Ricans who are living in the United States. Also, it was a way to pull the wool over the network's eyes and get us to Puerto Rico for a day or two, because we were really tired.
Hey, wait a minute.
What? But not this network. It's a different network.
Oh, thank you.
I would never do that to you.
Okay.
I'd be in Wisconsin. So we were in Ohio. Then we went to Puerto Rico. I sat down with Carmen Yulín Cruz, who is the mayor of San Juan, and I spoke to lots of Boricuas and what's going on here, and what's the impact. We went to a phone booth bank. And we were 4 years too early. But here's the thing about Puerto Rican voters, and Ida knows this, and you do too, Cenk. Rick Scott, when he was governor of Florida, did a really great job bringing in and welcoming the Puerto Rican community who were coming in after the hurricane. And he made sure that all the services they needed were there, and it helped him win his election to the Senate. Now, those same Puerto Rican voters are going to be impactful in Florida. They're going to be impactful in Pennsylvania and in Georgia, where they have significant, and you don't need to even have that significant a population. So this was the October surprise that nobody saw coming, and it was coming from a comedian who most of us didn't know who he was the day before. The other thing, and this is my final thing on the politics part, is that Iowa poll that everybody's been talking about, that Cenk and I have been talking about, that I'm sure Ida has seen. That is from Lily White, Iowa, where none of these things matter directly to voters there. Yes, in a big picture way they do, but it's not their community. So if in Iowa, Harris is up 3 according to that poll, and none of what happened in Madison Square Garden is impacting that vote, none of what is happening with the sort of the otherisms that the Trump campaign is doing, that tells me more about the rest of the country than just Iowa. It means that where it matters, it's going to matter even more. And so it was a real turning point for this campaign, I think.
I think people underestimate Americans because there's so much, hyperbole and the exaggeration of what you see on the internet, and you think it's representative of the actual real world. Americans love their Constitution. They love their constitutional rights. And when you constantly tell people that you're going to do away with it, at some point they're going to say, hey, this is not our guy. And as much as a lot of people love the Bible, they also love the Constitution. And when you're talking about these old white people who get up in the morning with their beat chairs to go sit up so that they can get in line so that they can vote, because they have been indoctrinated to believing how important that is in their very essence of being an American. And you have people telling them on a daily basis, for now, I don't know how much time, we're going to do away with that. This is going to be your last time voting. We're going to take care of that.
Well, sorry about that. I don't know what my phone just said.
No, it's okay. That you're going to have Americans say, wait a minute now, this has gone too far. And the other thing is about human decency. I think that some people have human decency, whether you agree with their political views or not. And I think at some point, people have been like, we can't be okay with this. Now, some people took a little too long, and I don't know where you draw your line. But I saw that ad by the Lincoln Project with the little children reciting all of the things, these sound bites from Donald Trump. And that was one of the scariest things I've ever seen in my life, to see little kids repeating the things that he said, because you know good and well, you would not allow your child to speak that way. And I always ask people, if you love Trump so much, would you let him be the teacher of your little girl's kindergarten class? Would you be okay with him being the teacher of your little 5-year-old kindergarten girl's class? And most of them have the look on their face where you know it's no, even if they're not willing to say it.
Yeah, but I use that standard for both candidates in the beginning because back when Biden was in the race, I was like, would you have Biden babysit your kids? Would you have him drive them to school? Right? So then that's not the right candidate. And we needed the right candidate to go against Donald Trump. We can't take any chances. Well, the Democrats have already taken away too many chances. Okay, by the way, that comment, for those of you who didn't see it, we'll roll it in case you didn't see it, because it's we talk about it, but when you hear it, it's just a visceral gut punch. And it led a lot of people, including some Puerto Rican stars, to not only come out in favor, like Bad Bunny came out in favor of Kamala Harris, but he was probably going to anyway. That's why we had that, is it Has Votado? I'm so bad. My Spanish is just non-existent. Shirt already up on.
The H is silent. It's like asfaltado.
Asfaltado. Okay, there you go. So we already had that shirt prepared at shoptyt.com. By the way, 10% of the proceeds go to Voto Latino, so check that out. But then some Puerto Rican stars that were going to go for Trump flipped and switched over to Kamala Harris. So first, let's show you the clip just so you guys know exactly what we're talking about, because when you see it, it feels worse. So let's watch that real quick.
It is absolutely wild times. It really, really is. And, there's a lot going on. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but there's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah. I think it's called Puerto Rico. Okay. All right. Okay. We're getting there. Now, again, normally I don't follow the national anthem, everybody.
The fact that he had to, when a comedian has to make an excuse for their jokes because they're not getting a big laugh, it's indicative that they're not doing well.
No, I think that he was saying, I finally got a laugh with that, because
he was saying I finally got a laugh.
Yeah, he was having trouble before that, and he was
Right, but so I think you guys are right. There's no question. He said we're getting there, right? Like, I got a little bit of a laugh. Yeah. Now, having said that, most people did groan. So Ida, did it help at all that the crowd groaned?
Yeah, it was just an indicator. There were Puerto Ricans in that audience. That's the thing that people keep missing. There are Puerto Ricans who are Trump supporters. So imagine sitting in a room where you got your Puerto Rican flag and your Donald Trump flag, and the people around you probably are like, man, I really want to laugh, but I got one right here to my left. They were in the room. It wasn't just the Puerto Ricans outside of there that were offended. They were there. And he reminded them that they were not like the rest of them. He was like, we still don't see your full humanity.
but this broke through, and that's what's important to the race. I mean, the Lincoln Project ad's great. The stuff that people, there have been ads and there have been remarks and there have been endorsements. Something happened with this that doesn't typically happen, and it broke through and it stuck, and we're still talking about it, 9
They forgot
days
Philly
later.
was in Pennsylvania.
Well, exactly, yeah. No, and it's true. I mean, that's why I'm saying that this is really an important thing that happened, mostly because it happened, but also because it stuck and it didn't go away. People are still talking about it. Puerto Rican voters living in the United States are still talking about it. People at those phone banks in San Juan are calling people in the United States and reminding them. It's a part of why I think Florida is going to be closer than we expect, because of there's a significant Puerto Rican population there that's going to be, it's not just swing states. They're not just pawns in swing states. They're voters in Florida, and they're a big number in the Orlando area in Central Florida. And I think I think what happened at Madison Square Garden is going to matter tonight in some way, shape, or form when we look back at it.
Yeah.
There are a lot of Puerto Ricans. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I want to ask you about that because, look, New York's got a lot of Puerto Ricans. That's why there's probably a lot of Puerto Ricans in the crowd, as you pointed out. Michael's right. Florida now has a lot of Puerto Ricans. It didn't always, but it does now. But another state that has a ton of Puerto Ricans is Pennsylvania. 420,000. That is not a small number, right? Absolutely. And Trump was picking up a lot of steam with Latino voters before this. I think part of the reason that this one hurt and it resonated and it stuck around, as you guys are saying, is because it confirmed what we were worried about in regards to the Trump side, right? So if the Kamala Harris side had made a joke like that once, a comedian did at a set, it wouldn't stick as much because people think, is Kamala Harris racist against Puerto Ricans? That is very unlikely, right?
Yeah.
Whereas with Trump, you're like, oh, well, that's what we're worried about. And here they are, right? Kind of rubbing it in our face. But how many votes do you think it moves? And I'm asking you because obviously you're more connected to the Puerto Rican community, and it's impossible for you to know, of course, right? But you get a certain vibe, you get a certain sense. And what were you sensing before? What do you sense now afterwards?
Well, I think what it electrified was the apathy, like the people who were not going to vote, right? Because let's not pretend that the people who are in that Trump trance are not in a trance, right? Because there's a lot of them who are devoid of reason. But the reality of it is that the people who were probably not going to vote are like, you know what, these people got to go. And, the reality of it is I can't speak on behalf of all Puerto Ricans. I didn't grow up on the island. I get othered by Puerto Ricans who were born on the island. And it's just been an indicator of, how much division has been sowed in this country and throughout with the people from all the rhetoric that we hear from all of these racist and white supremacy people. But what I will tell you is that people remember Maria. Maria's not that far away where we don't remember Maria. When he went there and threw paper towels at the people, when he didn't even know that we were part of the United States, when he said things about our people that were, inhumane and disrespectful, that Colombians remembered that and Panamanians remembered that, not just Puerto Ricans, because we know that at any moment it could be any of us. What they did was sold intersectionality within the Latinx community, because there were jokes about the Latinos. When he said the jokes about Latinos having a lot of children, the tropes, the old school jokes, It was something that created a bond within our communities where we all bonded together and said, that's not okay. And late to the game, because as my sister Tamika Mallory has been saying, we need intersectionality. For me, the first time Donald Trump said the wrong thing about anybody was the time he lost me. He didn't have to come for Puerto Ricans for it to matter, because I didn't like how the George Floyd stuff was handled. And I cried for Sandra Bland and Tamir Rice. And for me, all of it mattered. But for some people, it took them to say, oh, we're not like that. And that's been happening with white people. They're like, oh my God, he doesn't care about us either. And I pray for the day where it is enough when you do it to anybody. We want a ceasefire. We want a ceasefire. That is not a secret. And many of us are angry about a lot of things. Puerto Ricans want a ceasefire. They don't want to see the things that are happening. None of this is a secret, but we have to be able to speak up for and reach across and say, it matters to me when these people are hurt. But I think what happened was people have a lot of apathy. Politics have been corrupt and dirty and disgusting for so long that a lot of people have given up. And what that rally did was wake up some of those people and said, you know what? I can't let this happen. Even though it's bad, we can't let it get this bad.
And people say too that that what you're talking about is so important, and it's more than just a horse race. But right now we're in the horse race part of it, and what happened is impacting this horse race, and there's no question about it. And Cenk talked about it just now, the sheer numbers in Pennsylvania. How about over 100,000 Puerto Ricans in Georgia and in North Carolina? Georgia, Donald Trump made a phone call to Brad Raffensperger saying, find me 11,000 votes. Well, if there are over 100,000 Puerto Ricans in Georgia, that matters in the horse race now. That matters for what we're doing here today and what we're watching here today. So I think it's impactful in a way that was unpredictable. Nobody obviously saw it coming. And once it did, the fact that it stuck, which those things don't tend to do for Democrats, was pretty impressive.
Yeah, last things I'll say here as we got to wrap up is I think Ida makes a great point about it energized people and got them to go out to vote. And I think that's the most salient point and the one that Trump might regret the most. And the second thing that you said that really resonated with me is that the joke was us, right? All of the others, Muslims, Jews, blacks, Puerto Ricans, everybody he made fun of. The punchline was, ha ha, they're not us. Well, thanks for the warning. We appreciate it. And I think people are going to vote accordingly. Ida Rodriguez, always brilliant. We appreciate you joining us. You're the best, Ida. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everybody check out Ida and all of her comedy sets throughout the country. She did one last night because she got so animated by the Madison Square Garden rally. They decided to fight back with comedy. So
hopefully she didn't follow the national anthem. Hopefully she
Okay, we've got Damage Report coming up next. We're going to take the break in a minute. John and I are going to break down a lot of the other races that are so important today. Let me, as quickly as I can, read a bunch of your comments because everybody's watching from all across the world. Gypsy Danger said, I'm polishing my champagne glass for the tidal wave of Trump supporter tears. Hold, none of the results are in yet. Don't get overconfident. PAUI said, keep up the good teamwork. Kamala for president. Greetings from worried Germany. Sang said, some people have said that Iowa has been the canary in the coal mine for this election. If true, is Trump cooked? Greetings from the UK. Hold, Sang, hold, not yet. Okay. And Lepton Soup 337 says, I've come here for the blue out and to chew bubble gum. And I'm all out of bubble gum. And he's from Iceland. There's so many more. We're going to get to it after the break. Damage Report is next. John and I will be right back. Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. Here at TYT, we understand this. That's why we're not going to price gouge you or use inflation as an excuse to raise our prices. A TYT membership is not your typical subscription, but basic membership is still just $4.99. So what do you get for that price? For starters, you're getting exclusive programming, unique, exclusive designs from Shop TYT, access to a members-only chat, giveaways, emojis, and so many other amazing perks. But most importantly, you're helping to make an impact. As a TYT member, you not only help us do the shows every day, but you drive real positive change in the process. In 2017, we helped to start Justice Democrats right here on TYT. That's a group that got a dozen progressives elected into Congress. That's amazing, you did that. Your support also funds TYT's very own investigative reporting. Just recently, our reporters exposed the Fellowship Foundation and pressured lawmakers into boycotting that bigoted event. Isn't that amazing? We raised over $30,000 for Jackson, Mississippi and delivered clean water to thousands of people in need. Our particular, what just $4.99 a month from our members can do. And we're just getting started. Positive change doesn't occur overnight, but with your contribution, we can make it happen together. You know that viral video you saw of me? First of all, it's bull. Second of all, they got it from a snippet of the live show. You should check out the live show so you see the full context of everything we say. Weekdays, 6 o'clock Eastern, Young Turks on YouTube or wherever you get TYT.
The support we receive from members is the backbone of our movement to drive positive change. We need viewers like you to keep moving forward. Visit tyt.com/team and join our movement today. Welcome one and all to the Damage Report Election Day extravaganza that hopefully will end in an optimistic fashion. I would also be willing to accept no clear winner as long as that also ends in an optimistic fashion. But we're going to be doing a lot on today's show as we wait to find out how this whole thing is going to culminate. We're going to be covering the news. We're going to be covering last minute endorsements. We're going to be talking about some signs that might hint at the eventual victor. And when I say we, it's not just me. It's also special guests. J.R. Jackson is going to be joining us for the last hour of the show. But starting things off, Cenk Uygur is here.
Woo, let's go Dragon Squad, vote.
Vote. Hopefully you already have. I think there's a good chance that you have. If you haven't, get out there and vote. Also, I know that we do this constantly for your show. I don't know why. It feels very weird to be doing TDR at this desk. It feels deeply strange and I'm uncomfortable, but glad to have you here because we have some big stuff to talk about. JR, as I said, will be joining us. We're going to talk about this news because it is both important and interesting. But I also want to restate what I said at the beginning of yesterday's episode. I don't care about anything except finding out who wins. We're going to keep doing this because we have to. I just want to know. The speculation is fun and everything. And on today's extended coverage, we're going to be talking with a whole bunch of awesome people. But I just, at this point, want to know. But anyway, if you're joining us now, please hit the like button, share the stream, send us your comments. Take part in the camaraderie and maybe earn yourself a Blueprint gift card along the way. But if you were watching the last hour of our election coverage, you know Cenk's prediction, you know Michael's prediction. I'll talk more about my own. We'll be talking generally about the election, but I also want to cover a couple of specific topics, and we're going to start off with this one. As you probably already know, at the last minute, Joe Rogan has made his endorsement, shocking a few people, I guess, in endorsing Donald Trump. And so he put out this statement, the great and powerful Elon Musk, which of course invokes the Wizard of Oz in a way that I'm not sure Joe Rogan is intending. But anyway, if it wasn't for him, we'd be effed. He makes what I think is the most compelling case for Trump you'll hear, and I agree with him every step of the way. For the record, yes, that's an endorsement of Trump. Enjoy the podcast. I won't. But anyway, so he has made his endorsement. He has a very large audience, Joe Rogan does. It's one of the biggest podcasts in the world, depending on which platform and which day. Some people think that Tucker Carlson is now more popular because he's more fully embraced conspiracy theories. Obviously, Joe Rogan fans already massively favored Trump, but even those might be more inspired to actually go out and vote as a result of this endorsement. So we're going to get to some reactions to this, and I'll give more of my reactions, but what do you make of this?
Well, I'm actually going to go to one of your reactions first because it relates to the two things that you mentioned. Stephen Blakesley said, I just wanted to waited in the longest line I've seen for voting. Let's all stay Kamala. Look, every election cycle we hear about the long lines, and we think long lines in cities are a good thing for Kamala Harris. But for the right wing, they're absolutely convinced that Trump is going to win. So if you go on X and you suggest that Trump's not going to win, it's not that they're like, oh, boo, we hate you. They think you're crazy.
Yeah.
They think it's the most obvious thing in the world that Trump is going to win. So many things that they believe are true are not true. So that brings us to Joe Rogan. So I'm in an interesting spot with Rogan because I'm in favor of populism. I'm in favor of as much speech as possible. So I'm not a guy who says shut him down, cancel him, etc. And I get that he does, as he says often, I don't know that much about politics, but unfortunately he talks a lot about politics.
Nonstop.
Right? Yeah. And so he had Trump on for 3 hours, and it was look, it was the most softball interview of all time, right? And so I don't know that he would disagree with that. He didn't ask him any hard questions at all. Kamala Harris didn't go on, he did. So, and does Rogan really make any political sense? Kind of, and kind of not. If you look at him and say, well, before he endorsed Bernie Sanders, now he's endorsing Donald Trump. How does that make sense, right? Well, if you look at it on the left-right spectrum, it makes no sense at all. They're on exact opposite ends, right? Now, having said that, I wrote an op-ed for Newsweek recently saying, well, there's a second political spectrum, which is populist versus establishment. And there, Bernie and Donald are on the same end. Now, theoretically, John and I think, will agree that Donald Trump's a fake populist, and all he does is corporate tax cuts and giveaways to his donors. But he talks a mean populist game, and the Rogans of the world have totally bought into it, right?
I agree.
Same with J.D. Vance, when in reality, J.D. Vance is a venture capitalist, okay? And he's funded by Peter Thiel. He was created by Peter Thiel, a Silicon Valley billionaire, in a petri dish, right?
And Joe Rogan is one of the richest people in the world.
Yeah, and so to me, Rogan saying Trump is kind of borderline obvious, given his populist streak, given that his audience is overwhelmingly right-wing. And this is something that I've talked about, and it gets under his skin, but it's reality. There's audience capture for Rogan, and because he's spectacularly wealthy, he doesn't have to run any grifts, right? So, but he gets captured by his audience partly, and he gets captured by the guests. The guests are like a steady stream of 80% right-wingers.
Yeah.
And he's constantly going, oh yeah, you're totally right, oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah.
So in that milieu, if you will, it is.
I won't.
I hear you, and you shouldn't. It's not surprising that he went Trump. I guess it'll affect some votes, as Taylor Swift affected some votes, but it's misguided. And by the way, the good news is, don't worry, he can easily be talked out of it 2 years from now. Okay,
I guess, yeah.
Right.
Just have the last person in the room be someone else. Yeah, I agree. He doesn't need to grift. Grifting is for people who have at most maybe a few $1 million or something like that. He has so much money now that he doesn't have to grift. He potentially would like low taxes, I suppose, which he's much more likely to get under Donald Trump. We're only talking about $10 or $20 million that maybe swing one way or the other depending on who's president. But anyway, yeah, look, Joe Rogan's main thing that he does is sits at a table with people and is completely incapable of ascertaining that they don't know what they're talking about. That is what his legacy is. And so this is the apex, not the endorsement of Trump. I'm not saying that. The apex is he can sit across a table with Elon Musk and he can't tell that Elon Musk doesn't know what he's talking about. And that, I think, is deeply embarrassing. And I say that knowing, never going to get invited on Joe Rogan, but I also never was anyway. So I'm comfortable saying that. If you are impressed with Elon Musk, that is a massive indictment of who you are as a person. That is deeply, deeply embarrassing that at this late date, you would still think that Elon Musk knows at all what he's talking about, let alone is the great and powerful person that makes the powerful case for Donald Trump. Elon Musk's case for Donald Trump is, and we can even bring it up. We'll get to the videos, but let's go to graphic 2. If Trump loses, that's America's last election. There will be no escape. Elon Musk's bizarro world case is that Harris is an existential threat to democracy, not the guy who violently tried to overthrow the US government. And that's fine for Elon Musk to say, I guess. But Joe Rogan sits across from him at a table and says, I find this to be a compelling argument. You're right. And I just think, look, I know for some people they think, well, it's Trump or it's Harris. You choose one way or the other. Here's the thing. There are candidates that you may agree with on some ways. And then theoretically, there might be like an excuse to not go for them. Donald Trump has given people more off-ramps from doing a terrible thing and supporting them than any other politician in history. For you to go through all these years with Donald Trump and to come out the other side voting for him, you are signing on to so much. Literally just the last 2 weeks, that would be too much for any reasonable person. But Rogan has seen all of it. He's commented on a lot of it along the way, and he comes out the other end okay with this. And I want to provide an example of what I'm talking about here. Let's play that flashback shot, the last shot for this block, I believe it is, of him talking about Trump over the years.
I think I'll probably vote for Bernie. I think he's looking out for the interests of the working people. And I think he wants people to have a better life and do better. And I'm all for that. And if that means I have to pay more in tax, like people think, oh, you're a socialist. I've heard people say that. Oh, you're a socialist, bro. Like, first of all, he's not even a socialist. He's a democratic socialist. It's a different thing. 87% of scientists said that human activity is driving global warming. I'm very pro-choice. I'm very women's rights, civil rights, gay rights, trans rights. I'm even universal health care. This thing that Trump's doing with children that were born in other countries and then brought over here as children, and then they're talking about deporting them. That drives me that kind of shit. And the hard right version of that is despicable. These people that I see online, why didn't they apply for citizenship? Oh, who knows? Maybe because they're 13. I don't give a f if they broke the law. You don't take parents and kids and separate them. You just don't. The January 6th thing is important.
See, it is important, but is it the 6 months later? It should be the ruling number one conversation of journalists?
I think it's really important. And one of the reasons why I think it's important because it highlights the reasons why a guy like Donald Trump is so dangerous. Is because a guy can incite a bunch of morons to do something really stupid.
Now, that's obviously from a couple of years ago. There's way more to that. And let me just answer the question that Sagar was asking there. Yes, I think you can still talk about the coup 6 months later. Yes, I think that an effing coup should still be big news for, let's say, a year. Then we move on as a nation. But I think the country's first coup should probably be discussed for a while. But anyway, and look, to the populism thing, I don't think the word populism should be used anymore. I think it should be replaced by words that have actual meanings. Because if populism can be used to encapsulate both Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump, then it's not a helpful word, I don't think.
Because I think it is a helpful word.
I think Donald Trump's use of populism has almost nothing to do with Bernie Sanders. I think it is. Anyway, look, that's maybe a side argument that we can get into if you want to. But anyway, I find the endorsement to be such a repudiation of all of these strong stances he's taken. And I think the thing that happened to Joe Rogan is the thing that happened to Elon Musk. He was affected by the online anti-woke mind virus. His brain has been twisted by conspiracy theories about boxers in the Olympics and gender dysphoria and all that stuff. And so forget all that stuff about healthcare and immigration and all of those stances. I'm going to go for the least qualified presidential candidate America has ever experienced.
Yeah, so I agree with you on that. So look, guys, if you ever watch the Young Turks, you know that I've got a lot of issues with the Democrats. I've got a lot of issues with the establishment. I think populism is a perfectly great word, and I think it should be adopted by the right and the left. And what it means is F the donors and screw all these politicians who all work for the donors.
But that isn't what Trump is doing.
I know, but that's why I call him a fake populist, John. But he pretends to be a populist. He ran on Drain the Swamp in 2016. It doesn't get any more populist than that. And the establishment hates him. That is why a lot of populists on the right wing like Donald Trump, because they say the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Now, a lot of them like Trump for bad reasons, but especially recently, there's a whole giant bro culture, which Joe Rogan is an enormous part of, like the grand poobah of that bro culture, who is pro-choice and pro-average guy, etc. They've just been misdirected to supporting Donald Trump for the reasons that you're stating.
So many of them have been misdirected by Joe Rogan, apparently.
Yeah, but first he misdirected himself. You see it on those clips. He's totally right about those instincts that he has. But then what happened between that last clip we showed you, which was around 2021, and today, 3 years later, right? What happened was a steady stream of 4 to 5 guests every week, or let's say 3 to 4, let's be generous, that were right-wingers going, oh, Democrats are the worst, they're gonna kidnap your children, they're gonna turn them all into, your boys into girls, and oh my God, the bathrooms, and this and that, and oh, woke mind virus. And he eventually got it. He got the ailment we're talking about. There's 2 ailments here, and they're deeply ironic. One is the anti-woke mind virus that John alluded to, and that is massive. They think it's in reverse, obviously. We live in different realities, right? So in their reality, oh my God, the biggest issue in the country is whether 7 trans girls play in high school sports against biological girls. I mean, I don't know if there's 7 or 17 or 70, but it ain't a lot. Yeah. And that is not the biggest issue in America. That is literally the smallest issue in America. But if you go on Rogan's show, oh my God, it's 80% of the conversation, right? And so that is the anti-woke mind virus. And you know who planted that? Really rich corporate supporting Republicans who thought, oh, good, since we're the douchebag party that's for the rich, and when we get in office, all we ever do is corporate tax cuts, we have to find a way to trick people into voting for us. And the best trick we ever had was abortion. We'd say, oh, they're murdering the children. Give us the tax cuts because they're murdering the children. That's the oldest trick in the book. It's literally chapter 3 of my book, Justice is Coming, called Why Republicans Suck. Because the whole point is to trick you through these tiny little wedge issues. And I was on Drinking Bros, and that's Dan Holloway. He's going to be on the show later. He's a right-winger. But he's just as mad about it. And he's like, why do you think they call them wedge issues? Because it's supposed to drive a wedge between us, right? And it worked brilliantly on Rogan's show. Wedge, wedge, wedge. The tiniest little issues. Meanwhile, they're robbing you blind, and you got no health care, and you've got lower wages, and you've got out of control inflation, etc. And you're worried about these tiny little issues as if they matter. The second thing they have, John, is Trump derangement syndrome. They think we have it. I think they have it in spades.
I agree. So
we say, hey, wait a minute. Kamala Harris has all these different problems. I don't think the Democrats are going to deliver. I don't think the Democrats mean well when they take donor money and serve the donors, et cetera. What part of that is Trump derangement syndrome? I'm being as realistic, practical, and critical of the Democrats as I could possibly be, right? And I'm deeply frustrated by the Democrats. And with Trump, I give him credit where he deserves it. I thought the McDonald's thing was a good photo op. I thought the garbage truck thing was a good photo op, even though he looked like an Oompa Loompa, and that part is true. But you know, he did criminal justice reform. I can't be any more fair to the guy. But how do you not see a coup? That's Trump derangement syndrome. When you go, oh, he had a fake elector plot to overturn an election he didn't win. He lost all 61 court cases, never had any evidence. Everyone who pretended that the election was stolen got sued nearly out of existence because they were so wrong and they had no evidence. And plus, he said afterwards to terminate the Constitution. But since I have Trump derangement syndrome, I'm going to sane wash. And I'm going to pretend it's even, and I'm going to support Trump. And that's what Rogan's doing.
I think that is a great example of how Trump derangement syndrome actually works. But I think you have recently talked about one that might even be more applicable to them. That you can be a deranged conspiracist right-winger who for years and years is just posting QAnon memes and talking about Epstein. And then it turns out Epstein and Trump were the biggest bros ever. I don't see anything. That's perfectly 100%. Fine. Nope, no big deal there. And he wishes Ghislaine Maxwell the best.
So I got to jump in on that. Okay. So my son sent me a TikTok video yesterday, and it was a guy with a Maga hat on, and it's a joke, and they were going, okay, Biden did this, and the guy goes, terrible. Oh, I'm sorry, it was Trump. He's like, oh, it's totally fine. He was just joking, etc. And then they get to Epstein, and then he's like, oh, I knew it. Biden's a pervert, the worst pedophile. No, it was actually Trump who was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein for 10 years. He's like, look, that happens. It's no big deal. It's like, it's out of context, etc. Trump not only said that he was, quote, a terrific guy, but that they were really close friends for 15 years, but he said, I know Jeffrey likes him younger.
Yeah,
How do you? I mean, that's Trump derangement syndrome. When you go, I despise Jeffrey Epstein, but Trump being a terrific friend of his, and knowing that he likes young underage girls, no big deal.
Think about how disturbing the things Trump saw must be. For Trump, the guy who busts into dressing rooms to see 14-year-olds undressing, he thought Epstein was weird. And then he only stayed friends with him for another 20 years, to be fair.
And by the way, in the new tapes, you see that Epstein thought, well, Trump is really weird.
Yeah, great friendship right there, by the way. We have to go to our first break. I just want to mention one final thing about the Rogan thing. And I have no doubt that every right-winger will be like, they're so mad he endorsed. First of all, he can endorse whoever he wants. I'm going to criticize him for the things he says and does. He can endorse whoever he wants, and I didn't think there was ever a chance he was going to endorse Kamala Harris in the first place. So it's hardly a loss in that way. But I will also say, I don't know exactly how old Joe Rogan is, but I'm guessing he's at least in his mid-40s. At a certain point, stop saying, well, I don't know anything about politics and talking about it all day long. That's self-infantilizing. And I think that a grown man shouldn't do that. Also, everybody else, and I understand why we might do this. People talk about Joe Rogan the way libs talked about Melania up until a few years ago. As if he's this pure angelic creature just floating through the world who we can't have standards for. Like, he's a full-grown adult man. He's responsible for the decisions he makes. He's responsible for the people he brings onto his show. He's responsible for the research he does or doesn't do before speaking to them. He's responsible for wherever he ends up ideologically. He is not just a passive participant floating through the universe that things bump into. Like, I hold you responsible for what you say and do. I hope that you do the same for me. He's a full-grown, incredibly wealthy person with more access to politicians than literally both you and I ever will be in our life. And so I think that at a certain point, we can hold him responsible for wherever he ends up politically.
And I'll say one last quick thing. The idea that Kamala Harris and the Democrats are going to cancel elections and just run a dictatorship is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. It's classic Trump derangement syndrome.
Yes.
Like, are you insane? You'd have, and Rogan's like, oh yeah, that's such a good point. No, it's not. Show me, like, what evidence do you have that Democrats would cancel elections? We have overwhelming evidence for Trump encouraging a riot. They said, hang Mike Pence, his chief of staff tells him, and he says he deserves it. He thought his vice president deserved to be murdered. And you guys think that that's normal? You think that's normal? That's insane. Yeah. And by the way, everybody pretending that Elon Musk does not have a vested interest in who wins is also insane.
Yes.
He's not your savior. He's the richest billionaire in the world who is looking to rob you blind if Trump wins. Mm-hmm. He's going to deregulate who? All of his companies. He's going to cut taxes for who? All of his companies. So he's like, oh, yummy for my tummy. And what's he going to do with crypto? God help us.
Yeah, and more government contracts for all of these things. No, Musk derangement syndrome is also a big thing. And I'll close with this comment because you talked about the violence and the election denial. Trump this morning was asked, will you tell your supporters there should be no violence? And he said, I don't have to tell them that. Yeah, but you kind of do. You kind of do. I mean, who are the ones punching election workers in the face around the country? Not a lot of libs that are doing that. Who's the one that stormed the Capitol? I don't think it was commies. But anyway, we're going to take our first break. We'll be back after this. Oh, I thought we were going to come back for like another 6-8 minutes. Oh, hey everybody, how's it going? Yeah, I don't know if we can directly communicate. We're going to have to do some behind the scenes stuff. This is TYT. It's totally cool. I think we have him until the halfway mark, right? Okay, well, we'll figure it out. You communicate with me if you can. But anyway, I want to respond to some of your comments, everyone. We are going to see what's going on out there. Yes, okay, let's see. Mantis Dragon, thank you for the memberships you gifted. I do appreciate that. There was a lot of gifting going on in the days leading up to the election. Super happy to see that continue on election day. And Bronco gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. Windrunner Dragon gifted 1. Thank you so much. Mooncat gifted 1 as well, or Mooncat continued their membership. Thank you for that. I'm going to read some super chats as well. And to the producers, if you want to communicate with me in the Hi John document, you can feel free to do that. That's where I'll see it. Okay.
John, can I do a real quick shout out here as well? ISP Brother Wolf, thank you for gifting 10 damage report memberships. That happened right before you came in, John. Johnny Winfield 00083, thank you for gifting TYT memberships. William Bishop, thank you for gifting 20. That's beautiful. So all these folks just joined. Sharon Ann Koenig, Patrick Dixon, Cynthia Kanzler, Brian Cole, and Noffer. They all hit the join button below. That's terrific, and we appreciate you all.
Okay, so we're gonna come back in a minute, and then we're gonna do one more quick story, and then Cenk is unfortunately gonna have to transition out. But at that point, we will get JR. So very exciting, everyone. Candy One Kenobi Dragon says in a super chat, I love the damage report more than all the other political programs that I tune into. John, you are great at what you do. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not my favorite show, but I generally like what we do. Me being me says in a super chat, you are 1,000% John. I'll go further and say populism died with Bernie's loss, and the right has never had populism. Look, let me say, I made a statement, and Cenk gave his take. I get what you're saying. And I think that there is a big nuanced thing to it. I think a whole book could be written about this. What I don't like is when people not like Cenk, those who want right-wing populism to be a thing that it isn't, throw the term around to gain some of what I consider the stolen rhetorical valor of people like Bernie Sanders. Trump's populism is not just fake. It's obviously fake. It is transparently fake. And so that's what I want to be more of the conversation. But anyway, Swedish Finn Polymath says, Finland is with Harris, her Swedish advisor from Helsinki. I don't mind a Trump win either. Cenk, did you see they polled all different communities in different countries in the EU about who they'd vote for? And Trump won, I believe, 2 or 3 states. Russia, he had the highest support, it was like 70% or something. Denmark was 96% for Harris.
That's Finland, hilarious.
That is it. How is that possible? How is that possible? There aren't more like transphobes in Denmark or something, but anyway, Finland also was very overwhelming. All the Nordic states were very overwhelmingly for Harris, and so that was pretty interesting. I think France was like 70%. And they've obviously had some issues with the right wing in France in recent years.
I hope we have the same kind of finish.
How
How sweet it would be.
Okay.
I got to go get a Danish.
We don't even have Danish. We have bagels. Anyway, okay. You've gone Norway too far with the puns.
Oh, Norway.
Anyway, Nature Nut says, shout out to mods and everyone doing all the hard work behind the scenes so my favorite nerd can come on, bat his eyelashes, and look pretty. Aw, they noticed your eyelashes, Jank. Anyway, yes, thank you to everybody. There's a million people trying to make this happen and trying to keep up with whatever the hell chaos I'm throwing into the middle of the show. So thank you, Edwin. Thank you, everybody in the control room, everybody remotely. We'll be right back. Okay, one more fast segment with Jank. Do you remember when Barack Obama made this joke?
There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes.
I will never stop being happy that I was in the room for that joke. But anyway, that sort of joke has got to hurt even more for Trump lately because in the closing days of this election, he's apparently been having some trouble filling rooms. And is that perhaps a sign that the enthusiasm has moved away from him? Here's a report from a recent Trump rally.
We're looking at about a capacity about 70% full here. And for 9 years, I'm going to have Tony Pan to the right. For 9 years, we have talked about the enthusiasm and the masses that have come out for Trump's rallies time and again, even at his politically lowest points, including in 2022. But interestingly, and I can't tell you exactly why, but in this final week, we have seen far smaller crowds. We were in Greensboro, North Carolina, where just a few thousand people. Macon, Georgia, just a few thousand people yesterday. What does that mean? Ultimately, you can only discern so much from what crowd sizes look like. But interestingly, for the first time since I've been covering Donald Trump since 2015, there's been us in the press that have been looking around questioning why the crowd sizes have been less than what we are accustomed to.
So I'm going to throw to Jank. I will say I don't know how much predictive power, if any, there is in crowd sizes. But I do know that for years, Donald Trump has implied that an inability to draw crowds is a terrible sign for a politician. Does this give you any hope, or you think it's a fluke, utterly irrelevant?
So I'm going to make a tangential point because I think crowd sizes are generally the most overhyped thing in American politics. So I remember Mitt Romney used to say, "Oh, all my crowds. There's no way we could lose." It's not how it works, brother. And by the way, Bernie Sanders had giant crowd sizes. And to be fair, they were indicative in the beginning, because remember, Bernie started around 2 to 3% back in 2015. And I remember the story he told us here on the Young Turks. Said, Bernie, when did you know? And he said, we went to a rally, I think maybe Minnesota or somewhere. And I asked my assistant, who are all these people here for? Is there a concert before us? And he said, no, Bernie, they're here for you. And he said, what? Right? And so the crowd size in the beginning for Bernie made a big difference. And same with Trump. So they had these giant crowd sizes, and it turns out they started gaining in the polls. But remember, even when they're gaining, even with the giant crowds, they're at 7%, 8%, 12%, 13%, right? So, and then by the time the crowds have matured, you're maxing out at some point. And at that point, both Mitt Romney and Barack Obama, to use the 2012 example, have giant crowds. It doesn't tell you anything. It tells you there's an election, right? and then the polling is what matters. Crowds are just anecdotal. Here in this case, though, I don't think the crowd size matters. But what I do think is, and this is now a theory, and you could disregard it. This is, we do facts, then we do analysis. So this is a theory. I think Trump, after the assassination attempts, subconsciously started throwing this thing, okay? So I read a story about how he was really freaked out about it, and then he kept replaying the tape over and over and over and over again, right? He got scared. And so, look, I don't blame him. That's a traumatic thing to go through. And I mean, they missed by a quarter inch. And so then he just started unwinding, and he started being more and more unstable, even for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
I mean, he's closing John with yesterday calling Nancy Pelosi the B word, saying that Kamala Harris should get in the ring with Mike Tyson. I mean, just when your number one problem is women going out to vote, especially women who wouldn't necessarily go to vote, who aren't that political, who are going to vote against you, and you animate them.
Whether they like it or not.
Whether they like it or not. I saw a meme online, and it had these women in burqas, full burqas, and they said, here's what men protecting women, whether they like it or not, looks like.
Yeah.
Okay? So, and he allusions to violence, the crazy Madison Square Garden rally, etc. I think that the rallies are dwindling because they're both finding him boring, the constant rambling, right? The weave. And, some people call it genius the way that I weave. No one calls it that. Only you do. Everybody else is worried about you, okay? And so I think here in the last couple of weeks, he almost was trying to lose, and you got that sense from both the bad energy in the Madison Square Garden rally, which was full, right? And the lackadaisical, bad and non-existent energy in the rallies that are now dwindling.
Yeah.
And maybe that's part of the reason why, I still say I don't know, but when forced to pick, I pick Kamala Harris today in terms of who's going to win. Who I want to win is obvious. I want Kamala Harris to be...
Oh, sorry.
I want Kamala Harris to be Donald Trump, and Donald Trump to be forever out of our lives. It doesn't mean we're going to get back to Sandy, but at least not that danger to democracy in the country. But, 2 weeks ago, I would have said super close Trump. I'm leaning towards Trump winning, but now I'm leaning towards Kamala Harris winning, partly because of all the things he did at those rallies.
Yeah, maybe. And look, I'm slightly more optimistic than you. I'm probably between you and a Michael Schor, maybe. And nobody's quite approaching Schuster, but I like his enthusiasm. It's like a lighthouse, I think, for this election. But look, it's entirely possible. I would be scared if that had happened to me. And for the people, there are other reasons to not go to the rallies. First of all, they might be scared of potentially being shot. And so I understand that, particularly when Trump sometimes seems to be egging it on by telling the shooters who to kill before they shoot him. So that could be a reason. Also, in some of these places, there's a lot of early voting. Maybe these people already voted, so they don't feel like going to a rally. They want to be done with this thing. So this is what not having Trump derangement syndrome looks like. I can play devil's advocate and come up with other explanations. Also, I hope it's a sign of lacking enthusiasm. And bear in mind, recent polling had his side at about a 10-point enthusiasm gap versus Harris. So we will see. We'll see. Quick final point?
Yeah, one last final point. It's possible they also saw the Madison Square Garden rally.
Yeah.
And they didn't want to go to a rally where people would think they were extremists.
Maybe.
Because that rally was nuts.
Yeah, it was gross.
Right?
It was gross.
And so that might make people hesitate and go, I don't really want to be a part of that.
Yeah. Well, Cenk, it was a pleasure having you on the show. It happens once every 2 years or so. Look forward to speaking to you hopefully a couple of years into the Harris thing. But anyway, and I think later on tonight we'll probably talk a little bit about the election.
Yeah, I think so.
For a little
Obviously, guys, this goes all day. Damage Report goes into Indisputable with Rashad. I'll also be on Indisputable in the first half hour. And then we're going to go to Young Turks, and we're going to go to election coverage all night long. If you sign up through the website today, tyt.com, you get 20% off of membership. We appreciate if you do that. Shirts like this one and Asfotado in an homage to Bad Bunny are up on shoptyt.com. And by the way, that shirt, 10% goes to Voto Latino. Is definitely needed. And so thank you all for being here today. It's exciting. I still don't know who's going to win. And we're on pins and needles here. And I love that you're watching all the shows.
Yes. Thank you for being here. On the other side of this break, Jared Jackson will be joining us. We'll be right back.
Live viewership was up to at least 13,000. So
Nice.
That's nice.
Hey, everybody. Okay, so Cenk was just talking about raising money for Voto Latino. Here's a little anecdote from my life. If it was not for that organization, I would not be married to my wife and I wouldn't have my child. It was Voto Latino sending my wife to cover the DNC that caused us to begin talking once again and eventually get married and have Reina. So great organization, both politically and as a matchmaker. But anyway, okay, so we're gonna be getting JR in. You feel free on Slack to keep me updated. We're gonna go to some of the comments. Ari Jean says, John looks so butch in his fancy clothes. I don't know how to take that, but thank you. They are fancy. My wife picked out this shirt, but anyway. Georgie Girl says, just because Joe Rogan wears a sweatshirt on air doesn't mean he's part of the working class whom he thinks Trump will help. Look, and again, I don't have any derangement syndrome. There are issues in which I'm sure he's still good on. It just, the like weird lack of accountability or consistency, it's super strange. And like, you can say you're pro-choice and you can try to say you're still pro-choice even though you're voting for Trump, but my retort would be, what does it matter? Like, okay, technically you support a lot of things. You're going for literally the worst candidate that America has ever faced. You're choosing to, not just to vote for him. You chose to put your name and reputation on the line to support him. And I just think that's utterly pathetic. Anyway, and like I've said several times before, it isn't with Trump. It isn't just he's said the most racist things out of any candidate, or he's said the most violent things out of any candidate. He is in a class beyond that. He has said more racist things than all of them combined. He's said more violent things than all of them combined. He is lapping the field of all of the most grotesque troglodytes that we've ever faced as a nation over many decades. To put your name and your audience to him, that is just deeply strange. Anyway, okay. Cabbage says, I think John way underestimates the power of lazy to keep people ignorant. I think people are smart, but too lazy to read, so they ignorant. I might be underestimating that. I do acknowledge that it's a thing, and I certainly don't think that enough people read. Okay, let's see. Aspiring Dragon, member for 31 months, says in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, they switched to paper ballots and very little privacy. Great. Well, Bucks County is the place that Trump had that legal challenge, and there's multiple states. Texas just sued to stop the DOJ from observing the polling places. Florida has already blocked them, so, you know, fun stuff happening all over the place. I remain cautiously optimistic. Okay, Grant Stanfield, member for 46 months at tier 2, says, today be a man, vote for a woman. I just did that in Wisconsin. Harris Walls 2024. Important state. Hope it works out. Popcorn Gal gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Popcorn Gal. Super nice of you. James Hickson gifted 1 as well. Thank you so much. Mazea Zenon, member for 43 months, says, I worked with both a Dane and a Norwegian at our local Harris campaign. They both said they had to come to the US and work for Harris, as both countries will be next on the list for Putin. I know, isn't it like super weird that it isn't dominating the headlines more, that the continuing existence of Ukraine could come down to a few thousand voters in Pennsylvania? Who would have thought that just a couple of years ago? Anyway, Yozora Sora, thank you for being a member. Finally, Samalin, hey Samalin, member for 36 months, says, just popping in to say hi, been dealing with some medical things, love and miss you all. Thank you, it's good to hear from you. We'll be right back. Okay, we have JR Jackson with us.
I would hope so.
Hey JR, how's it going? Glad to have you here. It wouldn't be election day without you. How are you doing on this fine day?
Well, I woke up this morning and I was like, what do we do today? Oh, yeah, it's election day. It's kind of crazy.
Oh, safe democracy.
I woke up in a decent mood and I've been in a bad mood ever since. Not for anything particular as comes to political stuff, outside of the fact that I have to listen to this a-hole every day. I'm really close to cursing every day and try to analyze and talk about what it is that's right in front of us. That's just, it's a simple thing.
Yeah.
I feel like the degree to which we can discuss politics and analyze political comings and goings and polling and what someone said about the other and policy and personality, all that, there's not much else to say. There's no analysis left except for, did you see this? And the next is, well, did you see that?
JR,
did you think about this?
I'm gonna need some more analysis out of you, buddy. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna play some videos for you. Why don't we get ready for D-Block? We'll go into that in just a minute, and we're gonna figure it out. Look, here's the silver lining. These reprehensible videos I'm gonna play for you could well be the last ones I ever need to play for you, or among the last. You know, we still have a couple of tough months legally ahead of us, but we'll see. So we're gonna get to that in just a sec. I have one quick question for you. Did you choose your hat this morning because of its similarity to the Harris Walls camo hat?
I have no idea anything about the Harris Walls hat. And
they have a camo one. I thought that's what you were going for.
My internet's in. No, partially Detroit, bro. Of course. Michigan's a big state. I'm not sure if it's up for grabs the same way everything else in these swing states are, but represent. I do have family. I did live there.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just a little bit of reference. It was going to be either LA or Detroit on my head today. So we're going this way. It might switch.
I like it. I find the lack of LA interesting, but I get it. Michigan, important state. Hopefully things work out there. Okay, with that said, we're going to see how much more analysis we can wring out of J.R. Jackson. Why don't we just launch right into this?
Did you see the two boxes? Did you see the two boxes? They were men. They transitioned into womanhood. And they fought a very good Italian. They have women's boxing in the Olympics. And they fought a very good Italian young lady. And boom, she got hit with just a left jab. She went back to her corner, said, I've never been hit like that. This was just like a defensive. Oh, they could fight Iron Mike, I'll tell you. Iron Mike would say, this is not a good thing. I know Iron Mike, and he's a great guy, Mike Tyson. He's a great guy. He's a good man. Okay, Mike's been through a lot, but he could fight. Let me tell you, that guy could fight. But can you imagine Mike? Oh, he says, put Mike in the ring with Kamala. That would be interesting.
Okay, so that continues for a really long time at really low energy as he goes back to talking about the two women who transitioned. So let's quickly go through the three layers of how reprehensible every bit of that was. In the beginning, he is talking about the now many months ago debunked right-wing idea that the two cisgendered boxers at the Olympics, born women, women to this day, women every day, are secretly trans. Utter madness. This is his closing argument as a presidential candidate. That was last night. He is talking about a long ago debunked conspiracy theory where he asserts that biological women, as they would say, are secretly men. Then he starts to fantasize about them having to box Mike Tyson. So under the guise of saying women shouldn't have to box men, he spins a fantasy of a man beating two women. That's not enough. Then when a heckler in the crowd says, wouldn't it be funny if Iron Mike killed Kamala in the ring? He's like, yeah, that could happen. Why? Why would that be? That's not even about boxing anymore. You're just talking about the woman you're running against, being brutalized by one of the most dominant boxers in history? Again, all of this is one of the closing pitches he makes to America, and he's doing it, by the way, in front of a backdrop of women with Women for Trump on signs. JR, you're a sports fan, maybe a Mike Tyson fan. What do you make of that?
It's the typical approach we've got, right? So the irony doesn't exist anymore. He doesn't have to think about what he says. He doesn't have to pause. If someone says something crazy, disgusting, he's like, yes, that's all we need. I was watching this CNN report, and they were showing I think you showed it when you were on with Jen, because I was watching a little bit earlier. Of this, it was MSNBC actually. They went into the crowds and they were talking about how, look, this rally is getting vacant and it hasn't even started yet. People aren't showing up to the same clip that they were before. Now the CNN analysis then said, well, people within the Trump administration, people advising, people outside of it that are advising advisors or directly talking to Trump themselves, they want him to stay on message. And they're a little bit frustrated in the final weekend before we lead up to today, Election Day. He's not staying on message. These rallies are still doing the same ridiculous things, still bashing women, still calling prominent female politicians names, like further than he was before. And they said he's just not on message. He's absolutely on message. This is the message. This is the message. Let's stop acting like this isn't the message. It's been 10 years damn near of this message. He started with the Mexicans are rapists and drug dealers, and they're coming for your wives and your daughters. And it's 2024, and guess what he keeps saying? This is the message, bro. So when he was elected in 2016, the folks who voted for him in 2020, after hundreds of thousands of Americans died, and he asked them, is your life better off now than it was when I was in office? And the answer that's never said and the question that's never asked as a follow-up is you lost about 5 to 6 people due to COVID. This piece of garbage said, yes, piece of garbage said, I'm going to cover this up. let's not test or else there won't be numbers. I'm going to cover this up because this could make me look bad.
Yep.
This was his approach to your people's lives. Are their lives better off now? I mean, I guess if you're a Christian and you think you rise up and go to heaven and you're better off since, maybe that way, but they're not here anymore. They're not dealing with Donald Trump anymore. So whose lives are better off? Nobody actually answers the question. None of the things he says result in a positive result. Nothing. So this is the message. The message is hate, division, disdain, and attack. That's all it is. So it doesn't matter if he wins or loses. I saw Cenk talking about how maybe Trump is subconsciously trying to lose the race. No, he's not. This is him. This is who he is. It worked before. Why change it now? Why change it now? It ain't work. It ain't stopped him from getting to this prominent position. It hasn't stopped people from Tulsi Gabbard to the dumbass Marco Rubio jumping on his train too. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And that's not me saying it. That's all of his supporters and all these surrogates saying it.
Well, it doesn't matter to his remaining supporters, which might be enough to send him back to the White House, and it is entirely possible he wins today. He did lose narrowly in 2020, and he should be leading by 8 points this year, considering how much people didn't like Joe Biden. But it is neck and neck. So I think in that way, it potentially matters. But that said, I do think it is who he is, and I do think he's on his message, if not the campaign's message. And I'm going to give you more examples of that. So let's go to some absolutely insane lies he was telling his rally last night, starting with this.
They've already pulled out of a couple of states, states like, the word is they pulled out of North Carolina. They cut all their ads. They're using the money someplace else. I even heard they ran out of money. Kamala has a little rally going on. And when I say little, I mean little. It's a competing rally. It's not this giant place that's sold out. What a beautiful, this is a beautiful place. And it's quite embarrassing. It's all over the internet. She's screaming, and the people, it's about 100 people, they're not moving. They just want to go home, just be done. It's not quite this.
Yeah, that's not related to literally anything. That's not like they edited something falsely or they're exaggerating. No, that's not based on literally anything. They're not pulling out of North Carolina. His advisors are worried about North Carolina. They've run out of money. They had $1 billion. What are you talking about? They can't draw a crowd. All the headlines are about your trouble. That room wasn't full. And she's screaming, she's freaking. And look, some of this is him just having to freak out because he's worried about what's going to happen today. Most of it is just, hey, everybody in the audience, I'm going to tell you a bunch of lies. You're going to understandably, if you accept those lies, believe that there's no world that she could possibly win this election in. And you will be so shell-shocked if she does win that maybe you'll be willing to pick up a gun. That's what the strategy seems like to me. Now, I'm gonna roll one more clip with one more insane lie, and then JR, I want your thoughts. This is about migrants.
100% of the jobs that were created went to migrants, not to people.
Yeah, so hey everybody, don't look at the good jobs numbers and feel better about that. I'm gonna tell you a lie that they didn't go to people, they went to migrants. Two different categories. There's people and then there's migrants. JR, look to your earlier point, it is who he is. It's grotesque and it could win him the presidency. What do you think?
This is the benefit of the rallies. It doesn't matter. Is he seeing a theme here yet? So if he brings up North Carolina to anyone who's thinking or who's listening to what he's saying, ask him what happened to Mark Robinson, North Carolina. Are they pulling out of that? Has he mentioned the name Mark Robinson ever since that whole thing came through? It's curious. It's weird how Republicans have an issue in North Carolina with the guy running for governor, the head of the damn state, pulling out of North Carolina. So let's talk about how North Carolina is so great for you. Why is it that the guy in North Carolina had all of these disgusting things to say about anyone else, had these sexual escapades that he bragged about, talked about being a pervert? Are we talking about that yet? Because Christians, they support Donald Trump. They think the economy is great, except for 105% of the economists saying that everything he says he's going to do is ridiculous for the economy. So let's go to the migrants. I was so stuck on Mark Robinson, I can't even damn near hear what he was talking about with migrants.
He said 100% of the jobs.
They got 100% of the jobs.
Yeah.
They got 100% of the jobs. So again, ask all of these MAGA folks, do you work? Did you get a job within the last 4 years? And there's a significant number. And then ask them, are you a migrant? I'm just curious because your guy said that you are. Maybe since you hate anyone that doesn't look just like you, maybe that's a disrespectful thing to say. There's so many ways to spin how ridiculous he goes, but you can't really, especially in these last week or so, you can't really nail it down because he doesn't talk to anyone else. And neither is, Kamala. Nobody's talking to any media or interviews lately. It's just speaking to your crowd and letting them just clap and applaud and blink their eyes and watch the things that you say. Yeah. There's no pushback. It's just saying whatever you want. Maybe that's the reason why things have kind of escalated to the point of then he'll just throw out and call Nancy Pelosi the B. And then, JD Vance will call Kamala trash right after acting like they're offended about Joe Biden.
Yep.
And calling them trash. I don't know where you stand on whether or not Joe Biden did that or not.
I think he was talking about like the close ring of advisors. I also don't care. It's Joe Biden. He's not running.
100%.
He's
he did. Maybe he didn't mean to, but he did.
Sure.
Sure. The problem with that is who cares? Sorry.
Yeah, well, no, because it was politically incorrect, and he should have known the right is not going to stand for that sort of politically incorrect talk. Okay, you need to be nice and sensitive and constantly worried about what everyone's going to think about what you say. That is the stance they have always taken, JR.
By the way, the 100% migrants job thing, that was 2 months ago that was their line.
Yeah.
That was 2 months ago.
Yeah, he's playing.
Why
he's
are
playing
we still talking about that?
He's playing the oldies because the economic news has been kind of positive, and his job is to convince everyone that things are worse than they actually are, and that's understandable. He's a politician. The fact that they want to be convinced that things are worse than they are, that is deeply strange. But that said, in the area of deeply strange things, we got one more topic to discuss. Let's jump into the first video that's E-Block, and we'll discuss.
We've been told again and again that we cannot vote for the man that did more for the black community than any other president. If a black man dares speak out in support of Donald Trump, a Democrat is always there to call that man an Uncle Tom, a house Negro, or even worse. We've been used by the Democrats. For decades, we've supported the party of slavery and Jim Crow, supported the party of the Ku Klux Klan.
So if it's not clear, and please tell me that it's clear, that's a deep fake. Because of course, by the time the government had gotten done killing him, Donald Trump was still young enough that he was probably still just aspiring to eventually discriminate against black people trying to rent rooms in the buildings he would own. But that's going around, and obviously on a platform like Twitter, nothing is going to be done to stop that. So it's getting millions of views, and MLK's daughter has slammed the video, but we have just a little bit more.
We recognize that Donald J. Trump kept the promises he made to all Americans, and we will vote for Donald Trump as our president, and we will fight beside him to make America great again. We will not allow the American dream to die, and as we unite under the banner of President Trump and America First, let there be no doubt that yes, as the man always says, the best is yet to come.
Yeah, that's the worst thing I think I've ever seen to take. Being spread and being liked on social media by people who utterly despise Martin Luther King, but want to pretend to think that he would endorse Trump and pretend to think that that would be a good thing when they hate everything he ever said about war, they hate everything he ever said about the economy and economic inequality, everything he ever said about race relations. They despised him. If they were around to see it, they cheered when he died. And now they're spreading a video like this on social media, JR, deeply weird.
Ask these folks how many of them celebrate Martin Luther King's birthday, the holiday that, several states didn't want to make a federal holiday, that they didn't want to actually allow people to have a day off in remembrance of this guy. Just ask which party was in support of that more recently than, as they like to flip the script on who did. Which party supports enslavement back at the beginning? Which party rails on the fact that people talk about that George Washington and several other founding fathers enslaved people? Which party is mad when you bring that up? Just since we're talking about, race relations and how things got started in this country. And when it comes to this particular stupid ass ad or whatever it is supposed to be, I would run that. I'd put that out there and be like, this is what MAGA thinks of you. Because there's no way anybody thinks that Martin Luther King is endorsing Donald Trump in 2024. Yo, if you think that, trust me, you're not voting because you have no idea how to register. You have no idea how to get to the polls. You have no idea what a pen and a pencil is. So there's no way you're voting. I don't care. All this is to show you this is what they think of first Dr. Martin Luther King and also what they think of you.
Yeah.
They think that you sing this obvious fake thing where I wouldn't even have thought it was AI. It's not even well done. I would have thought this is like, Don Jr. in the basement trying to record something and fake his voice like Martin Luther King. This is ridiculous. But it's like, it's so bad. It's like, it's worth promoting. You're like, yo, this is MAGA.
It's utterly
just
ridiculous.
Watch. Don't even be offended. Just watch and know this is what they think.
Yeah, and as I said, MLK's daughter asked them to take it down, and they, of course, are not going to do that because they don't give a damn.
I hope they don't.
What any of these people think in the family. Anyway, that is unfortunately all the time we have for the first hour of the show, but there is more to come in the aftermath, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, one and all. I'm here, John Ederola. J.R. Jackson joining us for our election day coverage. J.R., I don't know if you actually made a prediction. You sounded pretty pessimistic in the last segment, but do you want to do an actual prediction?
I also mentioned to you that I'm not following polls, which I think is the basis for a lot of people's predictions, right?
Mm-hmm.
When Biden was still in the race, it was obvious that he was losing. So, predictions could be based off of figures and stats and polls and the 12th to the 13th to the 15th poll that you maybe look at. So it's the reason why it's kind of hard for me to say. And, you have to detach yourself from what you would like to see. It's like, if I watch USC play football, if I'm gambling, I may go, yeah, they kind of suck. But while I'm watching, I'm going to root for them. So it's hard to say, but it really is a matter of, because we look at so much online stuff and responses and comment sections and all that stuff that's not fully real. Like the people who vote, I think the most aren't in comment sections on whatever site, responding to other folks to say something offensive and go, no, you too. So that's really what I see so much of. Even the intelligent stories where I'll be like, I wonder what people think about this big exposing story that tells so much truth, and it just turns into nothing, turns into drivel. So it's hard to get a read of what people really think.
Okay.
But if I'm still paying attention to real life, if I'm paying attention to history of how, I think I said it before, it must have been on the main show or something, maybe when I was talking to the letter hack. But when you look at how people's candidacy sunk in the past, Dan Quayle, like what, he misspelled potato or something?
Yep.
What's my man's name? Republican who Obama beat the second time.
Mitt Romney?
Mitt Romney, binders full of women. That was it.
I know, it's crazy.
Binders full of women, and people are like,
crazy.
You're done, right? Howard Dean screamed, right? Game over.
Game over, man.
This guy, former president of the United States, took a microphone and damn near put it down his throat.
Mm-hmm.
Opened his mouth up wide and almost put it down his throat. Talked about Arnold Palmer's junk. This guy was talking about
a hobby.
Wrestlers fighting migrants.
Yeah.
This guy, like, bro, any of this stuff is immediate disqualification. So, I say all that to say, John, I have no idea.
I know, and I don't really either. I'm sort of going with my heart. You used your USC metaphor. I don't follow that. The right metaphor is the easy money in a champion versus champion match. Nia Jax versus Liv Morgan is Nia Jax, but your heart says Liv Morgan, and sometimes you have to follow your heart. Anyway, that said, I didn't even watch it. But anyway,
a condom on the microphone.
Anyway, okay. Well, we're going to get to more stories. We're really focused today mainly on the guy running as a Republican nominee this year, but we should also probably talk a little bit about the guy who's going to run as a Republican nominee in 4 years. And to that end, Tucker Carlson is still on his BS. Take a look.
You're making the case that, sometimes we need to have an abortion. Okay. If you're making the case that abortion is an affirmative good, you are evil, you're practicing child sacrifice. And that is exactly what they're doing, as every culture before us has. But to see the Treasury Secretary, that dwarf, Janet Yellen, get up and say, you can do your part to help the American economy by killing your child, that's no different than the Canaanites, actually. So if people who don't see that clearly, that's exactly what it is. Worshipping abortion, the killing of kids, not as something that needs to happen, unfortunately, but as something that is good. It's pro-abortion. People, and I have to say, I'm sure I'll be attacked for saying this, but I really believe it. People are like, oh, well, we had another hurricane, must be global warming. No, it's probably abortion, actually, just being honest. You can't do that. You can't kill children on purpose, knowing that you're doing that in exchange for power or freedom or happiness, whatever you think you're getting in return. You can't participate in human sacrifice without consequences.
Okay, so there's a lot about that is absolutely insane. First of all, I looked it up. Janet Yellen is 3 inches taller than Lauren Boebert. So I don't even understand what that's about. And that is literally the least crazy thing that he just said there. So, okay, abortion is some sort of unique evil because everybody, you may not have been following Tucker Carlson since he left Fox News. Like Russell Brand, he's a Christian now. That's his thing. And so you talk about the child sacrifice and you just assert all these insane things. He literally said that abortion causes hurricanes like he's some South Carolina politician from 1996 or something. Like, what are you talking about? And I'm not asking him, he's a massive liar. I'm talking to the conservatives out there. Do you understand that he doesn't believe literally any of this stuff? Maybe you do, and I don't think you should, but that's fine, you do. You came to it honestly. He has crafted a persona with which to become relevant. And so it's equal parts alien autopsy and supposed Christianity. And that's what it, by the way, interesting question I would throw to him, since apparently now he's the world's most religious man. Since the killing of children is such a unique evil, what do you think about Gaza, Tucker Carlson? Because you seem pretty quiet about the mass slaughter of children there. You seem to think it's super consequential when they're good white American children being killed. But when it's Palestinians, I hear crickets and that's about it, which seems strange since you are a deeply moral and religious man these days. Anyway, we're gonna have more insanity, probably actually worse than what we just showed you, but JR, I don't know if you've been following Tucker Carlson. That's kind of who he is now.
A little bit. Yesterday, I did a video on him talking about how nuclear technology was literally, no, not the results of like nuclear weapons. He said it was demonic. It was created by demons.
Yeah.
He said you can't pinpoint a moment when humans developed nuclear technology. He said you can't do it. It's just not there. He said I ask people at dinner parties all the time, and they can't come up with an answer. So yeah, I've lost some brain cells lately, but no. So here he'll talk about how abortion has led us down this road. Again, it's all still connected to this spiritual realm, and you can't have any issues without some human sacrifice. Well, you know, as if abortion was invented in the 70s, as if it started right then, or as if when it was illegal, people still weren't doing it. So, so since then, somehow there's this human sacrifice. Was it the hurricanes is the reasons why? Because of our policies on allowing women to have control of their bodies? That was the problem, hurricanes, right? Because, you know, hurricanes just started. They only just started during this administration, which, by the way, this administration has had Roe v. Wade gone. Shouldn't all the bad things stop happening?
Well, if anything,
ask this guy a question.
Why are the hurricanes worsening? There's less abortion. That doesn't, like, even if we apply the scientific method to your insanity, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. No. Also, wait, does God not care about the women who are dying in parking lots because they've been turned away from hospitals? Apparently God turns a blind eye to that, I suppose. Also, let's be clear. This is all QAnon stuff, the child sacrifice. He's just trying to get conspiracists. This is Alex Jones. He is Alex Jones. And to his credit, he's been trying to become Alex Jones for like 5 years now at this point, and I think it's working for him. I think he's doing pretty well. You're right, by the way.
John,
what were you going to say?
No, God spoke to me and he said as soon as Alex Jones was hemmed up on all the lies that he told and had to pay all those people money that he hasn't paid them, and then he kind of fell off and people aren't paying as much attention to him. Tucker Carlson, he told me, he said, Tucker Carlson said, oh, here's my opportunity. I'm going to be the next Alex Jones. It was ordained by God. My father's a minister. My mother, I grew up in the church. So obviously God tells me everything.
Yeah, that's true. Look, and I've been very critical of Tucker Carlson. And for a very long time, a lot of people were like, well, you're a godless atheist. You can't criticize Tucker Carlson. Well, I understand that. But last night, I was just trying to sleep, and I was in bed with my 2 dogs, and I was mauled by a hippogriff. And so a hippogriff came in, and it went, ah! And then it clawed me. And then I think a griffin got in there and a hydra. Each one of its 9 heads. I cut off one of the heads and 2 came, and then both of them bit me on the sides. You want to see the scars? Actually, no, I'm not going to show you the scars. So I think I can speak with some spiritual authority about all of this because I was fictitiously mauled by mythical beasts. But anyway, that's what he's saying these days. And you're right about the nukes. He said, we can't isolate the moment where nuclear technology became known to man. What are you talking about? Your ignorance is not proof of demons. I understand that a lot of people throughout human history have implied that, but that's not actually true. He says, name the date. It's very clear to me that these nuclear weapons are demonic. Can I ask another inconvenient question for him in the same way that you implied that the death of children was so bad that like, hey, maybe we should do something about Gaza? So these nuclear weapons are demonic. Should we get rid of them? I don't think he wants to get rid of them. I think he would fight to the death for us to keep our satanic weapons of mass destruction. Again, none of this makes any sense and none of this means anything except that it is entertaining to people who really wish that Alex Jones was what he used to be and they just want a replacement.
And wrap up my last thought, at least as far as his approach here. What does this have to do with inflation, the economy, healthcare, housing, the border, jobs? What does that have to do with it? Why is he saying this stuff?
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with the policies that they claim to care about. Just always remember that. Ask your crazy uncle at Thanksgiving. Yo, so how does that help? Well, you know, when Trump was talking about Mike Tyson punching Kamala Harris in the face.
Yep.
So if Mike Tyson does that, do you get a raise?
You know, I've never met a person, JR, that has been able to pinpoint when insulin needed to cost 1,000 times what it did previously. And because that has not been pinpointed, I think price gouging insulin is demonic, actually. I think we should do something. You know, someday, like if Raina, I don't know, wants a pony and it's just too much and I don't make enough money, This seems like the easiest grift ever. You literally just mad libs a conspiracy theory and millions of right-wing chuds are like, I find this compelling. Anyway, he's not just talking, JR, about nukes and being clawed in the sides by a zombie. I don't know. He's also talking about the election. So it is election day here in America. Tucker Carlson has decided to team up with Steve Bannon, two guys who clearly at various points have utterly despised Donald Trump but make millions by pretending not to. And they're very concerned about fraud on this day. Take a look.
For the last year and a half, the whole, conservative media has been cowed into ignoring what's really obvious, which is we should not have electronic voting machines. They don't work. They're not more efficient. They're not better at counting, and they don't produce the result faster. The only reason to have electronic voting machines is if you want to subvert them. It's insane that we have them, and no one feels free to say that. So I want to, and I think I've been proven right on this. We have every reason to be suspicious of electronic voting machines, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Again, I will never get tired of this guy claiming that every single thing he says that thousands of other people have said is something you're not allowed to say, and he's a very brave boy for saying it. Can you imagine if I ended every statement I make on the show by saying, and I'm the only one who will say it, you should admire me? Deeply pathetic, but unfortunately it works, so I guess the joke is on us. But anyway, he's there speaking with recently released felon Steve Bannon about the supposed voter fraud that they will falsely claim allowed the Democrats to steal the election because both of them support a violent overthrow of the U.S. government. Tucker Carlson, a guy who has previously called Donald Trump a destroyer, who he can't wait until he no longer needs to pay attention to. Whoops, now I need money, so I guess I'm okay with Trump ushering in a fascist state. Steve Bannon, by the way, is the guy who, in the wake of Trump losing the last time, said what Trump's gonna do, this is on tape, what Trump's gonna do is just declare victory, right? He's gonna declare victory, but that doesn't mean he's a winner. He's just gonna say he's a winner. It's gonna get wild. That is what Bannon said. Bannon just admitted the game after 2020, and now he's running it back because there were no consequences to him other than a brief stint in jail for the election lies they told last time. And so they're just doing it again, JR. Isn't that fun for them?
It's actually weird about how easily and transferable Steve Bannon's lines were about what they're going to do. It was further than that. Check out what Mother Jones had on audio and how they were laughing about exactly what he's going to do. He goes, it doesn't matter if he wins or not. And even more so now, they actually kind of wished and thought he would win in 2020, but it was close, as all these are. So it was straight to, we need a plan B. Man, there's a reason why Mike Pence's life was on the line on January 6th. He was one of the last few holdups left that didn't do their job. Literally, it's what they say. J.D. Vance sat in panels and said, yeah, well, I'll fulfill my duties and do what Donald Trump tells me to do. Of course, That's what I'm here for. They never answer what happened to Mike Pence. He just didn't do his job. That's what they said. He did not represent the country. He didn't do anything. He didn't do what Donald Trump told him to do over all the people in the country. He wants to disenfranchise this many votes. And no one stops and says, yo, so it doesn't matter to you guys what happens in this election. As a matter of fact, this is just my assumption. I think they kind of want to lose so that they think it's more fun to attack the country versus just win outright. And then say, yo, people actually voted us in. Because then, they'd have to have some responsibility to people. They don't want that. The responsibility is only to this guy. So they want this aspect of it. There's just a problem. And maybe this is me being crazy. They think no one else. They think as soon as they launch this hate, violent campaign of physical and terroristic nature, that people are just going to go, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's interesting. I could see it going either way. If the guy they want wins, then they get lower taxes. If Harris wins, then they get an even bigger audience for their conspiracy theories for 4 years. So they sort of make money on either end, I think. The people listening to their show get screwed in one of those circumstances, but obviously they don't care at all about that. Okay, we're gonna read a couple of comments and then move on to something that I think JR is going to enjoy. Thank you, Long Beach Dragon, for being a member on Election Day. Meowster the Meowing Dragon has been a member for 37 months. Says, love and miss the JR and John combo. More of this, please. We're actually working on that. JR, we've been coordinating. We're gonna hopefully get a recurring thing going on.
It's my fault.
That's okay. We're going to work it out. Drago Lion 69, thank you for being here. Love the rhyming name. Gargoyle Dragon with a super chat saying thoughts and feels for my Texas peeps. They're seeing militias in the streets. Sanity help us. Jesus. Hopefully, maybe good news coming out of Texas later. And Ruby Dooby Doo Dragon with a super chat saying JR OMG. That's awesome. I felt the same when I saw him come on the show.
I got to be on here.
Yeah.
Inside Baseball, John texted me last night, bro. This guy, which way shot point? This guy.
I did.
Like, so you want to come on, bro? You want to drop everything you do for your life? I was like, sure.
Thank you. But the reason is I was planning to do the last hour by myself, and then I thought, I don't want to do that. That's lonely on election day. And I was like, who would I like to do the show with? Hard. And I messaged JR, and my buddy came to the show. Thank you.
He's a good guy.
Okay, well, I had a last minute buddy join me in JR. Trump had a last minute new buddy join him, and I'm not talking about Joe Rogan. Let's jump right into this.
Hi, everybody. Hey, it's great to see you. Can you believe this guy? Can you believe the energy and the stamina on this guy? At his age, I'm ready to go to sleep over there.
In her defense, she'd been listening to him speak for a couple of hours, so I can understand why she's a bit sleepy now. But yeah, that's Megyn Kelly rallying on stage with Donald Trump. And my thoughts about that can perhaps best be summed up by a tweet by Alex Griswold, who said, remember when she asked him why he thinks it's okay to call women fat pigs, and he responded by saying she was on her period? That's a thing that happened. I haven't forgotten it. I doubt she has either. But you know what I know about Megyn Kelly? She likes being relevant, and she likes being rich, and I guess that means swallowing down whatever natural revulsion you should have by having to pretend to like that grotesque person who mocked you. And by the way, not just back in 2016. He has mocked her for quite some time, and she is still going to rally for him. And that is, by the way, a transition that Donald Trump himself has noted. Take a look at this.
Do you think that Donald Trump has faded from where he was in 2020?
Yeah, I do.
Huh.
I mean, I take him over Joe Biden any day of the week.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to, fill out this term, never mind a second. But there's no question Trump has lost a step, or multiple steps. He is confusing Joe Biden for Obama. I know he's now saying he intentionally did that. Go back and look at the clips. It wasn't intentional. It was look, any of us could have a slip of the tongue, but it's happening to him repeatedly. The reference about how somebody's going to get us into World War II, confusing countries, confusing cities where he is. And it's happening more and more. With all due respect to Trump, this is what happens when you're 77 years old.
Yeah.
Trump seems inhuman, but he's not inhuman. He's a human. He's a man. DeSantis' line about father time spares no one was a good one. So look, if it's between Trump and Biden, I don't think there's any question who's more fit and who's capable. But are we really going to pretend that Donald Trump is just as vibrant and mentally sharp as he was in 2016? Okay.
Megyn Kelly, may she rest in peace. She's sort of making a career by pretending she likes me.
Hi, everybody. Hey, it's great to see you. Can you believe this guy? Can you believe the energy and the stamina on this guy?
That's just an amazing example of the 3-act structure right there. Like, are we going to pretend he's vibrant? Yes, apparently we are. JR, what do you think?
100%. She was screaming maybe a week or two ago about how Donald Trump, it was after the Madison Square Garden thing, his rallies going crazy. They need to stop with this bro-tastic approach, and there's too much broism. They need to stop ignoring women. And he ignored the hell out of all women that were telling him this. They've been telling this for this entire campaign, but they ignore them. And then afterwards they go, yeah, it's okay. I can't understand why he keeps ignoring women. I think he ignores women because no matter what he says, you come right back to him. Yep. Why would he not? He's sticking with his base, and you go along with it. Come on, bro. By the way, there's a little bit of motivating factors behind, potentially. I don't know this. I'm not Tucker Carlson, so I don't, but she left NBC after getting fired from NBC because she was trying the daytime normal thing, and $69 million contract that she left with after getting fired for saying ridiculous things. Was it the Santa's black thing or Jesus was black? She was mad about something on that show, and then got fired over all the outcry because people were like, yo, people, people at home want to watch enjoyable TV.
Yeah.
If they want to see the hate stuff, they'll go and watch you on what you're doing now. She wants to protect her money like every other rich person. And that's part of the motivation. So they know they'll surround themselves with people who are willing to put their principles aside for some cash. They're all just like the guy that they worship and support.
Yeah.
It's all based on that. And of course, that comes from our capitalistic society. It's also why people lie and cheat and steal and move and try and get into politics in the first place.
Yeah.
It's all about the money. It goes there every time.
And I think he likes having people on stage that used to talk, crap about him, that he has cowed. He likes that, the dominance that implies. She knows he hates women. She knows he hates her in particular. It's grotesque. You know that you can just get a regular job, right? You don't always have to be in media if it comes to this. Such a strange way to live.
She doesn't do anything. $69 million, John.
That's a lot of money. That is true. Okay, very quickly, I just want to mention this. I don't know how long we have, but we're going to just briefly mention this. If I gave you 1,000 tries, I don't think you'd be able to guess what the final news story about Ted Cruz would be before we hit Election Day. But it's this. Ted Cruz's Senate campaign has spent thousands at beauty spas. Noted style icon and skincare expert Ted Cruz has apparently spent over $9,000 on beauty services. Let's see. You have nearly $300 at Allure Day Spa in New York City. What was he doing on the coast? Let's see. You have $310 in June, nearly $1,000 in February on a makeup artist in Houston. Some vendors being paid a dozen times. The most expensive treatment that he apparently got, or somebody got, was $250 for the hydrofacial skin renewing treatment to help you, quote, achieve a youthful and confident look. And if you're trying to figure out whether you should get the hydrofacial skin renewing treatment because you want a youthful and confident look, well, here is what it gets you. I will allow you to decide if it worked. To be fair, it's not a beard dyeing procedure, so I'll give him a pass on that. But obviously, look, you can't do this. It is also illegal. So we're being a bit flippant about his physical appearance because Ted Cruz. But you also, you're not supposed to be using your campaign funds for personal enrichment in this particular way. By the way, he himself seems to understand this. If we jump to graphic 5, he said on his podcast when he wasn't talking about how much he wants to bang a vampire in black leather, we don't want candidates using a campaign funds to pay personal expenses, whether new clothes, a weight loss program, or a gym membership purchased to help the candidate look better. And that seemed to be a statement of his own position. Now it seems like him projecting all of his recent purchases using donor funds. Anyway, JR, I mostly just bring up Cruz because he could lose in his election today. What do you think of the story? What do you think of Cruz?
I legit was going to be on the side of, if he wants to try and make himself look, but appearance is a big part, which, by, dismissing all rules about using campaign funds and things like that. I was like, you could actually make maybe a case, be like, I need to look right. If I look like a mess, then, maybe fewer people will vote for me, right? But he even said, specifically the gym, facials, hair, whatever he said that they need to polish themselves up better as. He's against it too. All we need is an answer, bro. All we need is an answer. Just point out why you're for this. I mean, this is the same guy who also ran off to Cancun when his state was getting, the severe storm that froze everybody in. So I guess it all checks out.
Yeah, look, he's just, his corruption is of the petty variety. It's like a normal politician that sees this donor money as his own personal piggy bank. It's not on the level of like a Donald Trump or something, but just a reminder to the voters of Texas, this is who your guy is. This and nothing else. It's not, great legislation, but the downside is corruption and he occasionally leaves you to die in a blizzard. That's all he is. Send him to go spend more time with the thing he truly loves, his stupid little podcast. Anyway, Jared, that's here. What's that?
Everywhere in the country, guys, it's more than just a presidential election. Vote 100%. Down ballot, think about what you're doing.
Important races in every state. JR, thank you for joining us, especially on short notice. Hopefully we'll get to talk a little bit later on. But anyway, be well on this election day. Everyone out there, Indisputable is going to be coming up very soon. Cenk is going to be there. We got a full day of coverage for you. We're not going to leave you hanging on this most consequential of days. But thank you for joining us for the Damage Report. I'll be around later on tonight. For now, though, stay safe out there, stay sane out there, and we'll see you soon.
Welcome. It's Indisputable. I'm your host, Rashad Richey. Good to be with you. We have a lot on the agenda today. Today is a special day. The rest of our narrative for America will be determined by results that conclude on this day. We have Cenk, we have Sharon on the program. I will be with you later today on the Young Turks, also bringing you coverage. Remember, coverage all day today right here at the TRT Network. All right, first story of the day. Remember this guy, a sheriff who said he would not help anyone who supported a Democrat or Kamala Harris in particular. I'll put him up full mask. I'm taking you to Ohio. He said, if you support Democrats, I will not help you. John Rogers, Ohio sheriff. This is the sheriff's lieutenant, found himself in hot water after multiple recent social media posts stated he would refuse police services to residents who vote for Kamala Harris in today's election, writing on Facebook, I'm sorry. If you support the Democrat Party, I will not help you. End quote. Keep his picture up there. You see, that's MAGA. That's cult-like behavior. He receives tax money from Democrats. He receives his pension from Democrats. They pay for this man to actually protect and serve. He has a constitutional mandate based on the state constitution to actually help. He has a duty and responsibility. So let's go over the post. Another post he wrote, quote, the problem is that I know which of you supports the Democratic Party, and I will not help you survive the end of days, end quote. He also wrote, quote, at the end of the day, I will require you to provide proof of who you voted for if you ask me for help. Weapons and ammo are not cheap. Then finally posting, quote, Kamala Harris represents Satan. Please don't let Satan win. Oh, that's a Christian evangelical. The love of Christ. All right. Despite his inflammatory rhetoric, John Rogers, a 20-year veteran, should know damn better, of the Clark County Sheriff's Office, was able to keep his job as a road patrol supervisor after blaming his prescribed sleep medication for making the out of character remarks. Marissa, let's put those remarks back up just for a minute. I want to see something. This man didn't misspell not one damn word. Now, without the sleep medication, a whole lot of us texting that much, we may miss a word. Everything's grammatically correct, basically, as much as MAGA can be. But he blames it on sleep medication. When confronted, Rogers told supervisors, quote, I do not remember writing these posts or deleting any post, according to an inter-office communication obtained by news station WHIO. Rogers has since received a written reprimand for violating the department's social media policy, but he remains on duty without any further discipline. They wrote him a letter. The sheriff's office also issued an apology for Rogers' behavior, promising to collaborate with him to help shift his fascist point of view. We're going to work with him. I know what he said is racist and kind of like Armageddon, and he has the power to shoot and kill and get away with it, but we just feel like he's a good guy. Okay, we're going to work with him. If he would have worked at Wendy's, Wendy's would have fired him because Wendy's has standards. He could work for the police with absolutely no repercussion at all. Chief Deputy, let's put him up. So eventually, Chief Deputy Mike Young became aware of the post and issued a statement acknowledging that he found Rogers' comments highly inappropriate. Young emphasized that these remarks did not represent the sheriff's office commitment to serving all residents equally, regardless of their political affiliations. Why is he still there? Because he knows all your secrets. That's why. Because you all have done too much dirt with him to fire him. That's why. The culture is revealing itself. And Jank, I got this question, man, because obviously this is what a MAGA regime looks like. Trump, if he were president now, would have promoted that SOB and his rhetoric. But the reality is this. If a cop will post that much and say he has amnesia, he doesn't remember, how can this man ever be effective in service? I'm just trying to take it out of the political for a moment. How can he write a police report that's believable? A defense attorney will have a field day ripping him alive on the stand if he ever tried to testify against somebody who probably may have earned an opportunity at a jail cell. This guy now has ruined it for the whole system. What say you?
Yeah, Rashad, I'm bothered by the fact that we all live in different realities. And some of those realities are so starkly different that it's unsettling. So it's one thing if you got somebody working at Dunkin' Donuts who thinks Kamala Harris is Satan and all of her supporters shouldn't get any donuts from him.
Yeah.
It's another thing when a police officer thinks you're Satan and that he won't respond if you're being sexually assaulted or if you're being robbed or killed. And what's interesting is, look, I get it. You work with people and you want to protect them and you've known them a long time. But you're in the protection business. So the police in this case are saying, I would rather protect this guy who has stated on the record publicly that he does not want to do his job if it's with someone he doesn't agree with. And God knows what their race or gender, et cetera, is. I would rather protect him than you guys. I would rather expose you guys to his obvious, enormous, ridiculous bias than to put any damage on him. So as a society, we have got to get back to one reality. And of all the people in different jobs where that reality makes the most difference, police is at the top of that list. Because are we going to be served and protected, or are we going to be hunted? And so this is a scary world we're diving into. And this is among the reasons why I think Donald Trump has been a cancer in this country. And he's allowed these guys to not just exist, but to come out of the closet and say what they're going to say. And your points about him being cogent in that, the statements he's making is insane, but the post was perfectly cogent. It didn't sound like someone who was having trouble thinking clearly at the moment.
Right, exactly. And the fact that they let him get away with saying that in an official report, well, that's obstruction of justice. That's already another violation when he was investigated himself. All right, we'll bring you updates as they come. This is an update. Indisputable first brought you this. Remember the black male found hanging? Well, now the federal government is involved. Put up the picture full mass. We said this should have happened on day one. Indisputable previously covered the story of Mr. Denoris Richardson, 39 years of age, black male, who was found hanging in an abandoned Alabama home. After an official request from the sheriff's office, the FBI will now be conducting a thorough investigation into the case. I'm going to remind you, Mr. Richardson was found hanging by a rope on September 28th. This was at a home in Colbert County. The sheriff's office ruled his death to be a suicide. We called foul on that immediately. The AP reported, but his wife, Leanne Richardson, was not convinced he died in that manner, telling AL.com that she demands answers. She said her husband filed a federal lawsuit in the month of February against police in Sheffield, where they live, accusing them of taking part in abusive behavior while he was detained in the Sheffield City Jail in 2022. The latest filing in the federal case was a motion to substitute parties with Denoris Richardson's wife. Richardson, who was a coach for children's baseball and football team, claimed he was assaulted, denied medical attention, and sprayed with tear gas and shot with a taser while in jail. Lee Richardson has not accused anyone specifically, but insists her husband did not unalive himself, and we supported that notion based on the information provided. According to Mrs. Richardson, after filing the lawsuit, her husband was frequently stopped by the police. During those months, he was trying to stay out of the way. She explained. The Sheffield mayor, Steve Stanley, confirmed that Mr. Richardson had visited his office at least once to voice concerns about being profiled. The mayor was aware. Stanley assured Richardson that any officers reported through official channels would be investigated. The Sheffield Police Department did not confirm the frequency or reasons for stopping Richardson. Now, the mayor's playing a game here. What the mayor is saying is that he's not the official channel for an investigation to be launched. So even though Mr. Richardson directly told the mayor that he was being harassed and targeted due to the lawsuit, the mayor himself is saying he's not the official conduit or protocol in order to create an investigation, which is bogus, by the way. He could if he chose to. Sheriff Eric Ballantyne confirmed that the FBI has now accepted his request to investigate the death of Mr. Denoris Richardson, stating that his department, quote, exhausted all resources in this investigation. Quote, we feel confident in what our findings were, but we feel like by doing this, we can give the family more peace of mind, according to the sheriff. The FBI's field office in Birmingham also confirmed their awareness of the case and is reviewing allegations of criminal misconduct. Tory Bailey, president of the local NAACP chapter and the only black member of the 6-person county commission in Colbert County, noted that the community's reaction to Richardson's death is influenced by the region's history with lynchings. And I want to remind you, the reason the family seemed so upset was because the sheriff's office made a conclusion without an investigation, which obviously created red flags. And we said we wanted answers. It looks like answers may be on the way. Cenk, thoughts here?
Yeah, so those of us who live in big cities are kind of used to there being at least some degree of accountability because there's large newspapers, television stations, et cetera. And some of these stories can get really big national pickup. But, you know, I mean, this is kind of a funny example, but, you know, I'm watching Yellowstone on television, and they're in a part of Montana, and it's just a TV show. But you see that in that corner of the country, there's a law onto itself, and there's not a lot of recourse for people who get on the wrong side of it. And the most interesting part of it is how things get covered up, and how you not only is there an initial injustice, but on top of that, you've got folks who have a vested interest in making sure that the rest of the world, the outside world, doesn't find out about it. Now, for me, in the outside world, and this back to the reality, the real world here, it's hard to know what happened. But that's part of the problem. Right. And when you have these local communities where if someone is against the authorities and all of a sudden something like this happens, I'm so worried, Rashad, that we're never going to find out the truth.
And that the family's worried, right? And you make a compelling point. The us and them mentality that pre-existed the incident was created by them. You have such distrust in law enforcement and such distrust in the formation of government that is supposed to investigate these matters that, well, when something like this happens, you need good faith. And then the sheriff's office coming out and concluding it was what it was prior to doing an investigation to find out what it was definitely did not help. All right. Well, here we go. Black family, sidewalk, graffiti, racism. Common story. Let's take you to Los Angeles now. So a black Los Angeles family, put it up full mass, has experienced, well, vandals. They left multiple racist messages. They were threatening. They left these messages on their home, cars. When did this happen? Oh, Halloween night. Yeah, when children are, celebrating candy. Elizabeth Garbutt said she woke up in the morning after Halloween to find the slur-laden messages spray painted on her family home, 2 cars, and the sidewalk in front of her house. Quote, my whole body just shut down. I had no means for words. All I could do was cry. Let's keep her picture up. That's called trauma. That is a trauma reaction. Her whole body, that's her nervous system. This is how deep these things are inside of black bodies across the United States of America. We carry this and typically are unaware that it exists inside of us until there's an experience like this. One of the messages on the sidewalk said, N-word die. That's the one that really touched me. She told Fox 11 Los Angeles, quote, I moved over to my car. It said dumb N-word. Then we moved on to the next one. One says N-word house. The next one said die. The gate says dumb N-word. And the spelling is not even correct. Well, racism and stupidity typically go hand in hand. Now, the vandals eluded nearby surveillance systems and targeted areas where security cameras weren't pointed. That means that they likely live in the community or they did significant investigation prior to doing the vandalism. After snapping photos of the graffiti, the family cleaned it off their property. Only the message on the sidewalk remains. The family filed a police report, hoping that authorities would track down the individuals. They are working to contact the mayor's office about the incident, Ms. Garbutt stated her family has lived in the View Park area of LA, which is nestled between Inglewood and Crenshaw since 1990, and has never been the target of a hate crime. Quote, I've been living here since I was a baby, 35 years, Garbutt's daughter, Elisa, said. Quote, and to be afraid to be in your own house, that's not a good thing. It's very stressful. I don't understand why. Why our house was the reason. It is your who, madam. It is your who. It is your being, your blackness. It's also the pettiness of individuals who I guarantee you vote for Trump, who are part of the MAGA crowd. Listen, 8 years of President Obama didn't bring you this. Now, has America always had its bouts with racism? Of course, absolutely. But Trump has led a regime and a de facto government that would damn near, if not absolutely, commit treason if he said so. He was able to get governors on his side without being in office. He was able to get Republican lawmakers on his side without being in office. You have to think about this. What are they compelled to actually do? Well, that's to be antithetical to you, to your progress, to the progress of the nation by proxy. All right, Jang, thoughts here?
Yeah, two things. First of all, this one's Los Angeles. And even in one of the most liberal cities in the country, we still have this going on. In fact, Rashad, that's about 10 minutes from here. So right around the corner. And so it's happening here. And now part of that is what you said. They've now been empowered to come out of the closet. And so now they're saying all the things that they've had in their heads for all this time. I have a friend, not a friend for sure, but a neighbor lived right across the street. He just moved, thank God. He put a QAnon sticker on his truck. Wow. And so I live across the street from this brother. And, you know, those folks think that we're killing babies and drinking blood. I mean, God knows what they think. And so what's scary about it is they live all around us. Yeah. And every once in a while, they'll put a bumper sticker up, or they'll do graffiti to let you know, I'm here and I hate you. And that is a hell of a thing. And then the second thing is, I was just talking to my sister about this last night, Rashad. We're Muslim Americans, and what we're constantly having to do is, and she said this, it's just like African Americans in this country. We constantly have to justify our existence. Like, before we do anything else, first we have to tell people we're not terrorists, we're not violent, we're not these dark forces that American media has painted us out to be, before we even have a conversation. And so she was reading Ta-Nehisi Coates' book, and she's like, oh my God, the Black experience is exactly our experience in America. And so those folks, they don't know anything about that lady that lives there. They just judge her existence before they even met her. So we all have to get over that hurdle first, which is so monumentally unfair to all of us, before we even have a conversation and you can judge the content of our character.
Man, you make a beautiful, beautiful point. And I want to echo this because I was part of a really great conversation with the Beloved community. This is Dr. Bernice King's platform in Atlanta. And I was there hosting along with a panel that included a Hispanic pastor male, a white female pastor coordinator, and a black female. And we were talking about what you just said. How can you have a conversation when they've already told you that this person is basically subhuman and not worthy of a conversation, right? And this was in a religious context, or a faith context. And one of the individuals, the Hispanic brother, said, well, listen, at the end of the day, if I believe what I believe truly, and if you believe what you believe, if you're a Christian evangelical, we at least believe this, that man is made in the image of God. If you believe that, that means that we're all worthy of an opportunity to converse, period. And if you don't want conversation, then you don't believe that fundamental principle of our faith. Now, I thought it was a powerful point that he made on the panel, something that typically most faith traditions will agree with. All right, we got more on the other side. It's indisputable, stick and stay.
I really love what y'all do on the Young Turks, man, and it's a very refreshing, voice. Y'all don't lean to one side. I tell people all the time, if you want to go really hear what's going on honestly in our society, you should tune in to the Young Turks.
Thank you, Charlemagne. We appreciate that.
That's awesome. Really appreciate it, brother.
The rest of the news media says you should not fight for positive change. If you do, you're not really a reporter or a journalist, because reporters and journalists don't care what happens. I don't agree. That's not written anywhere. That's not a law. It's just a rule that they invented so that reporters didn't actually challenge the people that are in power. Well, we don't agree with that. We think we should challenge the people in power, that actually makes you a better journalist, not a worse one.
Hi, I'm John, and I'm new to TikTok, but about 3 years ago, I started my daily political news show, The Damage Report, because I noticed this trend where every morning I was waking up to this tsunami of news that was just generally dreadful and horrifying and shocking, and I thought that if I could spend my time helping people to navigate this, serving as a bit of a life raft, pointing out which news is important and why, there are worse ways to spend your day. We're not an average news show, and we don't want our TikTok presence to be average either, so feel free to let us know what you'd like us to do on the platform, and maybe give us a follow at The Damage Report.
All right, Amazon Prime members, here's how you can subscribe for free on Twitch. Start by linking your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, and then click that little subscribe or resubscribe button below the stream on Twitch. Scroll down and select the subscribe free with Prime button, and then you're finished. Close out immediately and share your little subscription alert with the chat. Send a cute message along with it, and bathe in the sweet, twitchy, Bezos-funded love. Hashtag Bezos Bucks.
All right, welcome back. Always good to be with you. Okay, we got a lot of comments. I got the boss man with me today. It's been a minute too, man. It's good to see you, brother.
Good to see you,
you,
Rashad.
It's good to have you on war days like this, man.
It's a big day.
It's a big day. All right. What we got? Okay, yep. Michael Prestano. First time ever catching this show live, but I watch it all the time. Love seeing Jenk on this show. We love having him here. All right. And we're going to be together later this evening as well. Remember, full coverage, all day coverage. Jenk, you'll just drop it for people so they'll know how to get us for the election coverage today.
So we're doing one big stream here, and you can just go to TURT.com and just stay there all day, because you're also going to get the exit polls. You're going to get all the up-to-date information on the elections. We've got some, threats in Georgia on voting stations, but news like that breaking throughout the day. We got some fun games. We're saying whoever comes close to figuring out the ultimate winner here, on the website, we've got that game. Will be declared election champion of the world. Just fun. And then of course, all the different shows throughout the day and all the way through the night. And Rashad's going to join us later in the night for our election night coverage too. Make sure you're going to tyt.com, get all the information and all the analysis that you need.
Looking forward to it, man. Looking forward to it. Electric miscellanea. Jank stole John's desk. I wonder what somebody noticed. Jank stole John's desk. Does John know about this, or did Jank invoke CEO executive privilege to commandeer from him? I can say I actually saw the transition. So John is definitely aware.
Yeah. No, it was. I did not use an easement. I'm not a squatter. Right. No, he gave me permission.
He did. All right. And over 9,000 into the Dragon. Great catch, Doc. He just put into question every case he's handled or given testimony on. That is correct. All right. We got something for you. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish a Karen would.
You want to call the police on them for having a barbecue on a Sunday.
I feel free! Back off!
I'm going to tell them there's an African-American man threatening my life.
Thank you. You kindly.
You want a baby sacrifice, okay.
Yeah, I vote for women's rights. I will stand up. I have daughters. I'll stand up for women all day. A man should not even have a choice about a woman's body. We should not even be able to vote yes or no. It should be up to them. Take on that on out of here. Yeah, well, I vote for women's rights. Y'all could go ahead and keep on moving.
Freedom of speech, bro. Hell of a thing. All right, so this MAGA canvasser expressing her freedom of speech to take a woman's right away to choose was met with someone who understood how to utilize their freedom of speech as well and made some very compelling points. I think the greatest point you made, dear brother, to the Karen that knocked on your door that day, we should not even have a vote on it. That was a grand slam. But this is what we're facing. Remember, we don't elect a king, we elect a president. That president comes with a whole litany of people, agendas, etc. And Trump's out of damn control. But he's been out of control for a while. Jake, and I got to say this, man, I think outside of the normal, Trump is out of control, it seems like there's a significant cognitive decline happening with today's Trump compared to maybe the Trump you would have seen probably 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, look, I theorized earlier in our election coverage on John's show, on Damage Report, that I think that shooting might have traumatized him. And he's almost trying to lose. I mean, this is crazy talk. I mean, he's calling Nancy Pelosi the B word before the day before the election, talking about how Kamala Harris should get in the ring with Mike Tyson. I mean, when your number one problem is women voters, for you to do this type of stuff is basically saying, hey, get me out of here. Somebody pull me, somebody throw in the white towel. So I hope that's the case. But about this incident, Tucker Carlson's saying the same things as that woman is. He just said yesterday that abortion might have caused the hurricanes. It wasn't global warming, and it's because of child sacrifice. Same words, child sacrifice. So just two quick things on that. Number one, the Republicans have been using this trick for decades now. I wrote about it in my book, Justice is Coming. They're saying, hey, we need corporate tax cuts, but they're super unpopular. So how are we going to get them? Oh, let's pretend that the Democrats are killing children. So that way, when we get into office, we won't do anything about it. We'll just make sure, though, that the tax cuts for the rich keep flowing and flowing and flowing. It's a strategy they came up with very consciously. So they and unfortunately, it gets like a poison into the minds of these people, and then they spread it around. And then Tucker said, I mean, it's all about the others. And he starts demagoguing about the others and how they all do child sacrifice. But let's remember our own traditions. So what did God ask Abraham to do?
Yeah.
Well, what did God do himself to his only son? So if you're a Christian, read the Bible. Read the Bible. And so this idea that the others are so scary and killing children, it's absolute nonsense. It's junk and poison they put into people's heads so the Republicans can get more tax cuts for the rich.
Man, and thank you for reminding those who follow Scripture. As I have said, I believe Scripture is the inspired word, not the literal word. Stuff like slaves obey your master. I can't get down with that. I don't give a damn where it's written at. Okay. And also, if a woman was pregnant and a man hit that woman in the Old Testament and she had an abortion or miscarriage, well, it wasn't attributed to him as a murder. He had to pay a civil fine, but murder was considered, well, life for a life back then. Just some context for you. Jank, I'm going to see you this evening, dear brother. Positive vibes and positive thoughts. Manifestation. All right, we got this, brother.
Okay, I hope so. We're going to find out. It's a very unpredictable election. I said this morning, all right, if I have to pick positive vibes, Kamala Harris, she does seem to have, some of the early voting going on our side. So let's keep those positive thoughts going.
We shall. All right, I'll see you this evening.
Yeah.
All right, we got Sharon Reed on the other side. Stick and stay.
Welcome to the Damage Report. I'm John Idarola. This is gonna be a big one. Meanwhile, in the Arctic, you know where this is going. You watch the Damage Report, the Arctic's on fire. Obviously, why would we be talking about the Arctic except to tell you that it's melting once again? The Republicans aren't that interested in it. I wonder why. Lift out of poverty up to 3.7 million people, including an estimated 1.3 million children. Hashtag save the children? Not if it costs money. I mean, come on.
At TYT, our mission is to boldly pursue truth, challenge the establishment, and drive positive change. At a time when corporate capture of our media, our government, and our politics is nearly absolute, everyday working people need a champion to fight for them and to push back against the powerful interests that threaten our democracy itself. At TYT, we're proudly progressive and call out corruption and duplicity wherever we see it, from Republicans, Democrats, or anyone else. And unlike mainstream news media outlets, we're not beholden to corporate advertisers, to defense contractors, to Wall Street, or to Big Pharma. We only have to answer to our audience, and for nearly 2 decades, we've accomplished that by delivering honest, timely, and insightful perspectives on the day's news without fear or favor or concern for whose toes we might step on or which powerful elites we might offend. And while we're super serious about the news, we also manage to do it in a way that is fun and lighthearted. We can do this together and serve our audience, and yes, have fun doing it.
All right, welcome back. Historic day today. Elections are, well, a determining factor in how a nation is governed, but it's really an expression of the character of a nation as well. And so today we determine character and direction of the United States of America. I know I'm preaching to the choir here, Okay. Cara, I love that guy talking about the guy who checked the carry. He said, we shouldn't even have a right to vote on it. I mean, come on, man. That's what I'm talking about. That's next level. And Cyber Gothica about the guy who checked the carry. He's right. Just having to vote for them, to have the right is offensive enough. Matt F., vote all MAGA weirdos out of office for good. 100. Yeah. Yeah. C. Michael Henson. Thank you for that, C. Michael. To Jank's point, it's funny how Trump keeps doing and saying the same things, but his supporters won't leave him. That's called behavior. That's proof positive. It's a cult. All right. They would allow Trump to get away with behavior that they would never accept from their own children. They would disown their children, but they would embrace Trump for the same exact behavior. All right. Okay. All right. We got Sharon Reed here for our next round. Okay. Hell of a thing that happened. So a MAGA account reposted a deep fake video of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. endorsing Trump. Nothing is sacred to these individuals. All right. Here's a video.
We've been told again and again that we cannot vote for the man that did more for the black community than any other president. Look, a black man dare speak out in support of Donald Trump. A Democrat is always there to call that man an Uncle Tom, a house Negro, or even worse. Once we say enough from every mountainside, let freedom ring. We recognize that Donald J. Trump kept the promises he made to all Americans, and we will vote for Donald Trump as our president, and we will fight beside him to make America great again. We will not allow the American dream to die, and as we unite under the banner of President Trump and America First, let there be no doubt that yes, as the man always says, the best is yet to come.
Put up the picture here. Now, I don't speak for the King family or our dear sister, Dr. Bernice King, but I do speak for myself. Any black people were involved in the making of that video. You are Uncle Toms. You are sellouts. The video posted by MAGA enthusiasts showing the likeness of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. endorsing Donald Trump has drawn the attention of the late civil rights icon's daughter, Bernice King. So Bernice, who's a dear friend, Bernice posted in response to the offensive video writing, delete this MAGA resource. It's vile, fake, irresponsible, and not at all reflective of what my father would say. And you gave no thought to our family. Keep up that post. You see, the individuals who did this and the MAGA camp and officials of MAGA who would never call it out, see, nothing is sacred to them. These are the same individuals who would twist the Bible to make slavery seem legal and righteous. These are the same people who will lie on God. Absolutely, they will lie on Dr. King. These are the same individuals, ladies and gentlemen, who only have one true ideology, and it is the ideology of power. The ideology of power. It's unclear the video, which teases Martin Luther King Jr. had a dream, and if he could speak today, was officially produced and or sanctioned by the Trump campaign. At MAGA Resource deleted it as of Tuesday morning. Much of the text lifts almost directly from the Republican nominee. And I want to say this about the work that Bernice is doing. I had the great opportunity, as I said with Jank earlier, to be part of the beloved Community Talks, where it's a platform. You can go to the YouTube page connected to the King Center, where we talk about ways that we can actually unite under the philosophy of Dr. King, nonviolence, a direct approach to reconcile the divisions that run deep in this nation and beyond. Totally contrary to the MAGA movement, by the way. Totally contrary to the MAGA mouthpieces, and obviously contrary to what was posted. To make matters worse, The video was, well, a repost from different pro-Trump account, a different pro-Trump account that originally posted the clip during this year's Black History Month. Once again, there is nothing sacred to these individuals, and their true ideology is the ideology of power. I'm glad, Sharon, that Bernice King got in there and checked that ass quickly so that we can report on it fully. Sometimes people say, well, I don't want to say anything. No. Now Bernice gonna say something.
That's right.
Every time.
That's right. And just because her father preached nonviolence and led the way, it doesn't mean that she can't dig in that you-know-what. It's despicable, but like you said, when people are lacking a soul, integrity, their own moral clock, whatever that is, some people just decide that they're going to do and say whatever they want, and they could care less. And that's what we're looking at here. I don't know how some people can sleep at night, but apparently when you don't have a soul, you can sleep like a baby.
Yeah, it is just one of the most, when you think they have gone too far, they do something else to let you know, no, too far is only connected to the parameters of their evil imagination.
There's no bottom, Doc. No bottom.
No bottom for them. You're right. We got more on the other side. It's indisputable. Stick and stay.
Magic. It's showtime. And say 45 minutes. I'm hosting today. Now I know what you're thinking, JR, your face is already perfect, but you know what? I still need to apply some makeup. I went through this process, right? A few years ago when I realized that I was gonna have to wear makeup on the show. I had to go through like finding out what my undertones were. Do you guys know what those are? I got my MAC Cosmetics. It says SPF 15 foundation, broad spectrum. But apparently when I have these red undertones, and I think pores are not supposed to be seen, I need all these things to be confirmed for me. These sponge things don't work for me. You gotta use your hands. This idea. That's how the magic really happens. So we're gonna go through a tutorial how to make the magic happen from beautiful to beautifuler. Let's go. I've already been moisturized. That's the first thing. But moisturization already happened. We go raw. All hands. Pick up a couple streaks. This is the guy way of putting on makeup. We got dots. There's some shiny points that generally happen. First of all, here we go. You dust here. I'm putting way too much, but you dust. Oh, get the excess off. You don't want chunky powder. There's like a T-zone, I think, right? Mine is a double T-zone. Because I went middle and another cross. Make sure your nose isn't all shiny. People get on you for it. They'll say, that's not a good point you made on there, JR. Your nose is shiny. You guys are picky like that sometimes. I think that's about it, fellas and ladies. See you guys next time. Bitsies.
All right. Welcome back. A lot of show left. Let me read some of the comments. Rachel Fox. If ghosts are real, I hope MLK Jr. is haunting the hell out of the people responsible for this. Yeah. The wolf howling. The most notable thing that Trump did for the black community was tear gas them for a photo op. We remember. Yeah. Tyler Hackner, this is disgraceful. Dragon Love says that's disrespectful and disgusting. And Cyber Gothica says this AI video is criminal. That's right. It is. At least it should be. Okay. We have an update. Breonna Taylor update. Remember, the cop who decided to indiscriminately shoot in her apartment, killing her. Well, that cop has been convicted. Let's go to the footage and I'll give you the background. Here it is.
A federal jury in Louisville, Kentucky convicted a former officer of violating the civil rights of Breonna Taylor by shooting blindly into her home 5 times during the execution of a search warrant in March of 2020. A different officer on the scene tragically shot and killed Ms. Taylor. Breonna Taylor's life mattered. We speak her name to acknowledge the loss of her life, to recognize her dignity and worth.
Let's put up the picture full mass. Remember, this was the picture that went around the world. Breonna Taylor, innocent American citizen who was shot and killed by the police for absolutely nothing. They then engaged in a criminal conspiracy to cover up their crimes. They already engaged in a criminal conspiracy to fabricate information that led them to that apartment in the first place. A federal jury on Friday convicted a former Kentucky police detective of using excessive force on Breonna Taylor during what they call a botched 2020 drug raid that left her dead. The 12-member jury returned the late night verdict after clearing Brett Hankinson earlier in the evening on a charge that he used excessive force on Taylor's neighbors. It was the first conviction of a local cop in that jurisdiction who was involved in the deadly raid. Put him up. There he is. All right. So you have Brett Hankinson. So Taylor's mother, her name is Tamika, Miss Tamika Palmer, celebrated the verdict with friends outside the federal courthouse saying, quote, "It took a lot of time. It took a lot of patience. It was hard. The jurors took their time to really understand that Breonna deserved justice." Now, I want to point out an irony to this. What happens if you don't have on a blue uniform, okay, and you work in a criminal enterprise? They would call that a clique, a crew, or a gang, and you do something criminal. The person driving may not do anything criminal with you, but they're driving. There's a person that walks up the stairs with you. They may not actually shoot a gun, or maybe they shoot and it don't hit anyone. What happens if something criminal takes place and one of those individuals shoots and kills someone? Well, everybody gets charged with murder. Everybody gets charged with murder. You have different ways to do it: aiding and abetting. You have the gang qualifier, like in the state of Georgia, where they can charge you under the gang statute. And all of a sudden, you're guilty by affiliation. Why is it that when the clique, the crew, or the gang happens to wear police blue and work for the government, why is it that they somehow receive immunity from that statute? Because there's nothing in the statute that expressly dismisses them from being charged as a gang. Nothing. It's just in the culture. We don't do that. All right. Sharon, at least the wheels of justice are turning somewhat in the right direction for this family. The mother seems to be pleased that the jury did the right thing by this particular charge. But once again, first federal conviction, there's more to go.
Yeah, federal. And that's right. The key. This mother had to bring down her expectations and now meet those. Minimal. It is. This is outrageous. Yep. Okay, let's remember when we see Breonna Taylor in that picture that's heartbreaking, we know she's accomplished. We also know that she was even greater than that, or else those powers that be would have put out pictures of her that were unflattering, okay?
Right.
They just don't exist. But I want to mention something else here as he gets a little slap. That's what I'm going to call it, because in Tennessee, they have something called Joker's Law. In some places in the South, you kill a police dog, you get 8 to 30 years.
Right.
Okay. This is, I am happy that something's being done here, but not nearly enough. She should be here.
That's right. That's right. And once again, like the mother said, it did take way too long for her to get just an element of justice for her baby. All right, we're going to continue to follow this and bring you updates as they come. Lil Tuk Tuk. Yep, Lil Tuk Tuk has figured it out. He knows exactly what's going on around here. The hurricanes are due to women having abortions. Here it is.
You know, people, and I have to say, I'm sure I'll be attacked for saying this, but I really believe it. People are like, oh, well, we had another hurricane, must be global warming. No, it's probably abortion, actually, just being honest. Like, you can't do that. You can't kill children on purpose, knowing that you're doing that in exchange for power or freedom or happiness, or whatever you think you're getting in return. You can't participate in human sacrifice without consequences.
Put up Lil Tuk Tuk's picture. I got a question for him. So, since you're so concerned about the children, Tuk Tuk, why is there not a slew of hurricanes in Israel? Because they've killed a significant number of children with the war they have waged in Gaza. I thought this was about the children, Tuk Tuk. Where do I start? So he was on Steve Bannon's show called The War Rooms. Why did they let Steve Bannon out of prison? Hell if I know. Hell if I know. Quote, I think I've been proven right on this when he said, and we have every reason to be suspicious of electronic voting machines. And don't let anyone tell you otherwise. They're just kind of going all over the place. And it's certainly not the first time something like this has been said about abortion. So Tucker's statement comments echoes those of fundamentalist Christians who blame, basically every catastrophe on abortion. Okay. Just days after the September 11th attacks, you had Jerry Falwell who blamed abortionists and other groups for drawing, God's ire to destroy, I guess, people who are at work. Let me just say this. Listen, people like that, and I refuse to allow them to hijack my faith, all right? I'm a Christian man. I don't know what the hell they're on. They're on something else, okay? I look for Christian context, Christ consciousness, collective opportunity. I believe Christ preached the gospel of inclusion, and then man ripped it away, created a book, and developed a religion, hierarchy, and money. So when I say I'm a Christian man, my context is quite different than the vast majority of those you will see raising their hands and worshiping Donald Trump. So believe that. Just a hell of a thing that we would ever think the creator of all is somehow down with this madness. Okay, sharing thoughts here.
These aren't Christians by any definition. These are contortionists. Tucker Carlson is a contortionist. He twists and turns and pivots. He can't answer your question, Doc, because he's not interested in having an honest conversation. The math ain't mathin' in his universe, and the people who roll with him are fine with that.
Yeah, they are. But that's why this had to happen. That's why you have this fork in the road. The DNA of the nation of America is founded and rooted in bigotry, slavery, sexism, racism, the whole nine.
That's what it is.
That's what it is. Now, can you nurture beyond nature? Yes, you can. But it takes fighting to do so. Sharon, always a pleasure having you on the program. Tell people how they can follow you and check out your great work.
PYT, Rebel, we're rolling along in the Black Network. I appreciate you always. And I like this little tag team thing you got going. WWE can't compete with this. It's wonderful. Election day. I'm learning lots, and I'll be watching throughout the night.
Thank you so much. We appreciate all you do, Sharon. And we'll be back on the other side real soon. I'll be seeing you in a little bit.
All right.
All right. Remember, take care of yourself take care of each other, take care of the planet. Remember, the truth is always indisputable.
Do all of you know the Young Turks?
An outlet like yourself that are willing to cover this story from the very beginning.
You have the Young Turks and a bunch of other progressive forces saying this is the time to fight for our values.
And I think right now there are a lot of progressive voters, many leftists who feel like they don't have a home.
And this is why what Cenk and the Young Turks are doing is so important.
What we've done is sustainable, slow, healthy growth. And I think that's the way news should be, where you don't rely on sensationalist stuff. You don't lean on whatever's trendy in the news at any given moment. You know, you just go with the truth.
You gave me a platform.
You've uplifted so many other progressive voices through this network, and you're constantly looking for people that you can amplify through the work we do, through the infrastructure that you built at TYT.
It takes those early people who believe that can really be the seeds of this movement, and that has been the Young Turks.
We're super serious about the news. We also managed to do it in a way that is fun and lighthearted. We're not TYT, you're TYT.
Welcome to the Damage Report. I'm John Idarola. This is gonna be a big one. Meanwhile, in the Arctic, you know where this is going. You watch the Damage Report, the Arctic's on fire. Obviously, why would we be talking about the Arctic except to tell you that it's melting once again? The Republicans aren't that interested in it. I wonder why. Lift out of poverty up to 3.7 million people, including an estimated 1.3 million children. Hashtag save the children.
Well, he's back. We got conservative Joe Collins, former congressional candidate, California, and also CEO of JT Acquisitions. Joe, good day. Welcome.
Hey, thank you for having me, man. It's good to see you again. Great to be on your show. Thank you.
Well, good to have you back on the program. We got election day coming up. The last time you and I tangled, we were debating conservative ideology versus left-leaning or Democratic ideology. We agreed on some points and disagreed on others. So today, we're going to have a longer conversation about the upcoming election. How do you call it? How do you see it? What policies do you think are popping with Americans? What policies do you think are popping with black folk? What say you?
You know what? I'm going to be honest with you. From what I've been seeing, it looks like Donald Trump is going to win. And the reason why is because Pennsylvania looked like it's going to be a tilt, as well as Michigan and Wisconsin. And he has a stronghold on the Bible Belt as well. Kamala Harris, obviously, she's going to get the blue-leaning states like California, New York, Washington, Oregon, so on and so forth. But it's exciting to see some of the policies that I think are resonating with America right now is the economy. That's always going to be number one. And James Carville said it, maybe 10, 15 years ago, it's the economy, stupid. That was his catchphrase. And so right now with the price of life actually being up, extremely ridiculous. And then the border is going to be number two. We have an influx of migrants coming across the border. And I think those two issues are resonating with the American people. And when you look at what both candidates are presenting, you have Donald Trump who's talking about it and he has his plans for it. And you have Kamala Harris who's talking about it, but her plans are extremely vague. And I think a lot of people are saying, you've been in office for 4 years as vice president. Joe Biden says that you have the same powers as he is, and you've been a deciding vote on a lot of the policies that are getting put forward. If these was your policy positions, your plans, why haven't you done it? And why you had that opportunity as vice president?
Okay, so let's definitely go through this one by one. I disagree with you on the assumption that Trump is going to win the election, and I say that because there is basically no swing state where he is ahead above the margin of error. And so as I explain typically to my college students in political science, anytime you have a poll that shows both candidates are within the margin of error, that means that you can basically toss that poll into the neutral category. This is what happened when Hillary Clinton was running against Donald Trump, that she was ahead by 1.2 points in the swing states, and individuals assumed that meant she was winning those states. No, not when you understand crosstabs of the data. That meant that they were in a dead heat. They were in a tie. No one was outside of the margin barrier. The election could go either way. So that's number one. Number two, when it comes to the economy, I find it quite interesting that Republicans are still arguing that somehow Donald Trump is stronger on the economy. So let's have a thoughtful conversation about this. When you say economy, are you also talking about things like inflation, taxes, et cetera, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. So we have massive inflation happening. We have the money not being stretched long enough, so your money funny now because of inflation. But inflation takes time to happen. And when you calculate the rate of inflation, you see clearly that our consumer supply and demand dynamic, well, that was destroyed under Donald Trump. Donald Trump also created tariffs, trying to go to petty wars with other nations, and it only hurt our agriculture community. They had to pass that cost on to, well, us. And that's why farmers, those that work in agriculture in a record way, voted against Donald Trump in his reelection bid due to the tariffs, which are fancy words for taxes, really, that he affixed to the American people. But if you look historically, black folk in particular, and all people by proxy, make more money when a Democrat is in office. You can go to any data set you choose to. They make far more money. And even under Donald Trump, for the 4 years that Trump was there, black people had more technical employment only because they used a U3 rating system rather than a U6 rating system. But they made less household median income due to Trump's policies. So when you actually look at the policies pound for pound, people made less money. They had less money home. They got to write off less things, and that contributed to what you're seeing today. As far as the economic policy, I can quote to you VP Harris's economic policies. Can you tell me what Trump's economic policies are, the ones that are so attractive in your opinion?
Well, yeah, absolutely. But we have to go back to the tariffs. The one tariff that was extremely important was the tariffs on China. And what was happening with China was they were creating products with cheap material and still selling it at market value. That was one of the biggest issues when it came to what you would consider a petty war with China. Nobody wants to buy cheap products at market value. Even when it came to farmers, the farmers in America, they were getting screwed by other countries. We were purchasing other countries' crops, but countries weren't purchasing our crops. And so that was another issue. It wasn't an issue from Donald Trump. It was the issue that he was trying to correct.
But back up, dear brother, but he didn't. Now let's be very clear. It wasn't just products. I mean, he could have singled out certain products. They have that line by line right to do so. What he decided to do is basically utilize a section, I think it was from 1974, and it affixed about $50 billion added to that particular tariff or that particular nation with the tariffs, and it hurt farmers. Now, did it solve the problem he said it would solve? No, he was wrong. He was incorrect. He miscalculated. And I think that's the important part. Not that he was trying to do good. I mean, we're not in the third grade, dear brother. That he did something miscalculated and it hurt a whole lot of American families. I think that is how we would typically judge a president of the United States when it comes to the execution of particular policies that go adverse to the intended outcome, correct?
Slightly. But even when you talk about, because when
you're
when you
judging,
talk about,
dear brother, you're judging the vice president, Kamala Harris, for what Biden has done, but you won't judge Donald Trump when he was president for what he said he did. Is Donald Trump responsible for Donald Trump? When he decided to engage in that ridiculous tariff war without thoughtfulness, he executed that tariff war. He lost it. He said he would win. He miscalculated. Farmers are hurt. You don't blame him for that?
I don't believe farmers were hurt under the
That's
Trump
what farmers said. You don't believe farmers were hurt?
I don't believe farmers were hurt because if I remember correctly, Donald Trump was forcing other nations to buy crops from us.
No,
until COVID happened.
To go through
until COVID happened, everything shut down.
Okay, so you don't believe farmers were hurt by the tariffs that Donald Trump implemented. It was a huge deal. It's a big thing.
No, I don't. I think if you have different countries that are not purchasing our products, but we're purchasing their products, they should be tariffed and they should have to be forced to buy our products.
Let me read something to you. So let me read something to you. And you can find my information. You can vet my sources, foreignpolicy.com, Pew Research, etc. Okay. The title is Trump's Trade Wars Have Made Agriculture Policies Worse. From suffering U.S. farmers to the pain inflicted on the developing world, everything about U.S. agriculture is now dysfunctional. The next administration can do better. In this article that poses all of the economic realities that took place due to his out of this world ridiculous tariffs, it also includes the farming associations, professional farmers who at one point supported Trump, who turned away from Trump due to his unwillingness to change course. Then the federal government made a program and said, hey, farmers, we know we messed up, but here's how we can make it right. You can apply for money right here. And then they made the bureaucracy so complicated that less than 1% of the farmers could qualify for the damn money. So you're still telling me that farmers don't know what they're talking about when it comes to their own industry.
I'm not saying farmers don't know what they're talking about, but if other countries are not forced to purchase our crops, who's going to purchase our crops? But we're constantly
but you're looking at see, you're doing the Trump thing. You're looking at it one way, dear brother. It's multidimensional, not just multifaceted. It's not just about what countries buy crops from us. It's also about the countries that we deal with in a globalized context, because when it comes to seed, plant, nurture, and grow, all of those dynamics are not simply associated to local crops. My dad was a farmer.
Exactly.
And you have to deal with other entities when you're growing, especially exotic crops. And sometimes you have crops that do better in certain terrain. Like this thing isn't as simple as you're saying, dear brother. And the farmers are correct because they're the ones who farm. If they said Donald Trump messed up, why wouldn't you agree Donald Trump messed up?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if just like you said, when we talk about farming, we're not selling to the United States. We're selling internationally. So internationally, if these countries,
that's not true. You sell to the no, that's not true. Local farms sell to the United States. What are you talking about?
So why do we import so much stuff?
The farmers import seeds, brother. They import seeds sometimes, brother.
And with our exports, if we're exporting crops in other countries and not buying our crops at the same median that we buy in their crops,
but that's not what Trump did with the tariffs. Nor did he accomplish it. My point is, everything you're saying, Trump failed at doing. So why can't you judge Donald Trump for what Trump did?
Okay, Trump failed at it. All right, perfect. However, look at this. We're buying so much because the United States.
You know that's gonna mess you up. I know you told the truth, brother, but that's gonna mess you up with MAGA right there.
It does. I'm agreeing to disagree, but that's not the case. If we're importing crops, but we can't export crops to other countries to sell, then why not tariff the crops that are coming into their country until they start to buy our stuff? We've been so soft.
Okay.
We've been so soft on these other countries. Let's
go to La La Land. Did it work?
Did what work?
Other countries now all of a sudden buying more American crops than they were prior to Donald Trump's ridiculous tariffs.
When you had strong leadership, other countries respect it. They might not like it, but they respect it.
Did it work?
It couldn't work because then you have a weak leader like Joe Biden get into office and he's like, we're not going to tariff the countries. And then what happens to the United States? Inflation goes up.
Well, what year did he implement the tariffs?
Who, Donald Trump? He implemented in 2018?
Did it work?
2017?
Did it work?
It's not going to work overnight. But one thing that we cannot do as a country, we cannot continue to be soft with other countries while other countries are not. Yes, we've been extremely soft.
How about like Trump was soft with Russia? Let's go to migrants, as you call them, as you say. Right now, you believe that, I think it's number 2. You said economy was 1. Number 2 is immigration, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So I think there's a lot of room here, obviously, for context and conversation. But I do think it is somewhat of I think it is a false argument. And many times it's just somebody gaslighting. When they want you to look at immigration as somehow a job killer for Americans. That's one argument that's used. That's the boogeyman, that they are somehow more criminal. And that's a criminal element coming into the United States. And then naturally the argument, they are taking money away from social programs that taxes are going to. And the truth is they actually contribute more to the American taxation system than they could ever dream of taking away. The reality is also that automation takes more American jobs than any immigrant or undocumented worker. When you go to a store and you check out your groceries by way of a machine, that machine or automation took jobs away from 3 or 4 people that would have worked those shifts for that 24-hour period, and those jobs never come back. And the reality is that the individuals who hire undocumented labor, the people that bring in those that do not have their papers per se, are the ones committing the more egregious act based on the subsection of the federal law. But you do not see the CEOs or the hiring managers or the HR director being brought up on charges. You only see the brown folk who are poor being arrested, and then the CEO gets a civil fine. What say you?
Well, I would have to agree with that. Automation is taking a lot of jobs, especially when you look at factory workers, you look at dock workers. Automation is literally killing that industry. When it comes to immigration, it's not immigration that's the problem. It's illegal immigration that's the problem. We all know that our immigration system has been broken since probably before I was a kid, because when I look back at speeches that prominent political figures have made, they all talk about how the immigration system is broken. However, nobody has done anything to either enforce the laws we have on the book or do anything to fix that immigration problem. I think when you look at the United States right now, and I think we both can agree on this, the jobs that these immigrants are taking are not jobs that the average American would do these days. Just like picking crops. We still have people in certain parts of this country who pick crops, tomatoes, lettuce, so on and so forth. Construction. You got a very small community of people who would do construction, but the immigrant population, they would be more than happy to do construction. I think when you talk about immigration, it's the illegal aspect of immigrants that gets people up in arms. We can't track who's coming into our country. You have 11 million people who has crossed the border illegally. How many of those people are terrorists? How many of those people have priors? And on top of that, one of the biggest things that I find fault with the immigration system is when you cross into the United States illegally, you're breaking federal laws. If you and I, as American citizens, break federal laws, we will be held to a standard that these people are not being held to. So that's my grievance with illegal immigration. We have the ability to fix it. We have the ability to create new programs.
Let's talk about it. You know, I don't call anyone an illegal immigrant. You know why, dear brother? Because there's no human being God has made that's illegal. None.
Right.
You see, these are categories, these are tropes. These words are utilized to other individuals to make you think, to make us think that somehow they are subhuman, and they are not. So I don't refer to them as illegal anything. They are legal by the standard of existence, period. So let's start there. Number
I
two.
can appreciate that sentiment.
Yeah, number two. You're right about the context. If they wanted to fix it, they could. But you have to start from the cause, and we typically start from effect. Okay? So let's start from cause. What's the cause? The cause is economic destabilization in the foreign countries. That's your cause, economic destabilization. And much of that economic destabilization is there by either the will of factions in America or by the complicit nature of do nothing and allow the destabilization to take place. You know, if we can spend unlimited money to kill people and blow things up, calling it war, we definitely have enough money to help stabilize countries around us in order for there to be stake in the game there. But we don't do that. Why? Because that's not a sexy solution. We would say, oh, that's too much money to a foreign nation. We would politicize it here in America, and we would contextualize it in an improper way, typically, because we're trying to win political points. But the reality is that will cost you less money than any other solution. I promise you, doing what Trump said is going to cost you way more taxpayer money and damn sure won't be effective, talking about rounding up everyone and then shipping them back to their respective countries. The hell? You don't even know where everyone is located. It's not even practical. You don't have enough manpower. What are you going to do? Create internment camps all around the United States of America, put children in cages, etc. If we're talking about that, we are now creating enemies throughout the globe that will come back and hunt our children and grandchildren if we engage in such madness. Do you not agree?
Yeah, we've already done that. I mean, when you look at the war in Afghanistan, we created those enemies, 30 years ago, and we're still fighting those enemies today. I absolutely agree. I think that, and this is part of the problem that I have with the older politicians that are in office right now. They don't come up with good ideas for economic development in other countries unless they want to go to war with those countries. But from my perspective,
wait a minute, Joe. Say that, Joe, brother. Even a broke clock is right twice a day. Say that again, Joe.
We don't have politicians that has came up with an economic plan for development in other countries unless you want to go to war with those countries, and we're missing out on a prime opportunity there, not only for stabilization but for tax revenue, because you invest in other countries, you're going to get a return on that investment because they have to pay that money back. I mean, when you look at what China is doing in Africa, China is literally, they're going to town with Africa, infrastructure, coining money, so on and so forth. And in my position, 6-7 years ago, before I even got in politics when I was in the military, was that should have been the United States doing that.
Man, but wait a minute, Joe. Listen, man, I got to bring it up because it was a Democratic president, President Obama, who had the African summit in the White House. It was President Obama who said we need to bring Africa in as economic and resource partners rather than the dynamics that have been happening where basically you're coming in and taking. You're taking through force, you're taking through colonization, you're taking through judicial processes. He said, let's make them partners. He did that. No Republican had done that. It was Obama who did that.
And he created us a lot of military bases over there too. And people are going to hate it that I say this, and I say it all the time. When you look at the structure of America, and this is a God honest truth, we are not partnered with any countries that are not Eurocentric. All of our partnerships are all Eurocentric. Any country that is partnering with an African country or a country of melanated people, we don't mess with those guys. And as a matter of fact, we do everything we can to ensure that they have no economic development or no economic development plan. And anybody who wants to develop in that country automatically becomes an enemy of the United States. And that's my opinion, but that's what I've been seeing. And that's the God honest truth.
Joe, you're starting to sound like a progressive, Joe.
I don't know if that's progressive policies, but from a business standpoint, I think it's dumb business.
I think what you're saying is simply right and correct and accurate and factual, and you can actually check the record on it. My point to you is you're connected to a brand of politics, but you're trying to be an actual effective public servant. And it's getting to a point, Joe, where the two no longer can coexist. There's so much rhetoric, and I'm not just saying for the right. I mean, MAGA definitely has its rhetoric, but there's rhetoric on the left too. We call them corporate Democrats, okay? It's so much rhetoric that at a point, truth and their rhetoric cannot coexist. And you're getting to that point where you're saying things, man, if I put some of the quotes you said on my show in a clip, and I put it out on social media, MAGA would eat you alive. And all you have done is told the truth. You did nothing but tell the truth. But they don't want truth, dear brother.
Mm-hmm. But I'm not MAGA. I like Donald Trump, but I'm not, I wouldn't consider myself MAGA at all.
Well,
I would
see,
consider
that's
myself
the
a
point.
centrist.
You like Donald Trump. Mm-hmm. Donald Trump's son said there is no more Republican Party. All you have is MAGA now. Donald Trump is the founder and leader of the cult known as MAGA. You cannot separate the man and the brand any longer. He has adopted it. He has promoted it. He has branded it, and he's proud of it. So when you say you like Trump, dear brother, understand what that comes with, because the man and the brand are inseparable at this point.
That is kind of true. But at the end of the day, it's a fad, just like every other fad that we've had in the United States. But Donald, if he wins or if he loses, that's the end of it. You ain't going to be able to find anybody who could rebrand that or take it to the next level. You're going to get a whole new wave of politicians. And from my perspective, the Republican Party has been there for a long time, just for their unwillingness to reach out to communities outside of their comfort zone.
Well, remember, it was
That's
the
from
Republican
experience.
Party. Remember, the Republican Party, under the leadership of MAGA appointed leaders, they're the ones that got rid of black Republicans. They're the ones that got rid of the caucus groups, Latino, Republican Latinos, et cetera. They got rid of all their caucus groups, including their youth caucus group and their women caucus group and all of their minority caucus groups. They did that as a systematic change, a transformation in their political norms. Those things have happened under the leadership of Donald Trump.
All I ask of you going forward is keep fighting forward, okay? But we don't fight with arms and physical and any of that, right? We fight with love. We fight with peace. We fight with hope and belief and faith in one another. And we do that strife with knowledge and facts and truth and things that are real. Yeah. Objective reality matters. So much of our audience is scientists, teachers, engineers, data analysts, people who believe in objective reality, right? So thank you guys for believing in that. Thank you for believing in hope, and thank you for making it happen. I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
I really love what y'all do on the Young Turks, man, and it's a very refreshing, voice. Y'all don't lean to one side. I tell people all the time, if you want to go really hear what's going on honestly in our society, you should tune in to the Young Turks.
Thank you, Charlemagne. We appreciate that.
That's awesome. Really appreciate it, brother.
Tell me about the shirt you're wearing.
Pretty much speaks for itself. What's the penalty for treason? Death. Everything was phenomenal under Donald Trump, and now it's Obama calling the shots right now. It ain't Biden.
So it's Obama calling the shots?
I believe so. None of this would be happening if they hadn't stolen the 2020 election from Trump and we the people.
If you could have an option of 4 years of Donald Trump as a dictator or 4 years of Joe Biden as a president, what would you choose?
Donald Trump.
It is election day, damn it. And we've been talking about it for so long. It's finally here. We've been all over the country. TYT, not only have we covered this, someone within this organization even ran in this election, even though that seems like a very long time ago. I have said this before, but there's nobody who knows more about American politics in our midst than David Schuster, who has been a colleague of mine.
No, it's the other shoe. It's the other shoe who knows all about politics.
Schuster and I have been colleagues, not just at the Young Turks, where we are hardly colleagues because our work doesn't cross that much, except today. But we've been every network that you can think of that went out of business, David Schuster and I have worked for together, and nothing makes me happier. That's a lot of election days together. Nothing makes me happier than to be on here with him. We call each other Shoe off the air. Our dream has always been that pair of shoes would be a show, and here it is for the next 2 hours. We are talking on election day about today's election. David Schuster, thanks for being on this with me. It is, needless to say, a pleasure.
Shoo, right back at you. First of all, I feel like we're sort of aging ourselves by talking about all these different organizations. Was it Al Jazeera and Current and all these other ones that we did Election Day? But it doesn't feel like Election Day, Shoo, unless you and I are on somewhere together. And it is a pleasure to be on with you. I'm glad. First, I want to compare our voting stickers.
Yeah.
What's the color scheme for yours? Looks like a blue background I voted. Mine is a white background with the blue I voted.
Right. But a coincidence that they're both red, white, and blue. So that's no one was expecting that. I should say that it does age us, but the networks aren't here anymore, but we are. So we can say what we want about aging and all of that. We're going to be doing predictions. We're going to be looking back at this election season, this cycle, as the people say. But what we're also going to be doing is going through some of the races that we are watching tonight that we think that you, the TYT audience, should be watching. There's a lot of time to kill until the polls close. The first ones that close are David's home state of Indiana, along with Kentucky, which closes at 6 Eastern. I don't know why the Hoosiers don't want to vote past 6.
Because of basketball. It's because of early dinners and basketball. In Indiana, people eat early, so all those poll workers got to get to dinner. And in high school basketball practice and games and all that, you got to get to the gym.
Apparently. I mean, I guess that's true. I'm going to believe the Hoosier, but I'm still dubious. And here's what happens to people who don't follow this stuff. It's going to come in at Indiana and Kentucky. They're going to call it immediately for Donald Trump. And then one of your friends who doesn't pay attention but knows that you know a lot about politics will call you and say, uh-oh, this doesn't look good. No, calm down. As Cenk would say, calm down, calm down. It really matters not at all. Indiana will be red. Kentucky will be red. Here's where it matters. If they're too close to call, at 6 o'clock, and they're not making a jump on either of those. Don't dream about that, but that's when it will matter. That's when my friend calls me and says, "Hey, what's going on in Indiana?" I'll say, "I don't know. That looks pretty good."
But just not to interrupt, but that actually in 2008, Barack Obama won Indiana, as you remember. I think you spent some time in Indiana then. And so, at 6 o'clock, if based on if the networks don't call Indiana immediately, like right away, then wait a second, something's going on here. Maybe Kamala Harris is going to do better than expected, and maybe there's something about the Ann Seltzer poll in Iowa that showed her winning Iowa by 3 points that is drifting over to some other Midwestern states. And so, it's a great point to start out the evening for people who are looking for early clues. 6 o'clock, if Wolf Blitzer at CNN isn't calling Indiana for Donald Trump at 6 o'clock, Kamala Harris is off to a good start.
There's no question. You brought up the Seltzer poll. I think that we have to talk about it briefly here, and what I'll lead with what it means to me and why I think it's important. There was a poll that came out of Iowa in the past 4 days, run by Ann Seltzer, who is a pollster who knows Iowa very, very well. The poll showed Kamala Harris up by 3 in a state that is solidly red. It has a red governor. It has 2 red senators. It's got 4 red members of Congress. This is as red as it comes, and Donald Trump won this state last time. So it showed Harris up by 3. The reason I mention it, and not that Iowa is something that we were all waiting for, but Iowa is a lily white state with a very, very high percentage of people who vote. Should the Iowa caucuses be the kickoff to the election? I don't know. I've spent a lot of time, as has David, going through Iowa over many, many caucuses, and I love the energy. I love how learned they are on these elections, but I don't know that it's the right place to start this election. But this poll tells me that a lot of women, a lot of white women and white men are crossing over to the Democratic Party and voting this year if it's to be taken seriously. I say it should be taken seriously because her track record is impeccable. David?
Well, and I'm so glad that we're sort of starting with this because in my view, Shu, and we're going to talk about this, and I don't mean to jump the gun, but I also think that control of the U.S. House could also be determined by 2 of the 4 congressional districts in Iowa that are currently, all 4, as you mentioned, are held by Republicans. But Ann Seltzer's poll, not only did she have Kamala Harris winning over Trump by 3 compared to, say, the Emerson poll, which had Trump plus 10, but Ann Seltzer also polled the Iowa 1st congressional district where the Republican incumbent Mariannette Miller Meeks is losing, according to Ann Seltzer, by 16 points. This is a plus 16 for the Democratic challenger, Christina Bohannon, a law professor. So if that flips, and that's one of those toss-up races anyway, but if that's the margin, if it's a double-digit margin for the Democrat, then you're looking at perhaps also a victory for the Democrat in Iowa's 3rd congressional district, where you have Zach Nunn who's trying to fend off a challenge from Lannan Bassam, and the Seltzer poll found Bassam plus 7. So if those 2 seats flip from Republican to Democrat, and again, if Ann Seltzer is correct about Harris, and if she's correct about the down ballot impacts, then you're looking at not only a great night for Kamala Harris, but a great night for Democrats in terms of controlling the U.S. House.
Yeah, and that's what, I'm glad you brought that up because we are looking at so many of these races. We're going to go through these congressional races and Senate races in just a moment here. But one of the things that's really important in what David's talking about is what you can pull from that poll, right? What it is telling us. It's not control of the House we're looking at, but we're looking at huge moves. And we're looking at huge moves in an atypical and a typically Trump stronghold with that kind of a voter, that demographic, right? So things like what happened at Madison Square Garden with what that comedian said and what the Republicans didn't repudiate about Puerto Ricans, Latinos, blacks, Jews, that's not going to affect the Iowa voter typically, certainly not in their living room. So that's an even better sign for Harris because she's doing well in a state, according to this poll, where none of those factors that would be strong for her are coming to the fore. And so I think it's important that we look at that. And then, of course, it does trickle down to House races and what you can extrapolate, certainly in the Midwest. David was talking almost jokingly about Indiana earlier, but that's the kind of state that could mirror what we see in a place like Iowa. And then Wisconsin, adjacent to Iowa, a swing state. Does that carry over? Does the same type of Midwestern voter in Iowa, can that be mirrored in Wisconsin, further to Michigan, and even in states like Kansas that we're not even expecting to be talking about tonight? Omaha. There's one district in Omaha because they get you can split off by district, and they award their electoral votes by district. So Omaha, which is Nebraska 1, that's an Iowa media market. So they've been flooding that Iowa media market, and a lot of that has worked in Iowa where they're not going to be spending money. So it's a really interesting thing. David, let's go to some of the Senate races that we're watching. Control, obviously, of the White House is the feature fight, but the undercards are really important. The U.S. Senate now hangs in the balance. And what I would like to, if we could do, is go through some of these Senate seats that we're looking at as swing state Senates. We're looking at West Virginia, but I think, David, we're saying West Virginia is going to go to the Republicans. Joe Manchin is leaving, and that's a seat that's going to go to the Republicans.
Yeah, I agree. And I think, if you had asked me a couple of weeks ago, I would have also said, say, Montana, which is a Republican state. Jon Tester, the Democrat, the only Democrat in the state since 2007. He's in trouble, right? He's a 3-term Senate incumbent. And there was this Tim Sheehy, who's a Navy SEAL, who at least checks all the boxes in terms of Montana roots and connection. And so you would think a couple of weeks ago, and the poll suggested that Tim Sheehy in Montana was going to get a pickup of a Republican seat. But there's been this sort of lingering controversy over Tim Sheehy, a Navy SEAL who said that he was injured by friendly fire in Afghanistan, that he was shot in the arm. And now it turns out that he shot himself in the arm accidentally when he was visiting Glacier National Park, and has done a lousy job of explaining that. And in a place like Montana, where, they can tolerate, problems that you have, but they don't seem to tolerate straight talk, Tim Sheehy has been sinking in the polls. So all of a sudden, a state that I think you and I both were writing off in terms of the Democrats were going to lose, Montana, all of a sudden, it looks like Jon Tester could pull off the miracle and hold on to his seat and protect the Democratic chances of holding on to the Senate.
Yeah, and very often Jon Tester has had to defy odds. Montana is not a blue state. Jon Tester has won, I believe, 3 times now. I believe this would be his 4th term that he would be that he's running for now. I think he's been in the Senate for 3 terms. And he's always been up against it. And he's always been the type of Democrat that could win there, a farmer, and it's an agrarian, a lot of it is an agrarian economy there. And he speaks to Montanans. It's also, while a huge state, it's a very small state in terms of population. It's easy to reach a lot of voters there. Max Baucus was a senator from Montana who was a Democrat who was able to be that kind of Democrat, and Tester tried to take that over. So we look at that race tonight. It's going to be, as David said, one of those races that's going to be telling about the direction this Senate is going to go. I wouldn't want to put in any false optimism, but I would say that what David said about Sheehy and that fabricated story or that embellished story is mattering. That's not something we're just talking about here. That's something that they're talking about in Montana. The other part of that is that we are seeing is that Tester has defied odds before. We've gone into election nights, David, where Jon Tester is not supposed to win, where Jon Tester is up against it. Oh, well, they're not going to be able to hold Montana, so they're going to have to make that up elsewhere. If they hold Montana, that would be a devastating blow to the Republicans. I'm not saying it's going to happen. One other race that we're watching of these Senate races, let's go to Ohio. Sherrod Brown, very pro-union, also, I believe, a 3-term senator from Ohio, is up against it now. When he got there, Ohio was a fairly blue state. It's turned into a red state. And he's running against a guy named Bernie Moreno, and Bernie Moreno has said some very, very caustic things. And David, what do you think when you see that race? The polls have it really tightening now. Brown was up by about 4 or 5. It seems to be at 1 or 2 now.
Well, this was one of the questions that I had for you, Shu. I was going to ask you about Sherrod Brown and whether he holds on, even though it's a state that Donald Trump probably wins. I was also going to ask you about Ted Cruz, and we'll do that in a second. But Bernie Moreno, to put a point on it, he's one of these Donald Trump election deniers. He said a few weeks ago and he said it on video, that he doesn't think abortion is an issue for women past 50. And so Sherrod Brown has been hammering him over that, and a lot of women have said, what are you talking about? Some of us have daughters and grandchildren, whatever it is. So it's like Bernie Moreno is tone deaf. And so I was going to actually ask you first in Ohio, I mean, what does it say about both Sherrod Brown's viability and his political skills and perhaps even the issue of abortion itself hanging over all of this? What does it say that Sherrod Brown has a decent chance of holding onto a seat in a state that the pre-election polls were suggesting Donald Trump was going to win by 7 or 8 points?
Well, in a way, I think in this case, it would say more about Moreno himself than it would about Brown. And Brown is very pro-union, probably along with Bernie Sanders, the most pro-union member of the U.S. Senate. And Ohio is a pretty strong union state, and a very strong union state, as a matter of fact. I mean, Tim Ryan, who ran for Senate, ran for president as well, represented Ohio in Congress, the Youngstown area, is someone who tried to carry that union vote to a Senate seat and failed in his last try. So I think that Brown, though, would be the first person I'd look at if this is a wave election in the other direction, right? If Donald Trump wins tonight and does very well, it's going to be doing well, obviously, in some blue states, but he's going to have to do very well in red states. That's when you see the John Testers fall. That's when you see the Sherrod Browns fall. That's when you don't see hope of beating Rick Scott in Florida or Ted Cruz in Texas, if you have hope at all. And that's where you'd probably see another upset. However, Sherrod Brown has the operation, he has the name recognition, and he has more positives than does Moreno, who has a high negative rating right now. So we'll watch that. If I wouldn't imagine that would be called very quickly, and if it is, and if it's called in Brown's favor, another thing I would look at early in the night. Ohio closes. Ohio closes at 7:30 Eastern time. So if you're starting to see that at 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific, and they're calling it early for Sherrod Brown, which I don't think they're going to do, then that's telling you a little bit more about what's going to happen tonight.
Well, speaking of poll closings, Pennsylvania, closes, I think, is 8 o'clock at night, but Pennsylvania is notorious for not having, they're not notorious for not having results for several days, in part because of, how they collect the ballots and tabulate them. And that brings up the question about Bob Casey, right? He's the three-term Senate incumbent Democrat. He's the son of a former two-term governor, perhaps one of the most famous names in Pennsylvania politics is Casey. And he's up against this guy, Dave McCormick, who Dave McCormick actually has a pretty nice place not too far from where I live here in Connecticut. And Dave McCormick got the rap of being something of a carpetbagger, a hedge fund manager who may have helped Chinese companies that were producing fentanyl. So it's been a fascinating race to see the attacks from Bob Casey against Dave McCormick. How do you see that race playing out tonight? Even though we probably won't know the results because of Pennsylvania and the issue of abortion in terms of how it cuts across Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and it's an interesting issue for Bob Casey, too, who is a Catholic and is not where the rest of his party is necessarily on abortion. But here's what I'd say. It's sort of a cop-out answer, but I think there is ticket splitting that happens. There will be ticket splitting that happens tonight. To a lot of us, we don't understand how that happens, how you could vote for, let's say, Kamala Harris and Dave McCormick in Pennsylvania. But that does happen, and it happens in Pennsylvania. The night Al Gore in 2000 won Pennsylvania, Rick Santorum won Pennsylvania, and he won as a senator who was among the most conservative senators, most religiously conservative senators, most fundamentalist conservative senators in the Senate at that time, and maybe in recent history. It does happen. I don't think, though, that it's going to happen against Casey in the same way that it would have happened against a different candidate. And so if Harris is able to prevail there and Democrats are able to get their voters out, I don't think Casey's in trouble. For a while, even recently, I thought Casey was in more trouble than I believe he is in now. He was sort of sailing pretty well, and then it tightened. And I think that the voter turnout and the overwhelming number of people that have sent in mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania and will do so continue through today, I think that's going to be what puts Casey over ultimately.
I got another question for you, Shu, about Pennsylvania, because this one, we love in the media to talk about whether it's the carpetbagger stuff or McCormick mispronounced the name of a Pennsylvania beer, or I think he went to a Philadelphia Eagles rally and praised the Steelers, all that kind of stuff. And we laugh about him sort of being out of touch. But you've spent a lot of time traveling to all these states and spent a lot of time in Pennsylvania. Does that kind of stuff, does it resonate on Election Day?
It does. It does, because it becomes a story that carries through, that makes it through in local news media markets. So we may sit in Connecticut or California or Florida or wherever else we are and look at that and say, oh, God, what an idiot, he did that, but it doesn't matter. This is a race about other things. But if it's constantly be thrown at you in Pittsburgh or Philadelphia, the two biggest media markets in that state, then it does matter, right? It matters a lot, and because it stays, not because it's a question of the substance of what they're talking about, because it is not with substance usually. So I think it matters for a while. I think it helps to define who that candidate is. If you're already coming in as a carpetbagger, you're mispronouncing a Pennsylvania beer, and you're praising the Steelers at an Eagles party or rally, then that matters in creating the whole you. Those things on their own don't matter that much. And so if you're seen as not authentic in a state like Pennsylvania, it can be kind of tough. So I do think it matters in the whole, but I don't think each of those things matter one by one. We talked about Ted Cruz. You brought him up earlier. Yeah. Let's go to Texas. Let's go to that race. I am bearish on this, but only because I have seen Texas be promised before to seem hopeful. I have fallen for it. I covered the Beto O'Rourke-Ted Cruz race 6 years ago, and honestly, I mean, objectively, Beto O'Rourke is one of the best campaigners I'd ever seen. And I thought, well, if this guy can't do it, then nobody's going to be able to beat Ted Cruz for a while. And now here we are with Colin Allred running against Cruz in that race. And, David, I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, and this is the one that I get asked about in terms of Senate races from friends and family more often. Does Ted Cruz actually stand a chance of losing? Can Colin Allred beat him? And I think I sort of fall in your camp in that, sure, I'd like to think that this race could be close, and it might be within a percentage point or two, but Texas is such a tough nut to crack, and it's also a tough state to poll in terms of, margins and whatnot. I will say that, Colin Allred, I think, has run a beautiful campaign. For people not familiar with him, he's 41 years old. He played football at Baylor. He played professional football for the Tennessee Titans. He then worked in the Obama administration, got his law degree from Berkeley, was a beloved member of Congress. And in fact, in this campaign, he had Liz Cheney, Republican Liz Cheney. Not only was she supporting Kamala Harris, she came to Texas and filmed a couple spots with Colin Allred to talk about the need to defeat Ted Cruz. And you add all of that up, plus the fact that Republicans in Washington generally hate Ted Cruz. They can't stand him. And Mitch McConnell refused to spend any Senate money to help Ted Cruz, thinking, you're going to win even if it's close. So it feels like it's so tempting to think maybe Colin Allred could pull this off. And I suppose if there's a huge draw of women who are coming out because of abortion with the Harris, Trump, and I suppose it's possible, but I feel like, Shu, I kind of fall into your camp that it just, it's something you wouldn't count on if you're a Democrat. It's nice to think about, and I appreciate everybody who has sent money to try to put Colin Allred over the top, and I don't think that's money that's wasted, but it just feels like that would be a miracle of miracles if that turns for Colin Allred against Ted Cruz.
Yeah, I agree. And what makes Texas atypical is that you can look at states like Georgia and see Atlanta and see the suburban and exurban parts of those outside. We now call them collar counties, which is a phrase that was invented, I think, in the last election cycle, but maybe they've always been that. But when somebody comes up with something new and then they use it and they just hammer it into you, it always upsets me. So collar counties was kind of new to me. But let's say you are in suburban Dallas, suburban Fort Worth, right? You're still not the typical voter that moves to Texas and establishes themselves in a suburb, moves from another state, maybe a more liberal state. There's a conservatism in Texas that is very different than other Southern conservative states, and I think that it's going to be harder to penetrate for Democrats. We were talking earlier about how David and I have worked at so many different networks. Well, at each one, and probably twice, we've done a Texas turning blue story, and Texas hasn't turned blue in all that time. And yes, are there places where it's seemed more promising? Sure. But the Ann Richards, she was the governor of Texas in the early 90s. That didn't change Texas. Texas is still what it is. And even the abortion issue, even women voters, they have a very conservative attorney general. They have a very conservative governor. And the Latino populations along the border have been very well wooed by the Republicans there. So I don't see that as the place where or this race is the place where that is going to change. And if it does, and if you're hearing that race is closer than we're saying it is going to be now, then again, it tells you a little bit more about what tonight will bring.
Yeah, and I'm right there with you, and I got to ask you about, and I want to bring up two other Senate races, not so much because of the interest in the Senate race, and I'm talking about Michigan and Wisconsin, but there was a time, if you look back at sort of the overall sort of dynamics of the presidential campaign, where a bunch of Democratic internal polls seemed to come out of Wisconsin and Michigan about 3 or 4 weeks ago, which suggested that Kamala Harris was losing to Donald Trump, and that in Wisconsin, for example, Tammy Baldwin was only ahead of Eric Hovde by 2 or 3 points. And then you saw a similar story get leaked to the Wall Street Journal in which Elena Slotkin in Michigan was barely beating her opponent, Mike Rogers, but Kamala Harris may have been losing. And the major storyline was, oh my God, the Democrats are losing these battleground states. And I looked at it a bit differently because I saw it as, well, these stories emerged just days after Chuck Schumer, who's in charge of, doling out the Senate money, said that he was going to put money into Texas and a couple other states. And as a result, Elena Slotkin in Michigan and Tammy Baldwin in Wisconsin were not going to get as much money. And I looked at it as, well, these are Senate candidates who are leaking to the Wall Street Journal because they want people to be worried and they want more money to come to their state. Now, there are some people who say, oh, no, there were legitimate issues with Kamala Harris in both states. But to me, that's sort of an interesting dynamic to see the connection between Senate candidates who are certainly fearful for their careers, who want to make sure that they have a comfortable victory, and how sometimes their efforts to get more money can then shape the national narrative, which then started to turn pretty sour against Kamala Harris in some of the battleground states. Thoughts on that?
No question. And internal polls, for those unfamiliar with them, are ones that the campaigns pay for themselves, and they are then they use those to help fine tune the way they run their race, and they for certain reasons, they will leak bad and good results. If you leak bad results, that means you want fundraising. And if you leak good results, it's a way of getting more money, but also getting the party to pay attention if you're a race that was below their radar. Both would work that way. I agree with you. I think that the Baldwin race, I was never as nervous about. The Slotkin race, I was a little more nervous about because Mike Rogers is somebody that is well known in that state. He's a sitting congressman with some stature, with sort of like, I would say, B or C level stature, which is hard to get in Congress unless you're in the leadership. So I do think that was a race that, but again, these are going to be coattail races when it's close. If Harris has coattails, meaning if she's doing well in Wisconsin and Michigan, I think it is obviously going to help Slotkin and Baldwin in a year where we think women are going to come out to vote more. I don't presume that a woman just votes for a woman because they're a woman, but I do think that we see a lot of women coming out, and they're tending to come out for reasons that both of those Senate candidates in both of those states are espousing. So I do think it will help if the turnout is as good and the ground game is as good in those states. Shu, we haven't hit all the Senate races. We haven't touched the U.S. House yet. We're going to take our first break. We're going to come back here and continue this. This is, this is porn for politics right here. This is what we're doing. And here at TYT, we're here all day, all night covering this like nobody else is. Come back.
Do all of you know the Young Turks?
An outlet like yourself that are willing to cover this story from the very beginning.
You have the Young Turks and a bunch of other progressive forces saying this is the time to fight for our values.
And I think right now there are a lot of progressive voters, many leftists who feel like they don't have a home.
And this is why what Cenk and the Young Turks are doing is so important.
What we've done is sustainable, slow, healthy growth. And I think that's the way news should be, where you don't rely on sensationalist stuff. You don't lean on whatever's trendy in the news at any given moment. You just go with the truth.
You gave me a platform.
You've uplifted so many other progressive voices through this network, and you're constantly looking for people that you can amplify through the work we do, through the infrastructure that you built at TYT.
It takes those early people who believe that can really be the seeds of this movement, and that has been the Young Turks.
We're super serious about the news. We also managed to do it in a way that is fun and lighthearted. We're not TYT, you're TYT.
Welcome to the Damage Report. I'm John Idarola. This is going to be a big one. Meanwhile, in the Arctic, you know where this is going. You watch the Damage Report, the Arctic's on fire. Obviously, why would we be talking about the Arctic except to tell you that it's melting once again? The Republicans aren't that interested in it. I wonder why. Lift out of poverty up to 3.7 million people, including an estimated 1.3 million children. Hashtag save the children? Not if it costs money. I mean, come on.
To all of you know.
Welcome back to what we are calling a pair of shoes. Michael Schuer and David Schuster. You see what we did there? It also has another name that we paid a big consultant for, and I think it was the Election Pregame Show. So you can choose whichever one of those titles you want. I'm going to go with a pair of shoes, and I will go to the other in my pair, David Schuster. Let's keep going through the Senate here. We've got Florida, right? I mean, we're going to be doing predictions at the end of the show. One of my predictions is that Florida is going to be a lot closer than the smart people think it is going to be. And because of that, I'm wondering how you think that might affect the Senate race, even if you disagree with me.
Well, first of all, I got to ask you, Shu, because I've been struggling with this for months. How do you pronounce Debbie Mucarsel-Powell? She's the Democratic
You just did it. Yep.
Did I
She's a former congresswoman. I covered her race for Congress there. She in 2018.
So look, I think she's got a chance, and in part because Rick Scott, the incumbent Republican senator, has a lot of baggage. I mean, he has been described by Democrats in the state as a extremist, and I think you could argue that he is in terms of his support for Trump. You saw how quickly he tried to put out the fire of the Madison Square Garden rally when the comedian made a joke about, Puerto Rico being garbage or an island of garbage. And Rick Scott was literally the first Republican to issue a statement condemning that. I think he knows that this race is close. And I think the issue of abortion, because what they've had to do with Florida and the Florida, efforts to try to restrict abortion, I think this is big. And I think when you talk about the two demographics that will likely just determine the outcome of the election, both at the presidential level and a lot of these state and House races, you're talking about an enormous number of women, perhaps more than usual, who will turn out. And you're looking at seniors over 65 who tend to be now breaking more for Kamala Harris than Donald Trump. If you have heavy turnout with both of those demographics, I think it works for Kamala Harris at the presidential level. And it certainly puts Rick Scott in some danger. And the other thing is, she was, and I think you did a story on it a couple years ago, one of the places we worked, he has some ties to Medicare fraud because of one of the former industries, one of the former companies that he ran. And that's always sort of hung around his neck every time he's up for an election. So there's plenty of negative opposition material to throw at Rick Scott on top of people who are motivated to show up because of women's rights.
Yeah, that's true. I'm and everything you say is right, but all I've seen is success from Rick Scott electorally. He always wins. He ekes it out sometimes, as he did last time, but he wins. And I think that he ran against a popular, middle-of-the-road incumbent senator with ties to NASA, and Bill Nelson beat him. I mean, I've seen it close, but I've never seen him lose. That said, and one of the reasons that he did so well in that Senate race was when he was governor, he was so great to the Puerto Ricans when they came over after Maria, that hurricane. He welcomed them. He made sure that all the services were there. And when you speak to Puerto Rican voters there, when I spoke to them before his Senate race, they all said to me, definitely Rick Scott. The Democrats, but Rick Scott. He was so good to us. So it doesn't surprise me that he was the first voice heard statewide and nationally condemning what happened at Madison Square Garden, which we may talk about a little bit later. But I see that the most important thing you said was that Measure 4 that's in Florida, and that is an abortion measure, and that is something that has been fought by the Republicans there to keep it off the ballot this year. Donald Trump was asked about it. Ron DeSantis has been asked about it. And I think that's going to bring out voters. And I think that's going to bring out the voters of the similar profile that we're seeing around the country in early voters, in high voter registration, women showing up. You look at some of these lines outside polling places in Georgia, it's like all women. And again, totally anecdotal. I've seen like 4 pictures of 4 different polling places. Every other one in the state could be men. But I've been, intrigued by what I've seen on that score. So if there's going to be something that carries over into creating the optimistic sweep that Democrats want, it could be in Florida because of this ballot measure. And that's the thing that makes that race, that Senate race, seem a little more interesting than Rick Scott wants it to be.
Yeah, and to keep in mind, for people who have not been sort of paying as close attention as Shu or I have, every ballot initiative, and I think there have been 7 so far across the United States, in which there's been an effort to try to restrict abortion rights, women's reproductive rights. And we're also talking Republican states like Kansas and Ohio. Everyone has been rejected, that it just brings out huge numbers of people to the polls. And the abortion rights position always does a lot better than the pre-election, pre-initiative polling suggests. So to your point, yeah, I think a lot of people who may not necessarily have a strong opinion about Rick Scott or Debbie McChrystal-Powell, and maybe they're not so fond of necessarily Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, but there will be people who will show up simply because of that ballot initiative. And then what do they do once they're in the voting booth and they think, okay, well, I'll just go ahead and support Kamala Harris and I'll support the Democrat because, Rick Scott is a Donald Trump Republican who is sort of not been so strong for my views on abortion rights. And so I think it does have an impact.
Yeah, it will. It'll be interesting. McChrystal-Powell, for her part, has Latino roots. She is also a victim of gun violence, having lost her father to gun violence. So there's some narrative there that brings in a lot of the constituencies in Florida that you think could make a difference if this type of race, if this type of day goes, that's the type of race that I think we could be paying a good deal of attention to. Finally, in the Senate, David, you wanted to talk about the Maryland race, which, Maryland, not a place you generally talk about as having a close race, but it's certainly an interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, Democrats outnumber Republicans in the state of Maryland 2-1. And yet there's Governor Larry Hogan, who was Republican governor, extremely popular, who has promised to be a maverick in the Senate, akin to perhaps a John McCain, a sort of a rabble-rouser. He has strongly criticized Donald Trump. But Senator Mitch McConnell, a Republican leader, recognizes that Hogan offers them a pretty good chance of flipping this seat, which had been held by Democrat Ben Cardin. He retired. And now you have the Prince George's County executive, Angela Brooks, who is trying to keep the seat in Democratic control. More money has been spent in this race. I think it's something like $80 million than any race in Maryland history. And so, again, for a state that look, I think, I'm curious to hear your opinion about this, Hugh, but I think if Democrats are going to maintain control of the Senate, this is one of these must wins. They must stop Larry Hogan. Angela Brooks has to win this because otherwise the math gets really tricky for Democrats in terms of holding control of the U.S. Senate. It's already tricky, right? And the math, when you're talking about tricky math, you're already assuming that Brooks is going to beat Hogan. If Larry Hogan can't win in Maryland, no Republican right now could win in Maryland. He had that sort of across the aisle appeal. He's a cancer survivor. He's popular. He was actually objectively an effective governor. So he can't win that race if the Democrats have any hope of holding onto the Senate. But you do see why it was an appealing race. She beat David Trone, who is a multimillionaire congressman who owns a liquor wholesaler or liquor retail chain. And nobody expected her to win that race. Wes Moore, the very popular governor of Maryland, actually endorsed in a primary, which is something that's pretty rare. So I think that's well positioned to be a hold for the Democrats without any worry right now. And again, we've been talking about things to look for early in the night. One of the things is if you see Maryland too close to call on the Senate race, then if you're a Democrat, you should be a little worried about the way that the night is going. And Shu, I got to ask you related to that. And again, this gets up to, to Senate control. Nebraska, where you have Republican incumbent Senator Debbie Fisher against this independent named Dan Osborne. I'm convinced, Shu, that the reason a lot of Nebraskans are supporting Osborne is because they think he's related to the former University of Nebraska football coach who won a national championship in '98 or whenever it was. But in any case, Osborne has not said who he would caucus with. So if Osborne, the independent, and he's been all over the map. He supports Second Amendment rights, but he also supports abortion rights. He's a Navy vet, member of the Army National Guard. I mean, he's sort of all over the place. But if he pulls this off, what do you do? I mean, if you're Dan Osborne and you're trying to decide, and if we're looking at a close Senate, where do you go? Do you continue to say, I'm going to be an independent, I'm not going to help either side get the majority? What do you do?
Well, I mean, you sort of cut yourself off at the knees if you say you're just going to be an independent, because you have no power in the Senate if that's what you are, which is why you see a lot of these independents caucus with one or the other party, usually the one they came in with. It's an interesting race because you cannot win as a Democrat statewide in Nebraska yet. However, if you are somebody who can appeal to certain segments at a time when there's a throw the bums out attitude that a lot of people have about DC, then he is the perfect candidate. And again, we talked about the media market, right? I mean, the Omaha media market trickles into other places. So they're spending a lot of money there on this race. Deb Fischer, for her part, the Republican incumbent, has kind of been awakened by all of this, and she's starting to run harder. She was taking it for granted in a way that we've seen senators like Pat Roberts do from Kansas in the past. Think it's not going to happen. There's no way it can happen. Joe Crowley, of course, we all remember, who a powerful member of Congress who didn't take the challenge seriously from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and now it's Representative Ocasio-Cortez. So she has woken up. I would still say it favors the Republican there, but most of the votes in that state come from the Omaha area, and the Omaha area is solidly blue, and the blue voters are certainly going to do all they can in that state to help Osborne, even though he's an independent, even though he may caucus with the Republicans. So it's one of those fascinating election night things that I love watching when there's this one race. Doesn't always deliver, in fact, rarely, but when it does, wow, I can't believe that happened. That's unbelievable. And it was Tom Osborne who was the coach there, and he also served in Congress representing Nebraska, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't that right, Jim?
Yeah, he did, and he's more memorable for his football championships than anything he did in the Senate.
No question.
For that. But to be clear, I don't think there's a relationship between Dan Osborne and Tom Osborne,
there isn't. But
in the
I know
minds of a lot of people.
Right, exactly. It's, John Kennedy is a senator from Louisiana. There's certainly some people who think that. So let's talk about the House now. We talked about the Senate. I don't need to tell you why. You're TYT viewers and listeners and viewers and people who are members and subscribe and know all this stuff. But if Donald Trump were to win the presidency tonight, and the Republicans were to win the Senate, and the Republicans were to hold the House, you have a freight train coming at you, and it's going to be impossible to defend certain parts of what that Trump agenda would be when he has both houses of Congress, if that were to be the case. The Senate, I think, is in peril for the Democrats. I don't think I'm exaggerating that. The House, however, I paint a rosier picture of the House, David. Are you the same?
Yeah, I think the Democrats pick up 5 to 8 seats, being conservative. I think they eke out a majority in the House. And again, it may be one of these things that we don't know until very late at night when the polls close, 8 o'clock California time, 11 o'clock on the East Coast. And you tell us, how quickly do they report some of the voting tabulation results in some of these California districts? Because I look at our lists and I'm looking at, let's see, California 41, California 45. We could go on and on. I mean, there's 3 or 4 races in California that could determine control of the U.S. House.
And there's one of them, which is California 22, which is David Valadio's seat. He's running against, or Rudy Salas is challenging him in the Central Valley of California. And I don't know if we can bring that up, but Valadeo has won that seat. He's lost that seat. He's won that seat. That race has taken weeks to call in the past. And if I'm not mistaken, that race actually determined control of the House at one point. That seat did. And so, again, we could be looking down the line here. And so here's some of the interesting things to see tonight. California is a state that knows that it's going to be sending its electoral votes to its favorite daughter and senator, the Vice President Harris. So a lot of California voters may say, what difference does it make if I vote? Well, it makes a huge difference in these very tight races for Congress. Same with New York. There are seats in New York that are up. New York doesn't think it has as much influence, but people who are into this and people who are voters and have have taken their civics lessons know that it's important to vote in all of these races because it is really going to determine whether or not a President Harris or a President Trump has the House behind them. So we're in California now. So let's talk. We talked about Valadao. California 27 is Mike Garcia's seat. It's a seat that was sort of turned into a competitive seat because of redistricting. George Whiteside's running against him. Garcia has been saying that Whiteside's is soft on crime and doesn't want to do anything about homelessness, which is an issue in the greater Los Angeles area. A ton of money being spent on these because the LA media market is so big. Then we move to California 41, which is out near Palm Springs. That's Ken Calvert. Ken Calvert's been in Congress for over 40 years, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I can't be right about that, but
no, I think you're right. He's 70. According to my research, 71 years old. He is the longest-serving Republican in the California congressional delegation.
Right, and so he's been there for quite a while, running against Will Rollins, who he beat last time in 22 by just a few percentage points. Rollins running harder, getting a lot of the firepower of Washington out here against him, hoping to ride the coattails of Harris. She has to have California coattails, not just win this state, as we know she will. She has to be able to carry some of these races. And then there's Michelle Steele in Orange County. And that race, as well as the Katie Porter race, which we don't have here, which is Katie Porter ran for Senate, lost in the primary, and is giving up her seat. And there's a tough race there. The Michelle Steele, Derek Tran race here, that could be determinative of control of the House. And it's California. So you think that Orange County, a little bit of LA County, you think, well, that's, Orange County's turning a little bluer and LA County is blue. How can these people continue winning, especially when the legislature is redrawing the maps? Well, David, how are you going to watch these races tonight?
I'm fascinated by both California 45 and California 41. First 45, I think I've got it on my notes here. 40% of the electorate in California 45 is either Asian American or Pacific Islander. Michelle Steele was one of the first Korean American women in Congress. Derek Tran, U.S. Army veteran, consumer rights attorney. He's got links to Asia as well. And he's
Vietnamese, is he not?
Vietnamese, right.
Yeah.
I think the grandson of Vietnamese immigrants. And he's been focused on sort of the key bread and butter issues for Democrats that we've seen across the nation, and that is lowering prescription drug prices and abortion rights, and trying to tag a hardline position on abortion on Michelle Steele. And Michelle Steele perhaps might be suffering a little bit because, correct me if I'm wrong, Shu, but she was in California 48. Redistricting, she went into California 45, and the district is a little bit more Democrat than Republican. So that's sort of a challenge for her. And the other thing, Shu, about California 41 with Ken Calvert, the oldest Republican in the California congressional delegation, the GOP side. He was one of the few Republicans, and maybe the only Republican in California, to actually vote against certifying Joe Biden's election in 2021. So right. between Will Rollins being sort of openly gay, and so you have some of the social issues as well. I mean, you're talking about some, at least in California 41, sort of a battle of extremes, if you want to sort of put an outsider's spin on it. And then in California 45, a fascinating battle in terms of, we're talking about a largely immigrant population that will decide who wins California 45 and perhaps ultimately who controls the U.S. House.
Yeah, and that's why these races are so important. We're not going to know. We probably won't know control of the House tonight. And if we do, that would mean that the Democrats have done something unprecedented earlier in the evening in places like Iowa, picking up seats in the South where they're not expected to in close or tight races. For example, in Virginia, the 2nd District in Virginia, Jen Kiggins. So there are definitely races that are going to be like California, but to have it all in one fell swoop like California could do is unusual. And that the California 37, which we didn't really talk about too much, but it's Katie Porter's district. Dave Min and Scott Baugh. Dave Min is the Democrat there. Scott Baugh, the Republican. That's a race that people are going to watch because Republicans see that as a pickup opportunity because there's so much of Orange County in that district. And if that's the case, and this is a big election for Kamala Harris, the money that they've been spending there will go for naught because they thought we're going to definitely lose some of these races that we picked up in 22, but we want to try and get Katie Porter's seat. So I think that's part of it. I want to go to Arizona as well, because there's a race in the second district, the first district and the sixth district of Arizona. One is Dave Schweikert's seat, a Republican. One is Juan Ciscomani's seat in the sixth. He's a Republican. And there are two challengers there. They're kind of going up against what is a red wall state generally. But again, if Democrats are able to turn out their votes in those specific races, and the Harris operation, the field operation there, is able to motivate voters there. There's a woman challenging Juan Ciscomani, Kirsten Engel, who's challenging Ciscomani. That could be the type of thing that plays off of the Democratic blueprint around the country.
Yeah, and Arizona 6 with Engel versus Ciscomani, that's a rematch, as he pointed out, of 2022. And a key issue has been the debate over abortion, with Kristen Engel trying to sort of ride the momentum of having a lot of women show up and a lot of people who want to protect women's reproductive rights, both at the national level and also the state level. And so that may be possibly a pickup if Engel can beat Ciscomani. That's a pickup for Democrats. There's also a potential pickup, as you pointed out, in Arizona 1. What I found so interesting, Shu, about this district is Dr. Shaw. I can't remember what kind of, maybe he's ophthalmologist. I'm not sure what kind of doctor he is, but you typically think of Democrats in this sort of election cycle as being, sympathetic to Palestinians, maybe not so pro-Israel. Dr. Shaw is one of the strongest, fiercest advocates of Israel that's on the Democratic side, and which is wise for him, because I think 9% of his Phoenix district is comprised of Jewish voters. And so he's got that sort of support. And you've got, Schreiber, who has been in the House for 10 years. And so there's a little bit of, trying to get some sort of fresh blood in there. I think it's a district that apparently has a very high percentage of college graduates, a very sort of educated district. And it feels like Arizona 1 is another one of these that could sort of be the bellwether, that as Arizona 1 goes, I would think that would be sort of reflexive of what happens at the federal level with Kamala Harris and Donald Trump.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, 60% of that state lives in Maricopa County, which is the county in which you would find the capital, Phoenix. And when 60% of a state is there, and these districts touch on those areas, you're going to see, obviously, the federal races matter even more, and the presidential race mattering even more. It's a question of, however, how do the issues that the Democrats are trying to run on around the country, how do they play in Arizona? And Arizona is a state where immigration, even if you're sitting in downtown Phoenix, is an issue that people are talking about. And it's a more conservative Democrat on immigration in Arizona than you're going to find in other parts of the country. And so that's going to be where you may find a struggle. It's what has made Dave Schweikert sort of untouchable as a candidate for a while, even though he's not necessarily in the friendliest of territory there. So again, it's hard for Arizona to be a bellwether because it happens so late in the evening. But what I do think is that it could, if you start seeing certain things happen earlier in the evening, Arizona 1, less so Arizona 6, but possibly are the types of congressional districts that you could see following a pattern as the night progresses tonight.
And Shu, I know we got to go to a break, so I'm going to tease that there is one of the wildest House race stories out there. And this is like my favorite story of all the House stuff that we are talking about. And we'll talk about that on the other side of this break. How about that?
I like it. So, David Schuster with the tease of the afternoon. All right. And only a tease to people who are as nerdy as we are about politics. But man, that's a tease. Okay. We are going to take a break here that I'm happy Shu told me about, because this guy didn't know it. So we're going to be back. You're listening and watching listening to and watching the Young Turks. And this is going to happen all day long here. We're going to be on the air until, the last dog dies, which is the worst political statement ever, but Bill Clinton used it to good success. We'll be back in just a moment.
I'm wearing one of our pieces of merchandise. So the funny thing about the Dragon Squad, and that's what our viewers call themselves. That's the name of the group, but every individual chooses their own name. You might have Cincinnati Dragon. You might have Harry Potter Dragon. We have a Grandma Sunshine Dragon is one of those that I remember. These are people that like to have an element of themselves, their lives, what's significant to them reflected as a part of the community. But the concept of the Dragon Squad is just something I threw away as a joke. I was mocking the Proud Boys, these like right-wing groups that come up with a name for themselves that they think is cool, but it's actually really lame. And I thought, off the top of my head, I can come up with something that's still kind of lame, but much cooler. And so I threw out Dragon Squad, and I just moved on with my life. But everybody liked it, and so they kept it going, and so we've embraced it. And I think again, this was during the period of the pandemic. I think it was sort of nice to have a renewed sense of community, a feeling that you're a part of something when everything seems so chaotic. And as a result of that, we've got independent artists online streaming, making beautiful digital art of dragons. We've got, we've released a number of pieces of merchandise that people love sending us photos of them. And then, by the way, for me personally, people send me, like you can probably see in the background, like a knitted dragon someone sent me. There's a dragon book they sent me. Dragon board games they send me. People have done like custom ironworks, making dragon bottle openers. Like the fans are super invested in diamond art and things like that. And so it's great that they send this stuff. Sometime we're going to have to set up a wall of all of it. But yeah, it's definitely brought the community a lot closer together. The fact that we were no longer in this big studio, I felt a lot more personally attached to people. It felt very immediate. And I know that I personally needed the connection.
Back here, pair of shoes. We are taking you through and around the country, trying to cover as many of these House races and Senate races, and we'll get to ballot measures. We'll look back at some of our travels around the country. I may have misspoken twice, according to a friend of mine who is a producer. The Sisquamani race is Arizona 6. And it's the 2nd district in Nebraska, and I think I might have said it was the 1st, and I might have said Sisquamani's in the 5th, just to keep things on the straight and narrow on pair of shoes. David teased us with a congressional race that I know he's going to stay up and wait for the results of, and will not fall asleep until that one is decided, right, Shu?
And to set this up, Shu, because it's an Alaska race, so yes, it's coming in late. How do you feel about the ranked choice system in congressional elections? Are you a fan?
I am. I think I am. I have to see it play. I mean, how's that for an answer? I don't know because I haven't experienced it enough. I do like open primaries. I think that the experiments in Maine and certainly in Alaska have been interesting. I just think it complicates things, and complicating voting is something that I don't think we need any more of. But
some of the criminals out there, they thrive on chaos. And that takes us, what a transition that is, from to Alaska's first. This is a incumbent, Mary Peltola, who's trying to hold on her Democratic seat against Nick Begich, Republican. This is a rematch of 2022. But because of ranked choice, the way it works in Alaska is that, it doesn't take much to get in the primary, and then the top 4 finishers in the primary automatically get put into the general election. Well, there's this guy by the name of Eric Hafner. He has been both a Republican and a Democrat through the years. He came in 6th in the primary, but 2 of the Republicans ahead of him dropped out. So all of a sudden, Eric Hafner is on the ballot today in Alaska. He's not in Alaska, though, because he's currently serving a 20-year prison sentence in New York. New York, because in New York, that's where he was caught threatening officials in his home state of New Jersey, where he's apparently threatening violence against them. Mr. Hafner has apparently gotten in some trouble before. He's also run before. He ran as a congressional candidate in Hawaii in 2016 as a Democrat, and then he was back to being a Republican. I'm sorry, he was a Republican in Hawaii. Then in 2018, he ran as a Democrat in Oregon, and now he's back to being a Republican mailing it in, perhaps through the prison phone line from a prison in New York, because he's been threatening people, and he is on the ballot. And if anybody votes for Eric Hafner in Alaska, you'll know it's because they are trying to make fun of the whole system. But seriously, I mean, it adds a little bit of confusion because he is listed as a Republican on the ballot. And so, you know, for people who don't know better and just sort of like the name, I'm going to pull the lever for this guy, not realizing that he's in prison.
Not to mention, Nick Begich is the nephew of former Democratic Senator Mark Begich, who is the son of former Congressman Nick Begich. So it just keeps going. There's so many Begiches, and, you know, Republican and Democrat. And Don Young was the, you know, he was the representative who died, and they had a special election that Peltola won. One of the losers of that election was Sarah Palin. So they have one at-large seat in Alaska that was never terribly interesting because it was Don Young's until he died. Well, then he died, and it was his to, you know, to have to defend. But he was one of those people that never had a race. Then he died, and now it's been chaos since. And now a former
Hawaii. May be asking you, well, you've named three of the people who are on the ballot. Who's the fourth? Well, the fourth has the sort of name that we normally associate with serial killers or people on death row. John Wayne Howe. John Wayne Howe. He's with the Alaska Independence Party. Again, John Wayne Howe and Eric Hafner will not, you know, they're just sort of also-rans, and this is really a battle between Peltola and Begich. Still, you know, it brings up the whole issue of ranked choice and what happens when you guarantee people in the primaries who don't even necessarily live in your state, and because of ranked choice, suddenly they're in the general election. Well, there you go, Alaska.
Yeah, and that explains why I'm uncommitted on ranked choice. I can't rank my choices yet. Let's talk, though, about some of these ballot measures, what we do at TYT. It's not just the horse race. It's not just the presidential. There are things on the ballot this year that are going to make a huge difference. We've talked about Florida 4 and abortion as being one of those. And Florida 4 basically says that abortion, it's the right to abortion initiative, that you have a right to abortion before viability when necessary to protect patient health. And it would add that language to the state constitution, which are, you know, people are saying has to be, in the wake of the Dobbs decision, something that is important. And there are there's abortion amending language on the ballot in 9 states: Arizona, Colorado, Maryland, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska, Nevada, New York, South Dakota, and of course Florida. So that Florida would be the 10th there. That's something we're going to be watching all night to see how abortion does. And as David mentioned before, what are the stats on that? Because I don't have it, how abortion measures have done at the ballot box.
Yeah, so there have been 7 separate from elections, right? So special referendums. There have been 7 referendums, if you will, in which the state has said, okay,
at that point, are they not referenda?
I think you got that.
You had the rare opportunity in life to say referenda, and you blew it.
So
go ahead.
The states have said, okay, we'll put it up to a vote. I mean, look, some states have just through the legislature, right? They, like Florida, they had, or Iowa, for example, through the legislature, they put in a 6-week limit on abortion, which is why I think abortion is such a big issue in Iowa. For a lot of voters. But, you know, some states, to their credit, said, okay, we'll kick it over to the voters. We'll have a special election, and we'll decide, okay, we're going to amend the Constitution to enshrine women's reproductive rights. There have been 7 of these, and it's a little complicated because in Ohio, there was actually 2 votes. There was one to sort of trigger another vote. To put it simply, all 7 states that tried to further restrict abortion with voters involved were rejected. And we're talking about some pretty conservative places like Kansas and Ohio, among the others. So there have also been issues where, for example, in Nevada, where there's a certain level of sort of abortion protections, which have enabled some of the candidates in Nevada to essentially, who are Republicans, to say, well, I support what the state believes, which is abortion rights, as a way of sort of shielding themselves from this. But it's so fascinating, Shu, because this has been, since the Dobbs decision in 2022, which got rid of Roe versus Wade, the Supreme Court decision that had kept abortion legal at the federal level for 50 years, and then the Trump Supreme Court justices come in, and then they roll back Roe versus Wade, and suddenly the Dobbs decision holds, and now states can do what they want. This has been such a lightning rod, and there have been a couple of people who predicted that as bad as this might have been for women, for Democrats a couple of years ago, that politically it could be political gold because it would turn out women, it would turn out people who care about this issue like they've never turned out before. And so far, that has been the case.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that become difficult when something gets passed. The people who worked on the Voting Rights Act said that once they got what they wanted, the civil rights movement, as it was, kind of dissolved, and that civil rights were still needed. They're still needed today, and they still need protection. They still need amendment, and they still need change and codification. But because they got that one goal, it made everything go away. And so for people who are opposed to that, it was a silver lining thing. With abortion, it's the same thing, as David just said. The silver lining to the Dobbs decision for the abortion rights community was that here we finally have something. We can now make sure that this is top of ballot. And in 2022 and since, that has been, and I believe tonight it's going to be a major, major issue. That I think that's what happens here. That's why we were talking about Florida 4 being sort of an impetus for people to vote in Florida, and tend to be people who are favoring abortion rights, and those tend to be Democrats in America today. So that's why I think that race is going to be closer than we think. On the other side of the coin, in a race that may, in a ballot initiative here, it's Proposition 314 in the state of Arizona, this is something that could help Republicans there. 314 is sort of a return to the Joe Arpaio days, if you remember Sheriff Joe in Arizona. It is an immigration amendment or proposition. It's the Arizona Immigration and Border Law Enforcement measure that would make it a crime for non-citizens to enter the country, and it would allow police to arrest non-citizens who cross the border unlawfully only if they witness it without any necessary proof of that. And so this is the kind of measure in an anti-immigrant state that Arizona, shouldn't say anti-immigrant, where the anti-immigrant immigration movement is more pronounced and profound on the border in Arizona and coming up into northern Arizona as well. I think this is the kind of thing that could help Republicans in Arizona, David.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it energizes them, and to be able to give power to state judges to order deportations, I mean, that's something that a lot of Republicans across the United States have wanted. And we've seen that already in Texas, in fact, where they have something similar. It's been held up in the courts. And I would imagine that, even if this passes in Arizona, Proposition 314, there will be court challenges, and the courts will ultimately have to decide whether state judges can have this power of deportation or not. But politically, just in terms of raw political terms, it certainly energizes a lot of Republicans who are angry about immigration, who feel like the border has been out of control. Even though we should point out, despite all the rhetoric people have heard about immigration, there are fewer people crossing the border each month now than were crossing at the end of the Trump administration. But you would never know that because of the rhetoric has been so heated. And so, yes, politically, this will bring out a lot of folks.
Heated and effective, I should say. I mean, as someone who's, and you have too, been at Trump rallies and spoken to Republicans, it is the number one issue. They'll say the price of gas, and I'll say, well, the president doesn't really control the price of gas. They'll say we have to drill for more oil here, and I'll say we're drilling for more oil than we ever have in the history. As we sit here now, David in Connecticut, Michael in California, you wherever you are, there's more oil coming out of the ground in the United States than has ever come out of the ground in the history of this country. And so I tell them that. But then they say the real issue is open borders. The Democrats want open borders. And as much as you say that's not true, and as much as you throw these numbers at them, they believe this with every fiber of their being. And that's why an amendment like the Amendment 314 in Arizona, I think is going to tilt the scales toward Republicans in that state, because not only are you able to vote for someone who wanted to build a wall, you're empowering law enforcement in your state to take care of a problem that you think is the biggest problem in America right now. Right or wrong, that's fact. That's what many of these people think. So,
yeah. As I said, for Democrats, a lot of concern remains, guns. There's a gun issue on the ballot as an initiative in Colorado. This is Proposition KK, which would levy a 6.5% excise tax on the manufacture and sale of firearms and ammunition. Tax money would go to fund crime victims' services and behavioral health programs for children and veterans. And so that's, there's a swing district there that has been sort of intriguing. I'm fascinated, Shu, by, you mentioned California, and I think this is a Proposition 36, which would roll back parts of Proposition 47, which was a 2014 ballot measure that downgraded theft and drug crimes from felonies to misdemeanors. Kamala Harris was asked about this recently and refused to state her position. Does she support California Prop 36 or not? Obviously, because if she appears soft on crime or feels like she does not want to roll back and make things felonies again, then that could hurt her in some of the, some of the more purple states. But what do you make of it?
Well, I see this succeeding in California. I think that you have a district attorney in Los Angeles County, in L.A., George Gascon, who wasn't recalled but is up for election now, and he's running against a guy named Nathan Hochman. Basically, Hochman is saying, you're too soft on crime. And Hochman's a former Republican, but as much of a Republican as you can be in Los Angeles and win something citywide anymore. He's going at Gascon, who is being seen in terms of quality of life issues as too soft on crime. I was surprised that Harris didn't address it, because in the conversations in California, it seems pretty popular that they went too far with Proposition 47, and this is a correction to that, and that correction seems to be welcomed. We'll see tonight by a lot of the electorate here. And again, crime is a big issue, and the fact that cities like San Francisco have seen so many chain stores leave because of theft and quality of life issues there, from homelessness that's rampant around their stores in downtown San Francisco and the financial district. It's taken a toll on the state, and I think the Proposition 36 will be a comeuppance to that should it pass. And I think that again, they overcorrected, and they're sort of coming back a little bit from that. There needed to be correction, and cash bail is one of the things. No cash bail is one of the things in Los Angeles that has been a problem. Another amendment that we're going to look at in Florida, which won't be as decisive in my estimation as abortion won't bring out as many voters from the other side, is marijuana, which is Amendment 3, which would make changes to Section 29 of the adult personal use of marijuana ballot measure from 2022, and it would allow adults 21 and over to have, buy, and use marijuana in a recreational way. It seems like the tide is turning on this. Even Donald Trump has said he supports this, David.
Yeah, this is all about what? Spring break, right? If kids who are 21 years old are leaving those universities on the cold, icy Midwest or Northeast and going down to West Palm Beach, and not only can they have a lot of beer, but they can also smoke. I mean, it's, I suppose, another reason to help to boost the tourist industry. But all jokes aside, I think you're right. I mean, I think, look, the nation is generally moving towards more leniency, more understanding, and perhaps even empathy for people who want to use marijuana for medicinal purposes or even for recreational purposes. So I think this is something that certainly will pass there. And there's also an amendment related to this in South Dakota, if I have this right.
Right, that is right, yeah. Which has passed one before, that it would prohibit smoking, but it would legalize marijuana for recreational purposes as well. Adults could carry up to 2 ounces. In Florida, adults could carry up to 85 grams, which is a hassle for you, Shu, because you have to bring 2 different scales, one with grams and one with ounces. So I'm sorry, that's going to be a burden. But if they both pass, and you're going from Florida to South Dakota, as I know you often do, you're going to have 2 scales.
Well, what's going to be really confusing, Shu, is that, while for those of us who, or any people out there who are, for recreational purposes, smoking marijuana, say in Colorado where it's already legal, you have to keep track about whether you can smoke your weed in Colorado and still shoot at bobcats, because I love this initiative about trophy hunting. California, by the way, passed a measure in 1990 that bans the killing of mountain lions for sport. Well, now Colorado has Amendment 127. Voters will decide whether to ban trophy hunting of mountain lions, bobcats, and lynxes. And if the voters approve this, it will make Colorado just the second state to prohibit the practice through a ballot measure. Are you into shooting lynxes and bobcats or trophy hunting?
I guess not anymore. Yeah, I mean, that's what ballot initiatives, what's great about ballot initiatives is you see them from all over the country, and they address things that are important in that part of the country. I'm a kid from New York City. Shooting a lynx, never really on the radar, but that's what makes America so interesting.
Rats.
Yeah, exactly. Right. That's true. Quality of life issues, right? Rats. And then in an issue near and dear to the TYT community is money in politics, and that's Massachusetts question number 1. It authorizes the state auditor to audit general court initiative, allows the state auditor to audit the accounts, programs, activities, and functions of all departments, offices, commissions, and institutions. It's the Committee for Transparent Democracy that has given so much money toward that ballot measure. And I think objectively at TYT, anything that helps curb money in politics is okay by us. We'll be looking at Massachusetts question 1 tonight, David.
Yeah, and I feel like this is one of those issues, Shu, that, with all the different sort of debates between the right and the left, the one issue that seems to have reached some sort of common ground whenever I see you or Cenk or others from TYT going on with Ben Shapiro or whatnot, it's this idea that there's too much money that's just sort of washing through politics, that our political system is corrupt. And if there's one thing that I feel like the far right and progressives can generally agree on, it's that we need to figure out some way of limiting or cutting out the influence that money has over our politicians, because it just creates sort of legalized corruption. And so I'll say that. By the way, looking at this list, Shu, before we hit the next break, I got to say, here in Connecticut, we have one ballot initiative. It's about whether or not you can have an absentee ballot for any reason. You don't need to prove that you're traveling. And I'm like, that's it? That's all we get to decide here in Connecticut? Look at all this great stuff about abortion and immigration and guns and education and money in politics, and ours is about absentee ballots. Great.
Well, and I will say that there's a conversation that even on one of, I don't know if this is, sort of science fiction or not, but there's a ballot measure about ballot measures in North Dakota. So it's they're eating their own. It's basically saying that they want to establish a single subject rule for ballot initiatives. They have to pass on both the primary and general election ballot as well. And there is a pushback to ballot initiatives in general, that we have a representative republic here, that we elect representatives to decide on these things. Why should it come to a ballot initiative to voters who are ill prepared to decide, whether $10,000 should be spent on building a school or digging a lake, and so that North Dakota is looking at that and trying to make it even more difficult. The hurdles to putting a ballot initiative on the ballot would be greater if North Dakota passes what I think is Amendment 2 tonight. So there are lots of states. You don't have to just look at your own state. Shu, before we move on and we go back and look at some of these videos, Connecticut does not have a lot at stake here, but there is that race in Connecticut 5, the Jahana Hayes race, Representative Jahana Hayes. You're close to it anywhere. It's the Waterbury area there, not necessarily in your backyard. People were looking at, the Republicans were saying, hey, this might be where we could pick up one of those seats that we may lose in New York or in California. What do you make of
the 5th Congressional District, Jahana Hayes is the Democratic incumbent. You have George Logan, who's the Republican. They're both African American. This is a seat that encompasses essentially parts of Danbury, New Haven, Bridgeport. There's been a lot of money that's been spent, and it has sort of cut through some of the traditional sort of issues, right? They've been arguing about abortion and immigration. You have George Logan, who has never mentioned Donald Trump and has essentially tried to hide and say, I'm not a Donald Trump Republican. What's been so interesting to me, and I think to a lot of people here in Connecticut, Shu, is that this is one of these races where all the political analysts seem to think that this is going to come down to who has the better get out the vote operation, who is better in terms of organizing, getting your voters to the polls. Because that generally in this part of Connecticut is seen as more effective than advertising. And this is where Jahana Hayes may sort of lose out a little bit, because Connecticut is not competitive at the national level. There's been no Harris or Donald Trump advertising. There's no sort of necessarily organization that the Harris campaign has brought in. It's just up to sort of House Democrats to try to help Jahana Hayes. And so this one's going to be sort of interesting in terms of how it plays out, because yes, if Jahana Hayes is able to hold the seat, it increases the chances that Democrats are able to take control of the House. If she loses the seat, that would be heartburn for Democrats. And, George Logan would probably be part of a Republican sort of wall that might keep the Republicans in some sort of control. So fascinating race to watch in Connecticut.
Yeah, it's definitely one that we'll see it somewhat early in the evening. We'll not right away, but so that's what makes these elections, I don't want to get hokey about it, but what makes it interesting is that, yeah, we're all looking at Harris-Trump tonight, right? We're all looking at the big race. We all know intuitively that the House and the Senate are going to matter no matter who wins. But we're not looking at Connecticut, generally speaking. But Connecticut, that 5th district there, that could matter a whole lot to the kind of carte blanche that either of these candidates have. But I think Democrats looking at it more as to worrying about what Donald Trump would do if he has both houses of Congress and the White House. And that could come down to, to Bridgeport, Waterbury, Danbury, and that area. And so that's what makes election night kind of cool. You can look all over the place. And, even the two of us, as we're sitting here going over this, making some mistakes. I am anyway. I misidentified 2 districts. There's a lot to watch. There's so much to corral from these ballot measures to what we're seeing happen in the down ballot races tonight.
I think fun trivia for you, Shu, because I know you're really into this trivia stuff.
I am.
So the last time a Democrat was either a member of the U.S. House or a senator from Connecticut was more than 20 years ago. There has not been a Republican lawmaker
Chris Shays. Is that Chris Shays?
You are correct, but it's been now 20 years since. All right. Man, you got this stuff. I'm joining Michael Schuer at the next politically-oriented Trivial Pursuit.
Yeah, that's great. Right. It's at the next Loser Bowl. I'll be there. Okay. So, Ashley, can we take a break here and then come back and do some videos? The break sign makes me think, yeah, we can. So you're watching the Young Turks. We are going to be here until 4 a.m. Pacific time at the very earliest, and probably just until 4 a.m. Pacific time, 4 a.m. Eastern time. David Schuster and I will come back. We'll take a look back at some of the coverage we've done here at TYT on this election, and we'll tie up some loose ends as well. We got plenty of time to talk about plenty of things here on the Young Turks.
I really love what y'all do on the Young Turks, man, and it's a very refreshing, voice. Y'all don't lean to one side. I tell people all the time, if you want to go really hear what's going on honestly in our society, you should tune in to the Young Turks.
Thank you, Charlemagne. We appreciate that.
That's awesome. Really appreciate it, brother.
The rest of the news media says you should not fight for positive change. If you do, you're not really a reporter or a journalist, because reporters and journalists don't care what happens. I don't agree. That's not written anywhere. That's not a law. It's just a rule that they invented so that reporters didn't actually challenge the people that are in power. Well, we don't agree with that. We think we should challenge the people in power, that actually makes you a better journalist, not a worse one.
Hi, I'm John, and I'm new to TikTok, but about 3 years ago, I started my daily political news show, The Damage Report, because I noticed this trend where every morning I was waking up to this tsunami of news that was just generally dreadful and horrifying and shocking, and I thought that if I could spend my time helping people to navigate this, serving as a bit of a life raft, pointing out which news is important and why, there are worse ways to spend your day. We're not an average news show, and we don't want our TikTok presence to be average either, so feel free to let us know what you'd like us to do on the platform, and maybe give us a follow at The Damage Report.
All right, Amazon Prime members, here's how you can subscribe for free on Twitch. Start by linking your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, and then click that little subscribe or resubscribe button below the stream on Twitch. Scroll down and select the subscribe free with Prime button, and then you're finished. Close out immediately and share your little subscription alert with the chat. Send a cute message along with it, and bathe in the sweet, twitchy, Bezos-funded love. Hashtag Bezos Bucks.
Okay, welcome back. I was ill prepared to be speaking to you right now because I thought we were going to come back with some sound. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw to that sound and make it seem like this is how it was planned. Let's see a look back to our time on the road in the world of Maga. Is there any crime that the former president could commit that would disqualify him from your vote?
No.
What if he killed someone?
No.
And would it be that would be a bridge too far for you?
Killing someone?
A crime, and we're talking about felonies and crimes here. Is there something that
They don't even know. They don't even know what the crime was.
Does that give you pause at all, voting for someone who was convicted of a felony?
Absolutely not. That was a sham trial, and Joe Biden showers with his daughter.
We have a separation of church and state.
You know, it might be to some people, but not to me.
It's a good Lord that put us here. It's a good Lord that wrote the Constitution. That's what it's all about.
America is actually following Christ more than we think. And I think that God knows this.
Nobody really cares whether they're eating the dogs and the cats except the owners of the dogs and the cats in the area. What we do care about is unfettered illegal immigration coming across our border.
But he's talking about cats and dogs, right?
So in the Haitian culture, they do actually sacrifice the cats and dogs as animals.
Not happening in Springfield, right?
You never know.
47% of people said in a recent poll that they're fearful of civil war in this country. Do you feel like we're close to that?
I mean, yes. Yeah.
In what way? I mean, we can't have a land war like we had in the 1860s, probably, right?
Keeping all illegal immigrants is going to happen no matter what.
How did you find Barbie and Ken in those American outfits, Shu?
What they say, it's all about the friends we made along the way, and we made a few of them. Yeah, I mean, it's been we've gone to at least 20 of those Trump MAGA rallies there, and it does immersing yourself with these people, and I know you've done it too, David. It gives you perspective. It's perspective that they don't have and that I wouldn't have unless I was doing it. And so there is some value to it in that you see what makes them tick. But it also, I should say that, people ask me, like, how do you do it? How can you stand to people? Well, at first in 2015 and 2016, when I was covering Trump, it was more difficult because these were people who were so unpleasant and rude and in some cases violent and were people who were, demeaning what I was doing for a living by saying it was fake when I was trying not to make it fake. The 6th district of Arizona notwithstanding, mistakes are mistakes, but when you're earnestly trying to tell the story. And then it became kind of sad to me. It became kind of sad because of what we just saw, which is people who are taking as gospel what this man is saying, repeating it verbatim to you, telling them that they get their news from websites and places that they do their research that don't have editors, that don't have fact checkers. And it got I started to feel a little sympathy for these people. I don't know if that happened for you.
Yeah, no, I agree because people are surprised when I say, and I think you've had generally the same experience, generally people are polite. I mean, they are very sort of strong in their views, but if they're willing to sort of talk to a camera and they may not necessarily know who we are or they do know who we are, they're still willing to engage and they're willing to say, well, this is what I believe. I believe that they're eating cats and dogs, or I believe that, Joe Biden is the demon or whatever they're going to say. And what they say is sometimes so off the wall, but they're pleasant to you, and they're the sort of people who, you need some water? Here, have some water. I mean, They're generally nice. The only problem we had on the road is I think it may have been in North Carolina where one of the rallies we went to where some of the Proud Boys rolled up, and either we had like a mic flag that said TYT or they reckon it, whatever it was, and they parked their Jeep literally like 40 feet from where our camera was, and they just started blasting music so that we literally couldn't hear ourselves and couldn't hear the people we're talking to. So we asked them politely, do you mind turning it down? And the guy said, no, I do mind. I'm going to keep blasting my music. Okay, so we had to go to the other side of the arena to interview people there. But that was it. I mean, other than, like that guy being a bit of a jerk, Shu, have you had any issues or people?
Nothing or anything? Nothing less or greater than that. I mean, people who are disruptive, people when they see the TYT mic flag are sort of, get upset about it, or they have no clue. Most of them have no clue what the Young Turks are. But if there's one person in line, he'll start saying, they're liberals, don't talk to them. They're liberals, don't talk to them, don't talk to them. Tell Cenk this, tell Anna that, or whatever, So that's the kind of stuff you get. So and more often than not, we'd remove the the Mike flag, and then no one would have any clue. And yeah, I mean, I've met some super nice people. One, a farmer in Iowa and his wife, who invited me out to his farm during the next caucuses for a barbecue. I mean, difference of opinion, off the wall opinions about Trump, but nonetheless, good people. And that's what makes it sort of sad. And it is somewhat cult-like. Let's take a look, Ashley, if we can, to some more of our goodies from the road.
What about Vice President Harris?
I think she's a dumpster fire. Tell me about if Donald Trump does not win, what do you do?
I hope that I'm going to die. I don't want to live like this anymore. You like our country the way it is now?
If Vice President Harris were to run, how would that make you feel?
Worse than Biden.
In what way?
All.
Specifically?
She does nothing right.
For me, I go to a super liberal school, and I still couldn't say, I don't know who could put up a proper fight against Trump at this point.
What about Vice President Harris?
No.
Who would be the best candidate for the Democrats to run right now against Donald Trump?
Honestly, they have a very weak bench. I can't even really think of anybody. Kamala is so disliked, even not just by Republicans and independents, but her own party.
I care about him because, he loves America and he's different. He's not the regular politician guy. And that's that's why it made me vote for my first time in my life in 2016.
Clearly,
So,
somebody in our control room did not like that clip. Sure.
Well, what we saw, that last guy. I mean, a lot of people came to the party because of Donald Trump. Came to not the political party, just the event and the spectacle of politics because Donald Trump and all the things that Donald Trump said he wanted to do and who he wanted to represent. They held on to that promise, but they feel like he kept his promise when he did the opposite. And so it's very interesting to me to go into these things, and people will ask, they'll say, well, it looked like there were a lot of people there, or people, they always show people leaving or empty seats. And I tell people that so many of the MAGA enthusiasts who drive and go to these rallies all over the country, like they're following the Grateful Dead or Fish or something, they also are just there for the tailgate. They're not really there for the game. They're there to commiserate with the people that seem to be getting their news from the same place. They're on message boards together, and they're not really there to listen to Donald Trump. So many of them leave early. Many of them don't even go in at all. And it's a sociologically fascinating thing to go to these rallies.
And that sense of community issue, I think, I'm so glad you mentioned that, because it does feel like people who may believe or feel like, the young college student, that he can't talk about his real sort of views around his college mates because he'll be criticized or whatnot. So he goes to these sort of rallies where he's able to find like-minded folks who may also be drinking the Kool-Aid, if you want to use a cult-like pun, but they enjoy being with each other, and they're generally sort of polite people, and they wave the Trump flags, and they get to see their friends and their buddies, and it is a whole sort of rock concert-like spectacle in which, they know all the Trump lines and they know all the Trump stories and the issues, but they're there to sort of feel like they're part of a community. And as we've seen with sports and sometimes with religion, when you experience something with a group of other people, there is something that's kind of rewarding about it. My theory, Shu, is that particularly with younger people, and we saw a couple of younger people that you spoke with, I think there's particularly younger white males who sort of feel lost in the sort of society that we're in now and feel like they're not allowed to sort of show their machismo or to say things that are politically incorrect. And along comes Donald Trump, and it's like Donald Trump gives them permission to do that. And you combine it with a society where there's, technological transformation and economic transformation that's happening so quickly, and a lot of fears about why our communities are changing so quickly. And Donald Trump comes along and gives them the answer and says, well, it's because we need to go back to where we were when there was a little bit sort of more stability. And for people who feel lost in this politically correct society with the pronouns or whatever it is, Donald Trump's community then becomes somewhat appealing, particularly if they're people who don't necessarily think so well for themselves.
Yeah, and I, one of the questions that I was asking them at the last or the second to last rally that I went to is what happens to MAGA when this is all over? If Trump were to lose, what happens to MAGA? Many of them said, oh, we go on, we forge on. It's not going anywhere. Look at this. They'll say, look around, look at this. Many of them will say, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen to it. And I do think that a lot of people that came to this because of Trump will recede from it when he is off the stage. And I don't say that as someone who would like to see him off the stage. I say it because there's a cult-like thing about this that we I don't know enough to say what is and what is not a cult, but the behavior, the adherence to the word of one person, the traveling all over the country to see that one person and listen to them and agree with whatever it is they say and laugh at the things they do that aren't funny. The reverence is there. And if he's off the stage, I don't see a lot of them coming back. Yes, some people got into politics because of Donald Trump. There's no question. And they're going to be there. They're going to be Republicans. They may even challenge their own party at times. But I think a lot of them are going to fall by the wayside. Interested to know if you...
Absolutely. And it almost makes me think, I mean, who could come along that would have that both Donald Trump charisma and the sort of sense of timing and humor? And I think that a lot of his stuff is not very funny, but a lot of the Trump supporters, they love to laugh at jokes that are sort of inappropriate, that they can't really say in their schools or their communities or wherever, or even amongst their friends. And so Donald Trump enables them the opportunity to say things that are kind of outlandish. And when you ask him about it, they say, oh, that's just Donald Trump's sense of humor. He's not really going to have the CIA kill somebody. He doesn't really want Mike Tyson to go in a ring and have a fight with Kamala Harris, as Trump suggested the other night. It strikes the rest of us as that's horrific. The idea that you sort of have this image of Mike Tyson punching Kamala Harris. Why would you say that? That only, that's so stupid on so many levels. But that's Donald Trump's sort of shtick. And I don't see anybody else that's on the political horizon, even somebody like a J.D. Vance or Ron DeSantis, they may agree with Donald Trump's issues in terms of America first, an isolationist foreign policy, cracking down on immigration, economic policy, whatever it is. But they don't have that same, I think, ability to sort of joke and resonate with people in terms of the political incorrectness in a way that makes people laugh, like how Donald Trump can do it.
Yeah, and he puts them into a frenzy. I mean, and the only person I've ever seen at a Trump rally who is able to engender that kind of sort of fandom and that kind of frenzy and that kind of swooning, David, is you. And we have a little bit of tape here. This is David Schuster.
Here we go.
This is David Schuster among the MAGA crowd.
I love this guy. Oh my God, he is so cute.
If it's somebody that Donald Trump supports, so you'll vote for them.
Right. What do you think? What do you think?
Okay, hello everybody.
Hello.
Hello. Can I interview your friend
Facebook. Now? I love you, dude. What's your name?
I'm David.
David.
Yeah.
From
Connecticut.
I love him though. Is he married? Melania's great. Are you married?
I am, thank you, but I am flattered. Thank you.
MAGA almost wrecked a home there, David, didn't it?
I made a couple big mistakes in that interview, Shu. In the moment when you said, what's your name? The immediate thing that sort of flashed to me is I could say Cenk Uygur, right, or I could say Michael Schur and give them, Michael Schur's phone number and then have them call up because I had your phone number memorized. And then I just, my name's David, because I was a little bit sort of nervous with what she was doing and where she was sort of grabbing. And so I wasn't on my game as far as razzing her with the shoe. But the other thing about it is it goes to show that I think most of the people who are at these, and by the way, those ladies, I think were tanked. One of them said she hadn't had a drink in 3 years until that day.
You drove her to drink. You drove her to drink.
And they just, get a little sloppy and like to flirt and joke around. And there is a sort of funniness and politeness and sweetness about the folks, even if you're able to separate their political views and their views about other people in the society out of it, just on a human-to-human level. Those are the sort of interactions that, give you some sort of hope. Next time, though, Shu, when you do get a call from whatever that woman was in North Carolina saying, hi, Michael, we met earlier, you'll know what happened.
I'll know exactly who set that up. I did have a moment like that in Michigan where I was invited back to someone's house for dinner, but I didn't go, and to get me to not go to dinner is quite a thing. But yeah, so I mean, again, these are generally speaking nice and misguided people, and the road in covering this stuff is all about that. I mean, you get to meet a lot of Americans when you cover politics around the country, and MAGA is a big part of it. When this chapter of history is written, hopefully, they'll cover a little bit of what we've been able to cover, because it kind of changed the country in many ways, in ways that I think a lot of us agree were not terrific ways. We are 23 and a half minutes from the first poll closings here on Election Day 2024. Again, they'll be in Indiana and Kentucky. Ballot measure we're looking at in Kentucky. If Indiana and Kentucky are not called, pretty soon thereafter the poll closing times, then it becomes a little more interesting, but I would expect that they will both be declared Trump states immediately. And then when another
there was an effort to get a ballot initiative in Indiana, which would have built a bridge over the Ohio River, which separates Kentucky and Indiana, because the folks in Indiana wanted the people in Kentucky to be able to swim in the shade.
Look at that. A little Midwestern Pennsatucky, Indiana shade being thrown there about shade in Kentucky. I think what we're going to do now is we'll take a little breather and we will come back. We're going to do our predictions. We're going to talk about, I think, a favorite race each that we want to keep an eye on tonight, one that people may not be talking about. I'm springing this on you, Shu. Right. And then maybe we'll read some. Love to read some of the reader comments, but of course, someone will have to explain to me how to do that. We're TYT, and we'll be back right after this.
Welcome to the Damage Report. I'm John Idarola. This is gonna be a big one. Meanwhile, in the Arctic, you know where this is going. You watch the Damage Report, the Arctic's on fire. Obviously, why would we be talking about the Arctic except to tell you that it's melting once again? The Republicans aren't that interested in it. I wonder why. Lift out of poverty up to 3.7 million people, including an estimated 1.3 million children. Hashtag save the children? Not if it costs money. I mean, come on.
At TYT, our mission is to boldly pursue truth, challenge the establishment, and drive positive change. At a time when corporate capture of our media, our government, and our politics is nearly absolute, everyday working people need a champion to fight for them and to push back against the powerful interests that threaten our democracy itself. At TYT, we're proudly progressive and call out corruption and duplicity wherever we see it, from Republicans, Democrats, or anyone else. And unlike mainstream news media outlets, we're not beholden to corporate advertisers, to defense contractors, to Wall Street, or to Big Pharma. We only have to answer to our audience, and for nearly 2 decades, we've accomplished that by delivering honest, timely, and insightful perspectives on the day's news without fear or favor, or concern for whose toes we might step on, or which powerful elites we might offend. And while we're super serious about the news, we also manage to do it in a way that is fun and lighthearted. We can do this together and serve our audience, and yes, have fun doing it.
Back here on a pair of shoes, that's David Schuster and Michael Schur. We are doing this election pregame special, and it's real pregame because when we go off the air, there will be some results. We have Trump voted in Florida today, Governor Walz in Minnesota, J.D. Vance in Ohio. The vice president was at her home in Washington, D.C., and she'll be going to Howard University tonight to watch returns. Here are some things that have been sent to us today. David Fab4 writes, Schuster and Schur sounds like either a law firm or a political comedy duo.
All right. I like it.
Well, it's too late for law school. Sorry, Mom. I never dreamt of a blue Texas till Ted Cruz came along. He may have been enough to make it happen in my lifetime. That's what Sam Lanena, Van Diemen's Dragon, had to say. Salvi Dragon, it's crazy when the shoe's on the other foot.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, very good. Art Guy says, Michael is usually laconic and analytical, but today he is positively energetic. The guy lives for elections. Well, I'll work on the on.
You should see how he plays hockey, man.
Like a monster, and I have road rage too, by the way. Okay, so Twitter, so Twitch subscriptions. Tony Starks 347 subscribed with Prime. Lady Wi-Fi or Lady Wife 69 subscribed. Chino 1502. If you have Amazon Prime, you have a free subscription every month. So go to tyt.com/prime to learn how to subscribe. As if I've been saying that my whole life. The Twitch hype chat comments. David, you've probably already seen this in your Twitch hype chat. Just looking at you, your nickname hype chat. Dots plots from this near senior in Iowa. Our children are leaving us. They will not stay in this red state. Good for them to push their parents to wake up. LOL, I've been woke for some time. LOL. Third Shift Zombie says Sherrod Brown has won re-election when with worse odds than this. That's true, and that would be something to keep an eye on tonight. Brooke Marks, small note, but I always get weirded out when I hear women voters because we wouldn't say men voters. Anyway, I'll go back to my cheese. Yeah, you're right, but we do talk about white male voters, and the women's vote is of particular interest. So there's probably a better way to say it, but I'll still defend it, and because we're saying it from the point of view of that's what could change, and that's what has changed a lot. 2016, 2020, and 2022. Kane's Playground, I wish you the best. This election could be the last one. Greetings from Germany. I love spending Bezos bucks. And that's from Steve Blakesley. The DeGosser, I'm finally here. This will be my 5th presidential election I voted for since I started watching TYT. Much love, TYT fam. Much love to you, the DeGosser. We have new members. The Toad 3001 joined. Dinah's. Arcedo joined, Felipe Alves, Yoga Dragon, Verino Sulpicio, and Gerardo Guzman all joined. And then, okay, what do we have here? Okay, so we have super chat comments, like I've done this my whole life, David. And I'm reading all of them, which nobody does, right? But I like it's election day. This is what you do at a party. I like how the Trumpers don't bring up 2020. Thank you for your viewership, your help leaning watchers get TYT in the recommendations through algorithms. Your patronage is also appreciated. And then, yeah. So I have
a question for you because, obviously, we party on election day. We read comments. I just found out what Chris Cillizza does, the longtime writer for the Washington Post, formerly at CNN. What he does on election day is he goes to the Italian store, a restaurant in Washington, and eats by himself. And I feel badly that Chris was spotted eating by himself a short time ago, but Chris, hang in there. It's going to be okay. Shu, do you have any election day traditions that you do or habits or routines or?
I mean, no, I don't. I mean, I wear a tie on the air on election day because it's time to dress up. And I think that, I'm often on the road on election day or have been, for several cycles. So being home and voting in person, I did it before this show today. I was on the air earlier this morning and then went and voted. I love it. I mean, what that guy said, there's a different excitement about me when I'm on election day. And And I've always liked it since I'm a little kid. I loved going in with my mother when I was really little in New York, and they had you'd have to click the little notches and pull the handle down, and you voted. And so to that end, no, just that I'm always excited on election day, and I'm occasionally sad at the end of the day. I'm an optimistic person, but so I check myself on that. But I feel, and we'll get to our predictions later, that sometimes the optimism's rewarded.
I always do donuts. And this goes back to when I was a little kid, speaking of being a little kid, and my parents would take my brothers and I to the Bloomington Herald-Times, which was then the Herald Telephone newspaper, and they would have results that they would write on this giant whiteboard wall. And they would write in the results, and there was like one TV. And the only thing I really remember is that, it was sort of fun being there, and they gave out free donuts. And so it always became every 4 years, every 2 years, we go get our donuts. So ever since, I've sort of repeated this tradition, in part because of a throwback to growing up in Bloomington and how wonderful that was. But yeah, there's something about watching the results come in.
Yeah,
and also something cool about a jelly donut. That's just
and donuts are your tradition. I traditionally election day, one of the few days where I don't have donuts. So it works in several different ways. Let's do a little something here, which I think you're required to do when you host election coverage, and it's exhausting and it's required, and that is to make predictions, David. We've come this far. It's Election Day 2024. 13 minutes. You won't be able to vote in Indiana or Kentucky. What do you? I get to let you go first, and I should say it's cheating a little bit, but I have some of your predictions before me. But let's walk through your predictions and why you think the way you do on some of these.
All right, let's start with the presidential. I think it will be an electoral college landslide for Kamala Harris. I'm convinced that she will win 6 of the 7 battleground states. She'll win every battleground state except for Arizona. I think we'll know very early tonight with North Carolina and Georgia. They report pretty quickly that Kamala Harris is headed for a good night. And the reason that I think this is based a couple of things. First of all, if you look at, again, as we mentioned earlier, all the ballot initiatives to restrict abortion, all the special elections, Democrats have constantly outperformed over the past 2 years. They've won every ballot initiative on abortion. They've won special elections that they had no business of winning. They've exceeded their pre-election polling numbers. So there's that history for the past 2 years related to the Dobbs decision in abortion. Secondly, about a month ago, I started seeing a lot of polling companies that I had never seen before. And in looking them up and doing some research, I found out, this polling company is connected to a Republican who's giving money to the Trump campaign. And it became very clear to me that a lot of these polls were not based in any scientific or statistical analysis, but simply putting their thumb on the scale, perhaps to sort of grease the runway, so foam the runway, so that if Donald Trump wanted to claim if he lost, the election was stolen because look at all these pre-election polls that had me winning. And I think these polls were nonsense. And it sort of infuriates me because as somebody who loves statistics in college, and Professor Roth, I hope you're still out there, and I know you're pulling your hair out over some of this stuff. To me, it matters when statistics and when it's done the right way. When it's done the wrong way, it infuriates me. And I think there were so many garbage polls over the last month, which were then included in the polling averages, the Real Clear Politics polling average, and some of the others by Nate Silver. They just aggregated every poll, regardless of whether it was a genuine poll or not. And as a result, it had the effect, I think, of making the race seem close. So between all of that, and again, I just think that Kamala Harris, I think she's generally up by 4 or 5 points. I think she'll exceed that. I think also between what Ann Seltzer predicted in Iowa. So I think Kamala Harris is gonna have an electoral college landslide, and we will know that tonight. As far as the House and the Senate, I do think that Democrats will take control of the House. It'll be still fairly close. Maybe they, have a net gain that gives them perhaps a margin of 5 or 6. But I think they'll win a lot of these House races. And as far as the Senate, I'm going to also go out on a limb out there, and then I think the Democrats will keep control of the Senate. It'll be 51-49. I think they'll have a couple of upsets. I think they'll hold on to the seat in Maryland. Larry Hogan will lose. I think they'll definitely hold on to Arizona, which Kirsten Sinema had. That's Ruben Gallego, the representative from Arizona. I think he will defeat Kari Lake. And there may be a surprise along the way. I'm not so sure that it's going to be Ted Cruz, but to your point, it may be Rick Scott in Florida, W. McChrystal Powell. So I think there'll be some surprises. Democrats maintain control of the Senate, take control of the House. Kamala Harris wins in a landslide, and she wins it tonight. It's clear.
I just want you to tell me the Rangers are going to win the Stanley Cup because
and the Rangers are going to win the Stanley Cup.
You're saying everything that's great. Yeah, I mean, okay, we'll get to mine in a moment. But I was on with Cenk this morning. Cenk, without going into the specifics of it, or I can go into the specifics of it, he thinks that Georgia will go to Donald Trump. He thinks that North Carolina will go to Vice President Harris, and he thinks that that Arizona and I shouldn't quote him on Nevada, but I think he said Arizona and Nevada are both going to go to Donald Trump, and that Harris will win a small electoral college victory. John Idarola's predictions here, we can take a look at them. I think we can take a look at them, and if we can't, then I'll tell you what they are. But John, whose desk I am sitting on, someone's sleeping in Papa Bear's bed. That's me. John's saying here, Arizona will go Trump, Georgia to Harris, Michigan to Harris, Nevada to Harris, North Carolina to Harris, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin to Harris. So he sees, just like you do, as the
He's
only...
been copying me. I'm glad that he's
listening. He cheated off your sheet. And then I don't want to put the graph, and he thinks, of course, Harris is going to win the presidency. I don't want to put my predictions in graphic because when I filled them out the other day, I've changed them a little bit. But, you talked about races to watch, and I do think Florida is going to be a lot closer than we think, and that the polling has told us. And to address what you're what you were just saying about polling, yes, there are lots of different outfits that are polling. Polling has matured over the past 8 to 10 years. It was a big adjustment for pollsters that they had to make in order to perfect their craft in the age of the cell phone. It used to be you'd call people at home around dinner time. Their number was listed. They didn't have caller ID. They picked up the phone and you'd say, "Hi, this is David Schuster from the polling outfit. We want to know if you have a few minutes to tell us about your selections." It doesn't exist that way anymore. So it's a much more difficult population to poll. I once had a pollster tell me that the two hardest states to poll in the country were always Nevada and Alaska, and the polling numbers from the other 48 were always great. And now we have 50 Nevadas, meaning that people work different shifts. People have cell phones. People don't answer the phone. They see who's calling. They're not home for dinner at 6 o'clock. Things have changed to such a degree that we're also skeptical about who we speak to on the phone. And so that makes it a real challenge for pollsters. And the ones that are getting it really well. It's also what makes Iowa, makes me believe Seltzer even more, because that state has stayed true to some sort of older models of polling as well. And the way Seltzer is able to poll that state, and it's a smaller state, is able to do that, gives credence to the way those numbers come in. And because of those numbers, I've extrapolated them out a lot to some of the other states in making my predictions. And of course, my predictions are no better than anybody else's. I do think Trump is going to win Arizona. I think the vice president's going to win Georgia. And I don't think she's going to win North Carolina, even though the numbers are showing us that North Carolina is going to go in that direction. My reasoning there is mostly based on the fact that, prove me wrong, right? I've thought that about North Carolina before, and I have been right. And so prove me wrong, and I'd love to be proven wrong to that end. But I do think that that the blue wall that we talk about, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, that those states are going to go to the vice president. And I'm doing that with those numbers from Iowa. That's what makes me believe that this is going to happen. I think the Democrats are going to lose the U.S. Senate. I think they're going to win the House by about 4. I think the majority there will be 3 to 4 seats from what I was looking at. But if I'm going to be surprised tonight, it's going to be with a huge House pickup, with some House seats that are not predicted that the Democrats are going to do much better in the House because of turnout. And that's going to show up in states like Virginia, states like Iowa, perhaps in Florida, perhaps in Arizona, and in New York and California, where they have.
So you've told me the what. Tell me the why. What do you see as sort of the driving message, the most successful message the Harris campaign put forward, or the Democrats have put forward in this cycle?
It's a great question. I mean, first of all, I think Donald Trump has run a terrible campaign. And I say that objectively as from a journalistic standpoint, in that his goal here was to win over new voters. He didn't have to worry about his choir, right? They were with him. And he didn't do anything. If he had been, J.D. Vance had a great debate against Governor Walz. And it was a great debate because he was a person that we had not seen on the campaign trail. Calm, measured, congenial, fact-laden, a little bit of, off the rail stuff. But for the most part, that was a J.D. Vance we didn't see on the trail. And starting the next morning, we didn't see that guy again. Had Donald Trump been that way in more places, he would have been able to win over more voters. He lost the last election. So when you lose an election, that means you have to get more people into your tent. I don't think he's done a good enough job doing that. I may be proven wrong tonight. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But if I'm right, that would be the reason that this happens. I also see the pull of these issues like abortion, and the fatigue of Trump as being decisive in this election right now. I just think more people are interested and involved. I think closing the enthusiasm gap, which the vice president did, was exceptional. She may have done it by accident, but however it happened, it closed, and that's why I think, David, that she's gonna win tonight.
I'm right there with you. I wouldn't change a thing about what you said. So, Chew. Always a pleasure doing this. If anybody's out there.
It's always great. And we should mention this coverage goes on. I've said it before. Anna Kasparian, Cenk Uygur, John Iadarola, guests, me. There's going to be a lot of coverage tonight. We're going to be looking into these races that we've told you to watch. We're eager for your participation because this is not done without your help, both, in terms of viewing, in terms of contributing, and asking us what you want to see. And this has been, David and I have covered elections now for a very long time, like I said at the top, at many different networks. And it is something that we love doing, and we hope that has translated to you in this little 2-hour preamble.
In fact, I remember how excited we were back in the Ulysses S. Grant election.
Right. Well, we didn't think, coming out of Andrew Johnson, we were like, how the hell is this going to work? And look, we were right about that then too. In 2.5 minutes, polls close in Kentucky and Indiana. In 2.5 minutes, our coverage will continue all night long, and we are going to bring you the results of these elections. And we thank you for spending just these 2 hours with me and with David Schuster, pair of shoes here on TYT.
Let's go! Election day on the Young Turks. Cenk Uygur, Anna Kasparian with you guys, live from the Polymarket Studios. All right, guys, we've got an hour of the show ahead for you guys, and then we're going to go straight into election coverage. In fact, election coverage has begun because polls just closed in Indiana and Kentucky. Those two states will obviously have no effect on the election, but still, okay, because we live in this insane electoral college. I was just on on X, there's a thing called Spaces where it's like a big giant panel. It's just on with Elon Musk. I will tell you a crazy thing he said and debunk it in the first story that we're going to do in a second. I want all of you to know tonight, an election champion of the world will be crowned. Well, maybe later than tonight, because we're doing a contest on TYT.com. Oh my God, you gotta be at TYT.com, because not only are you getting the stream there all night long, but you're also going to have Jordan's blog, where you're gonna get all the updates, the exit polls, all the election stories that are rolling, so you don't need to go anywhere else. We're playing a fun game where you get to be election champion. If you get closest to electoral count, it's really how many swing states they win, plus House and Senate. So make sure you're checking that out. I'm going to declare the election champion on air. 20% off today if you become a member through the site at TYT.com. You just go to the homepage, super easy. There's so much more to tell you guys about all the things that are going on. I'm just going to give real quick shout outs to all the people who just joined, as we always do. The Toad 3001, Dinas, Arcito, Felipe Alves, Yoga Dragon, Verino Salpizio, Gerardo Guzman, Tracy Wildigo, Paul McDowell, Sid, John Navalvanko, Mike Harvey, Paul McDowell, Ken Hiroshi Clark. Keep them rolling. The join button's there for a reason. Caring is sharing. Wait, sharing is caring, but they're both. Okay, so we're even doing a state contest at tyt.com/hope for who can share the stream more. I heard New Jersey was in the top 3, now they've dropped out of the top 3. What are you doing, my home state? Let's go, Nebraska representing. So check that out at tyt.com/hope, where there's also a watch party. All right, so much to get to. Anna, let's get started.
Well, we have a little bit of foreshadowing in regard to what the chaos could be if this is a close election, because Donald Trump is already claiming that there are issues with the electoral process. So let's get into those details.
Of course.
Yeah. Donald Trump is already alleging that there is voter fraud, of course, with no evidence. Now, let's go to his Truth Social post where he alleges that there's a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia, law enforcement coming. Okay, so it's unclear exactly what he's referring to, but we suspect that it has to do with a glitch when it comes to some of the voting machines in Cambria County. But that has actually been dealt with in a way that I think is excellent, because rather than relying on the voting machines, they're going to rely on hand counting the votes. So there was a software malfunction in the morning that caused some long lines at a few of the voting places. And so officials said that the scanners were actually unable to read the code around the ballots, and that the votes would need to be counted by hand instead. And as a result, a judge stepped in and extended voting by 2 hours until 10 p.m. local time. Now, according to reporting from the Washington Post, counting will take place Tuesday evening, meaning tonight, at the county courthouse in the presence of observers from both political parties, and that's according to Ron Robertson, who's the Director of Community Development for Cambria County. And I just want to be clear that while Donald Trump is claiming that there's like voter fraud taking place in Philadelphia, Cambria County is obviously not where Philadelphia is located, but nonetheless, there's no evidence that there's anything wrong happening in Philadelphia. Besides which, I would be shocked if Philly went for Trump, but I'm curious what you think, Cenk.
Yeah, look, so first of all, when you announce to the world, we just saw this on mainstream media, and it was reported by a Democratic official that this thing went wrong. Well, by definition, it's not cheating. If you're doing cheating, you Democratic officials don't turn you in. Democratic officials do the cheating under your theory, right? And you mainstream media, they certainly think is democratically controlled. If that's the case, then why would they report it? Why do we all know about it? No, every instance of so-called cheating or fraud, etc., is because we caught them. And some of them were about, as we reported earlier, not today, but registering, not actually the votes themselves. All these are tiny little things that are easily explained. Look, guys, if there's actual giant problems, you think, like, Young Turks, you think we're like, oh yeah, Democrats are cheating, great. No, we'd call them out instantly, and we'd be furious about it. And in fact, we call them out on the primaries left and right 100 times over. That's another story that's coming up later in the show about it. So this is all nonsense. And in fact, CBS is reporting, Anna, they reported it earlier today, that Donald Trump is preparing to declare a victory before anyone knows who won, which is, of course, he's always going to lie. Even his own supporters knows he's a pathological liar. They all know he's going to declare a victory whether he won or lost or got landslided. That's obvious. The scary part is apparently a lot of Republicans in the House are saying they won't certify the election if Trump lost. Of course, if Trump wins, they'll certify the election right away. Well, that's how you know they're the cheaters. So it's not close. It's not close. If you're talking about controlling mainstream media, yeah, that's more Democrats in different ways. If you're talking about how terrible their primaries are, yeah, that's the Democrats, right? But you're talking about general election, all these nonsense claims of voter fraud and cheating when it is at most a microscopic part of the vote.
Yeah, so I want to be clear, absolutely no evidence of cheating, no evidence of voter fraud. But I will say, I'm happy that the judge stepped in and extended the amount of time that people in the county can cast their ballots. That means that it's going to take a little longer for us to know the results, of course. But there is, of course, the downside of individuals who are waiting in that long line but had to leave because they have to go to work. So hopefully those individuals go back to the polling place and cast their ballots. They will have the ability to do that because the time has been extended by an additional 2 hours. Go ahead.
So
Jane.
2 quick things about that. So look, I'm always in favor of extending because I want to let as many people vote as possible. And that doesn't matter if it's a Democratic district or a Republican district. And Republicans usually do this trick where they send in, if they control the state, they send in much fewer voting machines to Democratic areas like colleges, etc. So they make the Democrats wait on gigantic lines as a way of doing voter suppression. That's almost ubiquitous in all of these elections. I want everybody to vote. Now, of course, the ironic thing is then the Republicans will turn around and go, oh, it's taking too long, stop the steal. Just declare Trump the winner. Just declare Trump the winner. No, that's not how it works. You have to actually see who voted. So I'm on the side of let them all vote as much as humanly possible within the rules.
The other thing I wanted to just quickly mention is the pettiness of the Trump campaign revoking media credentials for journalists who have been critical of Trump. That appears to have happened in regard to the watch party that's taking place at Trump's West Palm Beach, resort or residence. And so this report is incredible. It's from CNN. They report that journalists from Politico, Axios, Puck, Voice of America, and Mother Jones were among those denied credentials. Some, like Politico, had actually been previously granted access to the Tuesday night event only to have the decision reversed. Politico's team of reporters and a photographer were initially approved to attend the event, but on Tuesday morning were surprised to find that they had been denied credentials. A person familiar with the matter told CNN. The person suggested the decision was made in response to an article in Politico magazine, which reported that a Trump campaign field director was fired for being a white nationalist. So look, it doesn't surprise me. This is the kind of thing that Trump himself has threatened journalists with. And so, of course he would the campaign at least would revoke press credentials for anyone who's been critical of him in their reporting. And this is a watch party. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous to not have different voices and a diversity of media outlets there to report on it. But this is what Trump wants. This is what the Trump campaign wants. And it doesn't surprise me whatsoever. Yeah, so Mr. Freedom of the Press, freedom of speech. He doesn't talk much about the press, but he's always like, freedom of speech. Oh, the Democrats want to cancel you. He's like, here's the list of reporters I'm canceling. Don't let him in the building because I hate freedom of speech. Thank you for at least accidentally acknowledging that. What I want to mention about the last thing that we were talking about is there was 5 bomb threats called in Georgia. So now I hesitate to tell you who authorities think called it in. They think that it's people that are connected to Russian propaganda. And so because the right wing will go, no, you said the magic word Russia, I just immediately closed my mind. But it doesn't really matter who called it in. They're calling it in Democratic areas so that they could prevent more Democrats from voting. Now, the media being mean to you is not election interference. Calling in bomb threats so that people can't vote is election interference. So that's just terrible and disgusting. I hope none of that ever happens in these areas. Unfortunately, it has already to some degree. So Trisha Briggs, a member on YouTube, hit the join button below, be part of the show. It makes my favorite point. God, Trump is such a whiner. Everything is whine, whine, whine. I can't understand for the life of me how Maga thinks that's a strong guy and that he's their alpha leader. That crying guy in the corner is your alpha leader? Please. Well, there is someone pretty big who sees Trump as the alpha leader, and that's Joe Rogan. He has now made an endorsement. Let's get into it.
So, well, I'll say it again, man. I think this is the last election. If Trump doesn't win, this is the last election.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right. I think people, and a lot of people are waking up and realize that have been lifelong Democrats.
Well, Joe Rogan has officially endorsed Donald Trump. That's a bit of the endorsement that you just heard in this episode that he hosted with Elon Musk. Now, Rogan announced the endorsement in a tweet as well, promoting his interview with Musk, saying, "The great and powerful Elon Musk, if it wasn't for him, we'd be effed. He makes what I think is the most compelling case for Trump you'll hear, and I agree with him every step of the way. For the record, yes, that's an endorsement of Trump. Enjoy the podcast. Now, what did Musk say exactly that Rogan might have found compelling? He said a lot of interesting things, including claiming that there will be no more elections if Kamala Harris gets elected. Because why not? Why not? Why don't we just engage in weird hyperbolic nonsense? Saying that Kamala Harris will shut down X completely if she wins by sicking the Justice Department on them. And also saying that Trump got roasted too hard at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Now, Rogan acknowledged that Trump is not a perfect candidate. In fact, in the past, he was on the record saying he didn't even want to host Donald Trump on his podcast because he didn't want to help Donald Trump. But eventually, obviously, he did have Trump on his podcast. That might have swayed Rogan as well. But Rogan excused all the crazy BS he spews by saying that he just doesn't have time to figure out the truth. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
Look, I don't think he has the time to go into things like very deeply. Yeah. And so I think he could probably be influenced by a bunch of people, like these Marjorie Taylor Greene type people come to him with some wild ass theory. Sure. He might be, and I think there's a lot of that stuff that gets fed to people on purpose so that they'll say incorrect things so that they're easy to dismiss. Sure. And I think there's also a lot of people that just make up and, they tell you the earth is flat, and then a bunch of people watch a YouTube video and they believe it.
So we're going to take a trip back to memory lane and remember some of the things that Rogan had to say about Trump previously. But Cenk, I really think this is about the fact that he had Trump on the podcast, he had Vance on the podcast, he had Elon Musk on the podcast. I watched Trump's appearance. I watched about half of Vance's appearance. I didn't watch any of Elon Musk's, but the reason why I bring that up is they had friendly conversations. They seemed to enjoy each other's presence and company, and that's going to leave an impression on Rogan. In fact, one of my critiques of Rogan has always been that he's very impressionable and tends to just agree with the last person he spoke to. So, look, am I being too critical when I say that, Harris might have made a mistake by not going on the podcast?
Yeah. Look, let's come back to Harris, because Harris is an interesting case, and especially in regards to Rogan. First, let me address the things that Elon and Rogan said. So it's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. So later in the program, we're going to tell you about how the Democrats did some cheesy moves in the primary, which is classic Democratic Party. But the idea that if the Democrats win, there won't be any more elections is just nuts. No Democrat has ever said that. No Democrat's ever gone in that direction. In fact, the Democrats have the opposite problem. The Democrats usually do very little when they're in office. The idea that they would upend the entire system and really anger their donors, you don't know the Democrats at all, It's just a totally mindless, ridiculous, purposely stupid conspiracy theory, because it's Elon going, oh yeah, just because Trump says he'll end the elections, oh yeah, Kamala's gonna end the elections. Ha, got you, now we're even. No, you're not even, and you sound like a child who knows nothing about politics. And so I was just on something called Spaces on X. Those are like the audio panels that they have, and then Elon joined in. And of course, everybody on X is like, reveres him. And they're like, oh, Elon. And every question started with, sir, you are the greatest. Can I please tour your facilities? And oh, thank you for existing and letting us bask in your presence. I'm like, guys, you're the tough guy populist standing up to the establishment. This is the richest man in the world. And he's, in my opinion, obviously manipulating you for his own financial reasons, which I'll get back to. Anyways, he comes out and goes, oh yeah, we're easily gonna win. Because they're all pumping in the idea that Trump is already won. It's just a matter of how is the media and the establishment going to deal with it. So what is their theory on that? Their theory is, well, since there's so many less mail-in ballots this election cycle, especially in Pennsylvania, as opposed to 2020, that must mean that Donald Trump is going to win, because he wins day of voting historically. So since not a lot of Democrats mailed it in, well, that's it, the Republicans are going to win. Except in 2020, there was COVID. And that's why the Democrats, who were afraid to go outside, did massive mail-in voting. Of course there was going to be less mail-in voting. in Pennsylvania and everywhere else in this election by Democrats and Republicans. Like, do you not know that? And you're like a rank amateur who thinks they know something about politics?
Yeah.
Or are you lying on purpose?
It's, in my opinion, irresponsible for anyone to claim like, and I get why people do it, right? Like they want to put optimism out there in regard to their preferred candidate, get their base jazzed up and make it seem as though there's no way that your preferred candidate is going to lose. I see it happening on the Democratic side as well. The truth is,
100%.
guys, the truth is we don't know. Okay, like I don't want to make any predictions because the polls are so close. Looking at the average of polls, yes, I get it. There's that Iowa poll, which is a bit of an outlier that shows Kamala Harris winning in Iowa. And I get that pollster has a good reputation, but it's one poll and you can't put too much weight behind that. I have no idea who's going to win. The aggregate of polls, the average of polls indicates that it's very close, to the detriment of the country, honestly, because I'm worried that if the race ends up being too close, there's going to be like a lot of fighting. It's going to be contested. We'll see what happens. But I can't make a prediction. What do you think?
So look, we started the program today at noon Eastern. And the first thing that Michael Shore and I did, and Michael's here and he's going to give us up-to-date results from the election as we get going here. The very first thing I did my official prediction. And my official prediction was, I don't know. I don't know. Number one, the polls are absolutely tied. Number two, there are unlikely voters on both sides. Historically, Trump brings them out, 2016, 2020. But Democrats in 2022 and special elections in 23 brought out the unlikely voters. Both sides have data on there, have some data to back up what they're saying. We've been over it a million times. I think Anna and I seem to be the only ones who say no idea, and there's really no way of knowing, but everyone disagrees.
Yeah.
So like Democrats and some of our own analysts and hosts say Democrats are definitely going to win. Kamala Harris is definitely going to win.
Yeah.
Some are less sure, like likely going to win, etc. I go over I'm bilingual, I speak both languages, right? So I go over to whether it's Spaces, X, other places that I interact with right wing. Oh my God, guys, you have to understand, they are so positive that they're going to win. They think they've already won. So both sides, in their own bubbles, 100% believe they're going to win. So one side is going to get absolutely shocked tonight.
I know.
They're going to fall over from like disbelief.
Well, maybe not tonight because it's unlikely that we're going to know the full results of the race tonight, right?
Well, I'll just say this though, yes and no, because remember Pennsylvania is going to close in about an hour and 10 minutes. No, sorry, my clock in here is wrong. In about an hour and 40 minutes, this clock is throwing me off. Okay, sorry, it's going to close soon. Okay, so that was a great moment there. Anyways, when Pennsylvania closes, I doubt
close at 8 p.m.
Yeah, 8 p.m.
local time. Yeah.
Yeah, and right now it's 6:20 local time, so an hour and 40 minutes. Okay, so when it does, I don't know that it gets called immediately. I don't know that it gets called tonight, etc. But if one of them has much more unlikely voters than we expect, if one side is correct about how certain they are they're going to win, that they're going to win big, Pennsylvania can get called in a couple of hours and this thing's over, right? So Pennsylvania will not decide it on its own, but whoever wins Pennsylvania has a massive advantage. Intensely likely to win, right? There's a couple of different ways, we'll get into it in just a little bit, about different ways to win without Pennsylvania. So it might drag on for a week or it might be over in an hour. So you don't know. Now back to Anna's question about Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz should have done infinitely more media and way more interviews. You know who would have been great on Joe Rogan? Tim Walz.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, so another story we have in the rundown, I hope we get to, Tim Walz interacting with Trump voters. Oh my God, it was gold. He was so good at it because he's the only one out of the four that's a real human being. And you could have a real conversation with him, and he'll tell you he's a knucklehead, but then he'll know so much about farming, and he can prove that he got things done in Minnesota. So, but should Kamala Harris have gone on Rogan? I don't know. Kamala Harris is a mystery to me. I don't know that she could do a 3-hour interview. I don't know that she could have a real conversation and sound like a normal human being and not a fake politician. I'm being honest,
well,
right?
She'd have to be comfortable dropping the the canned talking points and all of that and just have a conversation. Just like let loose, let go, have a good time. And look, I hear what you're saying about Tim Walz being the only real person, right? Because he comes across as a genuine, sincere, normal American. But I will also say that from what I saw, JD Vance did a good job presenting himself as like the everyman, like a normal person himself. Like he handled that conversation really well. You might disagree with his politics and his policies, and I hear you on that. That's not what we're talking about. Just the way he presented himself, he came across as way more likable in that conversation.
Yeah, so everybody's a little bit different, guys. So JD Vance is by far the best actor out of the four of them. So he's got his role down pat. Remember, he's a venture capitalist, and his main goal in winning here is corporate tax cuts and deregulation. So he's a giant, like, a person who helps corporate world and corporate rule in an enormous way, right? But when he talks, he's like, oh yeah, I'll tell you, I got this mom and I got this grandma and I got the cemetery where I buried all my family because I'm the Zodiac killer. No, okay, that's Ted Cruz.
None of that came up.
Right, so he seems like he's being genuine if you're not well versed in it. Kamala Harris is the worst of them in terms of acting. Donald Trump, no, actually, to be fair, Donald Trump is the worst actor. He can't act if his life depended on it because he'll just admit everything. He'd be like,
he is who he is, and it comes across very clearly in every media appearance that Trump does.
Yeah, he's like, my advisors told me not to say this, but I'm going to protect women even if they don't like it, okay? Yeah, well, all right, well, you're not acting. You seem like a legitimate clown and scary person. So they're all different, but the bottom line is media, especially interviews, are worth their weight in gold, literally. Getting a minute ad on Rogan or ABC or CNN can cost you a fortune, right? Going on there and talking for 3 hours is the equivalent of tens of millions of dollars in free media. So the Democrats turning that down is totally irresponsible. Plus, Anna's right, Rogan is so impressionable. If Tim Walz went on last, he might have endorsed Kamala Harris and Walz, right? Instead, they just let the other side take that audience. To be fair, that audience was already plus 35 Trump.
So before we get to what Rogan had to say about Trump's policies a few years ago, I wanted to just give you a peek at how Trump took the news that Rogan decided to endorse him over Kamala Harris. Let's take a look.
So somebody that's very, very respected asked me to do his show 2 weeks ago, and I said, why not? And to me, it's very big because he's the biggest there is, I guess, in that world by far. Somebody said the biggest beyond anybody in a long time. And his name is Joe Rogan, and he's never done this before. And it just came over the wires that Joe Rogan just endorsed me. Is that good? Thank you, Joe. That's so nice. And he doesn't do that. He doesn't do that. And he tends to be a little bit more liberal than some of the people in this room.
We live in a topsy-turvy world, man. I remember in the last election, certainly during the primary cycle, Rogan had a conversation with Bernie Sanders. I remember Bernie Sanders getting so much hate from the left because he had the audacity to go on the largest podcast in the country. I thought that was a good idea. I'm glad that Bernie had done that. But anyway, Rogan loved him, and Rogan supported him after that. So it's just really interesting how you can go from supporting someone like Bernie Sanders to now endorsing Donald Trump. I know that there were some Sanders supporters and voters in 2016 who ended up supporting Donald Trump because of the anti-establishment message, but obviously very different policies and politics.
Yeah, but I'm not that surprised by that. So first, real quick on Trump, he's like, he's never done that before. That's not true. He endorsed Bernie. He's endorsed before, but that's a usual typical thing for Trump. So now to Rogan, look, I wrote about this in a recent op-ed I did on Newsweek. There's two different political spectrums. There's the left and right one. And on that one, Bernie and Trump couldn't be further apart. Trump's all for corporate tax cuts and deregulation and dividing us. Instead, Bernie's trying to bring us together, higher wages for the average man, et cetera, right? On the populist establishment spectrum, though, that's a second spectrum. Bernie and Trump are perceived to be on the populist end of that and against the establishment. And that's where Rogan is. Rogan isn't really left or right. He has a ton of right-wing positions, the anti-trans positions, blah, 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 right? But he's pro-choice. He's, and sometimes he questions the corporate tax cuts, et cetera, et cetera. So he's not left or right really as much as he's populist. The problem with Rogan is not that he's populist or where he is on the left-right spectrum. The problem is he's too impressionable. So he can't see that Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump don't have the same policies. They might both sound populist, but Trump's a fake populist who says, give everything to my donors, including the guy you just had on, Elon Musk. Elon Musk is asking for giant subsidies. He receives about $890 million already in tax credits from the government. He's asking for deregulation so he could do God knows what with cryptocurrency, et cetera. He's asking for lower taxes. None of that is within a billion miles of a populist position. So they've taken these guys who are super angry at the establishment, the right wing, populist right, and they've totally misdirected them towards corporate power again. And it's so frustrating because Rogan is not a grifter. He has so much money, he doesn't need to grift, et cetera. He's just getting hoodwinked by both audience capture and guest capture because he has nonstop right-wingers on.
All right, we're out of time, but just wanted to know, one of the things that Rogan was very critical toward Trump on, in the past at least, and he got a lot of backlash from Trump supporters over this, was Trump's immigration policies. But who knows where he stands on that issue today? It'd be really interesting to hear how he kind of, deals with that conflict, where he stood on immigration before and where he is today. He could have changed his mind, you never know. But we got to take a break for now. When we come back, we've got more news for you, including, the actual winner of this election. Regardless of whether it's Trump or Kamala Harris, there's already a clear winner. We'll tell you what it is when we come back.
All right, back on the social break here. Guys, first of all, we're doing a 20% off membership on the website today, so go to tyt.com. Best time to become a member, and we appreciate it if you do it on the website. That's why we're giving you 20% off. As simple as tyt.com. While you're there, make sure you play the game of who do you think is going to win, by what margin. We're going to declare an election champion. It's kind of a fun thing. There's a watch party. There's all the rolling news, the watch party, and the state competition is at tyt.com/hope. Make sure you're checking that out. And so much more that's happening there. Okay, so let's go to our YouTube super chat now. Brickhouse Mama 98 said, been watching since you went live and I'm here all night. No place I'd rather be than TYT. Hashtag Team Joy being with my TYT peeps today. Great point. Normally on Tuesdays for our members on the bonus episode, we do Operation Joy where we say, hey, while we're trying to do some good in the world, and that's part of TYT's ethos, that we try to drive positive change in the world, let's make sure that we're also bringing a little bit of joy into our lives and to our family and friends' lives. So that's what we do on Tuesdays. If Kamala Harris wins today, Donald Trump is defeated, and we hope for the last time. So that would be a hell of an Operation Joy at the end of the night. So let's see what happens on that front. Junk Rig Sailor says 2 words, watch Iowa. For sure, obviously we'll keep our eye on Iowa to see if that poll was right, because if the poll is right, that means Kamala Harris is going to win in spectacular fashion, if. Joe Guckin says, keep up the great work, guys. Hello, and nice to see you're back. F the negative comments. So thank you, Joe. Appreciate that. And thank you for the generous contribution. Adriana Cassell says, Cenk, give us some hope. Resurrect. Is that blue I see? I got to see some numbers first. Okay, once I see the numbers, then we'll start talking about whether we see blue. But we are all dressed in blue here, as you might be able to tell. Cynic Dragon said, I want to dedicate this super chat to Anna because she's gotten so much undeserved criticism recently. Thank you for your honesty and journalistic integrity that you will not compromise for either side. Of course, love Cenk and John too. You're the best. Cynic Dragon, you're the best.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I appreciate all you guys writing that in, and all of you have been wonderfully generous. And you're the best audience in the world. Smartest, most informed, most compassionate. I love you guys. Johnny, thank you for the contribution. Thomas Clark says, watching you guys in a remote village pub in Lulsey, Worcester. Come on, Kamala. Great coverage from us, Tom, Matt, Pete, and Toby. When Michael and I were on earlier in the morning, comments from Australia, Iceland, UK, on and on. I love that we got this international audience. The whole world is watching to see who America is going to pick, and we don't know either. Floyd Clark, who's also a member, said, pretty funny when Jeff Bezos spends his money for TYT membership. Bezos bucks while his newspaper often gets shredded by TYT for BS reporting. Oops, don't tell him, secret, wink. What he's referring to is on Twitch. If you already have Amazon Prime and you go to tyt.com/prime, you can get membership there so you can see the bonus episode, etc., for free accidentally from Jeff Bezos, who owns Twitch. Our YouTube members, Gilberto Mendoza says Rogan also had Tulsi and RFK on his podcast. Yeah, he's so red-pilled on all these guests. Modi P. Dragon said, Cenk, you're the best. LOL, the impressions are so funny. There you go. That's what the entire country can agree on. All right, I'm playing. You guys are awesome. Coming back with more coverage. All right, back on TYT, Cenk and Anna with you guys. Also, Eric, Steve Repol, Siberio Kovonik, and Danielle63. They all just joined by hitting that beautiful join button below the video. That's why they made it so pretty. So tempting to hit on. Okay, so you guys are awesome. You allow us to do this honest show. We appreciate you. Box, thank you for gifting a membership. J Bomb Dragon, Women AF, thank you for gifting 5. Michelle Moody, thank you for gifting 10. And Tyler Petre, thank you for gifting 50 memberships. You guys are all wonderful to us, and we appreciate you, and we do this show for you. You're our bosses when you're members. I'll give shout-outs to the tyt.com donations and subscriptions after the next break. One last comment from YouTube member Dana Booker said, this is my first time watching live. Exciting. Yes, it is exciting, but it's not just exciting today. The live show is always exciting. Check it out, Monday through Friday, 6 o'clock Eastern, every single day. Get the real news from the online news show. All right, Anna.
Well, let's hear from Bernie Sanders on who he believes the real winner of this election will be.
The truth is, this should not be a close election. Trump has been found guilty of 34 felonies, guilty of sexual abuse. He has been impeached twice. He had 4,000 lawsuits against him when he was a private businessman. This should not be a close election.
Senator Bernie Sanders is stating something that should be obvious to all voters in this country. Considering all of the baggage that comes along with Donald Trump, why exactly are Democrats having a difficult time beating him? I mean, according to the polls, this election is neck and neck when it should be a blowout. And you're about to hear from Sanders in regard to what the real issues are for the Democratic Party. Let's take a listen.
I think the Democrats, win or lose, have got to take a very hard look at themselves and ask how it could be that a significant majority of working class people in this country are prepared to vote for Donald Trump. And the truth is, what has got to happen is the Democrats have got to wake up and say, you know what? Instead of worrying about big money interests and campaign contributions from billionaires, we got to stand with the working class of this country. And we need an agenda that is a popular agenda that speaks to Democrats and Republicans. Caitlin, you go out there, you talk to Republicans and Democrats, and you say, do you think you're living in a democracy when billionaires are spending billions of dollars on the federal election? Is that really what a democracy is about? Or do we got to get big money out of politics? Democrats, Republicans, both will tell you the same thing. Ask people whether we should give tax breaks to billionaires. They don't agree with that either. There are a lot of issues that can bring people together, and the Democrats are going to start having to fight for those issues and regain the confidence of a working class, which they have lost.
I 100% agree with Sanders' critique of the Democratic Party and the issue of taking big money and not representing the best interests of your base and your voters. But I also want to make a point about how there's the fake unity message that we get time and time again from corporate Democrats who don't really want to unify the country. It's never about the actual policies or actual reforms that voters on both sides of the political aisle want. It's usually about, we need to, DEI unity into existence, but that's not the way it works. There are agreements among the electorate, whether they vote Republican or Democrat. Polling indicates that the vast majority of Americans agree on how corruption is a problem in our electoral system. But nothing's ever really done about that. No one ever talks about reforming that. And so I love that he brought that up. And I'm going to get into the numbers in regard to the outside money that's come into this race in just a moment. Before I do, Cenk, take it away.
That right there is the one true populist in American politics. So look, first of all, his critique of Trump is absolutely right. Totally fake populist in favor of corporate tax cuts. That's his number one agenda in his first term, and it's his number one agenda in the second term. And on top of that, look, I'm not a guy who grew up thinking, oh my God, convictions are so important and I hate you forever if you have a felony conviction. Maybe I should have, but I didn't. So I'm not as moved by that. What I'm moved by is what Trump has actually done. And so what they adjudicated, the facts of the matter. The way that he assaulted E. Jean Carroll is exactly what he said he does to all women in the Hollywood Access tape. And so look, if Kamala Harris wins, it is going to be because a tsunami of women showed up to carry her to victory on their shoulders. And I can't sympathize enough with women who say, not that man, another time. He's really a despicable guy and has been his whole life. He's a huge con man, doesn't believe a word he says, and I can go on and on, let alone terminating the Constitution, all the things he said after he lost like a crybaby. Okay, so now, but when Bernie turns to the Democrats, he's also right. What Kamala Harris sent me, her team and the different PACs have sent me about 20 texts today. Give me money, give me money, give me money, okay? You already raised $1 billion. And so those little things, at least I'm grassroots, that's okay. But when you go and you say you're still trying to get more donor money with a week left, no, turn and go and get voters. Get voters. And how do you get voters? 76% of Americans want to raise taxes on the rich. Did you know that? Probably not, because mainstream media never talks about that. Why?
Because they're
literally
rich.
Everyone on mainstream media is rich, right?
Yeah.
And every executive is rich. And so they're like, don't mention that 3/4 of Americans are huge populists who think that the rich and corporations have way too much. The only guy saying it is Bernie. But he can't talk any sense into the Democrats. If they win tonight, they're going to just go right back to serving their donors. It's going to drive us all crazy. That's why on TYT.com, I have a populist plank to start a populist revolt, a voting block where we say, hey, you give us these things and we vote for you. That's a promise. But if you don't give us these things, we will not vote for you, and that's a promise as well. Because the Democrats love to use the boogeyman, and Trump was perfect for them. Such a monster that you couldn't possibly think about voting for him. But once you remove a monster like Trump, they're going to have no excuses left.
Really? Come on.
So no, don't get me wrong. I'm not hopeful about it. That's what I'm saying.
If J.D. Vance is the Republican nominee in the future, I mean, think about, this is the thing that I'm concerned about, guys. Let's keep it real. At this point, every single Republican who could potentially run for the Republican ticket in the future has some relationship with Trump. And so, this is going to be the rallying cry for the Democratic Party in perpetuity.
Look, so the two sides drive me crazy because the right wing, if you're actually populist, why don't you pick someone that is sane? Why do you constantly go to people that are pathological liars and con men, etc.? And Democrats, please ask more of your party. Ask them to do better. It's a simple thing that Bernie's asking. Can you please stop serving the donors at every turn?
They're going to.
So look, that's why the populist plank that we have up on TYT.com is super simple things like, look, I know it's hard to execute, but at least to say that you're in favor of and to push forward in some legislation, etc. Money out of politics. No more wars. These are intensely popular positions. Ban private equity from buying residential real estate. That is enormously popular. negotiate all drug prices, enormously popular. The only reason why they don't do these things is because both sides are hooked on the donor money. Last thing about Bernie being the only honest person. Again, we criticize Bernie from time to time based on policy, right? But he's at least always honest, right? So progressives in Congress, that's supposed to be your leader. So don't go running into weirdo cul-de-sacs where you get into fights with Tucker Carlson on wedge issues. Go focus on money and politics. And the reason they don't do that is, our Democratic colleagues would be upset with us.
Okay. Yeah.
Grow a spine.
You should be concerned about the electorate and your base being upset with you. But anyway, let's get to the numbers, because NBC News did an analysis in regard to outside money pouring into the campaign coffers of both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Now, the numbers are a little skewed because it includes the money that poured in to Biden's campaign as well. But here's what they found. They found that outside spending surpassed $1 billion in this presidential race. And you're looking at a graph that shows you the difference between the various election cycles dating back to 2012. And if you look at 2012, we're talking about $516 million that poured in regard to outside money into the campaigns. But by the time you get to 2024, we're talking about $1.11 billion. And if you break it down further, well, it appears that Kamala Harris has received $464 million in these outside bribes. Donald Trump has received $75 million.
Yeah, so guys, there's different layers of what, the mainstream media kindly calls campaign contributions and what we call legalized bribes. By the way, when Elizabeth Warren was calling them legalized bribes, she shot up to #1 in the 2020 Democratic primary. The minute her colleagues said they felt offended, she stopped saying that and she dropped off a political cliff. A populist message from the left will definitely win. It will electrify the country. We just need to find one non-Bernie person to do it. But there's different layers of these bribes. So there's the dark money, and Elon Musk is reported to be giving $45 million a month to Trump's campaign, but that's not even the dark money. He might be giving a lot more in dark money. Miriam Adelson giving $90 million to Trump, but that doesn't even include the dark money. So there's the outside groups, there's the dark money, there's the PACs we know, and then there's the direct contributions to the campaigns. So all of those combined in the last midterm that didn't even involve a presidential election or Trump was $17 billion. And if you're wondering why mainstream media never calls these guys out, almost all of that money goes to ads in mainstream media.
So just a few more numbers when it comes to the two different campaigns. So according to NBC News, so far the Biden turned Harris and Trump campaigns have spent more than $600 million between them since the start of 2023, with the national party organizations spending hundreds of millions more. Add that to the more than $1 billion in independent expenditures, and the price tag of the presidential campaign reaches $2 billion, which sounds super democratic to me. I mean, what could be more democratic than signaling to the rest of the country that if you want to run for president, you need to raise an insane, like literally billions of dollars. So there's that. Now, I also want to talk about how some of this money has been used, because I've been curious about the national chapter of the Uncommitted campaign and what role they're playing in the outcome of this election. For those unfamiliar, the Uncommitted campaign had to do with Muslim and Arab American voters who felt justifiably aggrieved at the Biden administration and his unwillingness to use the military weaponry that we've been sending to Israel as leverage to rein in Netanyahu when it comes to the high death toll of civilians in Gaza and now in Lebanon. Biden was unwilling to do that, and they wanted some sort of commitment from Kamala Harris, which they did not receive. But it turns out that the national chapter of the Uncommitted campaign received quite a bit of money from the Democrats. And they softened their message after that. So the Uncommitted National Movement received more than $400,000 from a Democratic-aligned PAC that explicitly prevents beneficiaries from endorsing a candidate other than Kamala Harris. Obviously, that includes a third-party candidate. And according to the FEC, the Federal Election Commission filings, the Uncommitted National Movement received Of that $400,000, they received $100,000 from the Movement Voter Project, which is a Democrat-aligned organization that funnels money into grassroots campaigns the same day the Uncommitted National Movement was founded on March 18th. And so, look, I want to be clear. There's the national movement. After they softened their message toward Kamala Harris's campaign, there was the grassroots effort or movement, and they have continued applying pressure to Kamala. Most of them have come out to say that they're either not going to vote for either candidate or they're going to vote third party. And so I don't know how much of an impact it's going to have in the outcome of the election. But, it's clear that Kamala Harris kind of latched onto moderate messaging, but also she decided to go for disillusioned Republican voters as opposed to appealing to progressives. But I think progressives are going to support her anyway, so maybe she made the right choice. I mean, morally, I disagree with that choice, but strategically, what do you think, Cenk?
Yeah, well, I've got a lot of thoughts on this. First of all, I have personal experience with Uncommitted, and now things begin to make a little bit more sense because since I ran in the Democratic primary and I was the first Muslim American to run, and I'm 100% in favor of a ceasefire, I made the argument that, hey, if you vote for me, I'm on the ballot, even if it wasn't Michigan and Minnesota, I was on the ballot, and if we get delegates, we'll be able to use them to help the Palestinian people reach a ceasefire. If you use it for Uncommitted, well, they don't have a voice and they won't be able to use it at all for peace. And they said no, they didn't want to do that. They wanted to just have Uncommitted. And then I started getting canceled from events in Michigan from things like the Arab American Museum there. Well, it turns out Uncommitted was taking a giant amount of money from the Democratic Party.
Right.
So
from day one.
So even though I'm in the Democratic primary at the time, and even though I'm Muslim and in favor of peace, and I would aggressively use those delegates, which they did win in Michigan and Minnesota, they decided not to back an actual human being because I criticized the Democratic Party.
Well, you know what Papa Kasparian says, Cenk. The cash is talking.
Well, apparently the cash was talking. So, I mean, there's a guy in that group who's ruined a lot of groups he's been involved in. But anyways, so look, unfortunately, I think what we're going to find out is after the election is that the Democrats flooded every group and every influencer online except us. Oh, we don't kiss their ass, right? And so they didn't even do any ads. They didn't even send a single surrogate on here because apparently they don't want progressive votes. But if you promise to serve them loyally, I think they flooded online with money. So we'll probably find out a lot about that after the election.
Yep.
And I don't mean in traditional ads. I mean in here's money, you say what we want you to say. So Uncommitted has a huge number of issues. And what happened? Kamala Harris didn't move an inch on Gaza, not 1 inch, and they bowed their heads anyway.
Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll talk about how Whoopi Goldberg should be banned from commenting on politics. Come right back.
All right, guys, so let's go to Super Chat again. Jorge Padua said, been watching you guys for 16 years. Thank you. No, thank you, brother. I love that you guys have been with us all that time. Alexa Kurtik, thank you for the donation through Super Chat. Rush Orbit, thank you for the generosity. Said, been watching the election with TYT since 2016, and there's no other stream I'd like to watch more than yours. Thanks to the entire TYT staff. Rush, thank you for saying that, brother, because there's so many folks that work here that you don't see. We've got about 70 people that work here. And so if we had only a couple of hosts, this is something that a lot of the grifters online talk about. The hosts would make more money. But we choose not to do that because we're trying to build an actual progressive populist network. Someone that represents the average person in America. Someone that isn't beholden to the giant donors and advertisers, et cetera. That's why we emphasize membership. We're doing 20% off of membership on TYT.com today. And we're trying to raise $100,000. Why, guys? because we didn't sell out. And all these wonderful people are building this giant network. We have all these different channels on YouTube. Rebel Headquarters, Damage Report's a great show. Indisputable's a great show. Watch List, that's JR's channel. And it goes on and on. We're trying to build something here that is going to give you guys a voice. So thank you for supporting that voice, and we love you for it. We're going to build this community together, and it's going to change the world. That's what I believe. That's what I'm fighting so hard for. All right, so much more here. Stephen Brown, thank you for the contribution. On YouTube members, Kittens and Clover says it's going to be a good night for childless cat ladies, aka independent women. If that Iowa poll is right, then independent women will make the difference in this election and defeat Donald Trump. We'll see. Dread Trex Hike says can't wait for Cenk to yell, "Down goes Trump." Well, that would be amazing, amazing, and it would be the final time. Oof, please let that happen. The Soulcraft says at 83, Bernie's still sharper than 99% of elected reps. Rain says, why is Joe Rogan still relevant? He's washed up. No, guys, our job is to level with you guys. No, he still has a giant audience. That's why he's relevant. Keeping it real, okay? So now, let me give shout outs to all these beautiful people that gave or became members through tyt.com. Big Frosty, St. Louis, I believe. JFB Chill, Gabrielle Pilto, Ela116, Extra Griff, Survivor Awareness 75, Genç Türk Demir Pera, Gag YT, Never 5, Prague 2024, T Brent 2725, Shane Wellness, NWall 728, Eric Verenhook, Slave to a Free Mind, Nicholas Isms 8242, Nate Paint 124, Salamander Man, Z Helios, F Turner, and Danny Sam. You guys are all amazing. By the way, anyone who gives over $100, because digital media is in massive trouble. That's why we're doing this. We wouldn't do this if we didn't need it. That's why we're trying to raise $100,000. And anyone who gives over $100, I call you guys to thank you personally. So I'll be busy all weekend, I hope, calling you guys. But I appreciate everyone who gives anything, because everybody has different means, guys. And I appreciate the dollar as much as I appreciate the 100 or the 1,000. Nurse Lala said, Anna, bring the smoky eyes like Michael wearing his tie for election coverage. Here's hoping tonight goes to Harris so I can still have rights. Yeah, here on that as well. All right, we'll be right back. TYT, Cenk and Anna with you guys. Two huge states are about to close. One less relevant these days, actually three. Anyway, in about 5 minutes, Georgia's closing in 5 minutes, and we'll start having results for you guys as soon as they close. So stay right here. We're switching to complete election coverage in about 5 minutes. South Carolina, Vermont, Virginia, and New Hampshire. Virginia and New Hampshire, used to be in play, not as much in play anymore, but Georgia is coming up. I thank people who signed up through tyt.com. Now let me thank YouTube members: Andrew K, Robbie Gregory, Chris White, Hannah Kasuda, Swanky Angelo, Michael McGuire, John Gray, Martin Lockwood, all just hit the join button below and became American heroes, supporting real, honest news and trying to drive a little bit of positive change in the world. Speaking of which, Women AF, thank you for gifting 10 memberships. And Adam Murray, thank you for gifting 20. You guys are the best. Anna.
We live in a country that gives everybody the right to speak their minds about where they stand on politics. So even though I am very upset about what you're about to hear from Whoopi Goldberg, she has the right to say it. We also have the right to push back on it. Let's watch.
Are you also a lawyer? Yeah. I am. So you could conceivably be a great AG if this was... Because, and I say this because your moral core is magnificent. Right. And I know you probably don't want it, you don't want to think about it, but I just feel like I would feel a lot better with you leading the FBI, the CIA, the NBC.
Nope. No. Listen, I just need everyone to remember what neoconservatives were up to during the Bush years. The administration, by the way, in which Liz Cheney herself served in, certainly in the State Department. Because if you're worried about unconstitutional acts like, let's say, suspending habeas corpus, that happened under Bush's watch. George W. Bush, according to the Washington Post at the time, attempted to fire 93 U.S. attorneys for refusing to do his bidding. And his attorney general at the time, Alberto Gonzales, was like, 93, that's maybe going to raise some eyebrows. Let's fire 8. They fired 8 attorneys U.S. attorneys, I should say, specifically for political purposes, which, by the way, was determined through an investigation that was conducted. Like, you want to talk about undemocratic acts, guys? Bush stole an election, okay, in 2000. Was Liz Cheney doing anything about that?
Yeah. No.
Come on, man. Like, what? Let's stop laundering their reputations. What are we doing?
So there's 2 things here. First, the partisanship just blinds them. It's amazing. So that's the same Whoopi Goldberg who was telling us how evil the Cheneys were when they were Republicans. And so they were not on her team. So she's like, oh, neocon, conservative, right-wingers, terrible, no moral core at all. She flips to the Democratic team, almost identical policies. In fact, totally identical policies, except for she doesn't like Trump, right? So now I give Liz Cheney credit for the reason she doesn't like Trump is because he tried a coup against this country. So no problem with credit where credit is due, right? But her policies are the same. So, but now Whoopi flips and goes, greatest moral core of all time, and you should be in charge of policy for. Well, then you don't care about policy. You don't care about anything. You never cared about any of the things that you talked about. All you wanted was rah, 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 my team, my team, my team.
100%. Look, right? Whoopi Goldberg is, as my brother likes to say it, gooch. Like, she's good. She's comfortable. She's happy. And when your financial stability and your comfort is secured, honestly, politics just becomes a sporting event, right? And you just want your team to win. And the thing that's so frustrating to me is, look, I don't know what Whoopi Goldberg is aware of and what she's unaware of, right? I don't remember her commenting on politics back during the Bush era. So maybe she's totally unaware that Bush suspended habeas corpus for anyone who was simply suspected of being an enemy combatant, which, by the way, prevented individuals from legally challenging their detention. That's what that did. It was so egregious that the Supreme Court overturned the suspension of habeas corpus. This is unconstitutional 2 years later.
And what are we talking about? Liz Cheney's a neocon. She was 100% in favor of the Iraq War. She has the same exact policies as Dick Cheney, her father.
In favor of torture, till this day refuses to say it was the wrong thing to do.
In favor of warrantless wiretapping, in favor of giant corporate tax cuts, both under Bush and Donald Trump. So wait, the person in favor of torture has an incredible moral core? And that's the other thing. So look, this is what we're afraid of. Donald Trump's a monster. I don't want that guy anywhere near power again. I'm afraid that he won't leave. So we've got to vote for Kamala Harris. But now the establishment knows that. So the establishment's like, oh, great. Let's bring in all the worst Republicans on earth and put them inside the Democratic Party and then make them attorney general. That's one of the 4 most important posts in the entire government. And giving it to a Cheney, the Democrats? You must be out of your mind, Whoopi Goldberg.
I have to tell you, one of the funniest tweets that I've read was from a guy who's like, oh my God, George W. Bush refuses to endorse Kamala Harris. We see you for who you really are now. No. He did Kamala a favor, okay? George W. Bush, not popular. Let me just give you the numbers real quick and then we got to wrap up. In a December 2008 Pew Research Center survey, just 11% said Bush will be remembered as an outstanding or above average president. By far the lowest positive end of term rating for any of the past 4 presidents. But not if you ask Whoopi Goldberg. I mean, they're doing a great job. Again, laundering. The View right now is like a laundromat for neoconservatives.
Yeah, I don't want the neocons in our party. And so thank you, Liz Cheney. Appreciate it. I'm sure you'll be spectacularly wealthy as a lobbyist. But put her in charge of the CIA. Who did the torture?
Oh my God.
The CIA did. So that's the view going, yay, Democrats are Republicans now. Now we'll be doing the torture because our moral core is so magnificent. So no. I hope Kamala Harris doesn't make that mistake. She'll probably get something for sure. Liz Cheney will, right? And why did you pick the Cheneys? Why didn't you just pick Adam Kinzinger or 100 other Republicans who are never Trumpers? Why did you have to go to the worst of them? So don't listen to that crap. This doesn't mean, like, just because you're against Trump.
Bless you.
Excuse me. Second time I sneezed live in the last couple of days. Anyways, you guys get it. Trump's terrible. That doesn't make Liz and Dick Cheney and George Bush wonderful. It's not a hard concept to understand unless you're on The View.
All right, let's take a break. And when we come back, our election coverage continues.
And results starting to come in. All I ask of you going forward is keep fighting forward, okay? But we don't fight with arms and physical and any of that, right? We fight with love, we fight with peace, we fight with hope and belief and faith in one another. And we do that strife with knowledge and facts and truth and things that are real. Yeah. Objective reality matters. So much of our audience is scientists, teachers, engineers, data analysts, people who believe in objective reality, right? So thank you guys for believing in that. Thank you for believing in hope, and thank you for making it happen. I appreciate all of you.
I really love what y'all do on the Young Turks, man, and it's a very refreshing, voice. Y'all don't lean to one side. I tell people all the time, if you want to go really hear what's going on honestly in our society, you should tune in to the Young Turks.
Thank you, Charlemagne. We appreciate that.
That's awesome. Really appreciate it, brother.
Tell me about the shirt you're wearing.
Pretty much speaks for itself. What's the penalty for treason? Death. Everything was phenomenal under Donald Trump, and now it's Obama calling the shots right now. It ain't Biden.
It's Obama calling the shots?
I believe so. None of this would be happening if they hadn't stolen the 2020 election from Trump and we the people.
If you could have an option of 4 years of Donald Trump as a dictator or 4 years of Joe Biden as a president, what would you choose?
Donald Trump.
All right, Young Turks election coverage. Cenk Uygur, Anna Kasparian, John Iadarola with you guys. So normally we do the show live 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern every day. Obviously, we're going straight to election coverage right now because some of the important states have closed. In fact, we have our first call in a second. Also, obviously, John does the damage report at 1 p.m. Eastern every single day. I was on this morning. Make sure you check that out. Kentucky's been called for Donald Trump. Okay, so not surprising. That was Indiana and Kentucky were the first states to close. Those will not be closed, so hence Kentucky gets called immediately. And now we're in the 7 o'clock Eastern hour, and there the states that have just closed are Georgia, and that's absolutely critical. So the minute we get any kind of reliable numbers from there, we'll share them with you guys. New Hampshire. The 6 votes have already come in New Hampshire. That's the usual one town that votes at midnight. And normally they're actually mixed between Democrats and Republicans. But this time, I'm sorry, normally they're all Republicans in that town of 6 people. But this time they split it 3-3. So that's the first set of results we had. And then Democrats got very excited about that. But just it's only 6 people. Hold on, right? South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia have also closed. If Trump wins Virginia, the whole thing's over. If Trump wins New Hampshire, the whole thing's over. Not because that gives you enough electoral college votes, but because that means he's going to win a lot more states. And I mentioned New Hampshire because on closing days, Trump advanced in something very unexpected. They campaigned in New Hampshire and New Mexico. Karl Rove was on TV this morning saying that he thinks that must mean they have internal polling showing that they might be able to win those states and landslide. I don't believe it indicates that at all. I believe it indicates that they don't know what they're doing and they're wildly overconfident. But at this point, both sides are overconfident. Still, at this late date, we still have no idea who's going to win. And we will begin to find out soon, though, as these polls close. Let me do some quick shout-outs, and then we'll go to John for some updates here. From our website, S. Patterson 18, Machstock, T-Brand 2725, Barry Hastard, I get it. That redheaded chick, Endure and Survive, Care Bear 153003, Rocket Man, Rooster, and TYT 8. You guys are all amazing. Thank you for contributing or for becoming members. If you become a member today on TYT.com, 20% off. We're trying to raise $100,000. By the way, if you give $100, I give you a call. If you give $250, we got these cool badass hats. Anna, can I just show that real quick? So is it worth $250? No, we're not Kanye. It's just a note of appreciation for you guys when you give it. And these are all black. My dad has one of these. Mark Thompson has every hat we have. This is, and then when I see you guys wearing this, I go, oh my God, you guys helped us on election night and we appreciate you guys. All right, John, what do you got?
Okay, so not much. There's not much in, but we can talk about what they do have. So Florida is at 34%, a 3-point advantage to the Republicans. That seems pretty tight. I have no idea what that 30% represents. We do know, by the way, one important thing for interpreting almost all these results, I don't know if you guys discussed this, is obviously we know that there has been, over the last couple of electoral cycles, a big difference between the party ID composition of the early vote and the day of vote. There is still likely to be some of that, but there is good reason to believe that there will be less of it than there was. That whatever mirage experience we might have, I don't think it's going to be as strong. That is what people are saying. I think that the Republican effort to dissuade their voters from early voting mail ballots, I don't think that has been that successful, which is theoretically bad for the Democrats. I think it's good for a democracy when more people feel comfortable voting in ways that are convenient.
Definitely.
And so I don't think you're going to see that big of a partisan gap between the stuff that comes in immediately in the states that have already been counting it and the stuff that's coming in as we go.
Let me jump in on that because you're right that it's, that difference between the two parties in the way in which they vote is not going to be as pronounced this time around. And it does have to do with some of the messaging from the Trump campaign, Trump himself encouraging people to take advantage of these other options when it comes to voting, whether it's by mail or early voting. And I think it's because he realized that he hurt himself in the 2020 election by alleging that mail-in ballots should not be trusted. So, we'll see how this all plays out, but.
Yeah. So in the first hour, John, I was telling Anna about this. I was on a Twitter Spaces panel and Elon Musk came in And well, that was a reaction for almost everyone on that panel. And so he was saying, we're going to win easily because there's so many less mail-in votes and early voting from Democrats in Pennsylvania. But that's because of COVID. And COVID drove so much more mail-in voting overall, but especially for the Democrats. So my point is, John's right. Don't buy into the hype from either side. Republicans say, there's less mail-in voting, so we're going to win. No, there was COVID last time. That excuse everything. And you guys are also right. This time around, the Republicans started saying, go early voting, mail-in. Because Republicans used to have a huge advantage until Trump the moron came in. I was like, I got a great idea. I'll punch my face 7 times by myself. And he even does it mail-in voting for Florida. And he brags about it.
Exactly.
He's so dumb. He's so dumb.
He did. Look, Anna is right that occasionally he did tell people to do it. And I think people like Laura Trump were pretty consistent in being like, you should do this stuff. But even he occasionally would be doing the weave and he would transition to that you can't trust it. It's like, oh my God, you can't even stay on your own message.
He's his own worst enemy, man. Like he really is. It's 100%. Almost like sometimes his behavior really does lead one to think like, is he trying to lose? Like what's going on here? And honestly, today in particular.
That was Cenk's TDR prediction.
A lot of his comments and a lot of his behavior today was just like.
Unhinged?
Yeah, I was about to say unhinged.
Yeah, I want to address that. I just want to quickly show what we do have. So for Florida, we're now at 42% of the vote in. Trump has a 5-point advantage. Again, we're not in the territory of really being able to interpret that much. But we can start to focus on counties at some point, but
I just want to be clear. The polls close in Florida at 8 o'clock. So they haven't closed yet. So I'm not exactly sure what they're reporting. Like the numbers we talked about this morning when we first got started was in North Carolina, 50% of the vote is already in. That's why the early voting is so important to both sides because you lock in those votes.
Yeah.
The main thing you're worried about is that your side doesn't go out to vote, right? So over 50% of the voters in North Carolina have already voted. But we're guessing that she has an 8-point lead based on where the votes came from and party affiliation. But they become official after the polls close.
Yeah, and that you've probably seen a lot of numbers floating around over the last couple of weeks, and that's basically it's assumptions about party composition of where these are coming from, which are just assumptions. We don't know. I mean, we know that Harris has bet a good amount of her time on trying to get some of like the Nikki Haley voters to support her. If she does, then that may have changed what we should have thought about those mail ballots. But in addition to Florida, we have 3% of Georgia in, with currently Harris having a 3-point advantage there. For that one, definitely I'm keeping an eye as some of the county stuff comes in. It's still just a couple of like the counties around Atlanta. So again, we're going to need obviously a little bit more than 3% of the vote to really say much of anything. And Virginia, less than 1%. Trump is up by 18 points, so this thing could be over.
So what I want to do, guys, if we can pull up what we did this morning and bring up the 270 to win, the electoral map, because what I want to do is, so first of all, if you can watch the stream on tyt.com. So you get the whole stream, you get it a whole night. But Jordan Ewell is also doing an election blog for us where he'll have all the exit polling and all other information. So you're not going to miss a single thing. You don't have to go to anywhere else because all the information is either live on the show or at tyt.com right underneath us in the information that he's sharing with you guys immediately. And so as you're pulling that map up, I'll do more shout outs for the YouTube members. Kent Homeless, Carmen, Momo Mary, Suzanne Carroll Photography, Leslie McQueen, Martin Fermanel, Pyros, Garrett Vanderberg, and M. Thank you for hitting the join button below the video and becoming members. We appreciate you guys. Box, thank you for gifting a membership. O'Neill J11, thank you for gifting 5. And John Gray, you're amazing. Thank you for gifting 50. That's beautiful. Wow. We appreciate you guys. So do we have the map? Because what I want to show you guys is how important a couple of the states are. And what happens if the critical Pennsylvania vote goes in the right direction or the wrong direction. So remember the 7 swing states, you got 2 in the West, Nevada and Arizona. Arizona does not look good for Kamala Harris based on the polling and everything else that we have seen. Nevada looks dead even. So Nevada could be super relevant and could it decide this entire election. And I'll explain to you guys in a second how. In the South, we've got Georgia and North Carolina. And historically, Georgia is more likely to go Democrat. And that's what Michael Schur predicted this morning. But North Carolina seems to have the better numbers in this election cycle based on the polling and the early results. So, I was hopeful this morning because the producers made me pick a side. Overall, my prediction is I don't know. But because I wanted to play the game and try to be the election champion of the world on TYT.com, where we're asking you guys to play along and guess the number of swing states they're going to win in the House and the Senate. So I had to pick a number and I had to pick states. And I said, I think if the women vote is what we think it is, she might win North Carolina. So it'll be interesting. But the 3 states in the North are the most important. Those are the so-called blue wall states. And that is Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So I want to show you what this looks like. Already on this map, we have Arizona red because that is where it's leaning more significantly than the other swing states. So if the Kamala Harris side is right, that Arizona is not necessarily red, Iowa's not necessarily red, and this morning Michael was talking about how Florida might not necessarily be red. Those are super optimistic. Let's not go there. Let's just stay with what is more likely to happen. So Arizona's still red. Leave Nevada alone because it's going to be a linchpin. So assume that that the polling holds and Georgia goes red. So let's turn Georgia red, and then assume Wisconsin and Michigan stay blue, and that is where the polling is for now. There's so many caveats to all of this. Remember in 2020, Biden was up by 8 in the polling in Michigan and Wisconsin and only won by 0.6. But those unlikely voters that came in for Trump in those elections are now likely voters and calculated into the polling, theoretically, hopefully, right? So it turned those blue. So then what's left on the map is Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Nevada. So in my opinion, those are the 3 closest races and the 3 most important races. So again, if Trump wins Michigan and Wisconsin, this thing is way over, right? He'll landslide. Not really landslide, there's no such thing as a landslide, but within the swing states, right? And he might, if he wins those 2, he'll probably sweep them all. So I'm not going there because if you go there, Trump's already won. That's an easy calculation. So now let's bring the map back up and let's turn Pennsylvania red if Trump wins, okay? So let's do all that. That's red. Michigan and Wisconsin are blue. Let's do that. Michigan and Wisconsin blue. And so that leaves North Carolina and Nevada. In order for Kamala Harris to win, if Pennsylvania goes red, she must win North Carolina and Nevada. Otherwise, she doesn't get to past 270. If she wins Pennsylvania alone, here, let's show you so turn those blue, North Carolina and Nevada. And then I hope you guys can see the electoral count when that happens. So you'll see that she barely wins when that happens. And so either she wins Pennsylvania or she wins those 2 states. There is no other choice. Yeah. She's got to do one or the other. I don't know if you can see it on the screen there, but she barely gets past 270 in that scenario. And if she loses North Carolina and Nevada but wins Pennsylvania, she gets to 270 exactly and wins. Yeah. So that's why those are the most critical states.
And 2 important considerations. Obviously, there, at least historically, have been reasons to want to win by a lot, to be able to say that you had a mandate. So theoretically, getting 320 electoral college votes would be better. Getting 10 million more votes in the popular vote would be better. I don't know if that's still a thing. Probably for the Democrats it is. Trump obviously in 2016 lost the popular vote and still, he legislated as if he'd gotten 300 million votes or whatever. So I don't know that will necessarily matter, but 270 is obviously the mark. And one reason that these alternate ways to win if she loses Pennsylvania, and you can go even a little bit crazier than that with some of the individual congressional districts, isn't focused on as much, is that these are not like truly independent variables. There are obviously differences between the states, and it is conceivable that were she to lose Pennsylvania, she could still win North Carolina and Nevada. But if she is losing Pennsylvania, a state that is like tied in the swing state polling, it's difficult to imagine exactly why she would then also win in states where she's actually down by a couple of points. It's possible, but less likely, which is why most people are not focusing on it in their analysis.
So I wanted to go back to what Cenk had said about the polling and how some of the methodology had been updated in order to avoid underestimating Donald Trump and the Republicans. But when I think about what happened in the midterm elections in 2022, they certainly overestimated the Republican Party, right? There was supposed to be the red wave. That red wave never happened.
That's right.
Now, Republicans, of course, took control of the House, but again, there wasn't a red wave. They have a slim majority in the House of Representatives. So I'm curious, Cenk, if you think that the methodology, like what do you think happened in the midterm elections with the polling?
So that's a great question, totally critical to tonight. I'm going to answer it in a second, but I think Vermont got called. Because we're showing 3 points up on the board for Kamala Harris in the Electoral College.
Yeah, that's been called since like the turn of the hour. I expected that. Obviously.
Yes, of course. So we're just telling you, even though some of these are obvious, of course Kentucky went to Trump, of course Vermont went to Kamala Harris, but we just want to keep you updated.
Well, and of course, if Vermont had gone to Trump, we could probably save a lot of time today.
Oh yeah, or if Kentucky had gone to Kamala Harris, we're already done. You guys could all go home. So in terms of the polling, so they usually look at likely voters. And when Bernie Sanders won the Michigan primary in 2016, he was supposed to lose by 18, but he won by 2. And that was the biggest case of the polls being wrong maybe in my lifetime. And the reason for that is because there was a giant populist wave of progressives who went to go vote for Bernie who don't normally vote because Bernie got them excited. He seemed like he was the one politician who might actually get things done and was fighting against the establishment. Those guys don't generally, at least before 2016, didn't come out to vote because they didn't have anything to vote for. Democrats and Republicans would get elected, make a bunch of promises, never deliver on anything. Okay, but once you have that election, they start then in the next cycle in 2020, they go, okay, those people voted now, so they're now likely voters, okay? Same thing happened with Donald Trump. He brought a lot of people out who were anti-establishment, didn't like the Uniparty, etc. Now, we think he's a fake populist, but they didn't realize that. So they were unlikely voters. They showed up, and Trump way overperformed in 2016 and 2020, right? So then the pollsters take that into account. First of all, they then become likely voters because they already voted, right? But then the second thing the pollsters started to do was, and part of this is understandable, but part of it makes me uncomfortable. They start weighting different things, and Nate Silver does this a lot, but they all do it, right? Where he's like, well, I'm going to use my judgment to say that this is what is the more likely composition of the electorate. Well, now we're getting into a second layer of guessing, right? Now, nevertheless, in past election cycles, I've disagreed with Nate Silver because his polling methodology usually is weighted towards the establishment. He was an enormous believer that whoever the party supports was going to win. I thought that biased his way of looking at the numbers, the frame with which he looked at the numbers. But for whatever reason, I think, in my opinion, for whatever it's worth, he's corrected that. And I have agreed with Nate Silver and Frank Luntz, the top Republican pollster throughout this entire election.
Interesting.
Yeah, and so they seem to be a little bit more clear-eyed than everyone else because some of the outlier polls are Trump polls, Trafalgar, Atlas, nonsense. So all they're trying to do is get the polling average to show Trump as the winner so they can cry later. It's absurd. It's so silly. Real Clear Politics shouldn't have that in there. It's total nonsense. And if I see an outlier on the Democratic side, I would do the same. But those are Republican outlets, basically, in effect. There's like Data for Progress, which is like a progressive outlet, but the rest are just normal pollsters. Mm-hmm. They're not Democrat, they're not Republican. And for the Republicans who don't believe that, then why do they keep saying that Republicans are going to win in a lot of elections? So it makes no sense, right? So those guys, I'm a little worried about how much they played with their assumptions about the electorate. So I've got it exactly where Silver and Luntz have it, at a dead even tie. And it doesn't mean that it's going to be a tie, guys. For those of you who haven't been watching the last couple of months, I've been saying this a lot. What it means is that we don't know. It is the most unpredictable election. But it's possible that Kamala Harris's independent women voters that don't normally vote got calculated in after they voted in 2022. Or there's an even bigger way because they came out to vote against Donald Trump and they are not calculated in which case she would then have a surge of voters that leads to an easier victory for her. But until you actually see the votes, that is impossible to predict. So that's why I'm confounded why both sides are so confident they're going to win. They obviously both can't be right. And I think they're both massively overconfident.
Well, there was a lot of excitement over what I think is an outlier poll, and that was the, was it Seltzer poll?
That's the Iowa poll.
Yeah, the Iowa poll. So do you see that as an outlier, or do you think that's?
No, not necessarily, but then, so she did something interesting, and that's a really good question, because she has a poll that's usually very reliable. She got one election wrong, but her track record is really good in getting almost all the elections right, and usually within a point or two. So she's one of the more reliable pollsters. But she does not do a lot of that jerry-rigging of the assumptions that the others do.
Interesting.
So she's looking at it as, these are the people telling me they're going to vote. I believe them. And so I'm going with this straight analysis. Now that's either very right or very wrong. If it's very right, Kamala Harris wins easily, because forget about winning Iowa. If she's within distance of Trump, reaching distance of Trump, then she's easily going to win the swing states, right? If Seltzer is wrong and the other guy, all the other pollsters are right, then we're right back into the we don't know category.
And also bear in mind, some of these organizations, pollsters, they pop up, they do a bunch of like fraudulent polls, and who cares if they get it wrong? Like Seltzer, they track that cycle by cycle. Their reputation is worth something to them. It's very easy for the right to be like, they're just doing it to dissuade people from voting. As if a poll that shows that Harris might win is going to stop Republicans from voting. That is completely nonsensical. But it is still good to question it. And also bear in mind, it's one state. It's not a national poll. But also I do want to mention one thing. So obviously we're curious about some things that could indicate that stuff is going to be better for Harris than we thought it might be. So in Florida, for instance, right now we're at 64%. So there's still a lot of the vote to come in. But what I've been doing is looking at the results that we do have for some of the relatively blue counties and comparing it to the share of the vote that Biden got in 2020. And it seems like in most of them, Harris is doing like a point or two worse than Biden in these individual counties. So for instance, in Palm Beach County right now, bearing in mind that there's still a quarter of the vote to come in that particular county, she is at 52% of the vote. In 2020, Biden won slightly more than 56% of the vote. In Orange County, Orlando, so she's at 58% of the vote with 61% of the vote in right now. So at 58, Biden won 61%. So it is still possible that inside of the individual county, there's not an even distribution of the votes based on when they come in. But we have a good chunk in those individual counties, and it looks like she's slightly underperforming Biden. So not necessarily cause to believe that she's going to end up doing better statewide than he did.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So, and whenever I read you guys' member comments, no disrespect to the members, we just haven't had a chance to verify them. So take it with a grain of salt whenever I read any member comment, including this one. Junk Rig Sailor said, Hamilton County, Kentucky, Harris doing 5% better than Biden. There's your nationwide polling error that has undervalued the Democratic voters. It's over. It's definitely not over, okay? So that's an interesting data point, but John just gave you a counter data point. Once again, getting back to, I don't know. And guys, if you've never watched the Young Turks, I love knowing ahead of time. I love predicting. And here throughout, I've said no prediction because there's just not enough information. The predictions don't come out of thin air. I'm not a Swami. I can't read the future. I'm just telling you my analysis of the information. So we're going to take a break here in a second, and we'll come back. Some of you wrote some beautiful comments that I'd love to read as well. But right now, I wanted to say one more thing about what you're seeing on screen next to us. So you see why the Senate balance is 29-39 is those were seats that were not up for re-election in the Senate. So that's where we start the night, but Democrats have more seats that are up. So don't get discouraged by the 39-29. It doesn't mean anything yet. Democrats have to hold more seats, which is more challenging for the Democrats, but they've got more incumbents in those races. So we'll see where that comes out at the end of the night. Put your predictions in at tyt.com, by the way. And the House races that you're seeing are the ones that are easy and called right away in the safe blue and red states like Vermont and Kentucky. So you'll see that going throughout the night as it gets updated. All right, so let's take a quick break here, and then we'll come back with more results.
All right, let me do a little quick plug here. It's not even a plug. I'm bragging, okay? I'm bragging. Watch me. We have a channel on YouTube, a whole channel devoted just to the Young Turks. It's badass, right?
Wow, man.
I can see the voice.
You guys are rock stars.
Unbelievable. Senator Sanders, welcome to Rebel Headquarters. Man, you guys are amazing. We gave you what you wanted. Okay. Speaking of shirts.
I have a surprise.
You reached a lot of people. You are the Young Turks. And we have spread that progressive message wide and far. Let's keep it going. The craziest, dumbest things Donald Trump has ever done. It's a battle royale at TrumpBrackets.com.
TYT is thankful for all of the support we've received from our audience. I know that we're all living through a dark time. The economy is a mess, the two-party system is failing us, and the threat of climate change is growing. Jake started this company in his apartment, and look where we are today. I've experienced what we can accomplish when we work together. So let's keep moving towards positive change. Join our movement at tyt.com/team.
All right, back on TYT, Cenk, Anna, and John with you guys. I want to jump right to a call. This one's also not surprising. You'll get a lot of non-surprising calls throughout the night. West Virginia has been called. Jill Stein. Okay. No, of course, Donald Trump has won West Virginia, unfortunately. West Virginia used to be a populist state, not a conservative state. You had Democratic governors, senators, et cetera, for a long, long time. The Democratic Party lost states like West Virginia and Kentucky because they became too corporate. Not because they were too left-wing, but because they were too corporate.
You know what I learned about West Virginia because of Ojeda? So the term redneck originated from West Virginia, and it doesn't mean what everyone thinks it means. They were called rednecks because they would wear red bandanas around their necks, and it was unionized workers who were striking and fighting back against corporate power. So gives a new meaning to that phrase that I really appreciate.
Yeah, I mean, unions were super strong and had huge fights in West Virginia representing the coal miners. And so that's look, in my dreams, and maybe this happens in 2028, I hope it does, and I'm asking you guys to join a populist voting bloc on the website, tyt.com, sign that petition, saying, hey, we're going to vote for people who actually represent us and get these bills passed. If you get these bills passed, like paid family leave, higher wages, negotiating all drug prices, well, then you deserve our vote. If you don't get them passed, then we're going to vote for someone else. And you didn't earn our vote. I know for like corporate media and establishment Democrats, that's like the biggest sin in the world. How dare you not give us your vote, even if we don't deliver for you? Remember, teams are the only thing that matters. Partisanship is, no, that's not true. Passing bills that affect people's lives is the only thing that matters. And if the Democratic Party was still as populist as it used to be, we were that party. We were the average working man's party. We can still go back to that being that. If we were that party, we'd win West Virginia and Kentucky. They're different than the southern states. And now we're already winning, so close. And in many elections, we win Georgia. We might win North Carolina today. Imagine the power of the Democratic Party if they didn't just serve donors all the time.
Yeah.
So we're not asking for too much. All right.
So while we're waiting for more results to come in, we're still only like 8% in Georgia. One thing that I was interested in is, what indications we have of the influence of third-party candidates. And so I've been looking over the states that we have. And obviously RFK Jr. is not on all of the ballots. He tried to take himself off the ballots where he thought that being there would hurt Donald Trump. And in some cases he was successful. In some cases that was stopped by a judge. But in Kentucky, for instance, he's at 0.7% of the vote. So not much, but if that was matched in some of the swing states, it could be important for some of these tight races.
Yeah.
In at least 3 states, in Kentucky, Florida, and I believe Georgia as well, Jill Stein is at 0.3% in all 3 of those states. So it is overall, and you have like Chase Oliver in some of these states at like 0.3%. But even adding up all of them, it seems as if the third party share of the vote is going to be much smaller than it's been in some other recent races. I mean, we had, you'd have Gary Johnson or whatever at like 4%, Jill Stein at 3 or 4%. It seems like it's going to be much smaller than that. At least in these states. It's possible that they advertised exclusively in a few. I know there was some indication Jill Stein was planning to target her advertising to a couple of specific swing states.
Yeah, so the fact that the Jill Stein vote is small is encouraging if you want Donald Trump to lose, keeping it real. But a lot of people were so upset with Kamala Harris's position on Gaza that they were like, hey, you got to earn my vote. Sad day for you. There's a question about that I'll try to get to in a minute from the audience. But the 0.3 is tiny. That means it's not having much of an effect. The reason why you saw Donald Trump saying over and over again in the last 3 days, I'm going to let Bobby Kennedy run wild. He literally said that. He said, I'm going to let Bobby Kennedy run healthcare. I'm going to give him whatever he wants. That was what he said today. Because they're seeing those same numbers in their internal polling where RFK Jr. is actually getting a bunch of votes. And since he supports Donald Trump, they're like, no, don't vote for him. Come vote for me instead. And so they're trying to remind everybody, remember, if you don't believe in any vaccines and you think all the doctors in the world are lying and you don't believe in having fluoride in the water, et cetera, go for Trump, not RFK Jr. in your vote. But apparently not working perfectly, which is good news.
We do have some initial results from some of the other states, from an actual swing state and then another state that we're interested in too. In North Carolina, Harris is at 68% of the vote, which is only 2% of the total. But that could be an indicative 2%, so that's something.
It's my favorite part of election coverage. When there's 3% of the precincts reporting. And
fictional momentum, I think, is the best kind of momentum, I think. But anyway, and 7% of New Hampshire is in, and she's at 56%. So a little bit premature on both of those.
So two things, guys. At 7:30 Eastern, the reason we just told you about West Virginia is because West Virginia, Ohio, and North Carolina closed. So West Virginia is deep red, unfortunately, these days, so that's gone already. So Ohio these days is less of a swing state. If it is, then Kamala Harris is going to win. But North Carolina is a critical state. So now the votes coming in that we're reporting to you from North Carolina are real votes.
Yeah. Well, and if I could add, so we were talking previously about the third-party candidates, and I'm speculating that maybe, especially Jill Stein, since she was saying that it's strategic, she's trying to take votes. She has personally said that she's trying to take votes away. The advertising will probably be more focused on a few specific states. So again, only 2% of the vote in North Carolina, but there she's at 0.5% of the vote. Chase Oliver at 0.4%. Cornel West at 0.2, and so that's that's almost twice her share in some of these other states. And again, it's not a lot of the vote, but some of these polls in North Carolina have been very, very close. So 0.5% of the vote theoretically could be significant. Again, a lot of this is based on assumptions that people would vote a different way if they weren't voting for someone. I think there's a lot of reason to question that in a few different ways.
For sure, I agree.
Hypothetically, particularly when you have third-party candidates who might appeal to different sides of the race.
So you saw the Sherrod Brown race pop up next to us. We're going to come back to that because that's a critical race to see who's going to control the Senate. That's in Ohio. Sherrod Brown, longtime Democratic senator, very pro-union. We'll come back to that in a second. So as you look at those North Carolina numbers on the screen there, it looks kind of beautiful. But so, of course, the 2% doesn't mean anything yet. Two things about all the numbers John gave you. Number one, I'm going to double down, quadruple down on if people voted for Chase Oliver or Jill Stein, especially in this election, they were so unlikely to vote for either of the other candidates. So if they weren't in the race, I don't know that, like if Chase Oliver wasn't in the race, were they really going to go to Trump instead, those votes? I don't think so.
Maybe I think a small percentage.
And if Stein wasn't in the race, was it really going to go to Kamala Harris when people are super mad about her position on Gaza? I don't think so. I think all of the people voting in those third parties, especially in this election, are just so sick of the two parties, Democratic and Republican parties, and they weren't going to give them a vote under almost any circumstance. Mm-hmm. So especially because the two sides are so animated. I mean, I know they've been animated for a long time against each other, but I would say never more than in this election. So I wouldn't oversweat the third party votes, quote unquote, taking votes away from Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. The other thing I wanted to say is that when we talk about, for those of you who haven't tuned in a while, for example, Pigeon with a Purpose said, I watched TYT for 4 years, finally joined tonight, let's do this. Thank you for saying that, I appreciate it. They're at TYT.com. We got 20% off on TYT.com memberships today. But Sushi for Breakfast said, my first time watching live in 10 years, loved the election coverage, especially the two shoes. Aloha to all. So now, so Schuster was on earlier. But the reason I mentioned that is if you haven't watched our election coverage in a while, when you're leading up to the election, there is such a thing as momentum because there's early voting, there's the undecideds making up their minds at the last minute, and according to some of the polling that we saw, Harris was winning the undecideds by 11% as they were coming in. That would be critical. Right? So that is real momentum, especially in the last 5 days. Trump butchered this election. Like that's why I was telling John in the Damage Report earlier this morning that like I have a theory that he was almost subconsciously, not consciously, but subconsciously almost trying to throw the election. I mean, every crazy thing he could say, he said at the end, and that was driving away voters in big droves. But one second, but when we talk about momentum, after the polls are closed, that's not real momentum. That's just how the votes are getting calculated on that night. So for example, in North Carolina, with 2% of the vote in, you don't know if those are day of voters. If they were day of voters, then that's great news for Kamala Harris. Or if they're early voters, in which case it's more expected news that the early voters were going to go to Kamala Harris, and you're just seeing something that was already expected. So that's why that makes a giant difference.
And on that specifically, like you have to go to a million different places for a lot of this information, but apparently North Carolina is one of the states that has changed the law or the regulation so that you are not necessarily going to get immediate reporting of early votes. The information that comes out early on after the polls close could well be stuff day of, but being reported fast, particularly if they're in small counties that can count it much quicker.
I forgot what I was going to say. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Erica, like America, I'm going to read these sometimes randomly, sometimes for a point. Wrote this, and I did it, guys. I walked 2 miles to and from my polling place to vote with a broken knee, twisted ankle, bruised hip, and bad joints in the thunderstorm.
That's crazy.
That is crazy. She said, God himself could not stop me. Almost feels like someone was trying to. Yeah. That is I've never heard a story like that. If that's accurate, wow. Okay.
So long distance, were any of those injuries there at the beginning or just as a product of walking 4 miles?
2 miles. But anyway.
To and fro.
Yeah, and thank you though for doing that. Because it's not because, hey, yeah, rah, Kamala Harris. It's because you cared enough about our democracy. You cared enough about having a voice that you went through all that. Voters shouldn't have to go through all that to vote. And one of the things that the Republicans do, as they cry about voter fraud, they do voter suppression as a regular course of business in every single election. And the dirtiest, cheapest one is what the most visual one that you see in every election cycle, which is the giant lies. I had a friend is actually Dollar Bill from Billions. He's been on the show before. He's a huge Democrat, unlike his character on Billions. And he was helping canvass in Pennsylvania. They got to Lehigh. And because it's a college campus, there aren't that many voting booths. Why? Why? Especially in states controlled by Republican legislatures, they make sure there are less voting booths in Democratic areas. So that's why you'll see a line, and he sent me the video. I mean, it's all the way down the street. You're waiting hours and hours and hours. It shouldn't be like that. You should be able to go in and vote, and boom, you're done. Yeah. There should be enough voting booths for everyone in both Democratic and Republican areas. But you almost never see them in Republican areas. They go in, because they have all the voting booths in the world. In all the giant long lines, have you ever seen one in, I know it's cities versus rural areas, so it's not likely to see it in rural areas. But have you ever seen one in a Republican-controlled area? I've never seen it. It's always in big cities controlled by Democratic places, but with Republican legislatures that are controlling those decisions. So that's voter suppression on a significant scale.
Yeah, and we've reported on polling places being taken out of areas. Atlanta has been hit by rounds of that. Like, it is very specific, and it's why it's so rich to now go through years of Republican insane deranged conspiracy theories about voter fraud and all that, when they were doing fully legal voter suppression for years and years. They did it in the wake of the 2020 election. It is harder to vote in Georgia today than it was in the last presidential election. Texas too. It's one of the reasons it's so difficult to flip Texas, is because of their efforts to stop it. And I mean, I don't want to speak for everybody, but you seem to imply the same thing. I guess we're hokey or naive that we generally think it's good when everyone votes, and we want everyone to vote. We want it to be easy. I want a full day off. Everybody should get a day off to vote. They should also not have to wait until the day of. Everyone should be able to vote early by mail. It should be a national thing. Every Republican should be able to vote 2 weeks before the election from the comfort of their own home. You do not hear Republicans say that on the other side. Instead, they're hyper specific about who they're willing to see vote in any given moment. I don't know if you guys talked about it on the show. Stephen Miller had a tweet out that just said, if you know any man who hasn't voted, take him to the polls. Like, that is, my God. He's pragmatic. He understands that they're not likely to do well if women win. But like, imagine saying, I want one side. Like, I'm excited to see women flooding the polls, but I want men to vote too. I'm one of them. But they're very clear that they want only the specific voters that they like to vote, and cut out as much of the rest as possible.
So I want to go to some of the people who are expressing opinions about Michigan, the Arab vote, the Muslim vote, etc. And by the way, the voter purges that they do, and voter suppression they do, I should say, is not just the long lines in the Democratic areas. They also clean out the voter rolls, which you do have to do every once in a while, but they will then emphasize cleaning out Democratic areas more, where they don't actually clean out just the dead people or the people that moved. They clean out actual voters, so then when they go in to vote, they have trouble voting or can't vote. And we've talked about before, they will target Latino names, other names that they think are more likely to be Democratic. Kemp is the king of that in Georgia. That's how he won his election. He was the Secretary of State as he was running for governor, and he purged tons of Democratic voters so that Stacey Abrams couldn't win. So they have all these tricks as they pretend that they are concerned about election integrity. And by the way, if the Democrats were doing that, I'd call them out. So now, Kevin Pilati on Super Chat said, if the Arab American community can hand the Democratic Party a loss in Michigan, do you think that will give them any leverage in upcoming elections, presidential and midterm elections included? Well, Kevin, that's a super hard question. So on the one hand, logically, that makes sense. And then Democrats would have to be worried about appeasing Arab and Muslim American voters and maybe not killing their family members and funding that their slaughter, etc. And maybe that happens, but usually what happens with establishment Democrats is they'll get angry at Arab voters and Muslim voters. And then they'll say, it was your fault, and you made us have Trump. That's it, we're not doing anything for you. Well, then you're gonna lose the next one, and the next one, and the next one. But establishment Democrats never learn that lesson, especially when they lose. Their go-to move is blaming the voters.
But
and we're sick of it.
If Kamala wins, though, there will be a lesson. And that lesson is we can just ignore the progressives. They're going to vote for us anyway. And who cares about the Muslim American and Arab American votes in regard to, Gaza and Israel and all of that. we can win without them by appealing to moderates or even some of the moderate conservatives.
Well, somebody might one day learn a lesson, because Donald Trump could have picked up those votes if he said ceasefire, if he said, I won't send weapons anymore because I'm the anti-war candidate. He would have picked up a lot of those votes.
Yeah.
And instead what he said is, Israel should bomb Iran right away, and they should bomb their nuclear facilities, they should bomb them more, and I'm gonna let them run wild, and I'm gonna let them finish the Palestinians. And you started using Palestinian as an insult. And Netanyahu is definitely, and Ben Gvir and Smotrich are rooting for Trump. So both sides are awful on this. And both sides said, I'd rather have the donors than win the state of Michigan and maybe win the entire election. You know what, in a sense, even more so for Trump. Because if Trump wins Michigan, he definitely wins the election. And he's like, no, Miriam Adelson gave me 90 million, that person gave me that other person gave me this. And no matter what, I'm anti-war my ass, drain the swamp my ass. If a donor says something, I do it. Because Donald Trump is obsessed with money.
I think purely hypothetically it makes sense, and generally he has been able to get away with taking whatever position he wants, even if it goes against prior conservative orthodoxy. Like, he can change all Republicans' views on Russia, for instance. They go from hating it to loving it in the span of 5 years. But very rarely he has run up against a hard wall. I mean, he tried to encourage them to take vaccines, and we know how that went. He said it at a couple rallies, they booed him, and he stopped. And now he's talking about potentially banning some vaccines.
For everybody.
And I don't know for sure that switching up and being, a human being on Gaza would be that second wall, but it feels like it might be. Saying that Palestinians are humans deserving of life, that probably is a non-starter for a lot of his base. I can see them being pretty angry about that. Now, maybe if he said it really close to the election, they're not going to vote for Harris at that point, but I think it's a difficult stance for any Republican in the modern, especially MAGA movement to take.
I don't know about that, John. Because the MAGA movement, oh, sorry, Anna, go ahead.
Yeah, let me jump in. Look, the Republican electorate is not your Bush-era electorate, okay? It's not full of neocons who love war. It's full of people who either have family members or they themselves suffered multiple deployments to the Middle East. They have soured on the notion of U.S. intervention or U.S. involvement in foreign conflicts and stuff like that.
But I don't think this would be about involvement. This would be about who is worthy of life. I mean, when he goes on the stage and calls Chuck Schumer a Palestinian or whatever, or talks about, I'm going to deport pro-Palestinian protesters, he does that not because he has some sort of strong personal attachment to the issue. He does it because he gets applause for it.
No, the point I'm trying to make, though, is the war hawk Republican is less appealing to the Republican base. So I do think that there's a significant contingent within the Republican Party, meaning the voters, who would be supportive of him, saying, nah, we're not going to send military aid and more funding to Israel to continue prosecuting this war in the way they've been prosecuting it.
Yeah, so I've had a lot of interactions with the right wing these days, and we had debates here, I went on their programs, etc. And the MAGA movement is now a little different than the old MAGA movement. And the old MAGA movement was very different than the Bush-era establishment Republicans, right? So it doesn't mean that they're all lovely human beings and there's no racist or sexist left in the MAGA movement and that they all love Muslims. No, okay? Right. But, and generally what I get back about Muslims is, I don't really care. I don't care, like, I don't hate them, I don't like them, I don't care about them at all. They're not me, so I don't care, right? But when you get to war, they're like, no, I don't want it. I don't want it. And so
I understand generally what you guys are saying about their stance on war, although again, they don't necessarily seem to mind when Trump talks about like bombing northern Mexico or whatever. But I do think that there's an interaction between whatever their position on intervention is and their position on who they see as the good guy in a story that involves Israelis and Palestinians.
So that's why it's so interesting. If Trump wins, I'm so curious what the new MAGA is going to do. Are they just going to fall in line and go, well, of course, I mean, we had to kill all the Muslims. That makes sense.
The America First crowd, yeah.
Yeah, of course, Israel, our special ally, and religion, and blah, 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 and they was their land, and human shields, and we hate all the Muslims. Because if Trump does it, so obviously some significant percentage of MAGA is going to go, yes, sir, of course, sir, we love you, sir. We will now all hate Palestinians and be pro-war, sir, right? But I think, and maybe I'm being foolishly hopeful here, some percentage, and not an insignificant percentage, are going to go, wait, I thought we voted against war. What the hell is this? And so let's hope we never find out, because I don't want him to win. But if he does, that'll be something to note and something to look out for, and something we're going to track as we go. And you guys know, of course, the live show is every day, 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday. All right, we're going to go soon, but I wanted to give voice to some conservatives in the audience. So real quick, Osman Hamdi wrote in, I love you, Anna and Cenk. I've been a huge supporter for you guys, but I'm sick of establishment Democrats, and I no longer believe Republicans are the problem. I voted Trump. I want the Ukraine war to end. I want the border to be closed. God bless America. Okay, so that's an interesting voice out there. History Speaks says, what's most depressing about Democrats enthusiastically backing Cheney is it shows that they were never morally serious in their opposition to the Iraq war, torture, and the suspension of habeas corpus. Shepperton Studio says, Anna, I'm British, a Trump supporter, but I love you. And so there's a lot of people out here.
Wait, hold on. British Trump supporter loves me.
Yeah. Look,
love you too.
Yeah, so there's so many different varieties here. Robe Life also loves you and wrote in.
Hell yeah, I love Robe Life.
Said,
I'm all about that Robe Life.
They said the Robe Party will invoke mandatory Robe Life.
Yes. Oh my God, you've got my vote. Okay.
Anti-freedom. Okay. Some of us like pajamas.
Okay, but in all seriousness, I love that we now have some Trump supporters watching the show because they realize we're honest. And we don't just say, oh, Democrats are going to win because we like Democrats, or, oh, we just blindly like Democrats, so every one of their positions is great. No.
A lot of them are watching because they're expecting a meltdown.
Well, no. Those are not the people writing in on super chats, etc. If you want, if you're expecting the meltdown and you want to write in, God bless your heart, give us a super chat, become a member, do anything you like. But my point is, there's now a different populist movement. I'm not saying it's a majority of Republicans. I'm not saying it's a majority of MAGA. But there is a different populist movement that are more bros, more Rogan and Barstool sports guys and those guys who are pro-choice, anti-war. And I hope I'm not being a sucker, but I think they mean it. So we'll find out one way or another. All right, we got to take a break here. Dr. Rashad Ritchie, host of Indisputable, is going to join us next. He's in Georgia. And earlier today, I was talking to him about all the shenanigans going on in the Georgia polling stations. There were some bomb threats, etc. Let's come back and talk to him about it. Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. Here at TYT, we understand this. That's why we're not going to price gouge you or use inflation as an excuse to raise our prices. A TYT membership is not your typical subscription, but basic membership is still just $4.99. So what do you get for that price? For starters, you're getting exclusive programming, unique exclusive designs from Shop TYT, access to a members-only chat, giveaways, emojis, and so many other amazing perks. But most importantly, you're helping to make an impact. As a TYT member, you not only help us do the shows every day, but you drive real positive change in the process. In 2017, we helped to start Justice Democrats right here on TYT. That's a group that got 12 progressives elected into Congress. That's amazing, you did that. Your support also funds TYT's very own investigative reporting. Just recently, our reporters exposed the Fellowship Foundation and pressured lawmakers into boycotting that bigoted event. Isn't that amazing? We raised over $30,000 for Jackson, Mississippi and delivered clean water to thousands of people in need. Our petitions, polls, and community of activists help keep the corruption of Washington in check. That's the impact of what just $4.99 a month from our members can do. And we're just getting started. Positive change doesn't occur overnight, but with your contribution, we can make it happen together. You know that viral video you saw of me? First of all, it's bull. Second of all, they got it from a snippet of the live show. You should check out the live show so you see the full context of everything we say. Weekdays, 6 o'clock Eastern, Young Turks on YouTube or wherever you get TYT.
The support we receive from members is the backbone of our movement to drive positive change. We need viewers like you to keep moving forward. Visit tyt.com/team and join our movement today.
All right, back on TYT's election coverage, Cenk Uygur, Anna Kasparian, John Iadarola, and now joining us, the host of Indisputable, Dr. Rashad Richey. Doc, good to have you here.
Good to be here, man. I'm looking at the last minute numbers. Obviously, positive vibes, positive vibrations, all that kind of stuff. How's everyone?
Good, good, good. I want to ask you about Georgia. Rashad's in Georgia. By the way, I'll use Pacific times here, but Damage Reports at 10 o'clock. That's, of course, John's show. And Indisputables at 11:30 Pacific. That's, of course, Dr. Richey's show. A whole bunch of states have closed now, guys. Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, D.C., Florida, Illinois, Kansas, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Mississippi, Missouri, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, and Wisconsin. So the mother lode has closed. So we're going to have calls for you in a second. Quick shout outs to Alexis Petruso, Yozora Sora, May Day, Branch Brewster, Donald the Maine Coon, and Jody Watts. They all just joined by hitting the join button below. Thank you guys, appreciate it. You make this show possible. We're trying to do a little positive change in the world and give you honest reporting. Thank you for supporting the online news show. All right, John, what do you got on calls?
So really fast, there are a lot of calls. These are the sorts of states, by the way, that get called the second it closes because they're not particularly surprising and we have enough of the vote. But Donald Trump did win South Carolina. Harris got Rhode Island and Connecticut, my home state. She got Massachusetts as well. Again, no surprise. Hey, Elizabeth Warren is still going to be a senator. Again, not really surprising anyone. Oklahoma went to Trump, as of course it would. He also, and this is not a swing state, but there had been hopes perhaps that some sort of landslide could lead to her winning it. But Trump has won Florida, which is unfortunate after all they went through during the pandemic, that they'd want him in charge once again, but that's what they're deciding to do. And perhaps a little bit more surprising is that Rick Scott has been called as the winner of the Senate race in Florida, one of the biggest crooks in 100% American political history.
Yeah.
In American history, period.
Republican voters don't seem to care that he is a massive, massive crook and fraud.
Yeah, like I wonder how many people know about how much he ripped off the Medicare system. How much money he stole from the American taxpayer with his little scam.
I don't know.
Yeah, so look guys, real quick on that. Florida is huge. So the fact that Trump has won it is not surprising, but Michael Schur this morning was a little bit hopeful about Florida. And so the fact that it's called instantly is not good news. Trump was very, very likely going to win it, but if he won it big, it's, it is what it is. And so don't get too depressed about it either because he was supposed to win it. Rick Scott, the fact that Democrats can't find a way to beat Rick Scott is something that drives me crazy. I wrote about it in my book, Justice Coming. The largest Medicare fraud in American history was done by Rick Scott's company. He got a $300 million golden parachute exit package for committing that fraud. The company was found guilty, but magically none of the executives were. He should have gone to jail. He's one of the biggest crooks literally in American history. And the Democrats have now lost 4 elections to him. 2 for governor and 2 for senator. total, in my opinion, the Florida Democratic Party is the most incompetent party I have ever seen. And they're also, unsurprisingly, awful in the primaries. They don't allow for primaries. They're the ones that canceled the primary election this time around. Bunch of incompetent idiots that run that party and run it into the ground and have destroyed the Democratic Party in Florida. All right, Rashad, let's talk about Georgia. Georgia's a super critical state. That's where you are now. There's a bunch of bomb threats that were called into some voting stations. That's voter suppression in a sense. Yeah. They were not incredible, sir. But tell us what's going on there in your opinion.
You know, about 3 hours ago, because our polls closed roughly an hour ago, we had 16 bomb threats specifically in a place called Fulton County. This was confirmed by Fulton County Commissioner Marvin Arrington. That's the county that seats Atlanta, Georgia. So 16 bomb threats. What does that mean? That means that individuals have to be evacuated. They have to leave. You have to send in a team in order to sweep for bombs. That then creates a delay, a disturbance, and for some voters, a denial of the opportunity to vote. Typically, after that, you seek a court remedy where a court would say, because it took this amount of time, now the precinct will be open for an additional 58 minutes. So you have that happening. Then we had another one in DeKalb County, which is one of the most progressive counties in the state of Georgia. They had to evacuate one of their major senior centers that also had voting going on there. Now, according to the report, a lot of this was coming from Russia. Some was coming locally. But here's what's happening. The same precincts that put Joe Biden over the top, and I don't think the news has caught up to this yet. They just got to do the math. The same precincts that put Joe Biden over the top in the last election in Georgia, with the exception of Clayton County, are the same precincts being targeted in DeKalb County and Fulton County now. This is strategic, this is intentional, and this is, in fact, voter suppression.
So, Rashad, I'm curious, have there been any decisions by any judges in regard to extending voting time in Georgia in response to these bomb threats?
Yes, yeah. So basically everyone is willing to extend voting time. So you have one, the longest one I think is 58 minutes as it relates to one of those evacuations. And the police try to get in there very quickly in order to clear the facility. And then the investigation will conclude, where the phone call actually came from, et cetera, et cetera. But yes, judges are creating orders in order to keep those precincts open. And we have a number of them remaining open beyond 7. They're still open right now.
Okay, that's good to hear. I mean, look, there are people who might not come back. They might not have the time. They might be, working late and don't have the ability to. So it's an injustice any way you slice it. And it's just, I hate that this is what our elections have turned into. Go ahead.
Right, and we don't do common sense things like some other nations where we make voting a holiday, or we allow individuals time off but time paid to go and vote, like some municipalities, even a few municipalities in Georgia. Some cities do the exact same thing. They give the government worker a day off, or they give them half a day on election day to go vote, take care of the business. And if there's an issue, they get to come back at a later time that same day without penalty at their job. We don't do things like that in this democracy, even though some other nations do. And so you're right. There are some people who left their line today because of the evacuation and the bomb threat who did not make it back. I guarantee you the ratio of comeback is not 100%.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it comes in different forms. I mean, obviously the right has become quite comfortable making bomb threats over the past few years. You also have Trump having tweeted a couple times things like, Philadelphia and Detroit, heavy law enforcement is there. It's totally made up. That there was fraud that needed law enforcement is made up. That there is law enforcement is made up. But if he believes that a certain type of voter would be scared away from voting by the presence of a bunch of cops, that's what he is doing to attempt to put his thumb on the scale in a racist fashion. By the way, we do have, as of right now, 37% of Georgia's results in, and Trump right now is up 57-43. And maybe for this discussion, I should also point out that we don't have all of the Florida results, but it does look like Trump might be outperforming the final Florida polling that I saw by a bit.
That is troubling. Okay, so Rashawn, as you look at that 57-43 in Georgia, obviously there's early voting in there. It's a mess, so it's not really indicative necessarily. But with a decent percentage reporting in, does that make you worry at all?
Not yet, and I'm going to tell you why. If you look at some of the historical data in Georgia and a few other states, right, your metropolitan areas are the ones that will actually provide their precinct totals last. They will be the ones that come in later in the evening. You also had similar numbers when Stacey Abrams was running against Kemp, who did win, but Stacey came within 1%. At this time of the voting total, you had a very similar matchup to where it seemed as if the Republican was going to run away. Well, that's because these rural areas in Georgia provided their data first. Remember, it's a percentage total and not a numeric total. And so the percentage total is based on the reporting precincts, and some of these precincts are very small. Georgia has 159 counties, which means you got a lot of small jurisdictions that are able to tally that vote count pretty quickly. And then you have DeKalb, Fulton, Clayton, Gwinnett, Cobb, et cetera. Those counties, which are your metropolitan base, they're going to come in last. And so I don't have any concerns yet. Obviously, you want a head start out the gate, but you're not going to get it with this one. This election for Georgia, if the Harris team wins, they're going to win by way of the metropolitan vote primarily.
Yeah, and Rashawn, you were part of the Democratic Party leadership in Georgia. So any sense of how Fulton County is going to come in? Because Fulton County, obviously where Atlanta is, actually Fulton County named a day after you. That's, you know really well. There was reports earlier that it was going to go heavily enough for Kamala Harris that it would swing things, but I don't know or trust really anything that those so-called reports are saying. But do you have a sense of it on the ground in Fulton County?
Yeah, it's not going to go overwhelmingly for Kamala Harris in Fulton County. It will go for Kamala Harris, but you're going to be surprised by the numbers, and here's why. The population of Atlanta, which basically is your populace for Fulton County, the population for Atlanta has become increasingly white and increasingly conservative over the years. There's an entire dynamic about gentrification and the unaffordable property taxes. Well, that's because rent is going up, property value is going up, et cetera. Now, that means that voting population, well, they're going to vote. They're going to participate. They are of voting age, and that does change the dynamic. The only way I've seen that happen the other way, Cenk, is when HBCUs are heavily involved. Now, if you have a heavy HBCU presence, which they are in Fulton County, Clark Atlanta University, Spelman College, Morehouse College, Morris Brown College, if you have those students voting at a record number, you now have an evening of the odds. But I did not see a coordinated effort by any organization or advocacy group in order to mobilize HBCUs specifically. Even though you had get out the vote campaigns, I did not see it as robust as I've seen it before in Atlanta, Georgia.
That's really interesting. And I was curious about that. You know, one can speculate as to why that might be the case, but I'm very curious what you think is behind the lack of mobilizing people in the way that we saw in 2020 for Biden.
Let me say this. It takes not only will, but it takes money. It takes appeal and it takes financing. And so if you have individuals who are willing to do it, you still have to connect to the apparatus of money. And I didn't see that happening with the super PACs in this election. Also, you did not have a robust primary. Hell, you didn't have a primary at all in the Democratic Party. This was a very different kind of switch. And I think the Harris campaign and the PACs and super PACs, they spent a lot of time trying to make sure that the message was echoed and that people were excited. And you did have that natural energy, but you also should have had some natural advocacy, because college students who live on campus or live in an apartment while going to school, they are able to vote in the Georgia election, but they have to declare residency in the state of Georgia. And if they do not declare residency in the state of Georgia, it doesn't matter what their college ID says, because the state won't accept a private college ID for voting. You have to be a declared resident for the state of Georgia, which college students are allowed to do. However, you need a campaign to let them know they can do that.
I'm curious if you think, look, I think about what happened in the runoff races in Georgia in 2020, and I mean, the ground game was incredible. I mean, the effort to ensure that 2 Democratic senators won in those runoff races was incredible, really a sight to see. And I'm wondering if there's a lack of enthusiasm and the same type of mobilizing Democratic voters due to Biden's failure to keep true to a promise that he made for Georgia, which was to pass a voting rights bill. Have you heard anything from voters in regard to, that issue and whether or not that maybe motivated their enthusiasm or lack of enthusiasm in this election?
I always say the best way to keep a job is to perform what you said you would do in your resume. Keep it real simple. And so while you may not have the same type of connection as you just laid out, where there's a person saying, well, I'm not going to vote because Biden did not deliver A, B, and C. What does happen is that the political opposite, the opposition party, they are able to create ammunition, weaponize it from the ammunition that was given to them. And so they get to say things like, well, this promise was made, that promise was made, but was that promise delivered? And when I interviewed VP Harris a few months back, I said that very same thing. I said, what happens if at that time we thought Biden would be the one on the ticket? But I said, what happens at the time of re-election, and you don't deliver these things? And she got kind of tested and pivoted back to the Black Supreme Court Justice and some other things that really weren't on the resume, right? So while it may not have the same kind of connection that you laid out, it's a similar connection by proxy because the right is able to weaponize it and create a level of voter apathy in certain communities when it comes to the excitement. And we know that politics is like any other game. It's based on who's trending, who's the exciting one, who's actually creating the energy at the end. They're the ones that can still win the game.
Yeah, it's a good.
Yeah, now I want to be clear that Kamala Harris's team has bragged endlessly about how good their canvassing is, their ground game is, their grassroots strategy. Well, we're going to find out. We're going to find out if that was true or not. I am definitely worried about those Florida results. I'm worried that Rick Scott's race got called so quickly. The reason you're seeing Rick Scott on the side of the screen is because he was one of the seats the Democrats were hoping to pick up, and it looks like they got annihilated there, and so that's not a great sign. When I asked you about HBCUs and a lot of talk about young black men voting for Trump, we're going to come back to that and say, but John, if you can, tell us an update that you got, but also I'm curious about North Carolina and Michigan. I want to see and Pennsylvania, those numbers a little bit as we go here.
Yeah, so I have some non-state specific poll numbers that we can talk about if you'd like about how people are ranking the most important issues to determine their vote, which I find fascinating. I will say we can start with Pennsylvania, where I'm doing the same thing that I was doing like an hour ago, trying to take a look at in the bluer districts, how is Harris doing versus how Biden ended up doing? And I've looked at a few so far, and obviously we don't have that much of the vote in yet, but of the counties that I've looked at, she appears to be outperforming Joe Biden.
Oh, thank God.
In those. Again, it's early. Don't come at me if it doesn't turn out that way, but and we told you it in Florida when it was the opposite, that she was underperforming Biden in those areas. And so this could be a good sign, just as that was a bad sign that also seems to have been predictive. And so bear that in mind for Pennsylvania. Michigan, we only have 4% of the vote. She's at 62%, so I don't know what we can take from that. What was the other state that you said, North Carolina?
Yeah, North Carolina, because that one's close.
9%, and it is close. She's up 3 points at 51%. And in the vote that had come in so far, it appeared that Mark Robinson was having his clock cleaned, which would certainly be good news, if not necessarily surprising news at this point.
Yeah, well, I'll come back on that one, Rashad. So that's the clown who called himself the Black Nazi, et cetera. Right. I mean, it's just pathetic that the Republican Party ran him. I mean, he won that primary, and yeah, we didn't know the Black Nazi part at that point, but we all already knew all of the horrible things he had said in the past that were akin to that. So do you think that the fact that they had such a weak candidate in North Carolina might hurt him there? But hold that thought.
Let me just add just a little bit of context for that. At least as of right now, Trump is down in North Carolina by about 3.5 points. Mark Robinson is down by about 21 points.
Wow. Wow.
So
I mean,
they may not like him there.
Yeah, I mean, he's just clown royale. But go ahead, Rashad.
All right, so let's go back just a minute. He's the freaking lieutenant governor.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah.
So while, yes, he's running for governor, he won his Republican primary with the help of Trump and his other MAGA allies. He's currently the lieutenant governor. So he always has had this connection to rhetoric and saying these extreme things. The problem is this. He's not down 21 points because he said he's a black Nazi. He's not down 21 points because he basically threatened violence against members of the LGBTQ community. He's down 21 points because Republicans figured he may be a member of the LGBTQ community based on some of his adult entertainment habits. And he refused to get out of the race when they attempted to basically leverage him out. But once again, look at the why. And whatever Mark Robinson has done, it is nowhere near as egregious as what Trump has been convicted of. So they're penalizing their lieutenant governor for doing what's non-criminal, okay? But he's a hypocrite, obviously, for how he has contextualized things. And Trump is still competitive, but he's convicted of things we would all agree are actually egregious in nature. And that's some of the dichotomy I deal with when it comes to these elections in these streets.
Let's have a little bit of fun. Predictions on how the Republican base would react to news or evidence that Donald Trump's adult entertainment habits include transgender adult stars. Would they turn on him?
No.
They didn't mind the Epstein stuff.
No,
because they won't believe it.
Well, yeah, but they also, Trump bragged about a man's,
Arnold Palmer's well-endowed situation. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that didn't hurt him at all.
Wedge is the technical term.
Go ahead, Rashad.
Oh my gosh.
Right, but to your point, he's the cult leader. You understand? So when Mark Robinson gets penalized and other MAGA hopefuls, when they get penalized by the cult members, but see, the cult leader is different. And the cult leader can go all the way to the extreme. But we've seen this in actual cult practices, historical literature provided. So this is nothing different. This is the same dynamic, just played out on a much larger scale. And so while Trump can lie and be convicted, others, based on reporting and information, cannot get away with half of what Trump has gotten away with. And Trump typically will not come to the rescue of somebody like a Mark Robinson. He'll come to the rescue of individuals like Giuliani, up until Giuliani can give him no more juice. So he's the ultimate transactional player here.
Yeah. So, look, there's no end to the Republican hypocrisy. This guy who's supporting Donald Trump, the Navy SEAL Team 6 member who says he killed bin Laden, he made a comment the other day online. Harry Sisson, who's a really young Democratic supporter, and a bunch of his young male friends had gone and voted for Harris, and they had put up a picture, and this guy says, if Trump wins, I'm going to turn these guys into my concubine.
Come on.
So like basically threatening to rape young males, and MAGA's like, yeah. Okay, wait, that's not a yeah. Okay, I look, I don't want to overhype it. I get it. It's like tough guy lingo. Oh yeah, but I've always been amused by it. Right? I'm so tough. I'm going to have gay sex with you. Okay. All right. I mean,
he also said that they would be both for sex and for food, implying that he would have sex with them and then cannibalize them.
Well, he seems like a swell guy.
This is the guy who took out bin Laden?
Yeah.
Don't you want to die a hero? Like, you get what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
what do you do?
No, they can't help themselves. In fact, Trump then belittled him in some campaign rally, and he was standing there super awkwardly.
Oh my God.
Because Trump will belittle anyone. There's no, all right, but let's get back to the things we were talking about. So Rashad, a lot of talk in this campaign about young black men going to Trump more than they would have historically. Is it overhyped? Do you think it's true? And do you have a thought on why it might be the case if it's true?
Yeah, so let's go to the crux of it. It's very overhyped, extremely overhyped. If you want to talk about a demographic that voted overwhelmingly for Trump, you go to white women. Let's make sure it fits where the glove is at. So the notion that black men somehow are to blame is a fallacy, because the overwhelming majority of black men are going to vote for Kamala Harris. Do you have some sexism in there? Of course you do. That's typically a toxic masculinity thing, period. Has very little to do, if anything, to do with race. And I think what has happened, Cenk, by hyper-focusing on black males who will vote overwhelmingly for Harris, it then let other demographics off the hook, so to speak, who should have been in that conversation in a more authentic way. And then it dissuades from the conversation of policies. Mm-hmm. Because if you actually listen to some of the individuals, black or not black, male or not male, who say, I'm at I don't know with Kamala Harris, or maybe you're at a no with Kamala Harris, I mean, listen to their why. And it's typically not because they believe MAGA is delivering something special. It's because they believe the Democratic Party has not delivered something special enough to them for being that kind of loyal voting class. And so when we fail to contextualize their why, or even listen to their why, and clump them into this block of, well, you have to do it this way no matter what makes that kind of ideology different than what MAGA is doing by supporting Trump just because he's white, bigoted, and protects their racism? So at the end of the day, you have to get something for the policy exchange. That's what politics is about. So you have to address it. And if you're not willing to address it, sometimes you get some of these fluctuations in politics.
Yeah, even the way that you were phrasing the answer there, Rashad, it goes to the problem with the Democratic Party, because when they start talking about different demographics, instead of thinking, how can I deliver for them, they think, how can I blame them after the election?
How can I scold them?
Right.
Scold them into supporting us. And that's just not a tactic that's going to resonate with people. So I thank you for bringing up policy, because, one of the things that you'll hear from a lot of men who are voting for Trump is that they're terrified of World War III and getting drafted into a war that they don't want to fight. And Trump has gotten away with really presenting himself as the peace candidate. And Kamala Harris hasn't really challenged him on that at all. Maybe it's because she's been campaigning alongside a neocon like Liz Cheney, and the Biden administration doesn't exactly have the most peaceful record, but who knows? I mean, Trump has gotten away with that messaging. But the point is to say, listen to what the voters are saying rather than scolding them for being disillusioned with the party or unhappy with what's been going on.
Yeah, so we're up against the break here, but John's got
one call before.
One call, and then I want to ask one last question to Rashad. Yeah.
Crucial, shocking Senate call. Bernie Sanders will stay in the Senate.
Oh, wow.
Still nice.
Okay. So, yeah.
You have my heartbeat, man.
Yeah. He was on TV. We showed it in the first hour of the Young Turks. He looks better than all the senators, and he sounds better. Anyways, Rashad, last question. Trump did deliver for HBCUs, and it never gets talked about. And I wonder if that had any effect or no effect on votes. What's your take on that?
Well, let's talk about if he delivered. What did he do? Right? He gave you something, but still didn't give you everything. President Obama gave you basically nothing with an HBCU. Democrats got to do better. It was so easy for Trump to do just a little bit. Now, remember, Trump then turned around and put in his budget to defund TRIO, which is the federal program that funds Upward Bound, educational talent search, and that helps first generational college students get into college without having to pay for things like SATs, transcripts, and college admission fees. So he takes money from one place and then says, but I'm adding money here. And all he's doing is switching money out back and forth. So it's up to sometimes the college president, to be frank with you, to articulate appropriately what did happen and what did not happen. Now, with President Obama, he did very little for HBCUs. I get criticized every time I say that, but it's true. Every HBCU president would tell you this. But they couldn't say that because President Obama was very beloved by black people. And if you start saying that as a black HBCU president, all of a sudden, black parents and black students stopped coming to your black school. So they were in a quagmire, basically, to say anything. And so Trump comes in, he does the very little, and then he takes money out of something that was very effective at the same time.
But do you think it might have had any effect on the voters, or not really?
I don't think so. I think HBCU students are aware that this was, kind of a political thing more so than anything else. HBCU presidents definitely, they were not tricked by this. And the only thing I think it may have done, Jank, if anything, there are probably some who will utilize the argument in order to dissuade an undecided voter, perhaps.
Yeah, and for those of you who don't know, it's historically black colleges and universities, and so Trump did give a little bit of money there, but as Rashad just explained, he took it from another part of the budget. So everybody check out Indisputable, 2:30 p.m. Eastern, every single day, Monday through Friday. Rashad is amazing, and Rashad, thank you for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I was going to say good luck the rest of the night. Good luck to all of us the rest of the night.
Amen.
Yeah, we'll talk soon. All right, we got to take a quick break here. When we get back, Michael Schur's in the house, Epic Politics Man, etc. And so we're going to get heavy duty into the results. So I don't care if it's 9% or 11%. We're going to start to break down each one of these states and start to figure out, because we had the bad news in Florida where Trump overperformed his 2020 results. We got the good news in Pennsylvania that so far Harris is overperforming Biden in 2020. So let's figure out what's going on here, because those are going to be very indicative for who's going to win this election. We're now in absolute crunch time. So come right back. Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. Here at TYT, we understand this. That's why we're not going to price gouge you or use inflation as an excuse to raise our prices. A TYT membership is not your typical subscription, but basic membership is still just $4.99. So what do you get for that price? For starters, you're getting exclusive programming, unique, exclusive designs from Shop TYT, access to a members-only chat, giveaways, emojis, and so many other amazing perks. But most importantly, you're helping to make an impact. As a TYT member, you not only help us do the shows every day, but you drive real positive change in the process. In 2017, we helped to start Justice Democrats right here on TYT. That's a group that got a dozen progressives elected into Congress. That's amazing, you did that. Your support also funds TYT's very own investigative reporting. Just recently, our reporters exposed the Fellowship Foundation and pressured lawmakers into boycotting that bigoted event. Isn't that amazing? We raised over $30,000 for Jackson, Mississippi, and delivered clean water to thousands of people in need. Our petitions, polls, and community of activists help keep the corruption of Washington in check. That's the impact of what just $4.99 a month from our members can do. And we're just getting started. Positive change doesn't occur overnight, but with your contribution, we can make it happen together. You know that viral video you saw of me? First of all, it's bull. Second of all, they got it from a snippet of the live show. You should check out the live show so you see the full context of everything we say. Weekdays, 6 o'clock Eastern, Young Turks on YouTube or wherever you get TYT.
The support we receive from members is the backbone of our movement to drive positive change. We need viewers like you to keep moving forward. Visit tyt.com/team and join our movement today.
back on TYT's election coverage. Cenk Uygur, Anna Kasparian, and John Iadarola, and Michael Schur has joined us. We're going to go to Michael in a minute. Kato Davy, thank you for joining by hitting the join button below the video on YouTube. John Gray, thank you for the 50 Young Turks memberships that you gifted. That's amazing. Guys, if you're on tyt.com, you'll see every piece of data there is about the election and all the news stories, etc., underneath us in the blog that Jordan Yule's running. Check out the game that we're playing there, whoever's closest to the election results. Accurately, we're kiddingly going to declare the election champion of the world. Whether you're a Trump supporter or Kamala Harris supporter, doesn't matter. There's a bunch of Trump supporters that have written in on Super Chat. I hope to get to them. B on Super Chat, thank you for your generosity. Appreciate it. Also on the website tonight, if you become a member through the website, 20% off. Try to check that out if you can. We appreciate our sponsor, aspiration.com/TYT. Wonderful progressive company. Keeps your money, unlike the big banks, fossil fuel free. It's clean. You have peace of mind. You can just transfer a little bit of money there and see if you like it. You can plant trees. They have a green marketplace with 80 progressive companies trying to do good in the world, and you get 6% cash back on that. So appreciate Aspiration. And I appreciate all you guys donating to us through tyt.com to try to keep us on air, and that you, and as a lot of you are writing in, and I can't thank you enough, that you appreciate the honest coverage that we do. All right. So a lot of updates for you guys. First of all, some unsurprising calls. Arkansas has been called for Donald Trump, and Delaware has been called for Kamala Harris. No one's surprised by that. Now, we're also tracking Senate races, some congressional races tonight, and ballot measures as well. Some of the ballot measures are very important, including abortion, and then there's marijuana on a bunch of ballots, money out of politics, higher minimum wage, etc. So, no, that's not correct. Harris has not won South Dakota. So that's just a slip up there. So I didn't see the numbers, but I can tell you she didn't win South Dakota. Okay, so, all right.
It's
Michael.
Close. It's close.
No, it's not. And it won't be. Okay, Michael, what do you got for us?
Hi guys, how are you? Good to be on again with all of you from here. Yeah, the Florida amendments are what made me think earlier that Florida might be in play and be called later in the evening. That was my only bold prediction tonight, a bold prediction that has since gone down. There are two ballot measures we're watching, 3 and 4 in Florida. Amendment 3 is the whether or not to legalize recreational marijuana. And Amendment 4 is whether or not to create a constitutional right to abortion within the state constitution of Florida. And there was a real fight as to whether or not that would get onto the ballot. And the thought was from the Republican-controlled, state house there with the Governor Ron DeSantis and a hold on both houses of the state in Tallahassee, that there would be difficulty getting that on the ballot. It was on the ballot, and the thought was that many Democrats would come out because of abortion. It would increase turnout, and it would increase ticket splitting in that regard even. And so what you did see tonight is that it appears that Donald Trump, the Associated Press, has called it for him in Florida. These two amendments, the legalization of marijuana right now with about 90% reporting, yes is 55% or about 56%, no is 44%, which should make you rejoice if you want marijuana legalized. Well, because there is Republican control of both houses there, they changed it to you needing to have 60% for a ballot measure to pass. So even though a plurality of voters by over, it looks like over 1 million voters in Florida want to legalize recreational marijuana, it didn't reach 60%, and they don't think that it will, and they have called that for no. So marijuana will not be legalized in Florida. I guess if any state shouldn't have legalized marijuana. And then Florida Amendment 4 is still in play right now with 89% reporting. It's 57% yes, 43% no. But again, it has to make that threshold of 60% in order for that to happen. It's not quite there yet, and it's something we're going to be tracking tonight. And Florida has overperformed for Trump, certainly, and it's overperformed here in these ballot measures that had polled a little differently than this.
Okay, so I want to ask you something in a second, Michael, about Florida. But first, guys, you can tell who's the good guys and bad guys based on how much they fight against democracy. So in North Dakota, there's a story Or was it South Dakota? Now I got the Dakotas mixed up.
Well, you already called South Dakota.
Oh, yeah, because of that. No, there was a ballot measure where they said you're not allowed to take lobbyist money anymore. And then the legislature was like, I don't like it. So I'm just going to they voted to get rid of the ballot measure, which is not a thing you're not supposed to be able to do, but they did it. And then they said, all right, let's crank up the amount of votes you need, the percentage you need to get any ballot measure passed. Same thing they did in Florida. And the reason they did that originally was because the citizens of Florida said if you're a felon, you can come back and vote after you've served your time, which turned out to be nice for Donald Trump. But the Republicans didn't like that because they thought those votes are not going to go for us. So they got super angry. They limited it to its effect in some ways. And they said, okay, that's it. We hate the people. We don't want them just being able to change our laws by getting to a majority. That's democracy. We don't want democracy. We have the legislature totally gerrymandered. So it doesn't matter how you vote. We're going to win no matter what, right? And so they moved the threshold to 60% so that you have less of a voice. So now when I go to Miami, I can't get high. Thanks a lot. Right, but more important, of course, like kidding aside, 1,000 times more importantly, you got 57-58% of Florida right now as things stand saying we're pro-choice. We want abortion to be legal here, and the Republicans of Florida are going, I don't give a damn what you want. Okay, maybe I'll move it up to 80% or 98%. I don't want you to have a voice. That's why we're anti-choice in the first place. So now you want me to give you a choice in the ballot box? I'm not going to give you any choice. Okay, and I'm not going to give you any choice over your body either. So that's what's happening in Florida.
Yeah, and also, like, there have been a lot of lies that the Republicans have been telling since they killed Roe v. Wade because they're terrified of the electoral consequences. They tell lies about you. There are states that have exceptions for different things, which doesn't stop people from dying because the doctors are scared of going to jail. But what we're talking about right now, how many times have you heard Donald Trump say, don't worry, we sent it to the states. It's up to the people. You can decide, some states more liberal, some not. Or maybe it's a state that looks like it's going to be more liberal, so you just stop the people from being able to decide. So you send it to the states, to the people, kind of, to the people in the legislature, and they're the ones who actually decide. It is this facade of caring about like local control over these issues. No, it is hyper-specific. Any level we think we can win on, that's the one we'll allow. The others we won't. So we can't win nationally. We win the Supreme Court, so we'll do that. But we can't win nationally, so we'll send it to the states. And then in the states where we can't win it, we'll jerry-rig things so that we win anyway. And God help us if they ever think that they can get it banned nationally, because they will instantly do that. That is what they always do. They're not in love with federalism. It's a ridiculous thing to even consider. They're just gaming it to win at whatever level they think at that particular moment.
And in fact, the Republicans are now saying, yeah, we're pro-choice. Like, and I did this on social media to kind of test the waters to see what their reaction is. And they're like, yeah, if you kick it back to the states, that means you're pro-choice. No, it doesn't. It means that some states will say you have no choice. And in the case of Florida, it's not because the voters want it. It's because the legislators want it. They picked their own voters through the gerrymandering, and they basically stole the legislature. And by the way, they do it in blue states too. They gerrymander the hell out of it so that you have no choice at all. The blue states are going to vote blue whether they're shifting or not. Red states the same way. It's disgusting. So, Michael, I wanted to see if you were about Florida. Since you and I talked in the morning about how Florida you were a little bit hopeful about, given that it came in very poorly, does that make you worried about the overall election?
It doesn't, because I don't see that as sort of a blueprint for other states necessarily. I mean, the money wasn't really spent in Florida other than, on that Senate race there. And I think that Senate race going to Rick Scott is not a surprise. Rick Scott has had tougher opponents than former Congresswoman Carcel Powell. You'll remember he ran a very, very close race against former Senator Bill Nelson, who was a former astronaut. astronaut, had served in the Senate for quite a while, then went on to be the NASA administrator in the Biden administration. So he is somebody who is very deft at Florida politics. And if that race wasn't going to be close, and it appeared that it wasn't, the parties weren't spending, the Democratic Party especially wasn't spending money there. They would rather spend it in Georgia and in North Carolina. The field operation while there was not as profound. What you did see in Florida, though, were these ballot amendments. And I thought that those ballot amendments would move more voters to come out. But it turns out that the top of the ticket and the middle of the ticket there were too powerful to see that change anything. And so I'm not surprised. I don't see it as kind of saying, oh, this happened in Florida, that's going to happen in another state as well. I don't see that. I mean, the big takeaway is that the one of the two chances of a pickup, and they were both remote, was the Rick Scott seat. Another one is the Ted Cruz seat for the Democrats in the Senate. One of them is down, and I don't see the other one going in their favor either.
Yeah, I mean, I can give you numbers on that. So I did just check that. Ted Cruz is up by like 2.3 points right now, about half the lead that Trump currently has over Harris in Texas. And at some point, if you do want to talk about issues, we also have some exit polling data that's interesting about that.
I just had a broader point about the Senate, Michael, because, there are a lot of predictions that Republicans are poised to take over the Senate. What are your thoughts on that?
In general, I would agree with that. Already you have to cede the Manchin seat, right? You saw Democrats starting to spend money to bolster, not really directly spend money, but the advertising dollars in the Omaha area to bolster an independent candidate. So the PAC money going against Senator Deb Fischer, the Republican incumbent in Nebraska, because it seemed that Dan Osborne still has a shot of winning that race, but I think probably a longer shot because it kind of woke Senator Fischer up. I think the Democrats were prepared for a very bad cycle in the Senate, and I think that the party knew that. And are there some Hail Marys? Yeah, but there's also a risk in Maryland. Larry Hogan is a popular former governor there. I think that Angela Alsobrooks will prevail, but again, that there are real vulnerabilities that Democrats had in the Senate race this year, in this cycle, where a third of the Senate was up, and that did not favor the Democratic geography. So to that end, and I'm not surprised that the Democrats are going to lose the Senate. It makes the House even more important. The Democrats know that, and of course, the White House remains important.
Yeah. So I want to dive more into the numbers because Trump's taking the lead in North Carolina. But first, I promised some Trump supporters super chats that I would read as well, absurd or not. Cool Guy wrote in, Anna got hotter when she became a conservative. Here for the meltdown.
I'm
Hilarious.
not conservative.
She's not conservative, and I think she looks the same, but that's neither here nor there.
I mean, a bit of a glow up. I mean, I'm kidding. I do look the same.
Okay, I think I got hotter. No, we're in the honesty business, so I didn't. Again, I gave a shout out to B earlier, and now I want to go to someone else who was very generous. William Plana says, shout out to my close friend James G, who has been watching TYT for 12 years, and for the last 2 months has been canvassing for Marcy Kaptur and Sherrod Brown. That's in Ohio. We'll get to those races in a minute. And any victory we get tonight is because of good people like you. Thank you, William. Thank you to your friend. It's the people that are doing the door knocking, et cetera, that are making the big difference. So
definitely
appreciate them a lot. So, John, let's dive into numbers more. So tell us what you got first, and I want to go to North Carolina.
I mean, one thing that I want to talk about as we're waiting for some of the state stuff to come in is there has been exit polling data, some nationally, some individual state, about what issues people were, considered the most important in this election. And some of the breakdowns aren't super surprising. Like 30% said the economy as a general category was the most important to them. But what I found interesting, and we can get into some of the others, immigration's at like 11% in some of these, abortions at like 20%, but much more for women than for men, which is messed up the more you think about it. But what I found most interesting was that 30% for the economy did not make it the highest issue. In both Pennsylvania and nationally, democracy was higher by 3 or 4 percentage points. And obviously the Democrats, particularly Harris in the last couple of weeks, she had moved away from talking about that topic quite a bit until recently, had seemed to bet big on it, believing that January 6th, would be like this line that people wouldn't want to cross and go back to the sky. We don't know, necessarily how those people are going to vote. I mean, you could be like a big fan of Elon Musk and think that Harris is going to end elections or something. That's a thing you could think, I guess, and say democracy is your top issue and still vote for Trump. it seems like that would be good news for Harris, that's the number one issue.
Yeah, so that does seem to be good news. And I'll take it now, but right now I'm getting a vibe that is not good. That is not good. So let's keep going here, see if we can fish for more either positive or negative news. But please pull up North Carolina, John. Okay. Anna.
So John, I don't know if you have the data for what you just referenced up and ready to go, but I thought that the data there was really interesting because, one of the issues that clearly has motivated women to show up to the polls and vote is the topic of reproductive rights. And I was surprised that the data indicated that a much smaller percentage, I believe it was about 11%, said that the abortion issue, the abortion issue was the priority.
Yeah. And again, look, it does matter where you're talking about. So for instance, in Georgia, the economy was the top issue at 40%. So sometimes it does matter. But yes, abortion was not the number one issue. It could be a motivating issue for a subcategory, for a specific demographic, and it could have an outsized effect on them potentially.
Oh my God, if the women voters that the Democrats were relying on don't show up in the droves that they were expecting, right? I'm not in the Democratic Party's business of blaming their voters. So don't take it that way. What I'm saying is if it doesn't materialize in the way that they were all hoping and expecting, they are going to be utterly crestfallen, right? They're not going to be able to believe it if Kamala Harris if that issue doesn't animate people enough to get Kamala Harris the victory. Same for the Trump guys. They've always believed 200% that he was going to win. If he loses, they'll never believe it, etc. But let's see where we are. So let's go to North Carolina.
North Carolina right now has only 1 out of 4 votes in, and Trump is up 54 to 45.1 at this point. I can dive in, I will in the next few minutes, into some of the areas compared to how Biden was doing. It's hard to say with only a quarter of the vote in, where he's going to go. The polls are very close.
So,
but I can also add though, Trump did spend like the last 3 days he made appearances in North Carolina. So it is clearly a state that they were worried about. They put resources in the last week into it.
Yeah. So guys, at 25%, you really can't read too much into it. But like if those numbers were to end that way, then Trump's going to win the election because that's such a big win in North Carolina. That means he'll have won the other states as well, is my yes. But right, it's not going to end that way. And it doesn't mean that, I know for sure Kamala Harris is going to do better. I'm just saying it's only 25% of the vote that's in. And what's frustrating these days in covering elections, which didn't used to exist as much, and we've been around forever. We're the longest running show in internet history. So we started 22 years ago. I'll have to figure out later how many presidential elections we've done this in. So in terms of the percentages coming in, if at 25%, you're not overly worried. But once you get over 50%, and I was going to say, what's different than when we used to cover them back in the day is that everybody would vote day of back in the day.
Yeah.
So now, I don't know if that 54 or 45 is day of votes more, which would then make sense because Trump is supposed to win day of votes, or if they're mail-in votes. If some of those or all of those are mail-in votes, then Kamala Harris will have no chance of winning North Carolina. But if they are day of votes, then it's then his lead there is misleading. So that's what you got to know. And we talked before about how North Carolina is not saying that what they're not doing is they're not dropping all of the early votes in immediately.
But and Wake County,
really fast, I would just say they are a state that is traditionally counted faster than some of these other swing states.
Yeah, Wake County, which is where Durham, North Carolina, Raleigh, the Triangle, which is the bluest part of that state, really Durham, Raleigh, and Chapel Hill. 6% of Wake County is in now. That's not enough to say that this race can be called, and that's why this race isn't called. So you're going to see, it's only at 25%, as you said, but Wake County is a huge chunk of the blue vote in that state, and probably its suburbs are bigger than most of the rest of the state. So it's obviously, there's a while to go still in North Carolina.
Yeah, and in some of the states, I want to go to Pennsylvania next. In some of the states, some of the big cities don't come in until the very end. So it'll be misleading. It'll look like the Republican has a big lead, and then Fulton County, which has Atlanta, will come in, and it's a giant block of votes. And so again, Trump knows that, his team knows that, and they've used that to deceive people. They'll say, oh, they came in out of nowhere. They came in on mules. They were undocumented immigrants. No, it's happened literally in every election cycle. So let's try to give the counterpoint here in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, so in Pennsylvania right now, we have an even smaller share of the vote, only 13% in. Harris is up 67-32, which I imagine is how this will probably end up. I'm kidding, obviously. So we don't know. Now, as I said, I've been spending my time comparing individual counties, some of which have 20% in, some have 70% in, to how Biden ended up. But the general nationwide issue that we're talking about not knowing what percentage are mail-in and which are day of, also extends to what I'm doing in the individual counties. So I have found that she is up over Biden's result in basically all of these counties.
Ooh, that's good.
But again, that might be the mirage that we're talking about. So,
yeah.
And we can be more confident about the mirage as we get more of the vote, but we're in very early numbers so far.
No, but hold on. So part of the reason I pulled up Pennsylvania is if for the Trump voters and supporters, see there Kamala Harris is a huge lead with only 13% reporting. That doesn't mean she's going to win Pennsylvania, because big Trump counties can come in later and will come in later, and that race will be way, way tighter than 67-33. So don't take the early results as any kind of indication. Once it's an indication, we'll tell you, right? Once you get over 50%, that's an indication. And then there are other factors involved. But I don't, so that's the mirage we're talking about. Whether it's in a blue state or a red state or one that's leaning, trending Kamala or trending Trump. But John, her outperforming in the counties vis-a-vis Biden, I don't think that's part of the mirage. I think that's just as
But wouldn't the mail-in versus day of dichotomy exist at the county level in the same way that it exists at the state level?
Oh, okay, so that's the question that we've got to dive into, which is that all of the county? Or is it only a partial?
Well, no. None of these counties are finished. I can give you an example. So for instance, in Allegheny County.
Yeah, before you give that example, just to clarify to the audience, so if the entire county was in, then it wouldn't be a mirage.
Yes.
Right? But what John's saying is the entire county is not it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and bear in mind, Pennsylvania is definitely one of the states that people think might not even be called, especially if it's close today. Also, election workers are not allowed to start processing mail ballots until election day. But again, we don't know exactly what percentage of them have been processed. But to give you a comparison, so in Allegheny County, where Pittsburgh is, right now we have 37% of the vote in. Harris is at 70%. Biden got in 2020 59.7%. So she's up by 10.3 points. To give another comparison, Lehigh County, no, we don't have those results in. That's too small. Let's go to Montgomery County. She's at 76%, and Biden got 62.3. So
that's very good.
We can't say for sure, but the differences are different depending on the county, but she seems to be outperforming in all of them. What's interesting is that in Georgia, we'll dive into that at some point, it really depends on which county, because Trump seems to be overperforming on average in rural counties by about 1, which doesn't seem huge, but remember, Georgia was super tight. He only needed 10,000 votes to be found after all.
11,000.
11,000, 42. But and in some he's overperforming by more. Harris is underperforming Biden in some, but in some of the areas around Atlanta, she's outperforming him. And so I don't see the same overall trend that I'm seeing in Pennsylvania in Georgia. It's more divergent there.
Yeah. So I want to go to Sherrod Brown's race in Ohio. That's a Senate race. That's critical. Mike, I want to come to you on that in a little bit. Normally during the show, we do the show live 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern every day, Monday through Friday. Come check us out. Tomorrow I'll be on the show as well, making sure we'll break down all these election results, and the election might still be going. And normally I'd read the comments during the social breaks that we have. But here I'm going to read them as we go along. So another Trump supporter wrote in, King 13J saying, God bless President Trump. May he please save us. Well, that sounds like a Trump supporter. Brother, save yourself, okay? These politicians are all frauds. That includes Democrats and Republicans, okay? That's why people trust us, because we call out both sides and understand that no cult leader is going to save you. And I would say that to Democrats as well. And
also, he's definitely an atheist. Let's just put that out there.
Trump.
100%.
Oh, yeah.
I would bet every cent I have.
He's never read
I've
the Bible.
seen the way he carefully holds a Bible. I think that he is a God-fearing man, really.
Yeah. Thank you to Saul Rios and Sergio Velasquez just for the super chats.
We have a call.
Oh, we have a call. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, the call is we don't know entirely how North Carolina is going to go for the presidential race, but Josh Stein has been called as the winner. He beat Mark Robinson.
Okay, so that's not surprising that Mark Robinson was the guy who online chats called himself a black Nazi and said he wished we could bring slavery back and that he'd like to own a couple of slaves. I don't know if he got the memo that he's black, and it wouldn't have turned out that way. It would have turned out disastrously for him. But as it turned out, it did turn out disastrously for him, at least in this context. He's gone. Will that affect the North Carolina vote? Will Kamala Harris is she more likely to win because the Republican candidate for governor was so awful and got annihilated by Stein in that case? That's an important question.
I think he was always going to have a tough time of it, but I think he was sort of an outsider candidate. He had some interesting ideas about different policy areas. He had a really interesting argument for why, in his view, watching trans porn was actually more straight than man-on-woman porn. I thought that could have broken through to some voters, but apparently it just wasn't enough.
Yeah. Tim O'Malley, appreciate you wrote in, regardless of the outcome, we need TYT to speak truth to power. And that's exactly what we're doing. In fact, I launched last night in the bonus episode for members, the populist voting block. I want to do a populist revolt no matter who wins, whether it's Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. I did it before the election, so you know I wasn't BSing you. And you should go check that out on tyt.com. My guess is whether you're a populist right or populist left, you like that plank, and let's be a voting bloc that actually demands that our politicians get it done. By the way, today,
there's a lot of calls, by the way.
Yeah. All right, let's do the calls. We'll come back to Sherrod Brown. We got to take a break after the calls, and we're going to bring in Senator Nina Turner from Ohio as well. John, let's do the calls.
Okay, Trump has won Louisiana, not surprising. Harris has won New York. Trump had said that he was going to win it. Some Republicans said it. That was never going to happen. He did, however, take Nebraska. And unfortunately, for our prior call, we got one wrong. He has won South Dakota.
Oh, wow.
Okay, not surprising. That was just a graphic mistake. Okay, those are all expected. Not overly important yet. They're falling in line into the buckets they're supposed to. Let's take a quick break here. We got Senator Nina Turner coming up from Ohio. Check in with her, and we'll check in on the Sherrod Brown race and all of the latest updates. As you see those, you look at the percentages next to us, guys, on this bar. So the higher the percentages, now Pennsylvania's up to 15% reporting, the more reliable that data is. We'll be right back.
All right, let me do a little quick plug here. It's not even a plug. I'm bragging, okay? I'm bragging. Watch me. We have a channel on YouTube, a whole channel devoted just to the Young Turks. It's badass, right?
Wow, man.
I can see the voice.
You guys are rock stars.
Unbelievable. Senator Sanders, welcome to Rebel Headquarters.
Man, you guys are amazing. We gave you what you wanted.
Okay. Speaking of shirts,
I have a surprise.
You reached a lot of people. You are the Young Turks, and we have spread that progressive message wide and far. Let's keep it going. The craziest, dumbest things Donald Trump has ever done. It's a battle royale at TrumpBrackets.com.
TYT is thankful for all of the support we've received from our audience. I know that we're all living through a dark time. The economy is a mess, the two-party system is failing us, and the threat of climate change is growing. Jake started this company in his apartment, and look where we are today. I've experienced what we can accomplish when we work together. So let's keep moving towards positive change. Join our movement at tyt.com/team.
All right, back on the Young Turks selection coverage. Cenk Uygur, John Iadarola, Michael Shore with you guys. Before we get back to the results, thanking all the folks who gave through tyt.com. Anybody who gives over $100, I call personally to thank. You give over $250, we give you a TYT hat. That's both cool, but the whole point is if I see you in the hat, I appreciate you because I know you made our election coverage possible. You made this year possible, and you allowed us to stay in business, and we appreciate you guys. So Nuck Mario, John Bear 3000, Anonymous, Democratic Mama of 6, VCM Public, Stone Spirit, Jim Jam 1, Navyet Mailman, or Navy Vet Mailman, I should say, V Raver Monter, Rush K, People Power 100, Mora 83, Not Brontosaurus, and Rogue. All thank you guys, and 20% off on monthly memberships for 1 year tonight on the Young Turks website, tyt.com. And I want to thank Brent B, Eric Sertic, Mariam, and Samira Bossi on YouTube. They hit the join button below, became Young Turks members. John Gray, I think, gifted 50 Young Turks memberships twice, if I'm not mistaken, and that's amazing. We appreciate you guys. And just because I'm really starting to get amused by these, I'm going to read a couple of, or just fascinated more than amused, actually. I'm going to read a couple more conservative super chats, and then I'll get back to our progressive audience as well. Make It Make Sense says, thank you for honest reporting. Couldn't vote for Kamala. Someone who was appointed, not elected, voted Trump in Arizona. Wish Democrats had primaries and with our super delegates, maybe in 2024. Well, I couldn't agree more that we should have had more hardy primaries. I don't think that's a good reason to vote for Trump, but I hear you. Sugar P said, hi, I'm a Republican from Kentucky, partially here for a meltdown, funny, but mostly here because I absolutely love Anna and that you all are at least honest and not in an echo chamber. And Logan wrote in, love you, Cenk, still a Trumper, but I love you guys. This is fascinating. And last one for now. Matt Guyver said, Trump supporter here, so please forgive spelling errors, but I watch you guys every day. I trust you guys as a news source. I appreciate Cenk's fair takes and his hilarious rants. Anna definitely gets hotter further right she goes, and John is okay in my book. Okay, this whole thing is about her getting hotter or her becoming conservative. It's crazy, but
boy, are they going to be disappointed when you go to the wide show. See,
I mean, I want to be hot.
Did she get hotter?
I like a flat tax now, everyone.
All right. Senator Nina Turner from Ohio is joining us, part of the TYT network. Nina, great to see you.
Great to see you, Cenk.
All right, first, give me a vibe check here. So when we came into the day, both Democrats and Republicans were super excited. They were both positive that they were going to win. So how are you feeling right now? Do you have a sense of the race and how it's going to end up?
I mean, Cenk, I still think it's 50-50. I mean, as we stand now, it's a little bit after 9 on the East Coast. Former President Donald J. Trump is up in the Electoral College. I mean, he's well over 100 at this point. I thought I wrote it down somewhere. But however, so yeah, I still feel like it's 50-50. It's still very early in some of the battleground states. They can't even call them yet. You know, I did go out to vote today deliberately so I could just kind of catch the vibe in my community in Ward 1 in Cleveland, Ohio. The lines were longer than I expected on Election Day. Cuyahoga County is a reliably Democratic county. However, Ohio is no longer a swing state. So I fully expect President Donald J. Trump to win Ohio, but the fact that voters were out and about definitely gave me, I was happy to see people voting. Even though my city, I'm very upset that the voter turnout is not as high as I would want it. There are other things on the ballot, Cenk.
Yeah, 100%.
You know?
I definitely know that. So we're going to get to that in a second, including Senator Brown's race. But as it turns out, just as you're on here, Ohio has been called. So Trump has won Ohio.
Well, I knew he was going to win Ohio, yeah.
Yeah.
I predicted that.
Yeah, so it's not surprising. Ohio used to be a swing state. Unfortunately, it's not anymore. It's largely
ruby red.
Yeah, it's largely red nowadays. So it was not expected to go any differently, so doesn't affect the chance of who wins or not. But let's talk about other things that are going on in Ohio. So what were the races that you were animated by in Ohio, other than the president?
Well, certainly Senator Sherrod Brown's race running against Marino. I mean, the Republicans have they have a super majority in the legislature. They have all the constitutional offices. I mean, if Moreno wins, then I mean, they got it all. So I'm watching that race very closely. And then other races that I am concerned about, Jink and the rest of the family there on the panel, is voting all the way down the ballot. I did a lot of work with my organization, We Are Somebody, especially in the Cincinnati area, to try to convince voters to vote all the way down the ballot. Judges are there, prosecutors are there, levies are there. In Cleveland, we got a school levy on the ballot. And so people got to understand they need to vote all the way down the ballot. And just a quick story, I was working with an activist when I was walking in Ward 5 in the city of Cleveland with Councilman Richard Starr. And she showed me a text message by someone who said, was asking her, the activist, can you help me? Can you tell me who to vote for? Because my grandmother used to tell me who to vote for, but now she's dead. So, that is the kind of thing that happens, to some voters in this country. And to be in a ward in the city of Cleveland where people are really struggling, working class types, and to really catch that vibe is quite stunning.
Right. John, let's go to the Sherrod Brown race or whatever else you have there.
So interesting, similar sort of story actually in Ohio and in Texas right now. So as we said, Ohio has been called for Trump. He has won. He's currently at just shy of 54% of the vote. Bernie Moreno is currently up, but it is a much tighter race. He's up by 2.2% with, I believe, about half the vote, exactly half the vote in. And so Trump is outperforming the Senate candidate there. We saw the same thing in Texas as well. If we go to Texas, you can see that Trump is currently at, again, just shy of 54%, super similar to Ohio. Ted Cruz is right now at 51.6%, so doing a little bit better than Moreno was, but in both cases tighter than the presidential picture.
Yeah, it was 57% reporting. Texas is probably going to get called any second now. But again, not surprising for Trump. What we were hopeful about was Colin Allred potentially beating Ted Cruz, and you could tell that the race was close because Ted Cruz started to pretend to be a moderate, and that was super funny. He was like, "Oh, you guys aren't talking about my moderate voting record," and we're like, "Yeah, because it doesn't exist." And then I forget now what comical things he said, but it was along the lines of, "What? I've named many post offices with my Democratic colleagues." Yeah, brother, that ain't it. Okay, so with 57% reporting, that is significant. So the fact that he's got a 5-point lead over Allred is not good news. And so it can change, but it gets harder and harder to change as the percentage go up. In fact, as we were talking, Texas has been called for Donald Trump. So again, not the important race there because we already had that in Trump's column. The important race is Cruz versus Allred, but Cruz doing pretty well there right now. Not over, but it looks good for him.
And then right now that puts him at 177 votes in the Electoral College to Harris's 99, and I am hearing that Trump is calling to stop the count.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're joking, but are you?
Sorry, it's a couple hours off. He'll get to it soon, don't worry.
John, don't do that. Don't tease the people like that.
Because it's totally possible.
I know.
And not only is it possible, Bob Acosta, who Michael says is one of the better reporters out there for CBS.
Bob Costa.
Costa. Did I say Costa? Acosta's on CNN. Costa is on CBS. Anyway, Costa this morning was saying that the Trump team was saying that they were going to declare victory before all the results were in. To which I replied in my office, "Of course!" And this is much more, that's already concerning. You shouldn't do that, and that's why people don't trust Donald Trump. But he was also reporting that House Republicans might not certify the election if Trump loses.
Hey, Jink, I just got something from my team that they just sent me a text and says an NBC News exit poll in the state of Wisconsin shows that Trump has doubled his support among black voters in the state. Now, it's just an exit poll before our viewers. However, wow. It shouldn't be this close. I mean, am I the only one on the panel that thinks?
Well, it shouldn't be this close, but clearly it did look close going into this election too, and whether or not it should or shouldn't, I don't think there's much of a surprise. I mean, nothing has floored me. The progressive lieutenant governor of Vermont, a Democrat, lost to the Republican in Vermont, and that's about the only thing that has floored me so far tonight. And again, as this goes on, there's still that blue wall. And for Democrats who are watching this and are worried about North Carolina and worried about Georgia, places where there was promise and remains promise, certainly in Georgia, that's what was expected today. The blue wall is supposed to carry Harris. And, John Ralston, the reporter and the publisher of the Nevada Indy, the executive editor there in Nevada, who knows that state so well, has his hashtag has always been "We Matter," and it could be that they end up mattering, because if the blue wall is held by Harris, they lose Georgia and North Carolina, they lose Arizona, the Democrats. It will come to Nevada by the end of the night to decide the presidency. So, I mean, that's just one of the iterations here, and we're jumping ahead, and that's what we do. But
so this night has been a microcosm of the entire election, because I have gone back and forth. Oh, I think Kamala might win. I think Trump might win. Kamala might win. Trump might win. So yeah, all she has to do is hold the blue wall. That is true. But some of the news here, not great in my opinion. John.
The going back and forth, I think, it's inconvenient for some of the conservative viewers that are going to want to pretend later that you were certain that she would win, and you're now freaked out by the fact. So if you could just pretend that you think it's a definite, that would be great for them. But anyway, I don't know if these were formally called, but I guess it is now fairly definitive that in Florida, both the marijuana legalization and abortion rights ballot measures have failed, like votes in the Senate fail. They had majority support, but the majority doesn't matter because the Republicans are anti-democracy. So overall, really bad day for freedom in Florida. You don't have freedom to control what substances you put in your body, and you don't have control over your body either. Unfortunately, Ron DeSantis has stood strong and successfully against freedom.
But that's literal. If you're a conservative and you say, oh, of course women shouldn't be able to control their bodies, and because God said so, although he didn't read the Bible, and of course you shouldn't be allowed to have smoke marijuana, the tyrannical government should decide what you put in your body or not. Okay, but you're for big government, just own up to it. And you're also against democracy, so you all just talk about democracy. You know who's against it? DeSantis. Why is it that you have to get to 60% to win? What the hell kind of rule is that? So both abortion and marijuana would have won easily in Florida if we had a real democracy and you had to get past 50%. So what else is DeSantis going to do? Okay, I don't like any you guys having any goddamn power. I'm going to make ballot measures now 98%. You got to get to 98%. Otherwise, no, whatever we say, you have to deal with for the rest of your life because we gerrymandered the crap out of Florida. All right.
That's an example, Jink, of rigging it. I mean, he rigs it. You want to talk about rigging? That's exactly what DeSantis did. Don't forget, in 2020, Florida, the state that went for President Trump, also is the state that voted to increase the minimum wage. It is also the state that said that ex-offenders, returning citizens should be able to have the right to vote, only to have the governor of that state with the legislature change the rules of the game and have what I would call, and other historians call, a modern day poll tax. So they always want to talk about unfairness and rigging, and they certainly do a lot of that. It is an abuse of power. I wish Florida would wake up and just, I don't even know how I don't know why they would pick somebody like DeSantis, but here we are, the voters have spoken. And when it comes to the Democrats, I mean, we need to be a pro-universal health care, pro-peace party instead of the let's pretend to be Republican light party. Let's trounce around the country with Liz Cheney and act like she's the better than sliced bread, knowing that she voted almost 100% with Donald J. Trump. But you think that's a beautiful thing to trounce around the country with her, and then talk about being honored to have the endorsement of the warmonger number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, her father, and that's Dick Cheney. The Democratic Party is really angling to the right, center-right party right now.
So look, guys, right now, election is still 50-50. But if the Democrats wind up losing, both progressives and the MAGA are going to want to hear what I have to say. because it isn't going to be being mad at Trump or being sad. And, you know, that was a misnomer about 2016. I wasn't sad at all. As Ida Rodriguez points out all the time, I was mad. And I was mad at the Democratic Party. And so here we are again in a 50-50 race with a guy that I view to be a syphilitic clown. So great job, Democratic Party. You got us on pins and needles. Can you beat an utter moron who did a coup attempt against America? And you guys are at 50-50. But I'll save that for later in the night. Nina, you were talking about the Wisconsin thing. I wanted to go back to that. Can you say that number again about the exit poll in Wisconsin?
Yeah, and Jink, while I'm pulling that up again, I would like your opinion about if Democrats win, though, they're going to think that they did everything right. And that is my biggest fear, that they won't learn any lessons from this. We know that Trump is a neo-fascist, and we know neoliberals are in full control. And if the neoliberals win, Jinky, as you and I know and others, they're not going to change a thing. But yes, an NBC News exit poll in the state of Wisconsin shows that Trump has doubled his support among black voters in that state. Now, again, this is an exit poll, but it is what? A revelation of sorts in terms of how black voters are feeling.
So I want to go back to that number and ask you a question about it. But first, I'll answer your question. Look, even if you squeak out a victory in the blue wall, I know Democrats, they'll learn no lesson at all. In fact, they'll learn the opposite lesson. They'll be like, nailed it. Our answer going forward is more Cheneys. And Kamala Harris will almost certainly put Liz Cheney in the cabinet, and they'll celebrate and think that they're the champions of the world. If you think Donald Trump tried to destroy democracy, and you're in the Democratic leadership, and you barely beat him, that is not like something to go right home about and brag about. And if you lose to him, but that's the thing, Nina, they're never going to learn a lesson. Look, guys, I need you to understand this. The establishment is not interested in learning lessons. They're interested in only one thing, the money, Lebowski, okay? So they're just going to go straight to the donor class anyway. They're never, ever, ever going to learn. You have to beat them in a primary. There is no convincing people who are crack addicts, okay? In this case, the thing that they're addicted to is not drugs, they're addicted to money. Remember, a lot of these consultants get 15% of the ad spend. So they don't really care whether you win or lose. All they care is get as much money as possible because I'm going to get 15% of it. So the lesson they're going to learn is raise more donor money so they can have larger mansions. You have to beat them in primaries. And in order to do that, you have to get past the monstrous mainstream media that will lie about you and smear you 2,000 times over. But we'll get to that later in the night. But hold on, do you have a result?
No big deal.
Okay, one sec, because I wanted to ask Nina a question about that Wisconsin. So if that exit poll is true, Nina, what's your take on Trump doubling his black vote, whether it's in Wisconsin or anywhere else?
I mean, I'm not necessarily surprised. I mean, I've been sounding the alarm to the Democratic Party has alienated black men. They have elevated black women above black men in a way that is untenable. I mean, black men and black women really don't vote at any different rates when it comes to the Democratic Party. And we know that former President Barack Obama just a couple of weeks ago scolded and chastised black men publicly, when the fact of the matter is, if black women are the mothers of the movement, so to speak, or the backbone of the Democratic Party, so are black men, because black men are the most progressive male voting bloc in the United States of America. In 2016, black men supported Secretary Hillary Clinton by a clip of 81% and white men 32%. So when it comes to chastising black men, rolling over on them, I mean, the black men in my life are not vibing with the Democratic Party. I got two conservatives that I love, and both of them are just not feeling the Democratic Party because they don't see themselves in the Democratic Party. And as for black men who want to rock with the Democratic Party, I mean, I was just at church this Sunday, family, and this young man his name is Chris. He just came back from the federal pen. He is an entrepreneur. He's trying to rebuild his life. Well, I'm old enough to remember how the Democratic Party wanted to paint felons as somehow a bad thing. People shouldn't have a second chance because they're trying to get at Trump. Meanwhile, back in the hoods, when you do that, you hurt black men, you hurt other men of color, and you hurt poor people writ large. And what this young man said to me, and he was in his 30s, he said, I do not see myself in the Democratic Party. Now, I didn't ask him, did he consider himself conservative or liberal, Democrat or Republican? I wanted to listen to his words. This was just this past Sunday, like the Sunday before Election Day. He said, I do not see myself in the Democratic Party. You multiply that. So it's not only black men feeling that way. President Trump is very good at what he does. He's a faux populist. And folks are vibing with that. And again, I said on The Breakfast Club, if in fact the Democrats do not win, do not bring it here, do not blame black men, voters should not be blamed for making a choice. And it irritates me to no end that black men are being treated differently than any other male demographic. They got a right to make a demand. And my God, the last time I checked, they had agency. They should be able to vote for whoever they want to. As an elected official, as a politician, as somebody who has been on ballots and supported people who are running for office, it is always the way to go is to earn the votes of the voter and not blame them for your deficiency. So black men, but black women too. You know, there was some polling out that says that compared to President Obama in 2012, where he had plus 93 points for black women. And Clinton, when she ran, plus 93 points. And I think President Biden was plus 81 points. Well, Vice President Harris is 71 points. So it's not just black men that are making different choices. Black women are too. My final note on this, anybody in this country, whether I like it, you like it, whoever likes it, people have a right to make a choice. And when you browbeat people the way that the Democratic Party has been doing, it's just shameful. I mean, I don't know if you saw, I read in I think it was the Wash poll that they putting up Post-it notes in women's bathrooms basically saying, you can vote the way you want or vote your freedom or your choice or something, it's secret. As if, men are beating their women for not voting a certain way. They are trying to add by dividing. It is wrong. But black men, they over it. They really over it.
So I want to dive into Georgia and North Carolina numbers in a second because they're so important. But Nina, last two things about this. My sense of it is that it's not so much that black men or black voters are more into Trump because of something great he did. It's just that they're getting disillusioned with the Democratic Party.
Exactly.
And the mainstream media has trained them to think binary. So they're thinking, well, if it ain't the Democrats, I guess it's the Republicans. And my answer is, no, it's neither, right? But one, I want to see if that's what you think too. And number two, what do you think is the thing that hurt the Democrats most? Some people say, well, they said they'd do voting rights and they didn't do voting rights. I'm not sure that is the largest issue. Do you have a sense of what people are getting disillusioned with the Democrats about the most within the black community?
Oh, within the black community. Economics. My pocketbook. The Democrats had an opportunity in the first 2 years of the Biden term to increase the federal minimum wage. And not only did they fail to do it, they blamed it on the parliamentarian. So it's not just voting rights. Yes, do black people have a unique history in this country that makes us more concerned about voting rights maybe than other groups because it was denied. We were denied it for generations because of the color of our skin. Yes, but it's not the only thing that we care about. Do we care about a legal system that is unjust as hell, maybe a little more than most because of the way the system was created? Yeah, but that's not the only thing we care about. It is absolutely the economy. And Jink, depending on where you go, when I go to Chicago, the black community is talking about illegal immigration. And sometimes black people are treated like a monolith because of how overwhelmingly we vote for Democrats. But when you go to communities and talk to people and peel back the layers, they begin to tell you about their anxiety and their angst. They also tell you about their hopes. And they feel as though the duopoly has failed them. And it is especially the Democratic Party because black people are the loyalist base within that coalition. So black people feel let down the most. When the economy doesn't change, they feel the pain the most. When the Democrats don't come through with the George Floyd Policing Act, for example, the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, and on and on and on. But the economy, Jink, is what I hear the most. and illegal immigration.
Yeah. So look, when we covered black folks getting upset in Chicago, New York, and other places because of all the undocumented immigrants that had been brought into those cities, a lot of people, not just in the Democratic Party, but leftists online, were furious with us. Shush, shush. But shush doesn't make the problem go away. Those people were upset. We were right. And that's all the Democrats ever say is shush. Well, why shush? Why don't you do something about it? But that's because the Democratic Party never wants to do anything about it. They just demand your votes and your loyalty anyway. Look, before, I know we got to go to a break, but I got to go to Georgia and North Carolina because I think these are so important here with the amount of votes in. I'm coming to conclusions. Let's go to Georgia first.
Okay, Georgia first. Both are still quite tight. I mean, he's up by 5 points in Georgia. We've still got a quarter of the vote to come in. It is leaning towards him. We've been going county to county. He's up in some, she's up in others. We don't know until the final votes come in. But he is definitely, look, if you had to put money on these two states, you would assume that he would win both of these states at this point. Yeah, no, North Carolina is less clear. I want to go to that next. Georgia, I'm almost done with.
I wouldn't be done with Georgia.
But he's got a 5-point lead with only a quarter left.
A quarter, but you don't know where those votes come from. It's not about 100%. It's about where those votes are. There's suburban and exurban counties in Georgia that they're waiting on. Looking, for example, at North Carolina, Donald Trump's up 3% right now. Does it look good for the Democrat? Does it look good for Kamala Harris? No, but you go to Charlotte, which is Mecklenburg County, 3-2 Democratic County, or 2-1 really, almost 2-1, and 10% of the vote is in there, and that is a heavy population county. But we were talking earlier about Wake County, about Durham County, and about Orange County. Well, a lot of those votes are in the triangle, and Kamala Harris has 22% left of Wake County, which is also a 2-1 county, but she's going to have to get a better share of those in order to win that state. I would say it leans to the Republicans, but I don't think looking at this just because the sheer numbers of the percentage of the vote, 55% of the vote is only in there.
Yeah, so let me keep it real with both sides. So Michael's right about that. So first of all, with the Democrats, with 76% reporting in, it's getting narrower and narrower. You can't have it go much past 5%. In my opinion. Okay, so you have to be real about that. On the other hand, for the Republicans, Fulton County is where a ton of the votes are, and that's where Atlanta is, and that's where the big cities take longer to count. It doesn't mean they're stealing anything. It just means it takes longer to count when there's more people.
But Fulton is, a lot of Fulton is in. But Gwinnett County, which is a suburban county there, 2-1 also. And Gwinnett County is only counted at 18% now. But Cobb and Fulton and Douglas County and the areas around Atlanta, most of that is in. And so you look at Fulton County right now, 84% is in. And that's
okay. I'm back
3-1
to
now.
Trump's almost definitely going to win Georgia then. If 84% of Fulton County is in, and he is a 5-point lead, that doesn't look good. Before we go to the break, I know we're really late to the break, but give me North Carolina real quick.
North Carolina right now, he's up by 4 points. We have 55% of the vote in.
Okay, that one is a lower percentage in. It's
3.1% of the vote.
Yeah, and 3% is very overcomable, and it depends on the counties that are outstanding. So North Carolina is still in play, and as we go to the break here, remember guys, North Carolina is critical because if Kamala Harris loses Pennsylvania, she has to win North Carolina and Nevada. So if she loses North Carolina, then there is no backup plan to Pennsylvania. And that means Pennsylvania becomes a must-win. And that's assuming she wins Michigan and Wisconsin.
Right, and there's no backup plan to Nevada even if she wins those three there. Except you look at Iowa right now. That was where we've talked about this highly touted Seltzer poll. Very small percentage of the vote in. Harris is up by 13% there, but a small percentage of the vote. But these are the things you have to look for on election night. There are going to be some surprises. There always are, and we'll see. I mean, to me, the surprise so far is a little bit of what we've been talking about with Nina Turner, but and a lot of the exit polling in Michigan and Wisconsin showing that young voters are breaking to Trump by even a little bit, but that does say that young black male voters have been breaking to Trump in numbers that are not able to be digested well for the Democrats.
All right, we've got a lot more coverage coming up. Nina, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. And always good to have you.
Always a pleasure to be home.
Yeah, good to have you home. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. All I ask of you going forward is keep fighting forward, okay? But we don't fight with arms and physical and any of that, right? We fight with love. We fight with peace. We fight with hope and belief and faith in one another. And we do that strive with knowledge and facts and truth and things that are real. Yeah. Objective reality matters. So much of our audience is scientists, teachers, engineers, data analysts, people who believe in objective reality, right? So thank you guys for believing in that. Thank you for believing in hope, and thank you for making it happen. I appreciate all of you. TYT is thankful for all the support we've received from our audience. I know that we're all living through a dark time. The economy's a mess, the two-party system is failing us, and the threat of climate change is growing. I started this company in my apartment, and look where we are today. I've experienced what we can accomplish when we work together. So let's keep working towards positive change. Join our community at tyt.com/team. All right, I'm going to tell you about my travel schedule. It's crazy. I'm going to Arizona first, then Nevada, then Wisconsin, and then Michigan, and then Pennsylvania. And then I'm going to head down and go to Georgia and North Carolina, and I'm going to do it all in one day. You know what day? November 5th. We're all going to do it together. Come travel to those states with me, and let's find out which way America goes. Election day on the Young Turks. Don't miss it.
Who's going to win?
I have no idea.
I mean, for real, if you had to put $200 on it.
No idea. Back on TYT, Cenk Uygur and Anna Kasparian with you guys. We're going to talk to a conservative guest in a second, but quick shout outs to all these wonderful people on YouTube that just became members. Carson Ram, guests, Shaniqua Luther, William Hammond, Mimi Garcia, Gio Jeff, Wesley Gill, and Rog, thank you for gifting a membership. We appreciate it, guys. Join buttons right below the video. Support one program that you know, to be honest, no matter what happens, and we fight for positive change in the world. Another conservative wrote in about, hey, why can't we do anything positive together? Trust me, brother, I think we can. In fact, let's go to Dan Holloway, who is one of the hosts of Drinking Bros. Dan, welcome back to the Young Turks. How are you, brother?
Great. How are you guys doing?
Good, good. So, Dan, you're generally a conservative. So how are you feeling about tonight's results so far?
You know, it's too early to even have an opinion on it. In my opinion, oddly enough, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have seen a couple of places where there's some divide between certain candidates in the top level ticket. You see that every now and again when there's a super unpopular person like Mark Robinson in North Carolina. That's not surprising at all. That guy's kind of a clown, obviously. I mean, I don't think anybody really likes that dude, so I'm not surprised to see that. There were some early returns on Cruz in Texas. I'm not sure how popular he really is here. but it seems like it's kind of leveling out now. He's about 6 points up. So, yeah, I mean, everything looks, nothing surprising has happened yet, so far as I'm concerned. What about you guys? What do you think?
Yeah, not yet. And Rick Scott won kind of easily in Florida. We probably thought he was going to win, but it was a little bit easier than we thought. Ted Cruz is winning in Texas. We thought he was probably going to win, but maybe a percentage point higher than we expected. So nothing interesting.
Yeah,
there.
I mean, I thought maybe 2 to 4 points. Right now, he's about 2 points ahead of what I thought. So we'll see. It's still 40% left out there, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, he's underperforming Trump. Dan, Ted Cruz is an interesting one. So let's stay on that for a second. Because in the old days when I would have conversations or debate Republicans or conservatives, they just go all the way down the line. No, Ted Cruz is great. Mitch McConnell's great. They're all wonderful human beings and they mean well and they don't care about their donors, unlike the Democrats. And I always found it comical, right? So what's your take on a guy like Ted Cruz?
I've got a couple. One, rooting for a politician is like thinking the stripper likes you, or rooting for a politician is like rooting for the umpire. You know what I mean? Like, come on, get out of here with that stuff. At the end of the day, it's really about what you deliver to the people, not about your charisma or any of that other stuff. I mean, certainly that plays a role in getting you elected. Not that he has any. He kind of looks like a mortician to me, frankly, but it definitely plays a part. But then when you look at somebody's record, how much did they really support what you support? And for me, it's not just conservative stuff. To me, it's about shrinking government. That's what I want. I don't want the government to be large. And I don't see very many people, frankly, in Washington from either party even thinking about that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I mean, don't just give your allegiance to anybody because they've got a letter at the end of their name. That's a weird thing to do.
Don't I know it? I am curious though. Something that really stands out to me about Ted Cruz is the backlash he received after he decided to kind of flee Texas in the middle of that winter storm where the power grid went out and people were left in the cold. A lot of people died as a result of that. He was going on vacation in Cancun, got caught and came back. I'm curious what the chatter was among voters in Texas, especially Republican voters, as that whole debacle was playing out.
Sure. Well, I live in Austin. So in Austin, our mayor did the same thing. He actually took a private plane with his daughter on it for her honeymoon or something like that. I don't remember exactly what it was. Nobody was too thrilled about it, frankly. You know, we have a saying in the military, and the saying goes, leaders eat last. That means we take care of everybody else before we get taken care of. And I would say that extends to the head of the household. And the way I was raised, that's the man, right? If you're a man and you're in charge of things, it's your job to make sure everybody's taken care of before you go off on vacation somewhere. That's just a general standard. Forget about there being some kind of, disastrous event or anything. That should always be the standard regardless, even if things are going well. So, yeah, I mean, people here were not thrilled about it.
Don't talk dirty to me, Dan.
So that leaders eat last line, Dan, it's the same line that we have in the progressive populist movement. And when I went to do the biggest civil disobedience at the Capitol that's ever happened in American history is to protest money in politics. And I was the last person arrested. And when I came home, I explained to my young son, leaders eat last. And that's why I was the last one in, I was the last one out. And then so I asked him, do you want to be a leader? And he said, no, I don't want to eat last.
But it's such a good point that you're making. And it's not just about men. It's about individuals who have made a decision to run, to be public servants, to represent the people. And what I see, it doesn't even matter what party we're talking about, is honestly, as soon as these individuals get elected into office, they don't carry out their promises. They look out for themselves. I mean, when you look at Congress overall and the way some of these members of Congress come in as regular working class people, and then they leave tremendously wealthy. Well, a lot of that has to do with the fact that they're able to do insider trading with absolutely no consequences. They're doing it for themselves. They are enriching themselves. And you have Democrats and Republicans doing this. And it's incredibly frustrating. It's blackpilling to see these so-called public servants not really serving the people.
Sure, yeah. I mean, look, I agree with you 100% on all of that. I would say to those who are tempted by the black pill, don't. There's so many different ways to say this, but I'll keep it brief. Black pill, Sigma males, all this same stupid crap. It's all nihilism, right? And nihilism is really cowardice. It's admitting that the problem is too big for you. And if you're a person, especially someone who's capable and is chosen, as you mentioned, to run for office and take a position in charge of people, then you've got a responsibility to those people, right? You can't just opt out of it because you don't feel good about the rules anymore. I mean, especially this is the thing that drives me crazy about modern men. This isn't a political thing at all. It's just something that drives me nuts. People who are opting out. This black pill, you can call it that for politics, or you can say Sigma male for dating and relationships and stuff. People feel like, oh, the game is rigged now, or it's not fair, or this or that, or the value system's changed. You're a man. What are you talking about? You're a leader. Get out there and lead. Stop whining like you're some little child. No offense to your kid. When I was his age, I probably wouldn't have wanted to be a leader either, especially if those were the rules.
Yeah. No, Dan, that's what's so interesting about modern day politics, because this is totally new. In the old days, it was just left, right, and everybody would do talking points, and I hated it. I hated every part of it. But you've now been on this show. This is your second time. I went on your show on Drinking Bros. We struggle to find disagreement. You know, we load the politicians. I give credit to the right wing for realizing that Mitch McConnell's full of crap before the Democrats, or enough of the Democratic voters, realize that Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden are full of crap. So, you know, you guys are definitely headed in the right direction. You know, what you said about politicians, I couldn't agree with more. So let's dive deep to try to find disagreement. Okay. So look, I'm not an enormous fan of Kamala Harris or Joe Biden, or certainly the establishment Democrats, but I can't have Trump. And Trump said to terminate the Constitution after he won. He did this fake elector plot to try to overturn the election, and I can go on and on. So tell me what it is that you like about Trump that makes you go in that direction rather than the other one.
Sure, yeah. I mean, it's an interesting question. I think Chris Cuomo was talking about the other day on his show, not to blast somebody else's show on here, but the average. Like Chris. Yeah, he's a good guy. I think he's maybe a bit misguided back in the day, but he's trying his best now. But anyways, people that are voting for Trump aren't. I think the average person that votes for Trump, there certainly are firebrands out there who are going to chase whatever tail he's got, right? But the majority of people want the same thing. I mean, for me, I always try to reduce things down to first principles at the very bottom level. And we're talking about Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? If we're doing this scientifically, and this is food, shelter, and safety. Those are the things that you just cannot survive without. What we cannot survive without are 10 million people coming over the border unchecked. There are 320,000 kids that are missing. I've been doing work on this for over 5 years now in anti-human trafficking. I'm telling you, it's real. The government's involved. It's not a conspiracy theory. You can look these things up. New York Times did a great piece on this in 2019 with Southwest Key Programs and NBM Inc. That's Mike Victor Mike Inc. Moving these kids around and stuff, and there's no accountability. The latest report comes out, and it just like over 300,000 kids. We have no idea where they are. So that's one, right? Just safety in general. And you can't. Yeah, look, you guys know this because you follow politics for years. You've been doing this show for 2 decades now. The misery index used to be the number one indicator of whether or not the incumbent party was going to win a federal election. That's just not the case anymore. And you could say Trump he's a guy that some people have a hard time voting for one reason or another. And I'll say this about it. If you're fine with the way that party politics are working right now, the two-party system in America, if you're fine with the way that's working, then it would make sense to choose the person that you like the best. Mm-hmm. But if you want to destroy that system, then you find the biggest bull in the china shop and let him loose, right? And that's kind of the thinking amongst my crowd. They just want this stuff to be moved to the side so we can, reset a little bit. But because you're right, you and I disagree on very little. It comes down to how we accomplish the things we want to accomplish, not necessarily the things we want to accomplish in most of these arguments. So we can't do any of this stuff if we're stuck in the mud with these guys. And that's what we are. And Anna mentioned it as well with the way that they use Wall Street and the military-industrial complex to enrich themselves. It's unacceptable. And it's not just the Republican or the Democrats, by the way. Both of these parties do this stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you're right in that part of the appeal of Donald Trump is, I used to think this was impossible, but I guess Trump proved me wrong. The idea of a single individual totally changing an entire political party, but Trump has managed to do that, right? The neocons of the Bush administration are no longer popular among the Republican electorate. But at the same time, there are some serious issues that come along with that, right? So just recently, Trump was talking about at a rally that he wouldn't mind if the journalists at the rally covering the event were shot at. And that kind of irresponsible rhetoric really bothers me because we already know that there's been an uptick in political violence. He himself has been a target of that political violence. And I just wonder what your thoughts are in regard to his unwillingness to kind of tone it down, take the temperature down, and don't say violent things like that might actually inspire people to carry out what he's saying.
Sure, yeah. Here's what I'll say about that. Even on on multiple occasions throughout his presidency and then post-presidency, I've had the same ideas, same comments, and I've said them. Look, I don't pull punches just because somebody's on the same side as me. I don't do that. And I agree with you to some degree. The rhetoric that he uses is very effective when you're talking to North Korea or China or Russia or Mexico or whatever, right? It's very effective to use that kind of rhetoric. Not so much when you're talking to your own people. I just don't. And this is a managerial style for him. That's how he manages is through that particular style. Anybody that's managed a company, you guys manage a company, or let's say coached a sports team or managed led people in the military, you know that everybody kind of responds to different things. Some people need a pat on the back. Some people need a knife hand, as we call it, grabbed by the chin strap or whatever. I just think I'm a lot more comfortable with somebody. We're in a dire situation right now. The country, I think you guys would agree, and all the data supports it. It's not going in the right direction right now. And sometimes you need somebody who's, I can't swear on here. I'm doing my best to not swear. Your producers told me not to, but somebody who's kind of a jerk, I guess. Let's keep it tame. To go out there and do that stuff.
I don't mind a jerk.
It is incumbent upon Republicans to rein him in. Like, hey, sir, what you said is not okay, right?
Yeah.
And I'm perfectly fine with that.
Yeah, I just want to be clear. I have no problem with someone being a jerk. And I think, to some extent, you got to bring that jerk side out of you to be an effective leader. But I think that that's incredibly different from speech or rhetoric that seems to invite violent acts.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
Well, for example, calling Trump literal Hitler. That's something that invites violent acts more so than anything Trump has ever said, frankly.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Yeah. So, Dan, again, I hear you on a lot of that. I would say that, you talking about the core government role is to protect folks. I think that a lot of Democrats would think, well, I wouldn't really trust Trump to defend a woman if my life depended on it, let alone anyone but himself. He seems to be a giant egomaniac narcissist. I know a lot of politicians are, but he does take it to a different level. I hear you on the talk. For number one, I don't mind him being a jerk at all. Number two, I agree with you that it is sometimes productive, not just with foreign governments, but also in getting something done internally. I wish there was a Democrat who knew how to take out other Democrats politically and rhetorically in order to get a job done, right? You want to pass a bill? You got to, put some heads on a stick. Again, proverbially, rhetorically, politically, right? Not physically, obviously. But to say, hey, if you vote against paid family leave, you're going to be shown the door. Now, the problem with Trump is that he does it for his own purposes rather than to pass a bill or to get something productive done. So what I want to ask you, Dan, is if it turns out Trump wins tonight, please tell me that there's going to be at least a part of the right-wing movement that holds him accountable. Because the number one problem with the right-wing movement in the past, over the last 8 years or so, is Trump's the cult leader. Whatever Trump says, we just follow. And if he says something wrong, no, he was kidding. He was taken out of context. He was this, he was that. Excuse after excuse after excuse. So, your bull in a China shop analogy is a really good one. And I totally get what you're saying, that we kind of hate this China shop. And so that's why you're sending in the bull. But you're right. In that China shop, there's tons of corruption that we want to break. But the Constitution is also in that China shop. Democracy is also in that China shop. Our fellow citizens are also in that China shop. So if he starts breaking those, if the right wing goes, yes, sir, thank you, sir, may I have another, this country's screwed. So not only what, I know what you're gonna say about yourself, but what's your sense of the new MAGA, new right-wing movement? Are they really gonna hold him accountable, or are most of them just gonna go back to kissing his ass?
Well, let me turn that around and ask you a question. I'm genuinely curious what you think about this because you guys watch a lot of this stuff too. Does it seem like to you, and I'll answer your question as well, but I just want to throw this out there. Does it seem like the guys that he's surrounded himself this time are going to be lapdogs? I don't really get that sense from them, to be honest. And I'm a lot more comfortable with the people that he has around him now rather than the people that he had around him before. These, sycophant career bureaucrats and politicians. I just don't trust these people. Now, to your point, 100%. Not only will or should they call him out, they will, or I will. But I mean, we have large audiences. I don't think so. You have to think about, and another part of this is the coalition that Trump has built. Not just the people around him, but Rogan gets 10 million listeners a day, something like that. He's endorsed the man. But he's shared, reticence about his style before as well. It's like, I don't think that the coalition that Trump has built this time, the new right wing, as you refer to it, is that same old, and I think the MAGA stuff was a panic. You know what I mean? The country was in such bad shape and it's so divided. Somebody finally stood up and started fighting for these people who felt like nobody was fighting for them. And they were just like, okay, fine, we'll let him get away with it. I don't think that's like that anymore, frankly. I think that people are quite a bit more aware down to the granular level of exactly what's going on in politics. And, for example, people on the right wing are still not thrilled about the way he handled COVID, myself included. You can make all the excuses you want, but it wasn't handled very well. And, back to the point, certainly this new group of people, this new coalition he's built is one that has very disparate viewpoints. I mean, RFK Jr. is not going to just say, hey, do whatever Trump says. You know what I mean? He's a Democrat. He's been a Democrat for 50 years. So I wouldn't imagine that he would do that.
Yeah, I think you got way too much faith in the people around him. I think the people around him are a disaster. But if he wins, I hope you're right, but I would be shocked. But I do believe you on the podcasters though, and on the new right-wing media, because I'm seeing it with my own eyes. Half of them are still, Trump no matter what. But at least half of them are beginning to question some of the things he says. So last thing on this one, because I'm just genuinely curious, is in the old days, evangelical Christians used to be a huge part of the Republican coalition. And so on things like abortion and gay marriage and on and on and on, they had a big say in the Republican Party. So if you voted for a Republican, you were going to get fundamentalist religion, right? So now we still have Republicans taking away choice, but what's your sense of how strong the evangelical Christians are within that coalition?
I think I think both sides of this debate are stupid, to be honest. This feel however you want to about Roe v. Wade getting overturned, but constitutionally speaking, it was the right thing to happen, and it's good for both. Like I imagine you guys have heard the critiques that Ruth Bader Ginsburg had about Roe back in the day about, and it wasn't the right-wing critique, which was that it was bad case law, which it was, in my opinion, it was bad case law. But her critique was we were already moving in the right direction on that issue. And it was already almost settled in the 1970s. And the bench decided to get involved and do something about it. And I think undoing it certainly was unpopular. But the 9th and 10th Amendments to the Constitution demanded this be adjudicated at the state level, right? And the religious people don't want that, because what's going to happen and what's happening in every single state is they're going to have a ballot measure, it's going to get voted on, and it's going to be not what Christians want. It's going to be somewhere in the middle, which is what a decent negotiation will turn out. And this includes Iowa, which is a pretty conservative state. Had this on the ballot, and it went to the universal, international standard, which is 15 weeks.
Yeah, I hear you, Dan. And I I would have much preferred for the Obama administration, especially in the beginning of his first term when he had a supermajority, to codify reproductive rights rather than just run on it and then say it wasn't a priority of his once he was elected. So I think Democrats deserve some blame for failing to do what they had promised to do. But I also want to just note, sure, yeah, leave it up to the states, especially when you consider some of the ballot measures in red states that allowed for the voters to decide, and they actually loosened up the restrictions to reproductive rights in those states. However, we were just covering the ballot measure in Florida. They had an opportunity to vote in favor of basically repealing the current 6-week abortion ban law that they have and ensuring that the state constitution protected reproductive rights under the same standard as Roe v. Wade. But Florida changed the rules, so you need like a super majority of voters to vote in favor of it rather than a simple majority. So you need 60% just to get that ballot measure passed. And it's easy to say, leave it up to the states, but when the state is run by, one party mostly, they get to decide what the rules are for the elections as well.
Yeah, so now you know what it feels like to live in California, Anna.
I know what it's like to live in California, believe me.
Yeah, but it's a fair point. Yeah, but and it's like I hate the platitudes like learn to code or just move or anything like that. Like it's so easy just to pick up your entire family and move somewhere. But look, you got to keep fighting that fight. I think that constitutionally speaking, it definitely has to be adjudicated in the states. If there becomes a problem, or rather if a problem arises at the state level, then we have to address that, certainly. But that doesn't mean we, stop listening to the Constitution, obviously. It's like, I don't, there's stuff in Florida I like and stuff I don't, we talked about this on my show last week, but keeping elementary schools away from all the CRT stuff and the trans stuff, fine with that. I don't think that belongs in elementary schools. Trying to ban books for high school kids, like, man, come on, 14 to 17, 18-year-olds. It's like you really, that's a very boomer thing to think that these kids don't know stuff that Come on, man, they know they know everything. So that part was kind of dumb, and this is the problem. Republicans have to be. I'm not a Republican, by the way. But Republicans have to stand up and say, look, you guys have overreached, right? If we're going to talk about the Constitution all the time and how sacred and important it is, when your side violates it, you better be just as angry as if the other side violated it. If not, you don't actually believe anything.
Yeah. All right, we got to leave it right there. We've got some important races to cover. Dan Holloway from Drinking Bros. Really appreciate you, brother. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, sir.
Good conversation as always. And no matter which side wins, let's make sure we hold both of them accountable.
Yes, sir. See you guys.
Thank
All
you,
right,
Dan.
take care, Dan. All right, when we come back, you're seeing on the screen there now a significant percentage reporting in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, and they're both tied. It's a dead heat in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Whoever wins that blue wall, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, is going to win the election. And right now, it could go either way. As expected, well, only by us. The two sides that thought it was going to be a blowout. As it turns out, not a blowout. As we expected and told you guys, it is as close as it could possibly be. So stay right here. We'll be right back. Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. Here at TYT, we understand this. That's why we're not going to price gouge you or use inflation as an excuse to raise our prices. A TYT membership is not your typical subscription, but basic membership is still just $4.99. So what do you get for that price? For starters, you're getting exclusive programming, unique exclusive designs from Shop TYT, access to a members-only chat, giveaways, emojis, and so many other amazing perks. But most importantly, you're helping to make an impact. As a TYT member, you not only help us do the shows every day, but you drive real positive change in the process. In 2017, we helped to start Justice Democrats right here on TYT. That's a group that got 12 progressives elected into Congress. That's amazing, you did that. Your support also funds TYT's very own investigative reporting. Just recently, our reporters exposed the Fellowship Foundation and pressured lawmakers into boycotting that bigoted event. Isn't that amazing? We raised over $30,000 for Jackson, Mississippi, and delivered clean water to thousands of people in need. Our petitions, polls, and community of activists help keep the corruption of Washington in check. That's the impact of what just $4.99 a month from our members can do. And we're just getting started. Positive change doesn't occur overnight, but with your contribution, we can make it happen together. You know that viral video you saw of me? First of all, it's bull. Second of all, they got it from a snippet of the live show. You should check out the live show so you see the full context of everything we say. Weekdays, 6 o'clock Eastern, Young Turks on YouTube or wherever you get TYT.
The support we receive from members is the backbone of our movement to drive positive change. We need viewers like you to keep moving forward. Visit tyt.com/team and join our movement today.
All right. Welcome back to TYT. Anna Kasparian, Michael Shore, and John Idarola with you. And also joining us is Yasmin. Thank you so much for joining us, Yas.
Hi, happy to be here on this very exciting election night. I've been watching some of the coverage, and it's been a roller coaster so far.
Yeah, so look, I'll just start with, what's your temperature on the direction the election's going in so far?
Well, I just saw that they called Texas for Trump, but that was always going to happen. The Colin Allred thing, that one is disappointing, but Texas is nothing if not disappointing, right? And I think I've said this, John, I think I was on your show recently. We were talking about the race between Ted Cruz and Colin Allred. And I said, I am very, very cautiously optimistic that he had some decent chances. He's down by about 8 points now. And I think last I checked, it was about 65% of Texas reporting, and Ted Cruz was up 8 points. Just a reminder, back in 2018, he barely beat Beto O'Rourke, and he didn't even beat him by 3 points in that race. And Beto O'Rourke was like way more progressive than Colin Allred is, and especially for Texas. Beto O'Rourke was like the most progressive thing that any Texans had ever even considered voting for, and he came very, very close to beating Ted Cruz. Colin Allred, I have said this before, he is a much more centrist liberal Democrat. So I thought maybe that would be a little less intimidating to Texas voters, but maybe it's a similar phenomenon like what we see whenever there's somebody like Bernie versus somebody like Hillary Clinton. The progressives, if given a chance, maybe they would perform a lot better than some of these more centrist Democrats. So overall, really? Though, as far as what I'm seeing for the across the country, nothing terribly surprising yet. A lot of the early calls, I think, were to be expected. I know that we're keeping an eye on Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and North Carolina. So we'll see. Still fingers crossed. Anything can happen at this point.
I covered that O'Rourke Cruz race throughout Texas. I was out with Beto O'Rourke a lot, and he was one of the best retail campaigners I've ever covered, I've ever seen. So forgetting the politics of it and whether it was the flavor for Texas, he was able to reach a lot of voters. He was also able to fundraise in ways that Colin Allred wasn't. Colin Allred, a great candidate, but a little bit of a lamb being led to the slaughter initially when he was the one who was going to be the candidate there, unlike Beto O'Rourke, who was a very aggressive candidate and someone who wanted to really try and unseat Cruz rather than be just the next person up. So it didn't surprise me, and I've also done, and so many reporters have done, the Texas turning blue story over and over and over again. Here's what Texas hasn't done. It hasn't turned blue. And it will perhaps one day, but it hasn't yet. And so it does disappoint a lot of people because you look there and you see reasons for hope. But at this point, with their ultra conservative governor, attorney general. They're ultra conservative, but two senators who, between Cornyn and Cruz, who are very much to the right. It doesn't seem like that's a place for hope just yet. The next Ann Richards to come along hasn't happened yet. It may have been Beto O'Rourke, and then we got to wait for the next one.
Yeah, as far as this not being a place for hope. I've been in Texas for 24 years now, and I've been hearing this entire time that, Texas is actually very purple. It's going to turn blue any minute now. And okay, I mean, it's like I said, here in Texas, things always have a way of not working out the way that logically they seem like they should work out. For example, I remember I was doing a show with Francesca one time, and we were talking about Ken Paxton, who's our state attorney general. He is always in trouble with the law. He's the highest law enforcement agent in the state, and he's always in trouble with the law. And there was a point where he was very, very close to being kicked out of his office by the Republicans here in Texas. And Francesca was like, it seems like it's going to happen. And I said, it's probably not going to happen, because there's always something at the last minute that comes out of the woodworks, even whenever you look at all the information that's presented to you, it never quite pans out. What happened in that case with Ken Paxton was, I think it was our Lieutenant Governor, Dan Patrick, came out and basically saved him. And so it all just went away like it never even happened.
I know.
So that's the reality of living here in Texas. It is very frustrating being a Democrat in the state, but I do want to remind people there are a lot of Democrats and a lot of progressive Democrats living in Texas. But I think with this particular election, there is so much rhetoric around the border, and that definitely hit Texans particularly hard in this election.
Do you, you spend a lot of time in Texas. I lived there for about 5 years, but quite a bit ago. Like, when you talk to people, is there he's likely to win. Is there enthusiasm for Ted Cruz? Like, when people make the case for him, what do they like about him?
I have never experienced enthusiasm for Ted Cruz. I've only ever experienced somebody just not wanting a Democrat, somebody who only wants a Republican because the Republican Party is the one that's going to give them all the things that they need. They want to vote down the ballot. They want Donald Trump. They want protection from the border. They talk more about like the general party positions than they do about Ted Cruz himself, because Ted Cruz is not a likable person, right? He is incredibly unlikable, and he is also incredibly unproductive as a senator.
Yeah. He's an unpopular colleague to Republicans with whom he serves in the Senate, so there's no question. But it's a state that doesn't ballot split very often, and so they just vote the Republican line in Texas and have for a very long time.
Yeah, yeah, and it's always disappointing, but it is predictable in that sense. But whenever you get a little glimmer of hope, that's why I think like emotionally I'm fine right now, because as much as I wanted to get rid of Ted Cruz, as much as I thought we might have a chance at this time, I emotionally was prepared to be disappointed, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the debate between Cruz and his Democratic challenger, and I thought that Cruz did such a poor job. It was shocking to me tonight that he seems to win re-election. But you briefly mentioned the issues that are motivating the voters in Texas. So I am curious, like, you can look at the national polls and what voters in general are prioritizing or what's informing their decision to vote for either candidate. What's the case in Texas? Like, what do you get the sense is the motivating factor behind people's votes in Texas?
The sense that I get here in Texas is abortion is a big, big, big issue here, but on both sides of the aisle, right? For the Democrats and for the Republicans want to keep it the way it is, even though women in Texas are literally dying at alarming rates because of the recent abortion changes, the changes to the abortion laws. And also immigration is a big issue that people talk about, which is always kind of baffling to me here, because we are a border state. We live here, and there's so many people that I talk to personally who always say, oh, there's a problem at the border and they're coming in. And I was like, when has this been a problem for you personally? And they never have any kind of anecdote for that, right? They just watch the national news and then they interpret that as like, that is my life and that is what I'm experiencing here, even though it's not really the reality. Maybe in some parts of the state it is, but where I live, it really isn't. Not that I've seen, not that I've heard from other people. So there's that. And then people always like to talk kind of nebulously about the economy and how Trump is going to fix the economy. And they always talk about the grocery bills and the gas prices and all these things. And, you know, it's really hard to argue with those things because, yeah, the grocery prices are very high, but they don't really want to hear anything about, you know, Trump's economic plan or lack thereof, or his tariff plan and how all the economists say it's such a bad idea. They're not really interested in having those conversations, at least not with me. Maybe it's just me. Maybe they just don't want to talk to me.
No, I'm sure everyone wants to talk to you. But yeah, I get the sense that this election wasn't really about policy. Like, honestly, if you compare this election to even 2020, like the primary cycle in 2019 and 2020, I remember Elizabeth Warren coming out with like detailed policy proposals, and maybe that was overkill. I will admit, maybe that was overkill. But there isn't really, like, for those who care about policy, there isn't really much to latch onto with either candidate here. There's just a lot of broad, vague talk about what their values are.
Well, yeah, but this wasn't a policy election. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Yeah, I would say, look, I think maybe in a general sense, I don't think that they're equal on those measures. I mean, you've covered the plans that Harris has put out.
But John, I mean,
I'm simply not going to say that they're the same. I mean, Trump yelling out no tax on tips is not the same as putting out a plan to try to deal with housing.
But I mean, look, sure, Harris has definitely put out proposals, but they've been vague, right? So a perfect example is, I loved what she had to say about increasing the inventory of houses, homes for people to buy. That's the big issue, the root of the problem in our housing market. But I would have liked to hear, I want to believe that she's going to fight for that, right? But I would have liked to hear, okay, how are you going to overcome state and local zoning laws, which will serve as an obstacle in building those homes, right?
I'm glad that you want to hear that.
Yeah.
And I think those are important things. I don't know that explaining that would have gotten through to a lot of people.
And she had a truncated candidacy, right?
That's true, yes.
She just got the job, basically. And this was an election and remains an election about one man. And her campaign was about turning the page and moving America forward with reasonable plans, but non-specific. And yes, there should have been more specificity, but I think she gets cut a little bit of slack. And for the reason that John said too, is that people aren't interested in the minutia right now. They're interested in seeing what happens in this race and either having Donald Trump there to do whatever they want him to do, or making sure that whoever isn't Donald Trump gets rid of him. So it's an unusual election in that way, and I wish it was more like the way you wanted it to be, Anna, because that would be a great election. But that's not where we're sitting now, certainly in this cycle, in this very bizarre election where we've just covered.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, if this election really just comes down to we got to prevent Trump from winning, then why even bother polling Americans about what their policy priorities are?
Well, because I do think that you also, I mean, you cater to that in whatever way you can. And the pollsters aren't the campaigns either. The pollsters operate independently from the campaigns, and maybe they are misguided for doing that. But I think that when you look at what the priorities of different voters are, you also do a post-mortem on this thing. So whoever wins tonight is going to look at what went well. Whoever loses is going to say, well, look, you know, if it's the Democrats, we didn't reach black men. Black men, 25% of black men voted for Donald Trump. I'm making that up. But then you look at that, you look at what were you not doing right, and you try and fix it next time. But again, I agree with you. It just, I think this is such an unusual cycle and an unusual election that to hold it to any kind of standard is, you know, it's not even a cop-out to say that. It's just not what this election was about.
Yeah, I think that's an important point, that you can't really hold it to any particular standard. But I would have hoped that the Democrats had learned that lesson back when Trump was running up against Hillary Clinton, because we saw a lot of the same thing. And I love that Anna brought up Elizabeth Warren and didn't she have like literal binders of policies that she was just like flinging around at all of her campaign rallies and things. It was very impressive, but yeah, I don't think a lot of people knew what to do with all of that information. Maybe it was too much for people to handle. But again, like, there's a difference between the Democratic voters and the Republican voters. I think Democratic voters are the ones who are looking for those policy details. They want to know exactly how things are going to be accomplished and what the end result is going to be, and what the likelihood is that, you know, we're going to achieve those end results or those end goals. With the Republicans, at least the modern day Republican Party, they just want to hear that Trump is going to do something, right? They wanted to hear that he was going to build a wall to keep the Mexicans out. How is he going to pay for it? He didn't have an answer. He said Mexico's going to pay for it. And that was enough for them. Back then, that was enough for them. They don't understand his tariff plan, but they don't need to because they're going to vote for him anyway. And, around these parts, there is a lot of fear and there is a lot of Jesus coming from the conservative side. And that's just from me talking to people, right? There's a lot of fear and a lot of Jesus. Jesus is big in this election, at least here in Texas. Jesus is the reason why they're voting the way they're voting for women's health care rights. And it's the way that they're voting for Trump. They think that he really is here to usher in a new era of America. And it's supposed to be a more Christian America. And it's really kind of scary how many people have actually said those words, like that's not me extrapolating what they're thinking and feeling. That's what I've heard from people. So Jesus is very much a big part of this election this year. And I find it very disconcerting because I'm not a Christian, but even if I was a Christian, I think that would still be disconcerting for me. And I know a lot of Christians or people who identify as Christians here in this country are not voting for Trump. So I can't imagine what it's like for them.
Well, good point about, people who believe in Christianity, identify as Christians, not wanting to vote for Trump for various reasons. But I'm curious because Trump did get some backlash from evangelical voters when he made it who knows what he would actually do if elected, but he keeps saying over and over again, I think abortion is a states' rights issue, states' rights, states' rights. I would not pursue a national abortion ban. That led to backlash from religious voters. Do you feel that backlash still persists, especially in the state of Texas?
It's hard to say because I really haven't experienced that backlash personally. And from what I've read and I know what you're talking about, but I haven't really seen a whole lot of it here because even if he did get some backlash, they're still going to vote for him because they still believe that he's like this chosen guy. So even if it really doesn't matter what he says or what he thinks at this point because these people have invested so much of their lives into him. This is their third time voting for Donald Trump. And, sometimes it worked out for him, sometimes it didn't. But either way, they're still going to feel victorious because even though he lost in 2020, they still in their minds believe that he was the victor there. Mm-hmm. So they still think that they're backing the winning candidate. Mm-hmm. So and I know we also are watching what's been happening in Florida. That is very disappointing with specifically talking about their abortion addendum and how that went for them. It's very disappointing. But I would like to think that women's health care and, just the way that women are treated in general in this country would have been would have had a bigger impact in this election. And I think it probably still could because we're still waiting for a lot of results to come in, especially from the West Coast. But here in Texas, Trump can say and do whatever he wants, and they're still going to vote for him regardless. I've never really met personally anyone who has switched their vote from Trump to not Trump.
I hear about it certainly, but I do think it is fair to say that.
No, it happens. Yeah, but I'm just saying it's not like terribly common.
Sure. I think he is better protected from the consequences of what he says and does than any other politician in living memory. The media bubble around him. We can debate all these things that theoretically the Democrats should say to get to Republican voters. And there are some ways that, Pete Buttigieg goes on Fox, he tries to talk to them or whatever, so that's good. But I don't, everybody is better siloed off from conflicting information than maybe ever before. And when there are vastly different levels of respect for, accepting reality, being honest with your viewers, not directly lying about, I love this politician when you're texting everyone that he's a destroyer and I can't wait to move on from him. Everybody is better protected from the truth and facts than ever before. It's hard to imagine what Harris would say that would get through the layers of Jesse Waters, Sean Hannity, all of that stuff. They still have to try. They have to. And there are some Democrats that do a good job of going on there. But has there ever been a politician that their own supporters are more willing to say, he doesn't really mean it. It's not really what he would do.
I think with Trump, it's not even, we're going to provide cover for him because we see he's our cult leader. I think that Trump, back in 2016 and even still today, is the candidate that people support because they're so angry at our political system. Mm-hmm. They feel that they've been left behind. And so It's almost like voting for Trump is the middle finger to the establishment, is a middle finger to the politicians that they feel have left them behind. And so
and
it's
to
like
the libs. I mean, it's an own the libs part of it.
Yeah, that's true as well. But I think it goes even beyond that because they don't just talk about the libs. They also talk about the rhinos, right? They're unhappy with how our politics has worked out for them. And Donald Trump angers everybody, right? I don't think that they see Republican politicians' secret hatred for Trump as a loss. They see that as a win. You know, they love that. I mean, that's at least the sense I get.
Yeah, I know. I definitely agree with that because there's actually a lot of common ground to be found exactly where Anna was talking about, right? There's a lot of people, Republican voters, Democratic voters, and including the Trump voters who are very disappointed in this establishment, in the two-party system that we have. And we have seen that specifically, significantly in this election, right? We saw a lot of people abstaining from voting for Kamala Harris. Sometimes that means that they ended up voting for Trump, which is an interesting segue there because, to a lot of people, it's hard to imagine, if this person is less than perfect for me, if this person, I disagree with them on a few key issues, let me just go with this other guy who is so much worse on those specific issues, right? That seems like a leap. But I think Anna's absolutely right. They don't see him as a politician. He has done an amazing job. I've said from day one, Donald Trump is nothing if not a great marketer, and he's great at personal branding and selling that brand to people. And from day one, he came out and said, I'm one of you. I'm this elite billionaire, but somehow I'm one of you. And he convinced the American people that because he was not an establishment politician, that meant he's like a normal person somehow. They liked the idea that he was a businessman, even though he has all these bankruptcies and doesn't pay his workers and has this horrible history of, fraudulent documentation and things like that. But either way, he is still the anti-establishment option. So they feel empowered just by voting for him and supporting him and standing by him. And somehow they feel like he's their protector. And we all know that he's not really, but they still feel that way.
Well, Yaz, thank you so much for joining us. We do have to go to break, but thank you for your insights. We appreciate it. When we come back, we have some updates on the election and more, so stick around.
All right, let me do a little quick plug here. It's not even a plug. I'm bragging, okay? I'm bragging. Watch me. We have a channel on YouTube, a whole channel devoted just to the Young Turks. It's badass, right?
Wow, man.
I can see the voice.
You guys are rock stars.
Unbelievable. Senator Sanders, welcome to Rebel Headquarters.
Man, you guys are amazing. We gave you what you wanted.
Okay. Speaking of shirts.
I have a surprise.
You reached a lot of people. You are the Young Turks. And we have spread that progressive message wide and far. Let's keep it going.
The craziest, dumbest things Donald Trump has ever done. It's a battle royale at TrumpBrackets.com.
TYT is thankful for all of the support we've received from our audience. I know that we're all living through a dark time. The economy is a mess, the two-party system is failing us, and the threat of climate change is growing. Jake started this company in his apartment, and look where we are today. I've experienced what we can accomplish when we work together. So let's keep moving towards positive change. Join our movement at tyt.com/team.
All right, back on the Young Turks. Cenk Uygur, Michael Schur, John Iadarola with you guys. Election coverage here tonight. We've got really important updates on all the states for you guys. We'll also have Farron Cousins joining us from Ring of Fire. Farron, welcome to the show, brother. How you doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
All right, great. So, guys, let's go to North Carolina right away. Okay. I want to go to results.
Yeah, so we're still waiting for just about 1/4 of the vote to come in, but at 76%, he is up by now 7 points. And so that is looking less and less likely to flip at this point. I would say very unlikely.
In fact, Decision Desk has already called it. So
not the New York Times. But.
Yeah, so different organizations call it at different times. And we've got a system here, such as it is, where we call it based on a couple of different factors. Jordan Yule's running our election blog on tyt.com. I was reading it when I was on the break. I was looking through all the different parts of the website. It looks great. Make sure you're participating there, election games. In fact, let's do a poll now, right here live on the chat, too. Who's going to win, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? But North Carolina is in deep trouble. So if it's not gone, as Decision Desk says, it's close to gone. So that puts us in a very perilous spot. So if you do the math, Arizona and Nevada are not enough. She's got to win the entire blue wall. Without North Carolina, and Georgia doesn't look overly likely either. We'll go there right now.
Let me just tell you a little bit about, just briefly about North Carolina right now. Wake County is at 80%. That's Raleigh. That's a big population center in the Triangle. Mecklenburg County, which is where Charlotte is, a big city of Charlotte, 17% counted. That's why some of the bigger outfits are waiting to call this race. But 7% is a big number to make up at this point, and you know, at this point it's 53-46. That's why some people are calling it. But there are big numbers still to come in two big parts of that state.
Yeah, guys, what's not biased is, in this case, are the statisticians that work at Reuters, AP, New York Times, etc. I've covered countless elections. When a Republican has won, they say a Republican has won, and they're not shy about it. They're not reticent about it. The reason they're not calling North Carolina is exactly what Michael just told you. Now, having said that, what percentage is reporting in North Carolina? 76% reporting. You're down by 7. You're in a world of trouble. You're like, yes, it matters which counties, but you're still in a world of trouble. And in so much trouble that one of the organizations has already called it. Okay, now let's go to Georgia.
Yeah, by the way, Iowa has been called by CNN at least for Trump.
Iowa called for Trump, so there goes that nonsense. I'm getting revved up here on a significant rant. So, because Kamala Harris is not winning, and the people who thought that Kamala Harris was going to win a landslide are totally wrong.
There weren't a ton of people who thought that. I mean,
almost every Democrat I talked to thought that.
Well, I
didn't see a lot of that.
I said the blue wall is going to go to Harris, and may be wrong about that. But honestly, I don't think that there were a lot of people. There were people who said if it's a landslide, they would predict that it was a Harris landslide, not a Trump landslide, which is different than saying they were predicting it's a landslide.
Okay, we'll get to that. We'll get to the discussion of the terms of landslide or big win or whatever. But no matter how you slice it, big win for Kamala Harris, poof, gone. That's not going to happen. A big win for Donald Trump is still on the board. A win for Kamala Harris is still on the board. Let's go to Georgia.
Okay, so in Georgia, we're theoretically closer to a call, even though it is a tighter race. So he's up by 3 points right now. The issue is that there's only 9% of the vote left to be counted, and so it is quite likely at this point that he will end up winning that. It is tighter than it was earlier in the count.
So more counties are coming in favor of Kamala Harris. From Georgia's a slight upside, but 91% reporting. You really got 3%'s not undoable. It's not undoable with that tighter window, but that window is getting tighter and tighter and tighter.
It is. Those numbers coming from Clark County, 21% yet to report in Clark County, which is where Athens is. Chatham County is, I believe, and that's where Savannah is only at 37% counted. And then if you look at Gwinnett County outside of Atlanta, 77% counted. That's a big number, Gwinnett County, but it's going, about 3-2 for Harris, and that 3-2 is across a big population, which is why, again, there's no call yet in Georgia.
Okay, so Michael seems to be right for now. The discussion we had this morning when we were talking about what might go, I thought North Carolina was more likely to go to Kamala Harris than Georgia was, based on the polling I saw, et cetera. Michael thought Georgia was more likely. Right now, Georgia looks tighter than North Carolina, for what it's worth. At the end of the day, it's worth nothing if you don't win the state, right? Unless, of course, you're Donald Trump. If Kamala Harris loses and she is the state of Georgia and she's like Donald Trump, she'd call up Ratzenberger and go, why don't you just find me the votes I need? Who cares? Just find me the votes, right? But Democrats don't cheat like that. So Democrats do other things that are problematic, but they don't cheat like that. Only the world's biggest cheater in the world, that Donald Trump, does that. So I'm getting revved up. Let's go to the blue states. Farron, I'll come to you in a sec. Let's go to Pennsylvania.
Yeah, so Pennsylvania's at 57. They're all toss-ups currently at this point, but he's at 51 to her 48. Both Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan are very tight. Wisconsin and Michigan are tighter than Pennsylvania.
So Pennsylvania, he's got a 3-point lead. Again, if he wins Pennsylvania, good night, Irene, this election's over.
Well, that is definitely true. So right now he's up by, I believe, about like 110,000 votes. Chris Wallace is saying that at this point in 2020, he was up by 200,000. That's an interesting factoid. It doesn't necessarily mean that she's going to come back in the way that Biden did. In 2020, Trump was up by 200,000.
At this point in the night. Okay. By the way, in that brief time that I had, I read a bunch of stuff. Carville's despondent over the exit polling. On the other hand, Nate Silver switched to Kamala Harris being the favorite. What in the world? So that apparently happened a little while ago. So that doesn't make any sense. Maybe it was earlier in the day, so I didn't get a sense of the timing. All right. So before we go to, actually, real quick, just read us Michigan and Wisconsin percentage reporting and what the race is.
Wisconsin is at 55% of the vote. He's up by 1 point. So it's 50 to 49.
Okay, that could go either direction.
So super close. Michigan's only at 25% of the vote. He's up by 0.7% of the vote.
Okay, could go either way. All right, Farron, what do you make of all this right now?
We all knew this was going to be a tight race, and I do think it ended up actually being tighter so far than what a lot of people thought. I don't want to say it's reminiscent of 2016, but wow, it feels reminiscent of 2016 with everybody going in maybe with a little too much optimism. I saw a little bit ago Michael talking about all these people with the fantasies of Texas is going to turn blue. I've been covering, this is my 6th presidential election, and every cycle you get all these liberal, magazines and outlets. They're like, this is the year that Texas is totally turning blue. I've been reading those articles since 2004, right? Like it hasn't happened. And every time you just set yourself up for disappointment. Florida, obviously, there were a lot of people for some reason that still thought that Florida, maybe it's in play. Maybe we can get rid of Rick Scott. No, I mean, Democrats got absolutely slaughtered down here in Florida tonight.
Farron, they got slaughtered in Dade County in ways that they hadn't in Dade County. Florida is a deep red state now. It's not just a red state.
So it is, and it's remarkable that, well, I will say this too, we did not see much presence at all from the National Democratic Party here. They have essentially written off this state, and maybe that's for the better at this point because we've had an influx of 1 million Republicans into the state of Florida since the 2020 election. Mm-hmm. It has moved so far to the right, and that's why I never thought really this election that Georgia was going to be in play. I did not think that we would see a repeat of a Democrat winning the state of Georgia. The South is the South. I have lived here my whole life. I see this every day, so it drives me crazy to a degree when I see all these people, like we're in our studios in New York. Have you ever been to Georgia? Have you ever driven through Alabama? Have you been to Florida recently? Not just the Disney area. Actually come through and visit these areas, and you'll get a better understanding and understand more to a degree why it does drive us crazy, the few liberals that live down here, when we read these pieces like, oh, it could totally turn blue. No, you don't invest the money, you don't invest the time, and a lot of the folks down here are not even listening if you do. So it is a much different world down here for those who actually get down here and see it themselves.
Was there a sense, Farron, that they were going to coattail onto Amendment 4 and not have to spend the money there, the Democrats?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. There was a huge Amendment 4 push, and I think that's where they put most of their efforts into that. And, DeSantis changed the rules a couple years ago, so you got to have the 60%, which, of course, we did not hit. So even though we've got this, pretty big majority that voted in favor of it, it gets shot down just like Amendment 3 did. But yeah, they really thought, I do believe, especially, yes, they do think that they had the coattails of Amendment 4, but it also brings you back to the stories we saw a few months ago. Like, oh my God, you had a golf cart parade in the Villages for Harris. Obviously, she's doing well in Florida. They did the same thing for Biden in 2020. There were actually fist fights between the Biden golf carters and the Trump golf carters back in 2020.
Fights. Yeah.
They're very slow motion, I imagine. But it would have been fun to see. But yeah, so a lot of what we're seeing down here, and I guess this extends to North Carolina as well, it does not surprise me at all. That seems about right for Trump and the Republicans to kind of come through here and make a clean sweep.
So, Farron, look, I know what the problem is. So I was very uncertain about this election. It turns out I was right to be uncertain. I think that everybody was full of crap. There's no landslide in either direction. Everybody was in their delusional bubble. I know the problem for Democrats in Florida isn't that they haven't spent enough money, to be honest, or time. The problem is they're the establishment, and people hate the establishment. But it's never going to get through their thick heads. But I'll save that for a little bit later in the show. But Florida is worse. It went from super close to now red to deep red. So something extra happened in Florida. So what is it that drove Florida to be so much more red than the other states in terms of the trends?
It's the influx of new people. We have had a lot of people that have come into the state. Not just, 1 million new Republican Party registrants, but also hundreds of thousands of Republicans from other areas, which all happened post-COVID, because they really seem to like the idea that Ron DeSantis let people die instead of protecting them during the height of the pandemic. They said, yes, that looks like fun, so they came down here. And, it worked well for the Republicans. I guess Ron DeSantis's big gamble with our lives paid off for them. Didn't work too well for, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of Floridians who died of COVID. But all of this massive shift all took place post-COVID. So we're talking within the last, 2 to 3 years, this big shift happened in Florida. And we saw it with the 2022 election results down here, and we saw it again today.
Yeah.
Not to mention people who moved there because they don't want to pay taxes. So Republicans with money who moved to Florida because of the tax favorability.
Yeah. I hear you, Farron, and we're going to go to Arizona and Georgia and Nevada next. But it's really millions of people. I get that Ben Shapiro and a couple other dudes moved there, and I'm being glib and understating it. I get that some people moved out, but really, it's those mass movements. It's like, do you sense a cultural shift at all?
I'm already in one of the deepest red areas of Florida. So, what I see every day is a lot different than I think what, anybody in a blue state would ever see. So I haven't noticed any shift because we were already super, super right-wing where I am. And driving through the rest of Florida, it feels kind of similar. I guess I would say I don't think I've seen a cultural shift. But I mean, if you look at the numbers, our population's increased by over 900,000 people in the last 2 or 3 years. That's not an opinion. That's what happened. Okay, so we do have these people that have had this massive influx into the state here, and that is driving part of this shift. As for, you mentioned that the Democrats are the establishment. Sure, they run on that a little bit down here, but at the same time, the state of Alabama has had a Democrat as governor more recently than the state of Florida has. And everybody knows how deep red Alabama is. So this is entrenched, and people down here seem to be okay with it. That's just the way of life. They don't attribute any of the issues that they have, whether it's economic issues, whether it's the natural disasters we face on a monthly basis. They don't attribute any of that to the Republican Party that has had an ironclad hold on this state since 1998. So because they're not blaming the party that has had consolidated power for, almost 30 years, the Republicans tell them the Democrats are your problem. They're the ones who have done all this, and the people say, that sounds about right. Let's keep doing what we're doing. And they don't put it together because they don't want to put it together. It makes them feel good to know that they've got somebody to blame that's not the people they've been putting in power for 25 years here.
Yeah. Okay, so first of all, real quick, Daniel Holland wrote in saying, generally conservative voter, have to commend you, Cenk, for your strong ideals and reasonable discourse throughout tonight, whichever way that it breaks. Thank you for writing that in. I'm giving you representative comments because there's simply too many comments here. And I appreciate everybody writing in. I appreciate everybody voting. We already got 23,000 votes on Trump and Kamala Harris. And guys, I don't know if it's the numbers or if it's the way we're talking, but or if it's conservatives that are voting, but 85-15, Donald Trump, they think, is more likely to win. And now it's up 27,000 votes. Okay.
Surely scientific, Paul.
No, of course it's not scientific. Of course. No, what that shows you is the sentiment of the people watching, right? So, John, let's go to Nevada and...
Well, first, let me just say North Carolina is closed from 7% to 3%.
Yeah.
Mecklenburg County, sorry to do this, John, but just Mecklenburg County is now heavily reported. Wake County still only at 37%. So that's why people are being a little cautious with what's going on in North Carolina. Still, the question is not where the votes are coming from so much as if there are enough votes to overcome Trump's about 130,000 point lead. So you see Mecklenburg's at 86, and now Wake is at 80. Go back up to Wake there, is at 84%. So those are clearly Harris areas. Greensboro, if we can go over to Greensboro County or Guilford County, they're at 81% too. Those are the big number places. Are there enough numbers in that kind of a ratio and that kind of proportion? I don't know. I don't know the math of it, but it's certainly why this race hasn't been called, and it's tightened significantly even in the last 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, and so what percentage reporting in North Carolina?
I believe it's like 85, 87%.
Okay, all right. Back in it in North Carolina.
86, yeah.
86. Okay, because closing 3% with 14% left to go to report, doable. Okay, so I mean, I'd rather be on the
unlikely.
Yeah, I'd rather be on the other end of it, but it's not undoable.
Sure.
So so that's not bad. All right, let's go to Nevada and Arizona.
Yeah, well, Nevada, we don't have anything yet, unfortunately, so I can't tell you about that. But in Arizona, we've passed the halfway point. We're at 53%, and right now, Donald Trump is up by 0.2% of the vote, which is fascinating because, but we still have another half to come. But like Arizona is one of the states that he was, even in some of the instances in which Harris was leading in like all the swing states, he would generally be up in Arizona by a point or two. And at least as of right now in the count, it's obviously very tight.
Yeah, so yet another reason why I kept saying unpredictable, because he was supposed to win Arizona more comfortably, and she was supposed to win the blue wall more comfortably, as in 2-3 points, right? Maybe 4 if you're going nuts. And she was supposed to do that on the blue wall and maybe North Carolina, but it's kind of flipped. And so, or it's not really flipped. It is flipped because she's doing better in Arizona and he's doing better in the blue wall and in North Carolina. And again, North Carolina, a lot of people would have said that Trump would win it. So it's not like it's a big, giant, shocking development. A lot of people would have said that Trump would win Georgia. So again, we come back to the blue wall. Again, Kamala Harris still has plenty chance to win.
Yeah, you have to understand too, there's not one state, I don't believe, that Donald Trump is winning or has won tonight that he didn't win in 2020 and he lost the presidency. So that does matter here. I mean, we're still looking at a map that has some fluidity to it. It doesn't look great. And then when you see that Virginia hasn't been called yet, of course, it looks like it's going to go to the vice president, but it's still not called. She needed Virginia to be called a little earlier tonight. And so that's what the trends you were seeing, especially in those counties outside Washington, D.C., Fairfax, Prince William, those sorts of places.
Yeah. By the way, Larry Hogan, I guess that has been called.
Yeah.
I don't know if we mentioned that.
He lost.
Okay, yes.
He lost. And notable, 2 African-American women will be senators, Lisa Blunt Rochester from Delaware and Angela also Brooks from Maryland for the first time in U.S. history in that esteemed body.
That's good history and also still deeply, deeply sad.
Well,
yeah. I totally agree. Okay, so I want to check in on the Nebraska Senate race in a second. But guys, this is definitely not a call. But if you made me guess right now who's going to win, Trump. And not only because he's leading in those states by a little bit, but Virginia is deeply concerning. Can you pull up Virginia? So when I was on break, I noticed Virginia, and that's where I was going to go next. And the fact that it isn't called yet when it was supposed to be solidly blue, or solidly blue enough that it would have been called by now, is very problematic. So read those numbers, John.
Yeah, it has been slightly closer than it is at this point. She's currently up by about 2% with 79% in.
That is very bad news.
But Richmond is at 32%, right? These are very, very populous parts of the state. Richmond is at 32%. Henrico County is at 43%. You go down to Norfolk. Norfolk County is at 80%, but the counties around it, Chesapeake is at 23%. Newport News is at 84%. Hampton at 10, go over to Roanoke, which is almost all counted at this point. So the places where there are significant numbers of voters seem to be around Richmond, Virginia. But if you look at Fairfax County, right, 91% of the votes are in. Harris won by 24%. But these numbers are not as big as they were for Joe Biden in 2020 in those parts of the state.
Yeah, so look, I've been 50-50 on who's going to win for the last 2 months or so, maybe even longer. And I've been 50-50 the entire day, the entire night. I am no longer 50-50. I think Trump has at least a 75% chance of winning at this point. So
I don't know where you get that, but okay.
I'm getting it from my experience in covering elections.
I know.
So you're losing. So you're barely winning in Virginia. You're losing in all of your blue wall states. And yes, you can come back. But look at the trend, Michael. I mean, if it was like spotty, okay, you say
this
spotty.
This is where we were in 2020. We knew it was going to be a close election. You were right
weren't.
This morning. Yeah, it basically is where we were. There's no state that has been called for the Republican that at this point that it wasn't called for the Republican last time. I mean, yes, it's tenuous in North Carolina, a state that he won. It's tenuous in Georgia, a state that Joe Biden won. It's more tenuous in Arizona, right? But Trump up by very little bit. Going into today, we talked about it. You said this is a close election. I have no idea how to predict it. I said I'd rather be the Democrat because I'm playing a home game. I'm playing in Michigan. I'm playing in Wisconsin. I'm playing in Pennsylvania. And if I win those 3 states, which are Democratic states, then I win the race. We still don't know about those states. Doesn't look as good as you wanted it to, but I think to say that it's 75% is slightly arbitrary.
Yeah, it's not arbitrary at all. Okay. It's 75%.
I didn't think you would say that. It was 100%. Yeah. It was 100% that you were going to say it's not arbitrary.
Yeah, and so guys, look, it's not like I'm shy about my opinions, and it's not like I was certain about anything. I've never been less certain in my life. So when you're trailing in all the states, you're more likely to lose than you are to win. Not rocket science.
But it's not linear. Go, Farron. Sorry.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, right now when you look at it, because I've got the New York Times page right here. Yeah, right now it looks bad. I mean, anybody who's just tuning in or just now starting to look at results, I don't see how you do have optimism at this point. Until of course you drill down into each of those individual ones. So I do think at this point I'm maybe not 75%, but I'm 60 thinking that, I think at this point, this is a Trump election, unfortunately. I don't know. All the numbers are looking way, way worse than what we had, been told they could be. So if she wins, it is going to be such a razor thin popular vote margin. And I don't know that they're going to be able to pull it out at this point. I genuinely don't. I know we got a long time, probably some states we don't even know till tomorrow or after, but yeah, my God, it does not look good right now.
I'm probably somewhere between all of you. I'm in the 68.2%. That's not arbitrary. I've done the calculations. I would rather be Donald Trump in this case. Of course, in that event, I'd probably end up jumping into a volcano or something like that. But electorally, I would prefer to be him, which is definitely the case. I agree that simultaneously, Farron, you're right. It's better than some people said it could be. But we should also note, it's around where the pollsters said it would be. Maybe not in Florida. He did better in Florida than they thought, although they thought he was going to win Florida. He might be doing better in Texas than they thought, although they thought he was going to win Texas. But all of the polling for Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania was like within a point.
Now, not buying any of it.
Wait, not buying that it might come out to within like a point of what the pollsters said? If Trump wins,
it doesn't look like it doesn't look like it's trending in that direction. So let's acknowledge Seltzer, not full of crap. She's been terrific on in other polls, but Seltzer was wrong about Iowa. So that big giant
we don't know where it's going to finish. There was a margin of error.
Well, she's not going to win by 3.
No.
That's what Seltzer said, and Iowa got called right away. Not right away, but got called, in good order. So. Look, the only state where she seems to be doing a little bit better, and I grant you, Michael's definitely right about this. It is a matter of them counting the votes, not, it's not, there's the momentum thing is BS, right? There is no momentum after the polls close. But having said that, right now, the only state where she seems to be doing a little bit better than expected is Arizona. And so if you're only doing better than expected in one state and you're doing worse than expected in all the other states, that's not good news, I'll tell you that. That's not complicated. So look, she can still pull it out. And by the way, Trump people, just because someone is trailing and then they come back and win does not mean cheating. It has happened, I don't know, I feel like I've covered hundreds of elections like that. I'm sure I haven't because it's too many, right? But every election, someone's leading. Then another person came back. And a lot of the times it's a Republican who came back. It wasn't rigged every time. So please stop listening to the pathological liar, Donald Trump, the baby who cries every time he loses, right? So if Kamala Harris loses, here's my prediction. She concedes right away, okay? And so whatever the time frame of right away is, that she's not going to be like, no, I won. I don't care what the court say. I don't care. I won. Okay, it's about a 0% chance. Only a bitch like Trump does that. So let's keep it real on that. So, okay, but that right now, apparently I think that there's a 3/4 chance that ridiculous clown of a man is going to be our president for another unbearable 4 years. Thanks a lot, Democrats. All right, but again, it hasn't happened yet. We'll get to it. But Farron, since we're running out of time here, and you're only on with us in this segment, obviously the Democrats have at least performed worse than they expected. So what is your sense of why?
Jeez. I wish I had a firm answer for that. I do think they were not aggressive enough in ads, but that's a complaint I have about Democrats any day of the week. There was so much material from the Republicans, from Donald Trump himself, and with the amount of money that the Democrats had, there was no excuse to not be flooding the airwaves with all of these, the quotes from these people, the stupid things that they've said and done over the years, highlight their failures, show the footage of the Capitol riot, show the food and toilet paper shortages we had under Trump during COVID. I didn't have any of that, at least not where I live. If they want to think Florida's still a swing state, they weren't showing it here. So I think not being aggressive enough. And I've seen the people that have said, because Fox News talked about this a lot this evening, she didn't do enough interviews. Well, I don't care that she didn't do interviews. That doesn't bother me. She doesn't owe the press anything. They're terrible as it is. Could she have done independent media, absolutely. I think more of that would have been very powerful for her. I don't think she gains anything from sitting down with the Washington Post. But if she had come into TYT, sat for an hour-long interview, that I think could have been impactful. That could have been something to chop up and send out there to the public and show them what she is offering. So there's always missteps, even if there is a victory, but I don't know that any of those will end up being corrected, and we may just end up in the same spot 4 years from now.
Yeah. Democrats have to, this current batch of Democratic leadership has to be defeated in primaries. They're losers through and through. They'll never learn any lessons. That this campaign that Kamala Harris ran was insipid. Just a big nothing burger. So, and you look, I don't think Kamala Harris should have come on this show. She can't handle this show. She can't handle anything but talking points. But Tim Walz, what are you doing? We had all these we got all excited about Tim Walz. He's a populist guy. He's a guy who's proven that he can get bills passed, got great bills passed in Minnesota. And you don't even want to go on the largest progressive show because they were too busy kissing Liz Cheney's ass. They ran a terrible campaign. So, okay, listen, Farron, I appreciate you, brother. And I want everybody to realize Ring of Fire, excellent show. Not only really smart, progressive, economically populist, just the same way in so many of the ways that TYT is, but also really honest. And I appreciate that about you, Farron. So thank you for joining us. Really great having you here.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody check out Ring of Fire. All right, guys, as we go to the break, I'll just read some names, come back and read some more names. Wolfpack 56, Diva, Donnie, Danbert, No Bacon, DZ829, Hot Husband, Guru Plays Drum. The reason I'm reading those are the beautiful people who either became a member or donated through tyt.com. I'll read more later because I want to shout out to all the people who actually believe in honest programming and trying to make it a little bit of a difference in the world. I love this community. This community cares about what's real, not just partisanship, not just the political parties, but wants to do some good in the world and wants to hear the truth. That's why I love you guys. tyt.com, get all the results as we go along. Vote in the polls, keep voting in the live chat poll, and also, guys, just so you know, 20% off today only on the site for monthly membership. So check that out if you can. We'll be right back. Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. Here at TYT, we understand this. That's why we're not going to price gouge you or use inflation as an excuse to raise our prices. A TYT membership is not your typical subscription, but basic membership is still just $4.99. So what do you get for that price? For starters, you're getting exclusive programming, unique exclusive designs from Shop TYT, access to a members-only chat, giveaways, emojis, and so many other amazing perks. But most importantly, you're helping to make an impact. As a TYT member, you not only help us do the shows every day, but you drive real positive change in the process. In 2017, we helped to start Justice Democrats right here on TYT. That's a group that got a dozen progressives elected into Congress. That's amazing, you did that. Your support also funds TYT's very own investigative reporting. Just recently, our reporters exposed the Fellowship Foundation and pressured lawmakers into boycotting that bigoted event. Isn't that amazing? We raised over $30,000 for Jackson, Mississippi and delivered clean water to thousands of people in need. Our petitions, polls, and community of activists help keep the corruption of Washington in check. That's the impact of what just $4.99 a month from our members can do. And we're just getting started. Positive change doesn't occur overnight, but with your contribution, we can make it happen together. You know that viral video you saw of me? First of all, it's bull. Second of all, they got it from a snippet of the live show. You should check out the live show so you see the full context of everything we say. Weekdays, 6 o'clock Eastern. Young Turks on YouTube or wherever you get TYT.
The support we receive from members is the backbone of our movement to drive positive change. We need viewers like you to keep moving forward. Visit tyt.com/team and join our movement today.
All right, back on the Young Turks selection coverage. Cenk Uygur, Michael Schur, and John Iarolo with you guys. And Experian is going to join us a little bit later again. Relion wrote in a super chat, got to give Cenk a few for keeping it real. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Ryan Rourke said, thank you so much for the live coverage. I'm working late to deliver. I really appreciate you guys. We appreciate you guys. Look, part of the reason we're trying to raise $100,000 tonight is because we got 70 folks working here trying to build a real network that tells you the truth and that actually tries to fight for the average guy in this country, something that I wish both parties would remember and almost never, ever do. I'm really looking forward to Elon Musk running the entire government because he was a giant donor of Donald Trump. That's going to be fun for everybody. Guess who's going to get giant tax cuts? Guess who's going to get deregulation? Oh, right, Elon Musk. Okay.
Populism.
Yeah, oh, yes, let's root for the biggest, wealthiest guy in the world because we're populous, and let's lend out our brain to a couple of billionaires while pretending to be populous. Okay, so look, they're not pretending. The right-wing guys, I've now talked to a lot of them, and they genuinely want to be populist, and they genuinely dislike the establishment, and that is what's driving most of what they're doing. And so those instincts are correct, but they got hoodwinked by a couple of legendary con men. That's my opinion, but if I'm right, and Trump wins tonight, well, then you're going to get to see it for 4 awful years. Yep. He's going to violate one promise after another, and it's going to be an epic disaster. And he's going to break a lot of things, but we're not there yet.
It's really fast. The frustrating thing is, if we get to that, is they have been, ironically, inoculated against being able to tell when he fails. They can't see it. Like, not only do they look back on 2020 and have no problem with the way he responded to it, in real time they didn't have a problem with it. As thousands of people were dying every single day, they thought the government was doing too much. I don't think they're really capable, except in an abstract, generalized sense, of acknowledging when he fails, even on very specific promises. Again, he is protected by this massive bubble of media and influencers and the manosphere that stops people from being able to acknowledge who he really is.
Look, I'm so curious which way the right-wing hosts are going to go, media is going to go. I'm not curious about Fox News. Fox News is a bunch of ass kissers. So whoever's in charge, Rupert Murdoch will kiss their ass to get his tax cuts and deregulation and all that stuff. Newsmax and OAN, they're like, no, we're bigger ass kissers than Fox News. So they're never going to turn around. But I am curious about the smaller right-wing shows online, not even smaller, just online media. Because in my experience, they have not been robots. But maybe I'm wrong. We'll see.
Look, I think there was an opportunity for the right, if Trump were to lose, to potentially find an identity that was not just tied into Donald Trump. But now, if he does win, then again, they are going to have to be 100% deferential to him. If you stick your head up, your head will be chopped off. You're not going to be able to criticize him when all of the other outlets are being more pure and fawning and focusing on, hey, don't worry if Donald Trump's tariffs, spike the prices of every retail good. In Oregon, a trans person joined the diving team, and it will work. It will work for many of them, unfortunately. And my fear, one of the big things, we keep talking about democracy. Look, if he ends up winning, if he gets more votes, we're not the right. We will acknowledge that actually happened. They can't acknowledge when any of their candidates lose. We don't have that problem. But I do think that there are a lot of people on the right, not the regular voters you're talking about, but definitely their influencer class, that are way past done with democracy. I think they're going to want Donald Trump and governors to lock in more structural constraints against the will of the people. We've been talking about it in Florida on the ballot measures. Doesn't matter that more people wanted legalized marijuana and abortion. We're not a democracy anymore when it comes to Florida. And obviously we already have the disproportionate composition of the Senate, the Electoral College, the ramifications that has for choosing Supreme Court justices. I think they're going to want even more.
Yeah, so I want to go back to the numbers, but I'll say one last quick thing about that.
I just want to say, nobody's won this race yet. It's not.
I know. That's why I'm going back to the numbers in a second. In fact, a little bit of a comeback here in a second for Kamala Harris. So listen, guys. So we've proven ourselves over 22 years, and here, even in this election, I said, let's do a populist revolt before we find out who won. And remember, I did that when I thought Kamala Harris was a little bit more likely to win than Donald Trump. And so go sign the populist pledge at tyt.com, you'll see 6 super popular policies that all of America wants and none of our crooked, corrupt politicians ever pass. So we're genuine. There's no question about that. I am super curious if anyone in right-wing media is capable of being honest and genuine. I know the Drinking Bros are. I've now done 3 shows with them. And so I'm positive that they're true right-wing populists, and that's a conversation we can have and continue to have. Everyone else, the jury's out. John is totally possibly correct. Like, I don't know, but I mean, if I had to bet, I would bet that John is probably right. I think you got at least that they'll just go and kiss his ass, right? And they'll just be like, oh yeah, Donald Trump. Oh, we're for freedom, but he's arresting people who protest. Great, we love it. Take away their freedom, right? Oh, he wants to shoot them in the leg. Oh, great, yeah, let's shoot protesters. Screw freedom, right? So we'll see, My guess is that they're going to be probably, the majority of them are going to be enormous hypocrites, but maybe there will be a fraction that actually realize what's going on. Okay, Wesley Gill, Jeremy LaPaglia, NJ Johnson, Tyrone at home, Jesse, Box News. Thank you to all of you guys. They just hit the join button below the video on YouTube and became Young Turks members. I want to check our poll in a second too, but John, go back to North Carolina because here comes Kamala Harris.
Okay, so as of what I have right now with 88% of the vote in, it's still a 3-point race, according to the New York Times.
I saw it close to 2. Did it get any tighter?
Okay, let's see if we can get, I apologize for that. Let's go back. Yes, a lot of this is rounding, and that can hide some of the actual movement. Hold on, we're trying to reload our map here. North Carolina.
I thought this was your fantasy football team or something.
Which I have. I am booking fantasy WrestleMania for next year, but okay, so
maybe your Dungeons and Dragons fantasy football team.
That sounds pretty fun.
Fantasy team.
Okay, so slightly less than 3 points. That's looking like 1 point and a 2.7.
2.7 with 86% reporting.
88%.
88. All right. Not impossible. Not impossible.
I mean, Mecklenburg came in. Most of Mecklenburg is in. Wake County, which is Raleigh, in the middle of the state, there is only at 87% in. But the other sort of surrounding counties, if you go to Guilford County, go to Guilford, which is where Greensboro is. I think that's Guilford County. Yeah, that's 81%. These are the population centers where votes could spring up. Not big numbers. Could it close that gap? It's about 135,000 maybe, but it's going to have to be. I wouldn't put my money on the vice president there, but it certainly could close it. The votes that they're waiting for are mostly from districts and counties that would favor Kamala Harris.
All right, next TYT reporter says this feels like a red mirage. It could be, and I hope you're right. And what a red mirage is Donald Trump gets more day of voters. The Democrats get more mail-in voters, and it takes a while to count the mail-in voters. So it looks like he's got a lead, but then last time Biden closed it because of that phenomenon, and maybe Kamala Harris will close it here, which goes to the point that Michael was making. This is a little bit similar to where we were with Biden. It doesn't feel that way, but I understand that point of view. CB1 hilariously says, I'm sure the real estate guy will fix housing. Of course, that's a joke because there's no chance that Donald Trump is either going to fix housing or even going to try to fix housing. He has no plan. He has no concepts of a plan. And when private equity guys are buying up all of our houses, driving up prices tremendously, but all they got to do is give Donald Trump like $50 and he'd be like, yeah, do whatever you want. So that's how that's going to end. Yeah. Let's go to more.
I want to mention one state, and this is the frustrating thing that I'm trying to figure out. There are different sites that are tracking the numbers, and they're getting it from, in some cases, the same place, in some cases, others. And generally, the differences between the two are small. We have one case here where the differences are not small. So I've been following Michigan. Generally, we're using as our main source of information the New York Times, and they have had him up between 4 and 5 points, okay, which is significant. CNN, with almost the exact same percent in, has her up by 3 points.
Is this?
CNN in Michigan. So massive gap between the two.
So CNN has her up 3 and
New York Times has him up by rounded to 5.
With the same percentage reporting?
Not the exact same percentage, but they have, for instance, Donald Trump as, let's see, with Michigan, he's got 937,000 votes. They have her with 941, him with 890. So we're going to see it maybe as more comes in, they will start to come into parity. But it is the only case in which the lead is dependent on who you're getting your information from.
Okay, so guys, our last poll closed. I'll get you guys final numbers on how it did, but obviously a lot of people thought Trump was winning, but he was ahead by about, he was in the 80s when the poll closed. I didn't know polls closed on YouTube. Let's do another one. Who's going to win the blue wall? Okay, no, I'm serious. Just do another one.
Polls closed on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, who knew that the polls would close before Cuyahoga County came in?
Right.
Anyways, live chat, who's going to win the blue wall? Okay.
Speaking of Cuyahoga County, the Senate I've been looking at, and it's not looking terrific right now.
That's what I was going to go to next.
Sherrod Brown with 91% of the vote is down 5%. Well, there you go again.
You're going to close 5 points.
Cuyahoga County's only at 70% population center, and Toledo 83% in population center. Cincinnati, Hamilton County, and that's in the big numbers. And then when you look at Athens County, that's in a big number. So if you look around Columbus, Ohio, and the surrounding, what they call the collar counties there, that's all in. Again, we have to see Cuyahoga County come in for Democrats, and Summit County, which is a suburb of Cleveland to the southeast a little bit, Summit County. That would be where, oh, there it is. You see it highlighted there. Still a lot of numbers to come in there. So Brown could close it, but he's got his work to do there, and that would be that would be a decisive loss for the Democrats in a Senate race in a very, very red state now, Ohio, but with someone who is a stalwart of the Democratic Party and probably, along with Bernie Sanders, the biggest union supporter in the Senate right now.
And I think everyone should bear in mind, I mean, Trump is currently leading there by 12 points.
Yeah.
And he's won it, he's won it 3 times in a row. And so obviously a very tough state.
Yeah. So look, there's a reason why they didn't call it yet, and that reason is what Michael just explained to you. Giant population centers that lean Democrat have not fully come in yet, but it would be very surprising if Brown made up that big a difference with only 9% left reporting. We do.
So at least the New York Times is calling North Carolina for Trump.
So that's 2 calls. It's over. North Carolina for Trump. North Carolina's gone. That is an enormous moment in this election. Enormous. She must hold the blue wall.
Which we knew coming in. Trump wins North Carolina. Should say wins North Carolina again. This is not a pickup or a switch, but it's a state that the Democrats thought that they had a great deal of hope in this election, and they came closer than they have in a while. But it is a red state with, a lot of people thought that Mark Robinson, the flawed candidate for governor there, was the Republican candidate for governor there, would have taken down the top of the ticket. Taken down Donald Trump. It didn't work in that way. Robinson lost. Josh Stein's going to be the governor, and it looks like that Donald Trump won North Carolina's electoral votes.
All right. Well, funny enough, we had Senator Nina Turner from Ohio on when Ohio was called, and on now is Mondale Robinson, mayor of Enfield, North Carolina, right as North Carolina is being called. So, Mondale, what's your take on what's happened in North Carolina?
Jink, you have a funny sense of humor because nothing's funny right now, my friend. I think what we're seeing though is I've been doing hits all night, and I apologize for our 2IT family for being late. I will say this though, what we're watching right now is a rejection of traditional politics. We are watching people being blamed for the failure of political candidacies, personality worshiping, and also the consultant class being prioritized in what their pockets want versus what voters need to be convinced to vote for candidates. This map looks very similar to 2020 and 2016 in a few different ways, but it also looks a lot different. And that difference is the amount of young people who participated in the rejection of what we thought and what we think of as traditional politics, and how they reject it overwhelmingly. And I'm while I'm sad, there's a side of me that is yearning for change. change in our ecosystem, our political ecosystems, with what we call the consulting class. And I hope this leads to that.
So you sound like you think that it might be over. So, I mean, obviously it's over in North Carolina, your home state. And by the way, Mondale's on Rebel headquarters for us. Young Turks has tons of different channels. Rebel headquarters is one of them. Mondale's a really important contributor there. So look, Mondale, number one, are you worried about the election in its entirety? And number two, what would you have the Democrats do differently next time around?
I mean, they have to clean house. There would be no business we will see that. We know that the world is about to watch and listen to the vice president as she's about to come on at Howard and give a speech. But I think it's important for folk to know that we have to reject this idea that the same consultants that came in with or before Bill Clinton are still running the ethos of the Democratic Party, even though the party looks completely different demographic-wise. We have more black and brown people participating in our elections than we ever had through the generations of millennials and Zers. Yet and still what I see is the same white consultant class that came in that continues to sell us these fake ideas of how we win elections, even though it's not bearing out fruit, especially at creating residual, meaning return voters in black men. Black men in this country right now that are already registered to vote are more likely to be non-voters or one-time voters than they are two-time voters. That is not a critique of black men. That is not a critique of young voters. That's a critique of the way that we play politics in this country, where we don't really address issues for people, but yet and still we prioritize billionaire companies.
Yeah. I don't know how the consulting class gets fired. They're apparently impervious to being fired. They could lose to Ronald McDonald and then they'd still get rehired by these idiot Democrats. But from your mouth to God's ears, they should clean house. They should fire everyone.
NBC News has called the Ohio Senate race for Bernie Moreno, who known for saying that women over 50 shouldn't care about abortion. But he's beaten Sherrod Brown, which marks the end of an era in the Senate. It was a long Senate career. There's going to be if J.D. Vance is elected to the vice presidency, there'll be an election in 2 years, but Mike DeWine, the governor there, will be able to appoint someone. I wouldn't imagine Sherrod Brown would run again in Ohio for that seat, though. It's probably going to be another Ohioan who does that. But yeah, the NBC has called this, so we're not saying that we're taking our calls from different places tonight, but we're really relying on the New York Times, and we don't have a call from the New York Times.
Yeah, so the wrong Bernie won tonight. But look, I'm getting in a angrier mood as the night goes on, which is unsurprising. I don't think Senator Sherrod Brown did much for all of his talk. Labor. Yeah, okay. Did you ever even come close to passing any of the pro-union bills? No. Did you even? You barely even tried. And he wasn't against money in politics. He just wanted the union money in politics. So, okay. There's almost no honest Democratic politicians other than Bernie, and Elizabeth Warren is honest, and you could hate her, dislike her, like her, whatever it might be, and there's so much bad blood from every direction for Elizabeth Warren, but I've never seen her be dishonest, and she's one of the very few people in Congress, Democrat or Republican, well, that's hilarious, that held the bankers accountable, that held big corporations accountable. I said it's hilarious because a Republican holding bankers accountable. Literally never happened. Literally never happened in my lifetime from the now populist party. And by the way, guess who had the record number of Goldman Sachs executives in his cabinet and administration? Donald J. Trump. Guess who had record number of bankers in his cabinet and administration? Donald J. Trump, okay? The biggest fraud of a populist that the world has ever seen. There's not a single populist bone in his body. It's all me, 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 me. And what's happened here, guys, is that in a country, and especially a right-wing movement that hated the establishment so much, there came a guy who didn't come to fight the establishment. Donald Trump has been dying to be part of the establishment his whole life. Every story that we've ever seen about him is, oh, Steve Wynn's so rich. Oh, I want to be like Steve Wynn. Oh, Elon Musk is so rich. I want to be like Elon Musk. Oh, I want to get into the best parties in New York. All these pathetic attempts to get into the establishment. But the establishment's like, you're too much of a clown. Get out of here, right? So then they clashed. And what happened was the populist right wing go, oh, that's the guy the establishment hates. I guess he must be the right guy. So in a sense, Trump, for the 88th time in his life, got spectacularly lucky.
Yeah.
His dad gives him $413 million. He blows it all. And then Jeff Zucker comes along at NBC and goes, hey, I'm doing a show about a successful businessman. You've had 6 major bankruptcies. You're one of the biggest losers in the business community. So all the successful businessmen won't come and do our show because they're busy running their successful companies. Can we hire you as an actor to pretend to be a good businessman? Trump's like, how did I get this lucky? Yeah, I'd love to do that. So his new dad, Jeff Zucker, gives him $400 million more, and then he blows that. And then here comes Hillary Clinton and the Democratic Party and Biden and Kamala Harris. Hey, would you like the presidency a couple of times? He's like, just the luckiest man in the history of the world. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and you're right that he clashes with some of them, particularly like in the elected, like he doesn't like Mitch McConnell or whatever. He clashes with some of the politicians, and Mitch McConnell, is probably going to still, he'll basically be 2 steps away from the grave by the time he leaves office or whatever. But in the end, he gets the tax cuts he wants, and maybe he clashes with some businessmen. He doesn't like Mark Cuban, but he's going to give Mark Cuban a massive tax cut. He's going to deregulate all of his businesses. Oh yeah, he'll snipe at some of these businessmen and they'll cut their taxes in half. That's what he does. It's rhetorical clashing. And maybe some of the businessmen have like culturally left politics on some things or whatever. But when it comes to their pocketbook, they get what they want. Donald Trump always delivers on that stuff.
So what I want to tell you guys, sorry, I was coughing. Look at that Senate balance, 48-40. Bye-bye. Trump's going to have the Senate, and he's probably going to have the House. Ooh, if he wins, it's still not over. It's still definitely not over. But right now, he's leading, and every indication is bad. Sherrod Brown losing in Ohio is bad. Rick Scott winning instantly in Florida is bad. Iowa not being close is bad. Virginia being close when it shouldn't have been close is bad. The only slight ray of hope is Arizona, so I'm going to check back in with Arizona, and then you're going to tell me, oh, no, we lost the lead.
No, I mean, it hasn't really moved. He's still up by 0.2. It's taken a while.
And the House is clearly too early to tell because waiting on Iowa, waiting on California, waiting on races in Nevada as well. They're still swing races.
The Democrats, I think, flipped one seat.
Yeah, and the Democrat and the Republicans, I think flipped an open seat as well. But it's too early to say really what the breakdown of the House is going to be.
So the reason I say that, guys, is that not because I'm following the House races super closely. It's because if the trend is towards Trump, that's definitely going to help the Republicans in the House races, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that means that he'll probably have at least a little bit of a tail, and they already had the House, and now the Senate is. Would you say the Senate's definitely gone, Michael?
I would say I don't see how it wouldn't be gone, to be honest. I think it's gone. You lost Sherrod Brown. You lost the West Virginia seat, the Manchin seat. The pickups that you had a shot at in Florida and Texas, of course, didn't happen tonight. So there would have to be something that nobody is predicting to happen. And I don't know where that would be. I mean, at this juncture, the Senate for the Democrats is gone.
Yeah, last quick comment here, but it's about the Osborne race. So can you pull up Nebraska? Because I'm very interested in that.
That's where they could.
And I have a theory on that. I think that Osborne is going to outperform all the Democrats because he's an independent. He's more of an economic populist, and people don't like either party. They don't like the standard politicians. So I don't know that he's going to win, but he's going to significantly outperform Democrats, is my guess. Horst wrote in.
It's very close right now.
Yeah, Horst wrote in on YouTube super chat. Osborne looks pretty swag candidate. Glad he's winning as an independent. So, John, can you read me those numbers real quick?
Yeah, so right now we've got just shy of 2/3 of the vote in, and he is currently trailing by about 1/2 of 1 percentage point.
So just a 1/2 point.
Yeah, and
so that could go either way.
Tony Vargas is up by about a percentage point in that House race on Don Bacon there. But again, that's...
well, that's good.
Yeah.
So our community director at TYT nearly beat Don Bacon in that same House seat, Cara Eastman. She's terrific. And by the way, she would have won, except for the fact that a Democratic incumbent in that seat, a former incumbent, betrayed her at the end and started doing ads for the Republicans. Why? Because Don Bacon's a corporate candidate. Cara Eastman was a true progressive. So the corporate piece of crap Democrat in Nebraska started doing ads for his true ally, the corporate Republican. So that's why I get frustrated at the corporate Democrats. They're not our friends. They're not our allies. They're not our colleagues. When push comes to shove, what do? They help the Republicans because those are their true friends. This is all good cop, bad cop. All right, we got to take a break here, guys. When we come back, we'll give you more results. Let's see if Kamala Harris has got any kind of comeback in her. Blue wall still in question. And Georgia's still not called. Arizona and Nevada still to go. All the polls have closed in the 48 states. We still have Alaska and Hawaii left. We'll give you the results as soon as we return.
All right, let me do a little quick plug here. It's not even a plug. I'm bragging, okay? I'm bragging. Watch me. We have a channel on YouTube, a whole channel devoted just to the Young Turks. It's badass, right?
Wow, man.
I can see the voice.
You guys are rock stars.
Unbelievable. Senator Sanders, welcome to Rebel Headquarters.
Man, you guys are amazing. We gave you what you wanted.
Okay. Speaking of shirts.
I have a surprise.
You reached a lot of people. You are the Young Turks. And we have spread that progressive message wide and far. Let's keep it going.
The craziest, dumbest things Donald Trump has ever done. It's a battle royale at TrumpBrackets.com.
TYT is thankful for all of the support we've received from our audience. I know that we're all living through a dark time. The economy is a mess, the two-party system is failing us, and the threat of climate change is growing. Jake started this company in his apartment, and look where we are today. I've experienced what we can accomplish when we work together. So let's keep moving towards positive change. Join our movement at tyt.com/team.
All right, back on the Young Turks selection coverage. Cenk Uygur, John Iadarola, Michael Schur with you guys. And now joining us, Congressman Steve Cohen from Tennessee. Congressman Cohen, welcome back to the Young Turks.
You're welcome. It's good to be here with you and Michael and a few other sane people that don't fit H.L. Mencken's description of the intelligence of the American people.
All right. And congratulations, Congressman, for your victory tonight. Another decisive win in Tennessee's 9th district.
It's kind of amazing that my victory, which would be my 10th, would almost think I'm being damned rather than being praised to serve with Donald Trump, a misogynistic crook, sexual offender, criminal, felon, found guilty, the worst person in the world. I mean, Keith Olbermann never imagined such a person. And the American people have put him in for a second term.
Well, not yet they haven't. Not yet they haven't, Congressman.
Not yet. Well, maybe not, but it doesn't look good.
No.
I need to stop watching MSNBC, which, Kornacki's going over all these numbers. It's depressing.
Yeah. Well, I agree that you have to stop watching MSNBC. Okay, Congressman Cohen, if it turns out that she's not able to hold the blue wall, and at this point she would need to hold all 3 of those states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, she's trailing, not by a lot, but she's trailing a little bit in all 3 of those. So it isn't going as well as some Democrats hoped, obviously. And if that stays true and she loses, as you were suspecting there, what do you think went wrong?
We're looking at a terrible situation. I mean, the Supreme Court gave him license to do whatever the hell he wants. And the guy's got no judgment to start with and no morality. And he's a fascist. He is. He will be putting people in jail. He'll try to. And he can get the Justice Department to do what he tells them to do. He'll have the judge in Florida that dismissed his election confidential records case, put her in as the attorney general. She'll do whatever he says, and or somebody like that. And he'll have an FBI director like it too. I mean, it's going to be miserable. It's going to go on. The IRS is going to be going after people and finding little technicalities and prosecuting people. We are.
Yeah. So, Congressman Cohen, I'm worried about the same things that you're worried about. But if that is the case, what do you think went wrong in the Kamala Harris Democratic campaign against Trump here?
It's hard to say. I mean, I thought she ran a pretty good campaign, but I don't know that she was our strongest candidate. There's still probably a little antipathy towards a woman being president. And there's probably still some racial antipathy. Barack won. Barack did fabulous, but it was Barack's election that brought it back about Donald Trump. And there were a lot of people that didn't like it and never did like it and didn't want to see it happen. And they didn't want to see another African-American be president. So I think we still got a race problem and a gender problem. And to win, we should have had a white guy. I mean, people are going to be mad, but that's the facts. The demographics worked against us, I think, because Kamala ran a good campaign and she's smart and she's experienced. It didn't make enough of a difference.
Yeah, Congressman. Yeah, I got to say, I totally disagree. Barack Obama, after he won, after his inauguration, was at an 83% approval rating. And so that there was a black guy with the name Barack Hussein Obama sitting at an 83% approval in the country. I think the Democratic Party has to look inward and not be focused on race and donors and all these things. Is it possible that the Democratic Party establishment just never delivers, and that's why the voters are pissed?
I don't think so. I mean, I understand where you're coming from, and I can appreciate it from an academic perspective. But from a real politic perspective, look what happened. We lost Sherrod Brown, one of the best senators we've had. Colin Allred ran a good race and got beat by 10 points by Ted Cruz, who should go back to wherever he was in Mexico when they had the problems. Cancun. The practical politics is you got to get, especially when you lose these races, you got to beat the other team. And a lot of it's race, and a lot of it is gender. And they hit us with all the transgender stuff. That was something they did during the Congress. They stressed these issues, made a big point of having them brought up in Judiciary Committee. Then they stressed them in the election and saying people want to let men compete against women in sports. But worse than that, they said that they wanted to allow and pay for sex change operations of people who are in prison. or military.
Do you think that ad?
And those things hurt us.
Do you think that ad that aired throughout the World Series, that airs on every NBC, that aired on every NFL football game, was something that moved people, that the Democrats and the Harris campaign should have gone harder and dirtier against Trump the way it was done to them?
I think they should have. I mean, that was awful, and they've been planning it forever. In the Judiciary Committee, they had more and more hearings about this, and it happened earlier, and we got into it. We've gotten ourselves off on the edge because the Democrats, we are a majority. We represent a lot of different communities, and some of the communities have stretched themselves out further than they should. But they can do it because that's their constituency. But when we take them as our constituents, we adopt all of their perspectives and opinions, and we lead with them. We lost, and when we've lost, he's going to appoint Clarence Thomas's successor. He's going to appoint Alito's successor. He's going to have a Senate to confirm him. He'll find 35 and 40-year-old fascists who'll serve for 50 years, and this country is effed.
All right, well, that is very clear.
You don't have to be an obstetrician to make that observation.
Yeah, but Congressman Cohen, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, well, really fast. Okay, so to the extent that we could be any less effed than we might be if he ends up winning and all of what you're saying comes to pass, which I think if he does win, he'll definitely do every one of those things. So you're obviously on the inside. What can you do? What can the Democrats do? What's the plan to limit the effing?
If we're in the majority in the House, which we hope we'd be, and we still might be, but we thought we would win certain races where we may not because we didn't think, Tammy Baldwin's in danger, Bob Casey's in danger. That means the House members are in danger. Matt Cartwright and Susan Wild, I don't know how they're going to do. I'm not thinking we'll keep the House. And if we don't keep the House, as the House and the Senate both, all we can do is bitch.
Yeah. Okay, so Congressman Cohen, what I'm a little worried about is, so you mentioned the ad that they ran about the transgender detainees wanting the surgery and Kamala Harris saying yes. So I agree with you that hurt. And in fact, I got into giant fights with leftists online and I said this exact thing would happen. And they said, oh, you're crazy. The country loves this idea. And we'll win anyway. And they were comically wrong. So I'm with you on that. Now, having said that, I don't think that's the main problem at all. I think that hurt, but it's not the main problem. The main problem is that Democrats take donor money and deliver for their donors and not for their voters. And Congressman Cohen, you've been on the show many times. You're obviously, as anybody can tell from this conversation, a plain talker. But so let me do plain talk back to you. I don't think that the Democrats get it at all. I think they're going to go kiss more donor ass. They're going to leave their voters behind. And like you said, they're going to whine. And so does anybody in Congress understand how much the country hates the establishment and how the Democratic Party looks like they're the establishment?
Well, no, I think that Citizens United is awful. And it's terrible that Trump has Peter Thiel and Elon Musk jumping around showing off their poopik and thinking they're somebody, some cheerleader type. But they made a difference and they gave them money. And Robert Kennedy's going to be in charge of some health care and some food and drug stuff. I mean, this is just ridiculous. Mel Brooks couldn't have come up with something this bad.
Yeah,
it's springtime for Hitler.
But no, don't say Hitler. So listen, Congressman Cohen, I hear you. And so I think that it is going to be really bad. That's why I fought really, really hard to make sure Donald Trump didn't win. But if you, like the Democratic Party, likely now is going to lose to him twice. And this guy's IQ is barely in the double digits. This guy's is
You're talking about his IQ?
Yeah. And
it's barely in the double digits.
Yeah. And so Donald Trump is, like, in my opinion, a deranged clown, a buffoon of a man. And so what does that make the Democratic Party if you lose to him twice?
Well, it may be the American electorate, because he got the votes. Some of them were people that were selfish and greedy, and they wanted better tax rates and give more money back to their kids who are the lucky sperm club. But it might have just been people that are angry about the people getting handouts, as they think, and a lot of the white voters thought that blacks are getting handouts, that the illegal immigrants are getting handouts, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. we have a constituency, and the only way to get to them is through advertising, and the only way to get to them is through money. And if you give up all the money, you're not helping yourself. I don't like all this big money in it either, and I didn't like all the ads that attempts to get contributions from people going, we're close and we need this and we need that.
Yeah,
I mean,
I disagree.
She had a lot of money.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Congressman Cohen, I hear you, but I think blaming the American electorate is a bad idea, and I don't think it's true.
If she had less money, would we have lost? Would we have won? No, we'd have lost even worse.
But don't you think that they spent so much of that money on a field operation, organizing, and they didn't think that advertising was the way to go? And Trump did run that ad that we talked about tonight, and it seemed that ad might have been more, what we're seeing tonight thus far is more about that ad than it is clearly about field organizing in places like North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Well, it may be that the ad made an impression that you couldn't change. Everybody up, as of 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock tonight, I thought we were going to win. She had the momentum. But she was optimistic and joy. I said it was a difference between joy and oi. Yeah. She was joy and Trump was oi. Well, oy vey won.
Well, not yet. He hasn't. The last thing on this is so I hear what's going on. I hear that there's something that Trump wasn't beaten. But don't the Democrats, doesn't the party have to look inside and say, we've lost to this guy twice. We almost lost to him 3 times, but we lost to him twice if this is how it shows up tonight. And we need serious institutional change within our own party. Where would that start? I mean, obviously, you're not going to undo leadership, and you're not going to. But what has well, I mean, it doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't. The leadership doesn't lose overnight. But I mean, what I'm saying is, what has to happen from the inside out? Because we're not privy to that stuff.
Well, I don't know that I'm privy to it either. And we've had leaders, and we've got some of the same people over and over, and they're smart guys. John Podesta's a smart guy, and Bagala's a smart guy. And the people that ran the campaign are smart, and they do know their politics. They know how to do it. But I don't think if you're thinking that we needed Bernie Sanders and a Bernie Sanders type campaign, maybe universal health care maybe that would have made a difference, and maybe it's the issues. And I've been for universal health care, and maybe that would have got some of these people that are upset with what's going on now, and look at the Democrats, the Republicans as Huey Long did, just waiters taking the soup from the same kitchen prepared by the Wall Street chefs, one coming out from the left side, one coming out from the right side. Huey wasn't necessarily wrong. And I look at Huey's statue in Congress oftentimes, and I think, Huey, you weren't wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Congressman Cohen, I'll leave on this. So, as you pointed out, this is a spectacular failure if it ends like this. And you say we got to do a wholesale change. But if you don't fire your leaders, what change are we talking about? So, I mean, and I would be shocked if the Democrats in the Senate got rid of Schumer and the Democrats in the House got rid of Hakeem Jeffries. My guess is you guys will do exactly what you've been doing the day before. You'll stay the course.